Chapter 101. With this magic, no one should dare to act recklessly anymore. Once discovered, it's all over, Mommy continued. The Magic Academy teachers will collectively create a defensive spell around this area. No other people or magical beasts can enter. Teams whose magic belts are taken away will be directly escorted away from the arena by nearby teachers. Douglas waved his hand. All right. Now, let's begin free group formation. Those who have already formed teams can register here. The assessment officially begins tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The audience immediately erupted in excitement, everyone starting to look for their teammates. Annie and her friends also got moving. Why don't we go ask that Troy? It'd be good to say hello, Angela suggested. Bourne nodded. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. We could also take this opportunity to find out his attitude and strength. So the three of them headed towards Troy's location. Along the way, many people wanted to join their team, but they were all politely declined. Soon, they encountered Troy, who noticed them as they approached. Troy had black hair, almond-shaped eyes, and sharp eyebrows. Although he was the same age as, and he was a head taller. His posture was ramrod straight, and he resembled a drawn sword, exuding a chilling aura. No wonder he was the son of the newly appointed Marquis Marcello. Hello, Troy, I am Keller. I come to invite you to join our ranks. Bourne greeted them. Troy's gaze swept over the three of them, finally settling on in. You are Anna? And nodded and smiled, saying, nice to meet you. Troy didn't smile, instead saying to himself, I have to get first place. So I can't team up with you. This was expected by Bourne, who waved his hand dismissively, haha, no problem. Although we can't team up, I hope we can become friends. Friends? Troy was taken aback, then said calmly, my father said that the strong don't need friends. Huh? Bourne raised an eyebrow. It seemed this Marcello was quite a hardcore guy. He probably wasn't very popular in the imperial nobility circles. But wasn't that the kind of personality the royal family loved? And smiled, see you at the arena. Looking forward to your performance. With that, they turned and left to see if there were any other suitable people. Sigh. Who should we look for? We don't know anyone else here. Angela was at a loss. Annie thought for a moment and said, we don't need to perform too well, just barely pass. With our current scores, getting into the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. We can just find anyone. Bourne nodded. After all, we don't need that lightning magic core reward. Getting first place doesn't matter. If we get first place, it will attract attention. There are many people in the Magic Academy, and they might discover your identities, which would be terrible. Annie agreed, saying, Alice and Carter haven't returned to school yet, so we don't need to worry about them for now. But once school starts, they will definitely get the news, and their families will ask them to recruit students who performed well in the entrance exams, just like the Rambeau family. Then our chances of being exposed will be very high. The three reached a consensus and began searching for lone individuals without a team. If someone hadn't found a group after so much time, it meant they lacked connections and weren't particularly strong, perfect for their needs. Just then, a timid voice sounded behind them. Why you, hello? Curious, the three turned around and saw a short boy with a bowl haircut, large, bright black eyes, and wearing ordinary linen clothes. He was looking down, his hands and feet nervously twisted together, his eyes fixed on the ground, occasionally glancing at Annie and the others. I want to join you. His voice was almost inaudible by the end. Bourne smiled and asked, what's your name? The boy replied, my name is Naven Felix. The three exchanged glances. They hadn't noticed the name before. It seemed Naven's grades weren't particularly good. However, Naven continued, I'm very strong. I'm a third-tier lightning mage. I mastered the lightning lock spell. I scored 84 points in the third round, and ranked 5th in the fourth. Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback. This guy was so strong. Why hadn't they noticed him? Was his presence really that low? Bourne tentatively asked, if you're so powerful, how come you haven't found a team yet? Naven said hesitantly, they all rejected me. They refused me before I could even speak. You're the only ones who listened to me. Bourne, eh? Annie smiled. Judging from the other person's attire, he was probably of commoner origin, meaning he must have been recommended by a teacher at the Magic Academy. She asked, who recommended you? Naven whispered, it was Teacher Gina. I originally lived in a small village in the south. Teacher Gina found me, and recommended me to study at the Magic Academy. Annie nodded to Bourne, who then looked at Angela. Angela shrugged, I listened to. Anna! Bourne clapped his hands, then it's settled. Welcome to our team, Naven Felix. Naven's face immediately lit up with a smile, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. All right, let's go register, Annie said. The four of them walked to the platform. The person in charge of registration was none other than Fleet, who had just been thoroughly humiliated by Annie's water prison. When Fleet saw the group approach, a shadow of unease crossed his face, but he suppressed his anger and said calmly, "State your names." The four gave their names one by one. Fleet quickly registered them and asked, "Who's the captain?" Bourne said, "Anna Cafuno is the captain." Fleet nodded and handed Annie a magic ribbon. "You're Group 41. Tie the ribbon around your arms." Annie took the magic ribbon. It was pale red and emitted a magical aura. She didn't know its specific function, but she could vaguely see the number 41 on it. Annie said thank you, and led the group away. Angela asked as they walked, "Do we have a battle plan?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "I don't think the arena is very big this time. With 50 teams entering at once, the density will be extremely high. We can eliminate some of the weaker teams early on, then find a place to hide, and wait until the assessment is over." Bourne nodded. "That's good. We won't clash with other strong teams, and our results won't be too bad." Naven's expression changed. Then won't we be able to get first place?" The three of them looked at Naven, who was startled and quickly lowered his head. Bourne frowned and asked, "You want to get first place?" Naven quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I just thought you guys wanted to get first place." Annie smiled and said, "We don't want to get first place. We just want to get into school smoothly. If you want to get first place, you can join another team. We won't stop you." Naven shook his head frantically. "No, no, no. I don't want to get first place." Angela waved and said, "Okay, let's go get something to eat first, get some rest, and good luck tomorrow." Annie said happily, "Okay, okay. I want meat." Bourne grabbed Naven, startling him. "Come on, you come too. We're partners now." Naven quickly waved his hand. "No, no, I have something to do. See you tomorrow." He then broke free from Bourne's grasp and hurriedly left. Bourne looked at Naven's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Why is this guy acting so strangely? Annie chuckled. "He's probably just shy." "Who told you to be so carefree and get handsy?" "I didn't lay a hand on him. Men shouldn't worry about such details." Annie, After parting ways with Annie and the others, Naven hurriedly left the Magic Academy, weaving through the streets and alleys of the capital's residential area. He entered an inconspicuous restaurant and went straight to the innermost private room. Upon entering, he saw someone already seated there. This person wore a large white mage's robe, completely obscuring his face. Upon seeing Naven enter, he stopped what he was doing and looked at him. Naven stood at the door, head bowed, hesitant to enter. "Come in. Close the door," the white-robed man said. Naven quickly entered, carefully closing the door behind him, before approaching the white-robed man. The white-robed man toyed with his teacup and asked calmly, "How is it?" A struggle flickered in Naven's eyes. Although the weather was still very cold, fine beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. The white-robed man paused, slamming his teacup down on the table, startling Naven, who stood before him. "You need to understand the situation. Do you still want to save your grandfather?" Hearing that he needed to save his grandfather, Naven gritted his teeth and said, They don't want to be number one." The white-robed man was taken aback. "Don't want to be number one? Then why were you making such a big show of it before? Were you just trying to fool you?" Sensing the distrust in the man's tone, Naven quickly explained, No, I can tell, they really do think that way." The white-robed man grew impatient and snorted heavily. "So what exactly did you find out? Don't give me riddles." Naven trembled again. They don't have any plans, they just want to find a place to hide until the assessment is over." The white-robed man pondered for a moment, then chuckled. "Listen carefully, there's a lake to the east of the arena, and on the southeast bank near the mountain, there's a relatively hidden cave. All you need to do is lure them into that cave, and you have completed your mission, and your grandfather will be saved." Naven's eyes flickered, and he looked up to ask, They won't be in any danger, will they?" The white-robed man waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Do your job and get out of here." Naven wanted to say something more, but a look from the white-robed man stopped him. He swallowed hard, and could only lower his head and leave the private room. After leaving the restaurant, Naven walked straight back, his mind racing, thinking, "They're so strong, they be fine. They be all right. I only did it to save Grandpa, I didn't do anything wrong." However, distracted and not paying attention to where he was going, he bumped into someone. "Ouch!" he cried out, quickly turning around to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Huh? It's you? A clear female voice rang out. He looked up and saw it was Annie and her two companions. Startled, he turned to run, but Bourne grabbed him. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Are you done with your business? Come eat with us. Naven couldn't leave, his head bowed, avoiding Bourne's gaze. I. What do you mean? What do you mean? Let's go. Bourne didn't allow him to object and pulled him along. They arrived at a restaurant, one of Annie's favorites. Nobles rarely came here, so it was relatively safe. They randomly found a table and sat down, ordering Annie's favorite beef. Annie then asked Naven, what do you like to eat? It's our treat today, don't be shy. Naven quickly waved his hand. No, I can't let you spend money. Bourne pulled him close. Don't be shy, we already said we're partners now. Why are you being so formal? Angela also laughed. Don't be shy, we be counting on you for the assessment. Finally, under the persistent urging of Bourne and Angela, Naven reluctantly ordered 2 dishes. After all the dishes were served, Naven stared blankly at the table laden with food and asked, Isn't this too much? Bourne and Annie exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. With us here, not a single grain of food will be wasted. Let's dig in. Annie cheered, grabbing a large piece of beef and stuffing it into her mouth, chewing with satisfaction. Bourne followed suit, picking up a chicken leg and gnawing on it. This. Naven was stunned. Anna, as an adventurer, was so unrestrained, but why was Keller like this too? Angela chuckled and patted Naven, saying, You better hurry, or you only have leftovers later. Naven, The table of food was devoured in an instant, like a whirlwind. Annie patted her bulging belly and let out a satisfied burp. Bourne, meanwhile, leisurely picked his teeth, not forgetting to hand Naven a toothpick. Naven was stunned, utterly bewildered. What was wrong with these people? Why were they so unguarded around him? Why were they so kind to him? Why didn't they seem to mind? By the way, Annie asked Naven, where are you staying now? Naven lowered his head and said, I'm staying under the stone bridge in the north of the city. Ah? All 3 were surprised. Annie thought for a moment and said, How about I book you a hotel? Don't worry, we paid for it. Bourne waved his hand and said, Why don't you come to my house to rest? I'm afraid he'd be lonely by himself. Angela nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Annie objected, No, you're afraid you always bully him. Bourne gave a wry smile. How have I bullied him? Naven stared at the scene before him, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 102. In the end, Naven stayed at the Rambo house. Jonathan had no objections, and even had the servants bring him some new clothes. He was given a room specifically for him, right next to Bond's. Late at night, Naven lay in bed, unable to sleep. He had never slept in such a soft bed before, large and supple. The blankets and pillows still smelled sweet. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a white frost-like glow on the floor. He sat up, sighed, and looked out the window, his eyes filled with struggle again. Should I tell them? No. If they know I betrayed them, they hate me, they despise me, they abandon me. He clutched his head, closing his eyes tightly. I must save Grandpa. As long as I can save Grandpa, I don't care if they hate me, if they despise me, I won't care. Then, Bourne's words echoed in his mind again, You are our comrade. He opened his eyes abruptly, tears already welling up. Comrade? He murmured softly, How could I betray my comrade? Am I even human? But if I don't do this, who will save Grandpa? I can't lose Grandpa. He roared silently, clutching the blanket tightly, tears streaming down his sallow, thin face, dripping onto the bed. Grandpa, what should I do? What should I do? The next morning, they gathered at the foot of Mount Noxus in the east of the Empire. The moment Anne saw Naven, she asked curiously, What's wrong? Your eyes are red. Didn't you get enough rest yesterday? Naven kept his head down, his eyes darting around. And hands on her hips, questioned Bourne, Did you bully him again last night? Bourne was about to explain when Naven spoke first. No. Keller is very good to me. Bourne shrugged. I really didn't bully him. Last night, I told him to rest early, so he could conserve his energy for today's battle. Annie was still somewhat suspicious, but since Naven had said so himself, she didn't press the matter further. After all the examinees had arrived, Douglas gestured for the 15 teachers to line up. All right, then our 5th assessment will now officially begin. Each team, please find your corresponding teacher according to your number, and the teacher will lead you to the starting point. Because Annie and her team were numbered late, it wasn't until the third round that it was their turn, and their teacher was none other than Fleet. Fleet glanced at them coldly and said indifferently, "Number?" Annie took out her magic ribbon, "Number 41. Fleet nodded slightly, turned and walked towards the arena. "Come with me, the captain needs to tie the magic ribbon to her arm." Fleet led them to a lake at the far east end of the arena, simply saying, "After the competition begins, the red of the magic ribbon will turn green." And then left. And watched Fleet's retreating figure. The assessment shouldn't start for a while. Bourne looked around at the surroundings. They had a large lake behind them, a small hill in front, and the lakeshore was relatively flat with good visibility, but they didn't see any other teams. Angela asked, "Where do we go next?" Bourne thought for a moment. "We need to get at least 10 magic belts first, that way our score won't be too low." Annie nodded, pointing in the direction Fleet had left. "How about we head that way? That's the way back to the foot of the mountain. We should run into a lot of teams there." Just then Naven suddenly spoke up, Can we go that way?" He pointed southeast, and was curious, "Why go there?" Naven's voice was barely a whisper. I heard there's a very secluded cave over there." "Oh." Bourne immediately became interested. "That's great. We just want a secluded place. We eliminate 10 teams nearby first, then hide in that cave until the assessment is over." And clapped her hands. "Great. Great. Naven, you're amazing." Naven blushed and scratched his head, remaining silent. A short while later, a beep came from Annie's belt, the pale red belt turning green. "It's starting," Angela said. So the group, following Naven's advice, headed east towards the lakeshore. Soon, they encountered a small team, but they weren't very strong. Annie easily dispatched them all with a single water prison spell. Naven stared in disbelief. This was the first time he witnessed Annie's power up close. The water prison's strength was comparable to a strike from a 7th-tier mage, severely impacting his common sense. Seeing Naven's astonished expression, Angela laughed. "Anna's always been like this. Her magical talent is just too high. You get used to it." After that, without any fancy maneuvering, they charged straight through, seizing 3 magic belts in quick succession, before arriving at a forest. The forest wasn't dense, so they weren't worried about ambushes. Bourne followed behind Annie, quite relaxed. His water magic was simply too weak to be of any use. However, after using water prison a few times, Annie's magic power was gradually running low. Although she was powerful, she had only recently cultivated water magic, and her magic reserves weren't yet sufficient. "Anna, do you want to rest?" Angela asked worriedly. Annie shook her head. "I'm fine. You can handle the next one, Naven." Bourne chuckled. "Yeah, let's see your strength." Naven nodded. Okay. Next one, But before he could finish, a bolt of lightning shot out, binding him tightly. "Ah!" Naven cried out in pain, the paralyzing effect of the lightning bolt causing him to fall uncontrollably to the ground. "What's going on?" Bourne was startled. He hadn't seen anyone nearby. The 3 formed a circle, protecting Naven in the center. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning shot towards Angela. Angela let out a soft whistle. "Good." He extended one hand, using magic to create a wind shield that blocked the lightning bolt. The person who released the lightning bolt was quite strong, but Angela was now at the peak of the 3rd tier. His wind shield was strong enough to defend against the attack. Bourne's eyes flashed, and he immediately pointed in a direction. "They're over there." In the direction Bourne pointed, there was a large rock. Suddenly, 2 people sprang out from behind it, rushing towards Annie, seemingly intent on snatching the magical ribbon from her arm. Bourne snorted coldly, his toes barely touching the ground, as he landed in front of Annie. The 2 men completely disregarded Bourne. His performance of 61 points in the 3rd level had apparently lulled them into a false sense of security. However, while Bourne couldn't use water magic to harm them, his own strength was formidable. Even without magic, they were no match for him. He suddenly picked up a wooden stick from somewhere, and swung it down on their heads. The 2 men were startled. It was too late to unleash their magic. Each took the blow, groaned, and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. At this moment, Naven, having broken free of Thunderlock's control, stood up and witnessed this scene, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. "So there's such a simple and brutal way to fight." Bourne chuckled. These 2 weren't their captains, so their captain must still be hiding behind that rock. He shouted, "Angela, shoot them." Angela immediately released her magic, conjuring 5 wind arrows, and unleashed a barrage of fire at the rock. With a deafening roar, stone chips flew everywhere, and 2 figures burst out from behind the rock, scattering in opposite directions. Oh! They know how to split up and run away. Bourne winked at Annie. Annie understood, extending a hand in one direction and casting a water prison. Instantly, a vast surge of water magic erupted, binding one of them tightly, rendering him immobile. Bourne, like an arrow released from a bow, dashed towards another person. His speed was incredible, almost comparable to Angela when she unleashed her wind wings, and he quickly arrived behind the boy. The boy turned around in terror, his face filled with disbelief. Bourne gave him no chance to react, striking him squarely on the head with his club. With a loud thud, the boy's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the Magic Academy's training ground, a huge water-based magic mirror displayed the scene of Bourne knocking the boy unconscious with his club. A hush fell over the scene. Douglas gave a wry smile. As a magician, he actually used a wooden stick to knock someone's head over heels. Mamie shook her head. It's a disgrace to us magicians. What's the difference between this and a street brawl? Rafe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This kid is really something. Don't think he can win the competition with just a stick. That's a skill in itself. Douglas nodded. He had no other choice. With his water prison, it wouldn't even be enough to bathe someone. Mamie frowned. Is he really okay with the third round? With that level of magic strength, he should have been eliminated. Rafe said, Don't be so rigid, okay? If this kid can get good grades in other subjects, what does this one mistake prove? Who are you calling rigid? Mamie's face darkened. Rafe curled his lip. What's wrong? You're so rigid, you won't let others say anything? Mommy trembled with anger, her magic became unstable, and the huge water elemental mirror in the sky rippled. Douglas quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, stop arguing. The eye of the earth is going to shatter. Mommy took a deep breath, stabilizing her magic, and glared fiercely at Rafe. You just wait. After this assessment, we have a duel. Rafe wasn't afraid at all. Fine, let's fight. I never been afraid of anyone. On the field, Nathan was completely stunned. The three teams he encountered before weren't very strong, but this team had 2 third-tier mages and 2 second-tier mages, and they were even using an ambush, yet they still couldn't defeat Annie and her team. More importantly, Bourne's unique fighting style, rushing in with a wooden stick and randomly banging things around, without any strategy or magic, completely overturned his understanding of magic. Bourne, stick in hand, grinning with his large teeth, walked up to him. Hee, how about that? I'm pretty good, right? Whoever praises themselves. Annie pouted. Angela counted the magic ribbons in her hands. Now we have 4 magic ribbons. Let's grab 6 more, then we go into the cave. However, their luck turned around, and they encountered 3 second-tier magical beasts at once. This finally gave Naven a chance to act. Being a lightning attribute user, he released lightning locks to trap the beasts, after which Angela and Bourne delivered the fatal blow. Angela naturally used wind arrows, while Bourne still used a large wooden club, breaking one half of it along the way, making Naven grimace in disbelief. Afterwards, 3 more teams fell into their clutches. Annie had gotten enough rest, so her water prison easily dealt with these 3 teams. Bourne glanced at the spoils in Angela's hands. I think that's enough. Let's go to the cave now, so we don't run into Troy and his men. And agreed. Naven, we're counting on you to lead the way. Naven hesitated for a moment, then nodded, pointing in a direction. The cave, it's over there. He started walking, and Annie and the others followed without hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the cave. From the outside, it was impossible to tell it was a cave. The entrance was completely hidden by lush vegetation, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. If Naven hadn't led the way, they would never have known there was a cave there. Annie exclaimed in surprise, Naven, how did you know about this place? Naven hesitated, stammering, I heard it from someone. Actually, he didn't know the exact location of the cave either. He had searched in the general direction given by the man in white robes. There was a series of very subtle markings along the way, and Naven had found the cave by following these markings. Let's not delay, let's go in. I just brought some food. We stay here until tomorrow afternoon, Bourne said. The soul-severing blade had already merged into his body when he used the possession technique, so the rule against carrying magical items in the assessment was useless to him. Of course, he wouldn't use the soul-severing blade in battle. He only used its internal space to store some items. The group pushed aside the dense vegetation at the cave entrance and entered the cave. It was pitch black inside, and they couldn't see anything. Annie and Angela immediately released their magic, and with the faint light emitted by their magic, they could see their surroundings a little better. There's nothing here, perfect for us, Angela said. Look! Bourne took 2 more steps forward. This cave goes further in, and it seems quite deep. Annie also walked over, looking at the dark path ahead, and asked Naven, "Do you know where this leads?" However, no one answered her question. She looked back, puzzled, but Naven was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 103. Naven's gone! Anne exclaimed. Bourne and Angela also realized what was happening and looked around, but Naven wasn't there. Couldn't he have come in? Bourne wondered. I didn't notice him either. He's so barely noticeable, Angela said, preparing to leave the cave to look for him. But just then, a loud boom echoed, and the entire cave shook. Bourne quickly pulled in close, shouting, "Angela, come back." Angela sensed the danger and quickly retreated back into the cave. As soon as she returned to Bourne's side, soil and rocks began to fall from the cave ceiling, and a massive boulders cascaded down, completely blocking the entrance. Seeing the danger, Bourne said, "We need to get further and quickly. This place is going to collapse." Angela released a wind shield, protecting the 3 of them, and they walked deeper into the cave. After about 100 meters, they were finally safe. However, the entrance to the cave had completely collapsed, burying them underground. Bourne frowned, tapping on the rubble blocking the exit. "No, it's too thick. We can't break through. We can only dig out little by little. If we encounter rocks, we have to blast them, which might cause an even bigger collapse." "Then what do we do?" Angela asked anxiously. "This must have been done by that brat Naven. Why would he do such a thing?" Bourne shook his head. "We can't be sure yet. He just hasn't entered the cave, making him the prime suspect. But he couldn't have caused such a massive landslide." And nodded. "Yes, whoever did it, our priority is to find a way out." Bourne looked back, a thought striking him. Now that there was no one else around, his undead status no longer needed to be a secret. He lightly tapped his finger, releasing a burst of soulfire power, a pale blue flame popping from his fingertip. And Angela watched him curiously as he took 2 more steps deeper into the cave, carefully observing the state of the soulfire. Suddenly, the soulfire flickered and lunged forward. Bourne's expression brightened. "There's a path over there. Let's go in," he exclaimed, leading the way deeper into the cave. And Angela exchanged a glance and followed. Outside the cave, a group of people stood on a small hill, looking at the completely transformed cave before them. Their expressions were all joyful, except for one person, whose face was filled with sorrow. Naven did a good job." Guy laughed. "He doesn't know who we are, does he?" A white-robed youth said, "He doesn't know. I even covered my face when I went to see him." Yuli bit his lip. "This isn't right. That wasn't our plan. We agreed to bring Anna out." Guy's face darkened. "Are you out of your mind? Anna is just a commoner. Even with her talent, it doesn't change her identity. If she's dead, she's dead." Yuli was dissatisfied but dared not say anything more, secretly praying, "Anna, I'm sorry. Please don't let anything happen to you." A purple-robed girl giggled. She was sweet-looking, and her features bore a resemblance to Griva's. "Never mind them. We need to hurry and collect the magic belts, so we don't fall behind." Guy asked, "Lavi, are you sure your shielding magic is okay?" Lady shook her purple robe and took out a shattered magic stone. "Don't worry, Weisteen Mommy's Eye of the Earth won't shine here for about an hour." Guy nodded. "That's good, let's go." Yuri hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What about Naven?" He pointed to a figure curled up on the ground at the cave entrance, sobbing. Lavi glanced at him disdainfully. "Who cares what he's doing? He doesn't have any magic belts." Guy urged, "Let's go, he's no longer of any use. Kenan, give him the money later and tell him to keep his mouth shut." Kenan, the white-robed youth, smiled slightly. "No problem, this guy is very obedient." The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At this moment, Naven knelt before the cave, covering his face and sobbing softly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm so sorry, sob sob sob." His body trembled slightly. He thought back to how happy he had been since meeting Annie and the others. He had food and drink, Keller had even provided him with shelter, and they hadn't rejected him, ostracized him, or bullied him, but treated him as an equal. And now, he had done something irreversible. He had betrayed Annie and the others' trust and help. "I don't deserve this treatment from you. I'm a scumbag. I'm not human." Sob sob sob. Then, Bourne's words echoed in his mind again, "You are our partner." Naven's eyes snapped open, his fists clenched, and his teeth gritted. "No! I can't do this. I can't be so selfish. I have to get them out." But the cave had completely collapsed, the entrance unrecognizable, blocked by two massive boulders. Naven tried to break the rocks with his lightning bolt, but it was futile, a drop in the ocean. He knew he couldn't rescue Annie and the others on his own. He was frantic, but utterly helpless. Suddenly, he remembered his location, right on the edge of the arena. Further into the mountains, he thought he might find a proctor nearby. With that thought, Naven didn't hesitate any longer and immediately sprinted towards the edge of the arena. As expected, less than 15 minutes later, he encountered a proctor. Flit! Teacher! Teacher! Something terrible has happened! Naven cried out. Fleet stopped, looking at him with a puzzled expression. What is it? Where are your teammates? Naven, panting heavily, said urgently, They're trapped in a cave. Fleet's expression remained unchanged. A cave? Where would we find a cave on our field? Get to the assessment, don't wander off. Naven panicked, stammering, I'm not lying. They. But before he could finish, Fleet turned to leave, and Naven grabbed his robe. Fleet's face turned cold as he said, Let go. Naven trembled and slowly released his grip. Fleet snorted and walked away without looking back. Naven stood there, stunned. What was going on? Why was his teacher ignoring him? Why was he indifferent to his student's predicament? But now was not the time to think about these things. He shook his head, his eyes regaining their resolve, and ran in another direction. He had to find other teachers, until someone was willing to help him. Inside the cave, Annie and the others traversed a long passageway and came to a fork in the road. There were 3 paths ahead, and they stopped, unsure which to take. Brother Born, what should we do? Annie asked. Born scratched his head, then released his soul fire again. The soul fire flickered and pointed towards the middle path. Angela asked curiously, Why does your soul fire have a guiding function? Born smiled wryly, It doesn't have a guiding function. It's because soul fire is formed from the power of death, and it has a natural attraction to living things, so it tends to gravitate towards areas with stronger life force. Oh! Angela explained in understanding. So, this passageway leads to areas with more life force? Born nodded. This entire area is now being used as an examination hall by our Magic Academy. If there are any living things, they must be from our academy. And said, Could it be a magical beast? Born smiled. Even if it's a magical beast, it's not a problem. It's probably a low-level magical beast arranged by the academy. If it can enter here, it means it has a way out. With that, he walked into the middle passageway. Annie and Angela exchanged a glance and followed him in. This time, the situation in the passageway was quite different from before. Various animal bones were scattered on the ground, most of them broken, as if they had been gnawed on. Born's brow furrowed. This seemed different from his previous assumptions. Angela's voice trembled slightly. There wouldn't be any powerful magical beasts here, would there? Annie grasped her hand. No, Katniss already said that the magical beasts in the Noxian Mountains aren't very high level. The stronger ones hide deep within. This area is on the outskirts. High-level magical beasts don't live here. Even if there were before, the teachers would have driven them away. The group continued walking, when suddenly, Angela seemed to be entangled by something. Ouch! What's this? Born quickly returned to check and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, it's just some spider web. I get rid of it for you. He was about to use soulfire to burn it, when he suddenly remembered that Angela wasn't undead and couldn't withstand the soulfire's heat, so he used his hands to pull it off. As soon as he pulled, Born sensed something was wrong. This seemed much tougher than ordinary spider webs. Born used a lot of strength to tear this small piece of web off Angela. Born examined the tangled spider web in his hand closely. What the hell is this? Annie leaned closer. Why does this spiderweb feel so familiar? Born released his soulfire power, placing the spiderweb on the flames to burn. The spiderweb writhed rapidly, but after a while, there was no sign of it being burned through. Born was startled. His soulfire power could even burn through the demonic vines of the underworld. What was the origin of this spiderweb? Suddenly, a sound came from ahead, tap tap tap. What's that sound? Angela looked ahead in terror. Annie was also frightened, gripping Born's arm tightly. Born gave a wry smile. You're not even afraid of a dead man like me. Why would you be afraid of this? With the help of their magic, Born and Angela emitted a faint glow, barely enough to see about 5 meters ahead of the cave. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared, startling all three. What's that? Angela asked. Born, mustering his courage, stepped forward and chuckled. Nothing, just a little spider. Looks like it spun some silk. With that, he stomped on it, crushing the tiny spider into a pulp with a soft crack. Annie and Angela followed, seeing the spider Bourne had crushed. It was only the size of a thumb, entirely black, covered in fine, short hairs, and quite ugly. Let's go, let's explore further. Bourne beckoned. Annie and Angela practically clung to each other, with Bourne leading the way. Although the visibility was only 5 meters, it was enough for them to move slowly. Suddenly, a crack sounded as Bourne stepped on something, like bones breaking. He looked down, and saw it was a human skull. Annie also witnessed the scene. There's a human here? Bourne crouched down and discovered it was a complete human corpse. His skull was crushed by his foot, but the body remained intact. The human was completely devoid of flesh, just like the original Bourne. He was dressed in magnificent clothes, though tattered. The expensive fabric and fine craftsmanship were evident. A piece of parchment lay beside him. Bourne picked it up and saw it was a map. However, the map was incomplete, partially corroded by something unknown, making its direction unreadable. Annie joined the group, curiously examining the map. Suddenly, she pointed to a point and asked, "Isn't this the lake where the cave entrance is?" Bourne paused, then looked closely. It did indeed appear to be the lake, meaning the rest of the mountain range was somewhere else. Why had this person come to the cave? Or had he not come voluntarily? But now the other person was just a pile of bones, unable to answer his question. Tap, tap, tap. The strange sound returned. "Are there more spiders?" Angela asked. Having learned from his previous experience, Bourne wasn't afraid anymore. He boldly stepped forward, intending to crush the spider. However, because he walked too fast, Annie and Angela were left behind, quickly losing track of Bourne. "Brother Bourne, slow down," Annie called out. "Ha ha ha, it's all right, come quick, I already crushed the little spider." Bourne's voice came from ahead. Annie and her companion quickly ran over, and soon spotted Bourne. He pointed to 3 small black dots on the ground and said, "Look, I stomped on 3 more. Looks like there are quite a few of these little spiders here." Annie complained, "Don't run so fast. We almost lost you." Bourne chuckled, "Don't worry, there's only one path. Where could I possibly run to? Besides, I notice my soul fire is reacting more strongly, which means we find a way out soon." However, after Bourne finished speaking, he didn't receive a happy response from Annie and her companion. He looked at them strangely, only to see them staring at him with terrified expressions. He touched his face and looked at himself. There was nothing to be afraid of. "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, a drop of unknown liquid landed on him. He touched it and examined it closely. The liquid was dark green, sticky, and had a foul odor. Bourne swallowed hard, slowly raised his head, and looked up. Chapter 104. Holy crap! Bourne's eyes widened. A huge spider. Aya! Aya! Annie and Angela screamed too. Roar ah! A gigantic spider stood behind Bourne, roaring. Its body filled the entire cave, its 2 enormous fangs scraping together, making a clicking sound. 8 large eyes on its head stared intently at the tiny humans below. It slowly straightened its upper body and slammed down. Bourne dodged, and with a loud thud, the spider's forelimbs slammed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Bourne rolled to Annie's side, yelling, "Run!" Annie and Angela didn't hesitate and immediately turned to run. However, the clicking sounds increased. Through the dim light, they saw countless small spiders surging out from all directions, crawling towards them. "We're doomed. We entered a spider's nest," Bourne exclaimed, glancing at Annie and her companion, who were frantically running away. Their faces were pale with fear, filled with terror and helplessness. Bourne quickly shouted, "Don't just run. We're mages." Annie and her companion were startled, but quickly realized what was happening. Annie swiftly unleashed a water prison, instantly trapping a large number of small spiders, but it had little effect on the large spider. The large spider roared, a surge of black energy erupting from its body, instantly shattering Annie's water prison. "What?" Bourne exclaimed in shock. This is the power of death. And also sensed the intense aura of death. She frowned and took 2 steps back, saying, "This giant spider is at least a 7th-tier magical beast, perhaps even an 8th-tier one. My water prison can't hold it." Bourne was startled. He didn't possess Annie's formidable attack power. This giant spider was about 4 levels stronger than him, far exceeding his capabilities. Angela cried anxiously, No matter how fast we run, it's a dead end." "What do we do?" Bourne gritted his teeth. "There's no other way. We have to run. Aren't there 2 other routes?" "Let's check those." The 3 ran frantically. Due to the giant spider's enormous size, It struggled to move through the narrow passages and couldn't catch up quickly. However, the smaller spiders were swift and soon caught up. Annie prepared to unleash another water prison, but Angela stopped her. "Miss, conserve your magic. Only you have the power to fight the giant spider right now." Annie nodded and asked, "What about these smaller spiders?" Bourne chuckled, "My water prison isn't very powerful, but my bone spikes are." As he spoke, wisps of black energy emanated from his body, condensing into bone spikes in the air. Since they were for dealing with the smaller spiders, Bourne adjusted the spikes to be smaller, allowing him to release more of them. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The small bone spikes shot backwards like they were free. A large number of the smaller spiders were instantly killed. "How about that? Not bad, right?" Bourne raised an eyebrow. Annie's eyes sparkled. "Wow, is this bone spur? Can I learn it?" At that moment, Dao Quang, through the soul channel between Bourne and Annie, spoke in her mind, "Little girl, you can't learn it now. Although it's a beginner-level spell, you still need a magic scroll to learn it." Hearing Dao Quang's words, Annie was immediately disappointed, but his next words brightened her mood. "But don't be disappointed. Your joining the Magic Academy is practically a done deal now. If you can escape from here, obtaining these basic spells from the Academy's magical source will be incredibly easy." Bourne shouted, "This isn't the time for that." Soon, they returned to the fork in the road. This time, they chose the left passage, the spiders hot on their heels, rushing into it. However, the left passage was more spacious. Once inside, the giant spider moved even faster, quickly closing in on the three. A fierce glint flashed in the spider's 8 large eyes. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing a large, white web covered in green slime towards the three. Bourne immediately channeled his magic, his right hand flashing out, and a bone shield materialized before him. The massive net abruptly enveloped the bone shield, hissing and corroding, and soon dissolved it completely. "This thing works just like the disintegration ray," Bourne shouted, turning and running. However, as they ran, they suddenly burst into an underground palace. The palace was vast and empty, stretching as far as the eye could see. Countless enormous luminous pearls shimmered with a pale blue light, illuminating the entire underground chamber. The three of them froze, mouths agape, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Before them lay a staircase hundreds of meters long, constructed from massive, stacked stones, each a meter high, seemingly undesigned for humans. However, there was no time for their surprise. The giant spider behind them was closing in. Bourne shouted, "Don't stand there. Let's go!" With that, he jumped down the first step, scooped Annie up, and Angela immediately unleashed her magical wind wings, flying into the air. "Wow, that's amazing!" Bourne exclaimed, looking at Angela with admiration. However, as he prepared to descend the second step, he noticed that the spiders hadn't followed. He looked back in confusion, only to see the spiders remaining at the entrance to the dungeon, hissing incessantly. The giant spider, in particular, had 8 enormous eyes that darted about, radiating a chilling killing intent, yet it dared not step into the dungeon, as if something terrifying lay within. Although puzzled, since the spiders hadn't pursued them, that was for the best. Bourne didn't linger, and continued leading Annie down the steps one by one. After ascending a long staircase, they arrived before an ancient and grand hall. The hall's entrance alone was hundreds of feet high, with 3 large characters inscribed above it, "The Hall of Broken Earth." Angela descended from the sky, her mouth agape, staring at the colossal structure before her. What is this place?" The three exchanged bewildered glances. With their limited knowledge, they had no idea where they were. However, one of them was a knowledgeable soul entity. "Blade Madman. Teacher, do you know where this is?" Bourne asked. Blade Madman remained silent for a long time before speaking in a trembling voice filled with excitement. "If I'm not mistaken, this is..." "What is it?" Bourne and Annie asked simultaneously. "It's the place where the earth-shattering heavenly soul is sealed." "What?" Bourne exclaimed in surprise. Annie, however, didn't know what the earth-shattering heavenly soul was and remained puzzled. "Teacher, is this true?" Bourne asked. "Is it the heavenly soul that can advance the soul fusion stage?" "Exactly," Dao Quang said. "Legend has it that the earth-shattering heavenly soul is sealed underground, and I never expected it to be here." Bourne suddenly realized something and pulled out a map from his pocket, the same tattered map he had found on a human skeleton when he entered. 4 characters were written in the center of the map. The last 2 characters were corroded and illegible, but the first 2 were clearly visible, earth-shattering. It wasn't hard to guess. The last 2 characters must be Heavenly Soul. This map was clearly a treasure map to the place where the earth-shattering Heavenly Soul was sealed. Bourne was astonished. It seemed that someone had come here before, trying to find the earth-shattering heavenly soul, but had failed. However, he immediately noticed a strange pattern drawn before the words earth-shattering heavenly soul on the map. Bourne looked at it from left to right, but couldn't figure out what it was. Annie, sitting opposite him, pointed to the pattern and said, "Doesn't this look a bit like that giant spider?" Bourne slapped his thigh, flipped the map over, and sure enough, it was a giant spider, but there weren't just one, there were two. One big and one small. Bourne pondered for a moment. The big one must be the 7th-tier spider monster, right? And the small one could be the smaller spiders? Annie nodded. That should be it. Bourne exclaimed excitedly, "Then we already passed the level. This must be earth-shattering heavenly soul. Let's go in and take a look." "Wait." Just then, Dao Quang suddenly called out to Bourne. "What is it, teacher?" Bourne stopped in his tracks, asking in confusion. Dao Quang's voice slowly rang out. "Logically speaking, the heavenly soul guardian beast's strength shouldn't be so weak. There's something strange about this." "Weak strength?" Bourne was speechless. He ignored Dao Quang's words and stepped into the hall. Dao Quang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. As Bourne's foot stepped into the hall, a loud boom resounded, as if some kind of restriction had been triggered, and the entire hall shook 3 times. Bourne stood there nervously, not daring to move. However, after a while, nothing happened. He breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, saying, "Come on. There should be nothing here." Annie and Angela exchanged a glance, nodded, and followed him into the hall. The grand hall, like the previous staircase, was constructed from single, massive, unidentified black stones. At its center was a circular magical symbol, and the surrounding walls were adorned with various strange scenes. After observing for a while, Bourne realized that this appeared to be the entire process of the earth-shattering soul's birth and sealing. It was clear that the earth-shattering soul was born during a cataclysmic event, roaming the heavens and earth, bringing disaster wherever it went, and causing countless deaths. Ultimately, 7 powerful gods sealed it underground, preventing it from further ravaging the world. The scene ended there, but Bourne's questions remained. Since the earth-shattering soul was so powerful, why didn't the 7 gods claim its power for themselves? As if sensing Bourne's confusion, Dao Quang stepped forward and explained, "This mural doesn't fully depict the history of the earth-shattering heavenly soul. It had 3 masters. Its last master was sealed underground with it, and after so many years, it's likely its soul and spirit have perished." Bourne was shocked. Who could possibly be suppressed by 7 gods working together? Just then, a strange power quietly wrapped around the 3 of them. Bourne shuddered. He was extremely sensitive to this power. It was the power of death. He cried out in alarm, simultaneously releasing his soul fire to fight against it. But the power was far too strong. Soon, the 3 were completely enveloped. Only then did Bourne clearly see what was on him. Countless spider silks, invisible even to the naked eye. "Oh no, could it be that giant spider is chasing us again?" Angela exclaimed in alarm. She desperately tried to activate her wind magic, but to no avail. Even Annie was now firmly bound, unable to break free whether using the power of death or water magic. "No, this isn't that giant spider. It doesn't have this much power." Annie cried out in terror. Just as they struggled desperately, from a dark corner of the hall, 8 large eyes, like 8 luminous pearls, flashed with a blood-red light. This colossal creature slowly emerged from the shadows. First to appear were long legs covered in white bristles, then black fangs dripping with green sap, and then 8 large eyes gleaming with blood-red light. It was an even larger spider. This spider was 3 times larger than the previous one, its terrifying aura completely stunning the 3, even their breath caught in their throats. Bound by its silk, they couldn't move, forced to watch helplessly as the giant spider slowly approached. The spider's fangs scraped together, making a clicking sound, like the footsteps of death. "Brother Bourne, I don't want to die." Annie's voice trembled with tears. Bourne gritted his teeth. In this situation, he didn't know what to do either. Finally, the giant spider reached them, raising its 2 forelegs and extending them towards Bourne. Bourne closed his eyes in despair. It seemed all 3 of them were about to become the spider's meal. However, the next moment, the giant spider lifted Bourne up completely, spewing out even more silk, wrapping him up layer upon layer. Annie screamed, It's packing me up." Bourne was tossed and turned like a toy in the giant spider's hands, quickly wrapped up into a giant dumpling and tossed aside. Next were Annie and Angela. None of the 3 escaped. They were all wrapped up and hung from the ceiling of the main hall. Bound inside, Bourne clearly felt a corrosive power emanating from the spider's silk, slowly seeping into his body. He was devastated, unable to believe that participating in a Magic Academy's entrance exam could cost him his life. You brat, I told you to wait, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know you were wrong, right? Dao Quang's voice suddenly rang out. Born, his face contorted with grief, said, I'm sorry, teacher, I was wrong. Is there any way to get me out of here? Dao Quang snorted, Of course I have a way, but I won't tell you so easily. I teach you a lesson you won't forget. Chapter 105. Upon hearing that Dao Quang had a solution, Born felt a sense of relief. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Please tell me quickly. Humph, it's not that simple. You should reflect on your actions first. Born shouted, 50 soul fires. Dao Quang was silent for a moment. Although you were wrong, Annie, and the others were innocent. I saved you because of them. Reflect on your actions when you get back. Born immediately expressed his gratitude. Okay, teacher, thank you, teacher. I will definitely reflect on my actions. Dao Quang then slowly said, This spider is called the cave demon spider, a kind of undead creature. It shouldn't be here, but I suspect it was brought here by one of the 7 gods to guard this place. That big spider from before should be the cave demon spider. The true guardian beast of the heavenly soul is likely still dormant underground, and hasn't truly awakened yet. It only unleashed the power of the 10th level of the origin transformation realm just now. What? Born exclaimed in surprise. The 10th level of the origin transformation realm is only in a dormant state. Just how strong is it? Dao Quang didn't answer his question. What you need to do now is wait for it to fall asleep again, then break free of the spider silk's bindings and escape this place quickly. Born smiled bitterly. It's so strong, even if we escape, it can still catch up and kill us. No. Dao Quang's tone was very certain. As a guardian beast, it's affected by the restrictions and can't leave this hall. Born's eyes lit up. So, the heavenly soul of the earthly soul is inside this hall? Dao Quang was speechless. Even if you knew, what could you do? With your strength, you couldn't possibly obtain the earth-shattering heavenly soul. Born thought about it, and realized it was true. But we tried it just now, and we couldn't break free of the spider silk's binding. That's because you haven't found a way, Dao Quang said. This spider silk is formed from the power of death. It's the innate magic of the cave demon spider. Others might have some difficulty breaking it, but you're different. You cultivated the soul fusion technique. Upon hearing Dao Quang's words, Born suddenly remembered that the most powerful aspect of his soul fusion technique was dissolving the power of death. Won't breaking this spider silk wake up the giant spider? Dao Quang explained, You may have noticed, but the floor of this hall has a restriction. Once someone steps on it, the restriction will be triggered, waking the cave spider. But if you don't walk on the surface. Dao Quang's reminder gave Born a sudden inspiration. Before a 10th tier Yuan level magical beast, my power is insignificant. As long as I don't trigger the restriction, I can't break its slumber. Dao Quang nodded in satisfaction. You finally got it. Then came the long wait. Born was extremely anxious. He was an undead, so he had a natural resistance to the power of death and wasn't easily corrupted. But Annie and Angela were real living people. He didn't know how long they could hold out. However, Dao Quang said the spider silk's corrosive power worked slowly, its purpose being to allow the prey to decompose more thoroughly, making it more delicious. Born was utterly speechless. It could only be said that the cave spider's twisted sense of humor had given them a hand. After about 2 hours, Born felt it was about time and released a slight amount of death energy to test the waters. The cave spider didn't react at all. Born was overjoyed and immediately activated the soul fusion technique, beginning to refine the death energy on the spider silk. Sure enough, as the blade maniac had said, the originally incredibly tough spider silk gradually softened under the effect of the soul fusion technique, and the faint corrosive power disappeared completely. Born felt it was about time, and with a swift movement, a blade slowly emerged from his mouth. The soul-severing blade. Born took the soul-severing blade from his mouth and gently sliced it across the softened, inflexible spider silk. With a rip, the silk was easily cut open. He struggled to pry open the cut and crawled out of the giant cocoon. Only then did he realize that there weren't just the 3 of them hanging from the ceiling of the hall, but a dense mass of hundreds. But it's unclear whether what's wrapped inside these giant cocoons is human. Even if it is, after so many years, it would have been reduced to a pool of blood. Born, through soul communication, located the giant cocoon where Annie was. Annie, wait a moment. I'd get you out right away. Annie replied, Brother Born, I'm fine. This corrosive power can't hurt me for now. You go save Sister Angela first. Knife Maniac also said, Little Annie is right. You two are quite familiar with the power of death, and have a certain resistance. But Angela is different. I estimate that by now, her magic power should be exhausted. Born nodded. Fortunately, the newly made giant cocoons had clean, white spider silk with very little dirt, while the old giant cocoons were filthy, with some unknown liquid overflowing and dripping onto the ground. The only remaining giant cocoon containing Annie, and the other two, is the one with the most recent find. Now that Born has successfully emerged and Annie's cocoon has been found, the last one left is naturally Angela. Born hugged the giant cocoon tightly, shaking it as he moved from one cocoon to another until he reached the one encasing Angela. He slowly circulated the soul fusion technique, gradually refining the death energy on the spider silk. Once it reached a certain point, he carefully made a cut in the silk. Born reached into the cocoon and quickly touched Angela, but she didn't react. He knew something was wrong. He quickly clamped the cocoon between his legs and used both hands to pull Angela out. With a plop, Angela's head emerged first. Her eyes were gleaming, and her face was covered in green slime. Fortunately, she was still breathing, so she seemed to be out of danger. Angela! Angela! Wake up! Born called softly twice and patted her face, but she still didn't respond. Born was anxious. Teacher, what do we do? She's unconscious, I can't take her away. Dao Quang said, it's alright. You already eliminated the corrosive power, there's no danger. You can go save Annie now. Born nodded and immediately turned back to Annie's giant cocoon. He activated the soul fusion technique again and quickly opened a gap in the cocoon. And wasn't significantly affected, her consciousness remained clear, and she crawled out of the cocoon on her own. However, when she emerged, Born froze, and wiped the sticky substance from her face, and looked at Born in confusion. What's wrong? Is there still something on my face? Born shook his head, and took a set of clothes from the soul-severing blade, handing it to her, and was startled, looking down to see that her clothes had been corroded into strips by the slime. She blushed, took the clothes, and put them on. The clothes belonged to Keller, so they were men's, and Annie looked strangely cute in them. Born chuckled, pinching her cheek. What are you afraid of? I'm your summoned undead, and you saw me naked before. And glared at him. What's so interesting about your skeleton? Then, Born carried Annie on his back, returning to the giant cocoon where Angela was. Angela was still unconscious, only her head sticking out of the cocoon. I was afraid she'd fall, so I only dared to pull her head out. But the corrosive power is gone now. The task is to find a way to wake her up, Born said. Annie checked Angela's condition and, seeing she wasn't seriously injured, whispered in her ear, Sister Angela, I'm hungry. Born was speechless. He was about to say something when Angela suddenly opened her eyes. Just as she was about to cry out, Annie quickly covered her mouth. Born slapped his forehead. Angela's protectiveness of Annie had become muscle memory. Annie gestured for her to be quiet, and Angela nodded. Annie whispered, come out first. Hearing this, Angela, with Born's help, struggled to emerge from the giant cocoon. However, when she emerged, both Annie and Born gasped in surprise. Then, Annie covered Born's eyes with her hand. It turned out that Angela's condition was worse than Annie's. Her clothes had been completely corroded by the slime, leaving her practically naked, her cleavage barely visible. Angela blushed, but there was nothing she could do in the situation. Then she noticed Annie's clothes, and looked at her teasingly. And also blushed and asked Born, Brother Born, do you have any more clothes? Born gave a wry smile, I do, but they might be a little too small. Angela said, blushing, it's okay. Born took out another set of Keller's clothes from his soul-severing blade. Although the clothes were a bit small, they could at least cover her vital parts. Then, Born briefly explained their current situation. They couldn't land on the ground, and could only slowly glide to the entrance of the hall using these giant cocoons. Angela asked, can I use the wind wings magic? Born was taken aback. He really couldn't answer that question, and could only ask the blade maniac for help. Dao Quang thought for a moment and said, it's best not to use it, because the vibrations from other elemental magic might attract the attention of the cave spiders. Reluctantly, they could only resort to the most rudimentary method. Fortunately, these giant cocoons were extremely sturdy, and no matter how much the three shook them, they wouldn't break. After a while, they finally arrived at the entrance of the main hall, but here they encountered another problem. They saw nothing but emptiness ahead, not a single giant cocoon remained, and there was still at least 100 meters to the entrance of the main hall. What should we do? Angela asked. Born frowned. Teacher, are you sure this cave spider won't leave the main hall? Dao Quang was a little unsure. I'm just guessing. Born took a deep breath. Then I can only pin my hopes on your guess. You? What are you going to do? Dao Quang sensed something was wrong. But Born ignored him and instead asked Angela, Angela, can you fly out directly? Angela nodded. Although I don't have much magic left, flying out is no problem, but I can't take you with me. Born then asked Annie, you should be able to cast a bone spear without any problem, right? Annie nodded as well. Not just one, 10 is no problem. Good. Born pointed ahead. Wait for my command. I count to 3, and you two will cast your spells together. We rush out of the hall as fast as we can. Annie hesitated. But my bone spear. Before she could finish, Born interrupted her. It's all right. Don't forget I'm an undead. Seeing Born's determination, Annie nodded heavily and said nothing more. Is everything ready? Born's eyes gleamed as he looked towards the exit. Annie and Angela answered in unison, ready. Born took a deep breath and slowly spoke. 1, 2, 3, go! Angela and Annie simultaneously channeled their magic. A pair of wings suddenly sprouted from Angela's back, and with a gentle flap, she took flight, rushing swiftly towards the hall's entrance. Meanwhile, a bone spear shrouded in deathly aura materialized before Annie, its powerful force causing the surrounding space to hiss. Born gritted his teeth, grabbing the bone spear with one hand. The flesh on his hand was instantly shredded by the deathly power of the spear, but a piece of bone remained, clinging tightly to the spear. Annie cried out, Brother Born. Born shouted, Don't worry about me, Fire. Annie bit her lower lip, wrapped her arms around Born's neck, and with a squeeze, the bone spear shot out with a whoosh, carrying both Born and in towards the hall's entrance. But the commotion eventually awakened the slumbering cave spider. Its 8 giant eyes snapped open simultaneously, a crimson beam of killing intent shooting directly at the fleeing trio. Born felt the chilling killing intent behind him and cried out, Not good. He channeled his magic, casting an invisibility spell, instantly vanishing from sight. The cave spider, suddenly losing one of its targets, froze. In that short time, the 3 had successfully escaped outside the hall. Born appeared in midair, grabbed Annie from behind, and hurled her away, shouting, Angela. Catch her. Angela, hearing this, flew forward. Her strength had increased significantly recently, so carrying an 8-year-old girl was no problem. She easily caught Annie and landed steadily. Born, however, crashed heavily to the ground. Although he used his bone shield for protection, he suffered multiple fractures, including a broken neck. The cave spider roared angrily and, with its 8 long legs, sped towards the hall entrance. Angela was shocked and quickly helped Born up with Annie, running towards the distance, but Born was now like a limp rag doll, impossible to lift. As the cave spider drew ever closer, Angela grew increasingly anxious, making it harder and harder to lift Born. Finally, she closed her eyes, resigned to being cocooned by the giant spider. However, after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Angela slowly opened one eye and saw the cave spider roaring angrily at the entrance of the hall, swaying back and forth, baring its fangs and claws, yet daring not to step out of the dilapidated hall. What's going on? Angela's mouth dropped open, frozen in place. Chapter 106. Born breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed his gamble had paid off. The cave spider was affected by the restriction, and couldn't leave the main hall. They were safe for the time being. But Angela still struggled to bring the 2 of them away from the ruined temple, and grabbed Born's hand, her heart aching at his injuries. Brother Born, how are you? Born shook his head and smiled, I'm fine. Don't forget, I'm a dead man. As he spoke, his bones cracked and popped as the deathly power within his soul fire slowly set his broken bones, and his injuries gradually healed. Angela's eyes widened. You undead have a truly unique way of healing. In no time, Born's injuries had mostly healed. He could at least walk on his own without Angela's help. What do we do now? Angela asked. Born's voice was calm and unhurried. We can't go back to the Broken Earth Palace. Let's go back the way we came. We've been here so long, the academy teachers should have noticed our abnormality, and are probably already starting a rescue operation. Angela was still a little shaken. But there's still a giant spider on the way. Sister Angela. Annie called out, pointing towards the cave entrance. That giant spider seems to be gone. Born and Angela looked towards the cave entrance at the same time. It was indeed empty. Perhaps the giant spider thought that Annie and the others had already been eaten by the cave spiders of the Broken Earth Palace. Born said happily, That's perfect. It saves us from having to go through all that trouble. Let's hurry. The 3 of them continued along the original passageway, and indeed, they didn't encounter any more spiders, which relieved them. When they reached the blocked cave entrance, they found it was still blocked, but they could now clearly hear clanging and banging sounds outside. "Hurry up, all of you!" Rafe shouted. Flit, sweating profusely, said with a pained expression, "Vice Dean, they've been buried down there for most of the day. They might already be dead. Let's just give up." Rafe's eyes widened, and a sharp aura emanated from him. Fleet lost his balance and fell to the ground. Rafe sneered, "You bastard, you were the first to get the news, but kept it a secret and didn't come to rescue them. I haven't even bothered you yet. And now you're spouting nonsense? Do you really think I wouldn't dare cripple you?" Mamie stepped in front of Fleet. "Rafe, if you have the energy to argue here, why don't you come and help?" Douglas also came over. "Stop arguing. Let's investigate the details after we rescue them. It's too early to draw conclusions." Rafe snorted and turned back to continue digging. Fleet hid behind Mamie, looking somewhat fearful, but a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Here! Everyone come quick!" Everyone perked up and rushed over. Rafe arrived first. "Doran, what did you find?" Doran pointed to the pit he had dug in the ground. There were 2 magical ribbons there, probably dropped from Angela's hands when the cave collapsed. And below that was a huge rock. Rafe's eyebrows furrowed almost to one side. "We need to find a way to move this boulder." Doran frowned and nodded. "This boulder is just too big. If we blow it up, we might hurt them. If we don't, we simply can't move it. Leave it to me." At that moment, Mommy walked over. Rafe looked at her doubtfully. "You have a way?" Mommy glared at him, disdainfully saying, "You don't believe me when I say you're a brute? Watch me teach you a lesson." As she spoke, she placed her hand on the rock, closed her eyes slightly, and softly chanted a strange incantation. The surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees, and wisps of white mist drifted from her body. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a circle of icy blue magic spread out, cracking sounds filling the air as it froze the boulder inch by inch, until it was completely frozen into an ice block. She stood up and looked at Doran. Doran nodded, swung his hammer, and slammed it down heavily. With a crack spread out from the point of impact, and with a bang, the boulder shattered into several pieces, collapsing and revealing the cave entrance below. "It's done!" Doran shouted excitedly. The others immediately rushed forward to help, moving the rubble aside. Rafe took the lead, leaping into the cave. As soon as he entered, he saw Annie and her 2 companions, covered in mud. Overjoyed, he shouted, "Quick, someone come! I'm looking for them." The group quickly and efficiently rescued Annie and her companions from the cave and transported them directly to the Magic Academy's infirmary. Meanwhile, after a strong protest, Bourne successfully returned to the Rambeau mansion. After a doctor's examination, Annie and Angela were found to be unharmed, while Bourne suffered multiple injuries and would require some time to recover. Given the severity of the incident during the admissions assessment, the Academy canceled the ceremony and hastily announced the final results. 100 people successfully passed the assessment and were admitted, including Annie and the other 2. The Imperial Magic Academy immediately launched an investigation into the incident. Dean Douglas personally questioned Bourne and the others about the situation. The 3 had already prepared their answers, all stating that it was simply an accident, omitting any mention of Naven, the cave spider, or the Broken Earth Temple. After several days of investigation, the Imperial Magic Academy finally announced its handling of the incident. Teacher Frit was found primarily responsible for failing to address the cave's hazards during preparations, failing to take timely rescue measures after the incident, and failing to report it to the Academy. He was suspended from duty for 2 months, ordered to reflect on his actions, and forbidden from leaving the Academy. Bourne spent several days in bed, and with the help of Dao Quang, his injuries stabilized. Tomorrow is the official start of the school year, and the other students will return to the Academy today. Anne and Angela arrived at Rambeau's mansion early in the morning to visit the injured Bourne. Cadence greeted them warmly, led them to Bourne's room, and then went to prepare tea. Angela pouted, looking disgruntled. "Bourne, why won't you let us tell you about Naven? That kid betrayed us and wanted to kill us." Bourne smiled and shook his head. "It's not the right time yet. You should have heard from Doran that it was Naven who went to fetch the teacher, otherwise, we would have remained trapped in the cave for a while longer." Annie was puzzled. "If Naven really caused the collapse, why did he save us? That's the crux of the matter." Bourne stroked his chin. "We only known him for a short time, we have no conflict of interest, and we helped him in every way. He wouldn't want to harm us. There must be some reason, someone forced him to do this." "Who could it be?" Angela asked. A cold glint flashed in Bourne's eyes. "Whoever it is, I find them." Annie grabbed Bourne's hand, asking worriedly, "Never mind Naven for now, how are your injuries?" Born gave a bitter smile. "I almost went back to the netherworld, but now I'm fine. With my teacher's help, and this body having been tempered by the power of death, I'm mostly recovered. However," Annie's expression tightened. "However, what?" Born sighed. "However, this body has reached its limit. If there's no way to strengthen it, it can only last for 3 more years before shattering." "What?" Angela exclaimed. "Doesn't that mean you only have 3 years left to live?" Annie, however, keenly caught the detail in Born's words. "What kind of enhancement do you mean?" Born glanced at Annie. "According to our teacher, we need to use the magic core of a necromancer beast at the transcendent realm or higher to further enhance this body. But where are we going to find a necromancer beast's magic core at the transcendent realm?" Annie thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "There is." Born was taken aback. "What is it?" "There's a necromancer beast at the transcendent realm," Annie said decisively. "It's in that dilapidated temple." Born was speechless for a moment. "Little girl, do you know that monster is more than just at the outer Yuan realm? According to teacher, it might have reached the leading Yuan realm, or even higher. We can't possibly kill it." Annie remained unmoved. "How will we know if we don't try?" "Ha ha!" At this moment, Dao Quang laughed loudly. "Good. This little girl is indeed amazing, daring to think and act." Born asked suspiciously, "Teacher, what do you mean? Is it possible for us to defeat that monster?" Dao Quang remained non-committal. "Just like little Annie said, you can give it a try. If you can successfully obtain the earth-shattering heaven soul, maybe it really will." Born shook his head. "Teacher, don't joke around. The earth-shattering heaven soul is guarded by the cave demon spider. How can we obtain the earth-shattering heaven soul without killing it? If we can't get the earth-shattering heaven soul, we can't deal with the cave demon spider. Isn't that a vicious cycle? Who told you that obtaining the earth-shattering heaven soul requires killing the cave demon spider?" Dao Quang asked. A single word jolted Born awake, and he suddenly realized his. "So, if we bypass the cave spider and obtain the earth-shattering soul, we can turn the tables and kill the cave spider?" "Exactly." Dao Quang laughed. Born sighed. "This matter requires careful consideration. We must be fully prepared, otherwise we end up like before, wrapped up in a giant cocoon and used as food." The next day, the Imperial Magic Academy officially opened, and magic apprentices from all over the country returned to the academy to begin their first day of classes. Born arrived at the academy early as well. He and Annie were assigned to different classes. He was in Class A, with Troy and Guy, while Annie was in Class E, with Naven. Each class had 20 students, as was customary at the Magic Academy. Angela, due to her age and academic background, should have been placed in the same class as Annie. However, due to her outstanding performance in the entrance exam, she was exceptionally promoted to Class E, the previous year's class. The Magic Academy admits students every 4 years. Each student advances 1 grade after 4 years of study, and graduates after advancing 2 grades. Keller's brother, Dickel, graduated this year, and Katniss also successfully advanced to the graduating class. Angela was very nervous upon entering the academy. She didn't actually want to study directly in the previous year's class because there were 2 people she knew there: Annie's older sister, Alice, and her second brother, Carter. Fortunately, these 2 were in Class A, so they rarely encountered the students in Class E. The first day's lessons made Annie somewhat drowsy. She had learned this material when she was around 6 years old, but this time, to conceal her lack of knowledge, she had to force herself to stay awake and listen to the lessons. However, during the lecture, she noticed that Naven, sitting behind her, kept spying on her. After the incident in the cave, Naven was commended by the Academy, who awarded him the lightning-type magic core originally intended as a prize for first place. But Naven never contacted Annie and the others again, even avoiding them on the street, which fueled Annie's suspicions. After class, Annie quickly walked up to Naven. Naven, who was busy packing his belongings, froze when someone approached. Upon recognizing her, his eyes darted away. He lowered his head, picked up his things, and was about to leave when Annie grabbed his arm. "Don't you have anything to say?" Naven bit his lower lip and whispered, "You. What do you mean?" The people around him looked on curiously. They had all heard about what happened during the practical assessment, and seeing Annie challenging Naven, they were all puzzled. Wasn't Naven supposed to have saved them? Annie glanced around and whispered, "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." With that, she pulled Naven out of the classroom and onto the rooftop. Seeing that no one was around, she turned to Naven and said, "I believe you're not a bad person, but why did you do this? I want to hear the truth." Naven lowered his head, his hands twisting together. I. Annie sighed. We truly considered you a friend. We told you everything. We didn't hide anything from you. Even after it happened, we didn't report you to the headmaster. We don't blame you, but we want to know the truth. A struggle appeared in Naven's eyes. They told me not to say. Annie's eyes lit up. Who are they? Naven clutched his head, crouching on the ground in anguish. No, they won't let me say. If I say it, my grandfather will be beyond saving. I can't say. Your grandfather? Annie was taken aback. What happened to your grandfather? Naven slowly said, My grandfather has a strange illness. The village doctors can't cure him. They said they can find a doctor in the capital to treat him. Annie suddenly understood. She took a deep breath and said calmly, Naven, do you know that Keller is the young master of the prestigious Rambeau family, one of the most powerful families in the empire? We can promise that if you tell the truth, Keller will help you find a renowned doctor in the capital to treat your grandfather. If the Rambeau family isn't powerful enough, then who in the capital has that ability? Naven's pupils contracted. He had been searching for the man in white robes for some time, but the man seemed to have vanished into thin air, which made him very uneasy. Now, hearing Annie's words, he wavered even more. Annie slowly walked towards the door. I give you time to think. Think carefully about whether you should believe them or us. Chapter 107. Just as Anne was about to step out the door, Naven suddenly called out, Wait! And stopped, slowly turned around, and looked intently at Naven. Naven clenched his fists, stood up, and his eyes hardened. He looked directly at Anne and said, word by word, I believe you? And breathed a heavy sigh of relief. She smiled and walked up to Naven. Good. Since you believe me, I won't let you down. Let's go find Keller now. She was about to leave when Naven grabbed her arm. Anne was startled and turned back to look at Naven with a puzzled expression. Naven's expression was serious. No rush. Let me tell you what happened first. He pulled Annie down to sit and slowly said, I originally lived in Ghana village in the south of the empire. My parents died in the Marco family's rebellion, and I grew up relying on my grandfather. We were very poor. The whole village wasn't wealthy either. My grandfather supported me by farming. One day, teacher Gina traveled to our village, met me, taught me some magic, and invited me to participate in the Imperial Magic Academy's entrance exam 4 years later. I was so happy. To pass the exam, I studied hard every day. But teacher Gina left soon after. Shortly after she left, my grandfather fell ill with a strange disease. I searched for all the doctors nearby, but none of them could diagnose what was wrong with him. In desperation, I came to the capital alone to find teacher Gina, but she had limited abilities and couldn't find a good doctor. She still couldn't diagnose my grandfather's illness. I spent all my money and had to sleep under bridges and rummage through garbage cans for food. I lived worse than a dog. One day, a man in white robes approached me. He gave me some money and asked for my help. I initially agreed, but after he explained the mission, I wanted to refuse. He demanded that I gain your trust, join your team, and lure you into their trap. If I succeeded, they would find the best doctor in the capital to cure my grandfather's illness. I had no other choice. They were my only hope, and I had to trust them. But later, I discovered your goal wasn't to win first place, so they changed their plan. They wanted me to lead you into that cave, where they would create the illusion of a landslide by blowing something up outside. I regret it so much, I truly regret it. I didn't know them, I never even seen their faces, and I did such a heinous thing for them. I'm so sorry, Naven said, then knelt directly before Annie. Annie was taken aback and quickly helped Naven up. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you? As long as you tell the truth, we won't blame you. Naven's eyes welled with tears. He looked at Annie gratefully and continued, after the landslide, I felt guilty and wanted to find a teacher to rescue you. But when I found the first teacher, he ignored me. So I kept looking for other teachers, and finally, a bearded teacher was willing to help me. He even notified the headmaster. Bearded teacher? Annie was taken aback. You mean Teacher Doran? Naven quickly nodded. Yes, the headmaster seems to call him Doran too. So who is the first teacher you found? Why didn't he talk to you? Annie asked. Naven thought for a moment. He told me not to run around, and said there were no caves in the arena. It was that teacher who was locked up. Flit! Annie exclaimed. No wonder the headmaster and the others dealt with him. So that's it. So the white-robed man you contacted was also Fleet? Naven shook his head. No, that person was about my age, but I couldn't see his face clearly. He always wore a white mage's robe and his face was covered, and his voice seemed to be altered. Annie pondered for a moment. Did they keep their promise? Naven gritted his teeth and said, no. They haven't shown their faces since, and I don't know where to find them now. Then why do you still trust them so much? Annie asked. Naven's face contorted with pain. I'm sorry, I was desperate. I had no other choice. They gave me hope and a large sum of money, and sighed. Just as Bourne had predicted, Naven was being used as a pawn. The one who truly wanted them dead was someone else. But then, Naven's expression turned serious. Don't worry, I cooperate fully this time. I won't trust anyone else again. And nodded. All right, let's go. We solved your problem. Soon, the two of them arrived at Class A. Bourne was already waiting. Seeing Anne and Naven approach, he smiled and waved. Are you finished talking? And asked, how did you know we were talking? Bourne chuckled. I went to Class E to look for you guys, and they all said you two sneaked out together. Annie put her hands on her hips and pouted. Who is it? Who said I was sneaking around? Bourne laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It's okay, now the three of us are sneaking out too. They didn't plan to tell Angela about their plan this time. Angela was under a lot of academic pressure, and was falling behind in many courses. It was uncertain whether she could graduate smoothly. They wanted to allow Angela to focus on her studies. After understanding the whole story, Bourne returned home that day and asked Jonathan to seek out a renowned doctor. Jonathan agreed without hesitation and sent someone that evening to invite a famous doctor from the capital. After consulting with Naven about the situation, they set off for Ghana village in the southern part of the empire the next day. Naven was now filled with gratitude. Although he had been instigated and had genuinely wronged them, they not only didn't hold him accountable but also helped him find a renowned doctor in the capital to treat his grandfather. He was deeply moved at his resolve to help Annie, and the others strengthened. And frowned as she sat down to eat lunch with Bourne and Naven, at Bourne's request, a request that puzzled her. Brother Bourne, won't we make them more wary by being so openly together? Bourne smiled. It's all right. I want them to see, to make them nervous. Don't you think so, Naven? Naven, who had been eating with his head down, nodded immediately when Bourne called him. After Naven nodded, Bourne immediately looked around and noticed someone to his left, who immediately lowered their head, standing out conspicuously in the cafeteria. Bourne smiled slightly, stood up, and walked towards the person. Annie was startled, tugged at Naven's sleeve, and quickly followed. Bourne walked right up to the person, but the person ignored her, continuing to eat with their head bowed low. Bourne watched for a while, then sat down opposite the person. Kanan! Lunch was delicious today, wasn't it? You're eating so heartily, your head's practically in your mouth. This person was Kanan. He and Bourne had been assigned to Class A together, so Bourne remembered him. Kanan stopped what he was doing and looked up at Bourne. What? Something wrong? Bourne leaned back and crossed his legs. Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? We're in the same class. Why are you being so cold? Kanan looked at Bourne warily. I don't know you. Bourne suddenly leaned forward, startling Kanan. He stared at Kanan's eyes and said in a low voice, Yeah. I don't know you, why are you trying to hurt me? Kanan's pupils contracted, and he immediately stood up, shouting in terror, You can't talk nonsense. What evidence do you have? At this moment, Naven also walked over, and Kanan's face turned even more grim. Bourne narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. He grabbed Naven and pulled him close. Your excuses are useless. Naven has told me everything. You're the one who lured us into the cave, and you're the one who blew up the mountain, causing the collapse. It's all your fault. Naven was completely bewildered, thinking, when did I say that? But Kanan's expression shifted rapidly as he pointed at Naven and cursed, You bastard, don't make false accusations. I didn't do any of this. I was only responsible for contacting you. But then he realized what he said, but it was too late to take it back. His face changed drastically, and he stared at Bourne speechless. Bourne grinned, slowly leaning closer to Kanan, and whispered in his ear, If you don't want to get fired, come to the rooftop at 4 p.m. No one else allowed. He winked at Kanan, then left with Annie and Naven, leaving Kanan standing there dumbfounded. Naven was puzzled. Keller, why didn't you just ask him? Bourne shook his head. Even if I asked, he wouldn't tell. Give him some time to think, and he know what to do. After Bourne and the others left, Kanan looked to the side, trembling slightly, then left the restaurant without looking back. Shortly after Kanan left, 3 people at the next table stood up and followed him out. In a storage room, Guy slammed the door shut and roared at Kanan, Kanan, what's going on here? Didn't you say Naven had no idea who you were? Kinnan looked dejected. I don't know. They knew it was me the moment they arrived. I have absolutely no idea why. Yuri looked terrified. This is terrible. What if they report this to the teacher? We all be expelled. Maybe even jailed. Guy grabbed Kinnan by the collar and slammed him against the wall. What did Keller whisper in your ear? Kinnan said with difficulty. He told me to come to the rooftop at 4 o'clock, and not to bring anyone. Guy paused, released Kinnan, who coughed heavily twice after landing, and then said, I suspect they won't tell the teacher. They don't know you exist yet. Guy nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. I wonder what these guys are up to. Not only did they not report Naven, but now they teamed up again. Lady's eyes were also filled with unease. So what should we do next? Guy turned to Kinnan and asked, Keller told you not to bring anyone. Kinnan nodded. Yes. He said it himself. He's probably afraid we retaliate. Guy snorted. Whatever he's afraid of, we bring him. Kinnan, you go first, we hide behind. Once the time is right, we wipe these guys out and let. They can't speak anymore. Lady said worriedly, but they're stronger than us. Guy smiled, and pulled a magic stone from his pocket. Do you know what this is? Lady's eyes lit up. This is a magic stone? That's right. Guy handed the magic stone to Kinnan. Kinnan, take this. There's a low-level spell here, Enhanced Lightning Lock. Find an opportunity to bind them all. I won't let them die so easily. I show them my power. Keenan's face lit up with joy. He quickly took the magic stone and nodded emphatically. Time passed quickly. Bourne arrived on the rooftop early, standing alone in the wind, waiting for Keenan's arrival. Keenan was quite punctual. Just as 4 o'clock arrived, he pushed open the door and entered, arriving on the rooftop. When he found only Bourne on the rooftop, he was slightly taken aback, then quickly regained his composure and strode towards Bourne. Bourne smiled slightly and waved as a greeting. How about it? This is a good place to talk business, isn't it? Kinnan looked around and asked, where are Anna and the others? Bourne shrugged. Just me. They're all busy, they didn't come. Kinnan frowned slightly. Then what do you want with me? Bourne leaned closer and slowly said, you should know I'm the young master of the Rambeau family. I believe that those who want me dead aren't from the Perrin or Gore families, and there aren't any royals in the academy. That means the person behind you isn't as powerful as me. I can give you a chance to turn to the light and tell me who's behind all this. Kinnan's heart skipped a beat. What the other man said was true. The Ball family's power was far inferior to the Rambeau family's. If he could climb onto the Rambeau family's coattails, wouldn't it be much better than sticking around with Guy? Seeing Kinnan's expression change slightly, Bourne smiled. He chuckled and continued, I know you're still hesitant, thinking I might not find anything. But you're sorely mistaken. Throughout the entire admissions process, I only had conflicts with a handful of people, and the only ones who dared to attack me are Guy and Yuri. Upon hearing this, Keenan's expression changed drastically. Bourne waved his hand with a smile. Don't be surprised. I've been frail and sickly since childhood, with little social life, so naturally I haven't offended anyone. I have absolutely no connection with people like you. If there's any connection, it's this admissions process. So, isn't it obvious who wants me dead? Keenan's expression shifted rapidly. Since you already know, why don't you just tell the teacher? Bourne put his hand on Keenan's shoulder and chuckled, because I want to give you a chance. Chapter 108. Keenan swallowed hard. Bourne's words had truly swayed him, but he remained wary. What is your purpose? Bourne deliberately lowered his voice. My purpose is very simple. We just want to complete our studies in peace at the academy. Don't bother us anymore, or you will die. The last two words, die, were spoken loudly, startling Keenan. Bourne raised an eyebrow. So? Is this a good deal? Keenan's Adam's apple bobbed. He knew that if they truly offended this young Master Keller, with the power of the Rambeau family, killing them would be incredibly easy. Meanwhile, Guy and the others, hiding in the back, felt like they were being watched closely. They hadn't heard what Bourne whispered to Keenan, but they heard two words. Death is certain. After hearing those words, Keenan fell silent. What was going on? Could it be that Keenan was going to turn against them? Thinking this, the three of them froze. Guy gritted his teeth, pushed open the door, and unleashed a lightning bolt at Bourne, shouting, Keenan! Attack! Bourne remained calm, easily dodging the lightning bolt, while Keenan stood frozen in place. Guy was furious, slapping Keenan across the face. Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill us all? You piece of trash. Bourne wore a smug expression. Oh, so they're starting to fight amongst themselves now. Keenan, see? I told you so. Ken looked at Guy with confusion. Why did you hit me? I didn't do anything. Guy pointed at Bourne and said, You better wake up. Let's team up and take him down first. Bourne sneered, Humph. You want to take me down? You don't have the ability, so you try to drag Keenan into this. Keenan and I have no grudge against each other. Why would you want him involved in this kind of thing? Keenan shuddered and took 2 steps back. Guy was furious. He grabbed Keenan, searched him, found the Philosopher's Stone, and shoved him hard. Useless trash, get out of here. Keenan's eyes flickered, and he turned and left the rooftop. As he entered the stairwell, Yuri stopped him. Keenan, what's wrong? Keenan's expression was complicated. Are you still going to follow Guy's nonsense? If someone really dies, none of us will escape this time. His family has an earldom, so he can at least keep his life, but what about us? Yuri and Lady's expressions changed. Keenan continued, I'm going to find the teachers and tell them to stop fighting. Keller promised not to expose us, but he doesn't want us to cause them any more trouble. I think that's a good thing. With that, Keenan broke free from Yuri's grasp and quickly left. Yuri and Lady exchanged glances. Yuri said, I think Keenan has a point, but if we offend Guy, we won't fare any better. Lady bit her lip. We still need to help Guy. If he wins, we won't have any leverage against him. This Keller isn't trustworthy. The two were undecided and could only wait and see how things developed. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Guy had already struck again. He pulled out a small knife from somewhere, lunged forward, and stabbed Bourne in the chest. Bourne's eyes flashed coldly as he dodged to the side, saying coldly, We have no deep-seated hatred for each other. Do you really want me dead? Guy sneered, Only the dead can't speak. Since you know we were responsible for the cave accident, you must die. Facing Guy's attack, Bourne dodged left and right. Then you should know that with your strength, you're no match for me, let alone able to kill me. Guy thrust his blade several times in succession, but couldn't even touch the hem of Bourne's clothes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly threw the knife in his hand. Bourne easily dodged again, no knife. Let's see how you kill me now. However, at that moment, Guy crushed the magic stone in his hand, and a thick, long chain of lightning appeared in his hand. He sneered and suddenly wrapped the chain around Bourne's body. Bourne frowned, raising his hand to block, but was caught in the chains, a tingling sensation shooting through his hand. Low-level magic? Guy, seeing his attack succeed, was overjoyed. I spent a fortune to deal with you. He walked to the side, picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, and slowly approached Bourne. Bourne was trapped by the reinforced lightning chains, unable to break free, but there was no panic in his eyes. He stared calmly at Guy. You can still let go now. Guy scoffed. You're about to die, and you're still playing games. What can the young master of the Rambeau family do? In the end, he still died by my hand. After you're dead, I kill Anna and Naven. None of them will escape. Oh, you mean you're going to kill me? A voice sounded behind Guy. Guy's pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth saying, Anna. Annie smiled. What? Does my presence here surprise you? Guy turned to Annie, his eyes flashing, and shouted, Lavie, what are you waiting for? Annie frowned, but a stream of water suddenly gushed out from the doorway, engulfing her. She struggled, but couldn't break free. Lavie emerged from the doorway, her face grim. She said fiercely, Guy, I used my last magic stone. You have to pay me back. Guy chuckled, no problem. Our families are old friends, I won't mistreat you. Bourne was also taken aback, then sneered, You really gone all out to deal with us. Guy glared fiercely at Bourne. You know that, so go ahead and die. With that, he thrust his knife into Bourne's chest. Just then, a loud shout rang out, Stop! A tremendous force sent Guy flying 10 meters, his knife turning to dust. Guy was horrified and looked towards the source of the voice. Vicedine. Vicedine, Mommy. He saw Vicedine Mommy, her face contorted with rage, effortlessly breaking the lightning and water prison, freeing Bourne and Annie. Guy! You better explain yourself. Guy looked terrified and involuntarily took 2 steps back. However, he quickly spotted Kinnan behind Mommy, his eyes blazing with fury, yet he dared not make a move. Mommy walked up to Guy, staring at him intently. The Academy rules forbid students from fighting amongst themselves. And you even used a knife. What are you trying to do? Guy's legs trembled with fear. I was wrong, Vicedine, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Mommy waved her sleeve and said coldly, Guy, Lady, you two have violated school rules by casting spells on your classmates without permission. You're sentenced to 2 weeks of confinement. The relevant punishment decision will be sent to your families. 100 credits will be deducted. Now come with me to receive your punishment. Bourne was taken aback, looking at Mommy strangely. But Mommy's expression remained unchanged as she turned and left. Guy and Lady, like wilted eggplants, followed behind Mommy with their heads down. Mommy stopped as she went out. You guys shouldn't stay here either. Get to what you're doing. Bourne and the others immediately agreed and followed her out of the rooftop. As they left, Bourne smiled and nodded at Kenan, but Kenan turned his head away, refusing to look at Bourne. Looks like Kenan didn't tell us about the cave either, Annie whispered. Bourne nodded. However, even without the cave incident, their actions shouldn't have warranted such a minor punishment. And asked doubtfully, is Vice Dean Mommy protecting them? Bourne thought for a moment, looking at the group walking ahead. Possibly. We have to find out about Vice Dean Mommy's relationship with this guy later. And smiled. Actually, this is a good solution. Guy and his group shouldn't dare to cause us any more trouble. Bourne patted Annie's hair. You're still so kind. But you're right, if we expelled them, their families would definitely hold a grudge. I'm not afraid, but you and Angela have no connections, making you easy targets. Annie didn't care at all. I'm not afraid either. Afterwards, Guy and Lady were put in detention for violating school rules, while Kenan and Yuri, who hadn't participated, were exempted from punishment. Bourne and Annie hadn't lifted a finger, so naturally nothing happened to them. The incident spread like wildfire, but after the initial excitement wore off, no one cared anymore. 2 weeks passed quickly, and Guy and Lady were released from detention. Once out, they wouldn't even look Bourne in the eye again, and Bourne was happy to have some peace and quiet. Today's class was on magical plants. Teacher Gina on the stage was passionate and energetic, while Bourne in the audience was dozing off. Seeing Bourne's state, Gina was furious. She slammed her textbook on the podium and yelled, Keller, stand up and tell me the appearance of the Arctic demon flower. Bourne was instantly jolted awake, jumping to his feet. That? Someone next to him snorted. If you don't know, just say it already, don't waste time. Bourne turned around and saw Troy with his arms crossed, looking at him with displeasure. Bourne scoffed and shouted, Who said I don't know? Troy glanced at Bourne but didn't reply. He knew perfectly well that Keller had gotten a perfect score in the 4th test. He might actually know. Bourne chuckled. This Arctic demon flower grows alongside the Arctic tiger king. It has 5 petals, white when immature, and turns ice blue when fully mature. Its stamens are pale yellow, its roots are thick, and its leaves are broad and sturdy. The place where it is planted gathers the elements of heaven and earth. His words left everyone speechless, while Troy narrowed his eyes, looking at Bourne with some doubt. After Bourne finished speaking, Gina sighed and, after a long pause, slowly said, Correct answer? A murmur rippled through the audience. Many of Bourne's answers were not mentioned in the textbooks. How did he know them? Gina quickly posed the question, Keller, you're always dozing off. How did you learn all this? Bourne's eyes darted around, and he noticed Troy staring at him. A chill ran down his spine. My father is well versed in magical plants, and we have many related books at home. In my spare time, I would browse through them, and I happened to come across the Arctic fairy flower. I found it very interesting and wrote it down. This answer was practically flawless. Gina closed her book, sighed heavily again, and said, All right, that's all for today's lesson. I have an announcement to make. Everyone's attention sharpened. It was rare for a teacher at the academy to announce something so solemnly. If they did, it must be something important. Gina, her face serious, slowly announced, Tomorrow morning, the 2 princes of the Empire will be hunting magical beasts in the mountains. We need to select some students from the Magic Academy to accompany them. It's also a good training opportunity. Those interested in signing up, please raise your hands. Follow me to the arena for the selection. A buzz of discussion immediately erupted from the crowd. The 2 princes are hunting magical beasts, and we're supposed to accompany them? Just to be there as background figures? But have you heard? The old emperor is seriously ill, and the 2 princes are vying for the throne. If we can get close to one of them now, I heard the eldest prince has the best chance of inheriting the throne. I want to join his team. Seeing everyone raise their hands, Gina nodded in satisfaction, but when she noticed that Bourne hadn't raised his hand, she frowned slightly. Keller, why didn't you raise your hand? Bourne asked. This should be voluntary, right? I'm not interested in this. Gina smiled. It seems the dean already knew you wouldn't participate. What? Bourne asked, puzzled. The dean said you have to participate. Huh? Bourne jumped to his feet. Why? Gina shrugged. The dean means that you, Anna, and Troy all have to participate. As the strongest students in this year's class, you must represent the Magic Academy and show your talent. Bourne glanced at Troy beside him. The guy had already raised his hand long ago. I don't mind, I participate. What are the rewards? Gina laughed. I knew you asked that. This hunt was a challenge set by the old king. There are 12 secret runes hidden in the Noxian Mountains. The Royal Mage Order's archmages have hidden these runes on some magical beasts. The competition lasts 3 days. After the competition, the prince with the most runes will win, and those accompanying that prince will also receive corresponding rewards. Bourne thought for a moment. The royal reward shouldn't be bad. Winning a prize would be great, but he still had a question. How strong are these two princes? Is our generation the only ones participating in this hunt? Gina nodded. The eldest prince's strength is at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, and the second prince's strength is at the 7th level. Only your generation is participating in this hunt. This is a rule personally set by His Majesty the Emperor. But when she mentioned the eldest prince, her expression clearly changed. But Bourne didn't notice this detail. So it seems they want the princes to protect us. They're so much stronger than us. What do they need us for? Gina smiled and shook her head. That's not something we can worry about. His Majesty the Emperor has his own plans. Chapter 109. After class, all the registered participants followed Gina to the arena. Many people had already arrived, eager to try their luck and see if they could be selected. Once everyone had arrived, Douglas accompanied 2 young men in yellow robes into the arena. One had a chiseled face, sharp eyebrows and eyes, and an arrogant expression, frequently glancing down at the crowd with disdain in his eyes. The other had a gentle appearance and a warm smile, making one feel comfortable. The 2 men bore a resemblance and were likely the 2 princes. Douglas invited the 2 princes to sit down and announced loudly, "Students, today, at His Majesty the Emperor's request, 8 students from the 75th graduating class will be selected to accompany the 2 princes on a hunt in the Noxian Mountains. Now, everyone present, please choose the prince you wish to follow. Those who choose the first prince, stand to my left. Those who choose the second prince, stand to my right." Bourne immediately approached Annie. They had been personally selected by Dean Douglas, and thus had no choice but to participate. "Brother Bourne, which prince do you choose?" "I go with you," Annie said. Bourne shrugged. "I don't know them well. Whatever, I just make do." However, those around him quickly decided on their princes and lined up. This scene left Bourne stunned. The first prince's side was packed with people, including Troy and Guy, who had all chosen him. In contrast, the second prince's side was completely empty. The first prince laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Brother, your popularity isn't so great. Want me to share some with you?" The second prince looked somewhat embarrassed. No need to trouble you, brother. If no one is willing to follow, it's because I'm not strong enough." The first prince seemed very smug. "You do have some self-awareness. You've been weak and frail since childhood. I don't know why father made you compete with me in this hunting contest. Isn't this deliberately making you lose?" "Ha ha ha." The second prince's tone became slightly angry upon hearing this. "Father's arrangement has its reasons, and besides, I might not necessarily lose to you." The first prince raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're quite confident, aren't you? Look at all the students at the Imperial Magic Academy. None of them think highly of you. What makes you think you can compete with me?" The second prince retorted without backing down. "So what if no one thinks highly of me? I beat you even if I'm all alone." The first prince roared in anger, slamming his fist on the table. He glared at the second prince with a menacing look, his tone laced with threat. "You got quite the nerve. This vast Noxus Mountains are teeming with magical beasts. If you're not careful, you could easily lose your life." The second prince's chest heaved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Boone, observing from below the stage, said to Annie, "I don't really like the first prince, and I don't like that Troy either. Why don't we stand here with the second prince?" Annie smiled and nodded. "I do whatever you say." With that, the 2 of them stood on the right-hand side. Being alone there, they looked very out of place, and everyone's eyes turned to them. The 2 princes were also taken aback. The second prince had already given up hope, but when he saw that Bon and the other prince had chosen him, he felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, and nodded at Bon and the other prince. The first prince's face turned ashen, and he snorted heavily. There are still people who don't know their place. The second prince's expression turned cold. "What does your majesty mean by this? Can't someone choose my side?" The first prince didn't speak, but stood up and walked to Bon and the other boy, adopting a condescending attitude. "You two, join my ranks directly. I grant you permission to skip the selection process. The crowd erupted in uproar. This was blatant poaching of the second prince's men, showing absolutely no respect. The second prince trembled with anger. Don't go too far. The first prince scoffed. Too far? There's nothing too far about it. I'm just giving them the right to choose, aren't I? I'm not forcing them, am I? Although the first prince said this, everyone knew in their hearts that there was no real choice. The first prince was inherently more powerful and had more supporters. Plus, he didn't have to compete for a spot with the others. Anyone who didn't choose him would be a fool. The second prince looked at Douglas, who was just chuckling awkwardly to the side, offering no intervention. The second prince finally shook his head and slumped down. The first prince, beaming with smugness, said, "All right, you two come to my side." He waved to Born and the other prince. But Born didn't move. Instead, he looked at him and said, "Why should I choose you?" Everyone was stunned. Why? Did they even need to ask why? The first prince was also taken aback, but instead of being angry, he smiled. "What? You want to refuse me?" Born smiled. "You just said you gave us the right to choose, so I can choose freely. What's the problem with that?" The first prince's face turned cold. "Fine. Tell me, who do you want to choose? I've given you the chance, but if you choose wrong, you won't have another chance." Born, unfazed, stood tall and said calmly, "I choose the second prince." What? Everyone was shocked. Had this guy gone mad? Although he was exceptionally talented, his own strength was only at the 4th level of the origin realm. What ability did he have to challenge the first prince? Even with the second prince, he was already at a disadvantage, barely able to protect himself, let alone these two. The first prince's face completely darkened. He sneered, "Fine. You're all very good. I remember you. See you on the field." He then turned and returned to his seat. Douglas chuckled, "All right. Now that everyone has made their choices, let's begin the competition. Each prince can only keep 4 men under his command. The second prince only has 2, so he won't need to compete." The second prince stood up from his seat, smiling as he walked to Born and Douglas. "Thank you both for choosing me. It saved me from losing face." Born smiled. This prince was quite polite. "Your Highness, there's no need to thank us. We only came because your Highness had fewer people, so there was no competition." The second prince was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Good. No one has ever spoken to me so frankly before. You're the first." Born chuckled, "Your Highness is truly. Don't worry, even with us here, we can't guarantee your Highness will win." The second prince paused, then pulled Bon and the other boy into an empty room and closed the door. "Alas! You don't know this, but Father designed this competition to let us demonstrate our leadership skills and gain the support of the nobles and ministers. Father doesn't have much time left, but he doesn't want to pass the throne to my elder brother. He believes my brother is tyrannical and unsuitable to be emperor. Unfortunately, I have no desire for power. Not only am I weaker than my brother, but I also have few supporters. But Father still hopes I can inherit the throne, which is why he designed this competition, hoping I will win and gain some support." Born was somewhat puzzled, "But you only have the 2 of us as supporters. Doesn't His Majesty the Emperor know that?" The second prince sighed. "Of course he knows. And he also knows that you 2 will definitely choose me." "What?" Born and Annie were both shocked. "What do you mean? Anna and I are just lowly 4th-tier figures. How could His Majesty the Emperor know about us?" Tears welled up in the second prince's eyes. "My father has been suffering from illness in recent years, and his days are numbered. But he cares deeply for the empire and cannot bear to see it destroyed in my brother's hands. Therefore, he expended his life force to predict the future." Born and Annie exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. It turned out that the old emperor actually possessed one of the 4 great auxiliary magics, foresight. This was something they never expected. The second prince. Seeing their expressions, Z waved his hand. "You don't need to be surprised. Everyone knows that precognitive magic is powerful, but Father's strength is only at the 8th level of the Outer Yuan realm. Each time he casts precognitive magic, he has to consume his own life force as a price, so he has only cast it a few times in his life. Moreover, the things he predicts are always very vague. For example, this time, he only told me that 2 people would choose me, a man and a woman, both of whom are people abandoned by the world. He didn't say anything else. But you 2 don't look like people abandoned by the world at all." Born and Annie were speechless with surprise. Only they themselves could truly understand the meaning of abandoned by the world. But even if we choose you, you might not necessarily win," Annie said. The second prince nodded. "Indeed. Father said your appearance would be a turning point, but not necessarily. We have to prove the future ourselves. Born scratched his head. This sounded rather mystical. But since they were already there, they might as well make the best of it. The second prince was not only very polite to them, but also very honest, telling them everything. This made Born very fond of him. He glanced at Annie. Anna, let's help His Highness the second prince achieve victory together. Annie nodded. Okay, I do whatever you say. Born smiled and asked the second prince, now that we laid everything out, Your Highness, could you tell us the rules of this competition? The second prince nodded and slowly said, Hunting in Noxus is a tradition of our royal family. The theme of the hunt is to kill magical beasts. In principle, killing each other is prohibited, but this rule is practically meaningless. What we need to do is kill 12 target magical beasts within 3 days, obtain runes, and the team that obtains the most runes with the fewest casualties wins. These runes are. The mage personally placed them. The target magical beasts are all around the 9th level of the Origin Realm, incredibly powerful. We'd be lucky to kill even one. Born frowned. If the goal is to kill 9th level Origin Realm magical beasts, why not find students with higher strength? Why choose us weaklings? How can we possibly complete the mission? The second prince shook his head. Father said strength isn't the key is how to cooperate and coordinate to overcome the strong with the weak. That makes some sense. But this isn't like the last time we fought the Tiger King in the Polar Snow Mountains. That time, the goal was just to obtain the Polar Demon Flower, but this time the goal is to kill magical beasts. The difficulty is extraordinary. The second prince pulled a parchment from his robes and spread it out on the table. This is the map for this competition. It marks the locations of the 12 secret runes. However, magical beasts are mobile, and those of this rank have a strong sense of territory. So, as long as we reach this area, we might encounter them. Born nodded. This was much more convenient. He didn't have to search frantically. Soon, the competition outside concluded. Troy unsurprisingly remained, with 2 familiar faces, Guy and Kenan. 2 weeks passed quickly, and Guy was released as promised. The other was unfamiliar. He was slightly overweight, with small eyes and a hooked nose. It wasn't until Douglas announced his name that they learned it was Sergei Barnetta. After the competition, the first prince didn't linger. In his view, these children were a burden. Their only purpose was to demonstrate his popularity. The second prince greeted Born and then left. He had said everything he needed to say. There was no need to stay any longer. After the 2 princes left, Douglas briefly explained the rules of the hunting competition, then told everyone to go back and prepare. They were allowed to bring magical artifacts, weapons, and magic stones, and were to wait at the east gate of Norma City early the next morning. Guy glanced sideways at Born. After the last incident, his hatred for Born had deepened. He had thought he would never have another chance for revenge, but now he saw hope again. His family, as earls of the royal city, controlled the finances. Although not as powerful as the Rambeau family, they were still quite influential, and many people vied to curry favor with them. Therefore, the Ball family was considered a core member of the royal family's power structure, and naturally knew a great deal about royal affairs. The old emperor is currently on the verge of death. The eldest prince, being the legitimate son, has already reached the 8th level of the Origin Realm, making him the first choice to inherit the throne in terms of both seniority and strength. However, the old emperor has delayed in appointing an heir, even previously expressing the idea of appointing the second prince, which was opposed by everyone except for the regent, Amida. Amida is the old emperor's younger brother. Although he wields immense power, he cannot control everything. With the opposition of the court, he cannot forcefully appoint the second prince as heir. This has created the current situation, but it's clear to everyone that the eldest prince has gained an absolute advantage. More than half of the court supports the eldest prince, while the rest remain neutral, leaving the second prince virtually isolated. Under these circumstances, for Born and Anne to choose to side with the second prince is tantamount to courting death. What does the Rambeau family matter? What does a young genius matter? Once the eldest prince inherits the throne, these two will undoubtedly die. Born is unaware of his own thoughts. He is still pondering the second prince's words. And tugged at his sleeve and asked through telepathic communication, Brother Born, what are you thinking about? Born frowned, pondering for a moment. I feel there's something strange about this. After all, both princes are the old emperor's sons. Doesn't it matter who inherits? Even if the eldest prince is tyrannical, it shouldn't lead to fratricide. Wouldn't this prematurely push the empire into a power struggle? The old emperor must have foreseen something, but he didn't say it. Chapter 110. That evening, Born and Annie once again went to the old teaching building in Kenya to cultivate the soul-splitting and soul-merging technique together. Thanks to the power of the corpse-nourishing curse, they had both reached the peak of the 4th rank, and with their accumulated strength over this period, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. To help the second prince win the competition, they needed even greater strength. If they could break through to the 5th rank in one fell swoop, their chances would be much higher. Their magical power was released in wisps, mixing and merging, creating a beautiful scene in the void. Under the impetus of their magical power, the elements of heaven and earth split and merged, forming a funnel shape, continuously injecting magical power into their bodies. Suddenly, Annie's eyes trembled slightly. The magical power within her body broke through the 4th rank boundary, becoming more condensed and powerful. Almost simultaneously, Born's soul fire changed from light blue to deep blue. The surrounding elements of heaven and earth seemed to have found 2 outlets, frantically surging into their bodies, completely filling the gap left by their breakthrough. Phew! Both of them let out a long sigh of relief, opened their eyes simultaneously, and smiled at each other. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Born laughed. Annie stood up. You did too. But that's probably not enough. We can only use the water magic water prison. We can't use any necromancy. Born wasn't worried. No problem, you just need to restrain the opponent. Leave the rest to me. Besides magic, I have other skills. The next morning, Born and Anne arrived at the east gate of Norma City, where many people were already waiting. Although called the East Gate, it was actually just a small gate facing directly towards the Noxian Mountains. Normally, few people pass through this gate to enter or leave the capital. At this moment, many royal knights had gathered here, forming 2 lines to seal the East Gate, preventing anyone else from approaching. After Born and his companion explained their purpose, they were allowed to leave the city. Once outside the city, the second prince was already there, and he was very pleased to see Born and his companion. You're here. How's your preparation going? Actually, you don't need to prepare anything. I already decided to give up. What? Born frowned. Why are you giving up all of a sudden? The second prince shook his head. This kind of competition is meaningless. Taking the 2 of you to fight a 9th-tier magical beast is simply a pipe dream. No way, Born said decisively. Since I said I help you win, I have to keep my word. How can I give up halfway? Enough with the nonsense. Tell me your plan. The second prince was taken aback, a look of gratitude appearing in his eyes. He sighed. I don't have a plan. Let alone taking you with me. My own strength is only 7th tier. How could I possibly deal with a 9th-tier magical beast? Born thought for a moment, then held out his hand. What? The second prince was somewhat bewildered. Give me the map. Didn't you say you didn't have a plan? I give you one. The second prince stared blankly at Born. In his eyes, Born was no longer an 8-year-old kid, but more like a general who had fought on the battlefield, possessing the composure to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapsed before him. He quickly took the map out of his pocket and handed it to Born. Born studied the map carefully for a long time. Finally, he pointed to a red dot and said, There's a wind-type magical beast here, known for its agility but relatively weak attack power. It's relatively safe. Let's start with it. The second prince frowned. I thought of that too. Maybe my brother thinks so too. Wouldn't it be terrible if we bumped into each other? Born chuckled. You think encountering him is bad, but doesn't he see it the same way? There's no rule in this competition against stealing from others. The second prince was speechless. He was, after all, the weaker party. Instead of avoiding the conflict, rushes headlong into it. Isn't that courting death? Seemingly sensing the second prince's concerns, Born continued, Think about it. His Majesty the Emperor designed this contest not to see who is stronger, but to see who is more cunning and better at teamwork. The second prince's eyes lit up. Yes, if it were about strength, wouldn't it be simpler to have him and the first prince fight fairly? Why make it so complicated? Seeing Born's confident demeanor, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Born beckoned, and the 3 huddled together. Born whispered his plan. Just then, a burst of laughter rang out, and the first prince, riding a tall horse, followed by Troy and his entourage, slowly approached. Brother, are you prepared to face defeat? The second prince scoffed. Don't be too happy yet. The competition hasn't even started. The outcome is still uncertain. The first prince laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. What's uncertain? You think those 2 little brats can cause any trouble? The second prince was about to say something when Born stopped him. Your Highness, there's no need to be angry. Let them be arrogant for a while. Seeing the second prince remain silent, the first prince assumed he was afraid and became even more smug. He waved his hand and led his group to the front. Because the old emperor was seriously ill and unable to move freely, today's hunting competition was presided over by the emperor's younger brother, Regent Amida. Also present were the dean of the Magic Academy, Douglas, and the vice dean, Mommy. Amida simply nodded to Douglas and Mommy, then stood up and reiterated the rules of the hunting competition, emphasizing that fighting between them was prohibited. He then announced the official start of the competition. The first prince and his group took the lead, letting out a long howl as they charged into the mountains. Watching them disappear into the distance, the second prince remained unhurried, advancing at a leisurely pace. Amida nodded slightly. Laner has really grown up. He's become much more mature. Mommy snorted, what's the use? That kid is good for nothing. He doesn't care about cultivation, and now it's too late for him to try. Saya has far surpassed him in both strength and influence. If he fails again this time, he might not even be able to save his life. Amida smiled bitterly. I think my brother set up this competition for 2 reasons. If the eldest prince wins, he can gain the support of all the ministers and smoothly obtain the position of crown prince, and the matter will be without any suspense. But if the second prince wins, it will prove that he has the ability to turn the tide when at a disadvantage, thus letting the ministers see the difference in the 2 princes' governing abilities and turning their support to the second prince. Mommy looked at Douglas and asked, Dean, what do you think? Douglas quickly waved his hand. I won't offer any opinion. This is your family matter, ha ha ha. Both princes are excellent. Whoever inherits the throne will make the empire even stronger. Amida shook her head, but my brother doesn't think so. He always feels that the eldest prince, Saya, is unsuitable to be emperor. However, you all know that my brother possesses precognitive magic. Perhaps he saw something. Mommy's eyes flashed, and she turned her head to the side. Maybe he's just getting senile. Amida laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, cousin, your mouth is still so sharp. If my brother knew you were saying such things about him, he'd probably lose 2 years of his life. Douglas was speechless. These two, one the emperor's own brother, the other the emperor's cousin, were openly criticizing the emperor in front of him, an outsider. He couldn't listen, nor could he ignore it. The second prince and his entourage followed unhurriedly behind the first prince's group. Although their team consisted of only 2 young members, they stood out remarkably. Born, needless to say, was the young master of the Rambeau family, inheriting his parents' excellent genes and possessing striking good looks. Coupled with a free-spirited nature, Born exuded a carefree air unlike that of other nobles, and was dressed as an adventurer, but the rugged attire couldn't conceal her stunning beauty. Her adventures had added a wilder edge to her. Ahead, a sinister gaze fell upon and in Born it belonged to Guy, the young master of the Earl of Ball. Keller, you insulted me last time, and this time you're asking for it by siding with the soon-to-be-disgraced second prince. It's your own fault for being blind, not mine. Guy was also incredibly twisted with rage, wishing he could stomp Bond to pieces. It wasn't that Bond was deliberately showing off. He knew that teaming up with the second prince was a very risky and hate-inducing move. Since this fact couldn't be changed, he could only focus all his energy on the competition. Why are these people always following us? The first prince also noticed the second prince's group following behind. Troy said calmly, Your Highness, don't worry about them. Let's go a little deeper and wipe them out. A cold glint flashed in the first prince's eyes, and he sneered, Fine. You're right, they're courting death. But we need to act quickly. We can't let Uncle and the others find out. Soon, they arrived at a lake, the very lake where Bond and his group had conducted their combat assessment. Now, bathed in the morning light, the lake's water was like a mirror, breathtakingly beautiful. The first prince and his group didn't linger, heading north along the lakeshore, while the second prince and his group stopped at the lakeside. The second prince, gazing at the picturesque scenery, was in high spirits and exclaimed, It's truly beautiful. I've been to the Noxus Mountains several times, but never in the morning. I never imagined the scenery would be so stunning. Born chuckled, Your Highness, being in the palace, you naturally only see its deep walls. It's rare for you to come out. Why don't we enjoy the view properly? The second prince quickly waved his hand. No, we have important business to attend to today. We can't escape the scenery anyway. Let's come back another time. With that, he led the way north. They traveled about 20 or 30 miles, encountering 7 or 8 attacks by magical beasts along the way. However, so far, the beasts they encountered were only of the first or second tier, posing no real threat to Born. A couple of third-tier magical beasts, particularly arrogant and ferocious, were easily killed by Born with a few punches and kicks, leaving the second prince dumbfounded. Now that Born's strength had reached the 5th tier, Dealing with these third-tier magical beasts was naturally a piece of cake. The second prince and Annie didn't even need to lift a finger. The second prince laughed heartily. Little brother Keller, you truly broadened my horizons. Such a free-spirited fighting style. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were an adventurer. Born scratched his head. My magic power isn't pure enough, and the power of my spells is insufficient. I can only use my fists and feet. Please excuse my poor performance. The second prince, having lived in the inner palace for a long time, was unaware of the affairs of the Rambeau family or the current Magic Academy freshman assessment. Therefore, he knew nothing about Born. Hearing Born's explanation, he became intrigued and curious. Keller, you're so capable. Whose family are you? The prince asked. Born bowed slightly and replied, My father is Jonathan, the Marquis of Ginchy. What? The second prince exclaimed in surprise. You're actually from the Rambeau family? Then why did you choose me this time? Before he could finish, Born interrupted him. I joined your highness's team voluntarily. It has nothing to do with my father. The second prince looked disappointed. Gaining the support of the Marquis of Ginchy, who held considerable military power, would be far more powerful than the support of court officials. However, the second prince wasn't discouraged. After all, he had already established a good relationship with the young master of the Rambeau family, and perhaps he could really win over the Rambeau family in the future. Just as the second prince was lost in thought, Born, who was walking ahead of him, suddenly stopped, his entire body poised like a drawn bow, brimming with a sense of impending doom. What's wrong? The second prince was slightly surprised by Born's sudden change in demeanor. Born whispered, A high-level magical beast has appeared. Which beast's territory is this? The second prince quickly opened the map in his hand, carefully discerning the location. This should be the territory of the fire spirit giant lizard. No, we can't fight it. It'd be disadvantageous for us. Let's go, Born said, leading the way in a rapidly moving direction. The second prince didn't hesitate and quickly followed. They walked for a full half-day, passing through the territories of 2 9-tier magical beasts, but without any conflict. They quickly lost sight of the first prince and his companions, but Born wasn't worried. He found a secluded spot and sat behind a large rock. Let's rest here. Further ahead lies the vast, desolate mountains. The endless mountain ranges will likely complicate matters considerably, Born suggested. He was prepared for the second prince to object, but to his surprise, the second prince nodded. Then let's rest here. The Noxian mountains were indeed strangely hot. Despite it being early spring, the midday sun was intensely hot, causing the second prince to unconsciously remove his outer garment. Seeing the second prince's discomfort, Annie smiled, flipped her hand, and a surge of water elemental energy erupted, forming a water sphere. A gentle mountain breeze carried the water from the sphere, blowing it onto the second prince, bringing him some coolness. The second prince laughed. Little sister Annie is indeed clever, having found such a way to help me cool down. Thank you. Born then took out lunch and handed it to the second prince, who readily accepted and began to eat. Chapter 111. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the three continued their journey, traveling for about 2 hours until they arrived at a valley. Born suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked ahead. What's wrong? The second prince asked. Born crouched down, examining the vegetation. This should be the habitat of some kind of large magical beast, but it's not here now. I don't know why. Annie pointed forward. Keller, look over there. Aren't there signs of a fight? Born looked in the direction Annie pointed and saw deep claw marks on a rock face, seemingly left by something sharp. Born walked over, touched the claw marks on the rock, and gasped. That should be the wind-type magical beast. It seems the first prince's men have already been here. What do we do then? Could they have already killed the beast? The second prince asked anxiously. Born frowned slightly. 9-tier magical beasts aren't so easy to kill. We can still make it there in time. The three immediately set off, and soon they heard the roars of beasts. The three exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. A short while later, they saw the first prince and his group fighting a blue wolf-like magical beast. Currently, the first prince's side was at a disadvantage, retreating as they fought, but the first prince himself possessed 8th-tier strength, so he wasn't in too much danger for the time being. Seeing this scene, the second prince immediately wanted to step forward, but Born stopped him. Wait, you can't go now. Why? The second prince asked, puzzled. They look like they've been fighting for a while now, and both sides have expended a lot of magical energy. Wouldn't it be better to join in now? Born shook his head. Magical beasts are ferocious, and wolf-like magical beasts are especially cunning. This wind-riding Wolf King seems to be unleashing its magic power wildly, but it's actually holding back. The first prince is incredibly naive to think he can defeat it through attrition. The second prince hesitated, but followed Born's advice. The three of them hid to the side, observing the situation. Born, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a fruit and began to eat it with relish. The second prince was somewhat stunned. What kind of time was this to be eating? Seeing the second prince staring at him, Born took another fruit from his robes and offered it to him. The second prince immediately shook his head. However, Annie, seeing him refuse, snatched the fruit, wiped it briefly on her clothes, and began to devour it. The second prince was speechless. He just recruited two idiots. Suddenly, the battle below shifted. The Wolf King stumbled in the fight, tilting to one side. The first prince's eyes narrowed, and with a roar, he charged forward, sword in hand, aiming for the Wolf King's head. Born's lips curled into a smile. The first prince is going to be in trouble. In a flash, the Wolf King's eyes flashed with ferocity. Its right paw lashed forward, unleashing a blue slash towards the first prince. The first prince knew he was in trouble and tried to escape, but it was too late. Just as the slash was about to strike, a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of him, but it couldn't block the slash and was instantly torn apart. However, the first prince seized the opportunity, leaping to the side and barely dodging the slash, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! The second prince stamped his foot angrily. So close! Born chuckled. If that attack had landed, the crown prince would be crippled, if not dead. That wall of fire was cast by that chubby kid, Annie said, pointing to Sergei ahead. Born nodded. Although that chubby kid is only at the third tier, he's very shrewd. He probably realized the Wolf King was deliberately creating an opening, and he's been following the crown prince ever since, ready to protect him. The crown prince scrambled to his feet, looking quite disheveled, but his eyes were filled with rage. A mere beast, daring to toy with me? Sergei quickly helped the crown prince up. Your Highness, please don't be angry. This beast may not be strong offensively, but it's very difficult to deal with. Let's consider our options carefully. Get out. What do you mean consider our options carefully? We've been fighting for so long. If you guys weren't so useless, we would have killed this beast long ago. The crown prince shoved Sergei aside. A fleeting glint of anger flashed in Sergei's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The eldest prince brandished his long sword. You lot, keep wearing it down until it dies. His four subordinates hesitated, none daring to step forward. Troy, however, after a brief pause, leaped forward and used wind magic to fight the Wolf King. Born, hiding to the side, saw the time was right. You two wait here. Their battle won't end so quickly. I'll be right back. The second prince's eyes flashed. He understood Born's intention, but still grasped Born's hand, saying, Be careful. Born smiled and nodded. Don't worry, wait for my good news. With that, he quickly left, continuing eastward along the valley. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at a cave. The cave's perimeter was rugged with jagged rocks, and the terrain was somewhat steep. However, for Born, this was no major problem. Born observed for a while, releasing his soul fire to probe, and nodded slightly. It seemed this was the lair of another 9th-tier fire-type magical beast. He himself was far too weak to deal with such a powerful 9th-tier magical beast, so he didn't intend to enter. Instead, he positioned himself at the cave entrance, channeled his magic power, and with a series of swift movements, released 10 bone spikes, shooting them fiercely into the cave. A deafening roar followed. With Born's current 5th-tier strength, the bone spikes he released were even more powerful, causing the cave to tremble 3 times. A terrifying roar echoed from within the cave, and Born immediately turned and ran. But before he could get far, with a deafening boom, a gigantic cave dragon beast burst out of the cave, sending rocks flying and dust billowing. Born dared not linger, fleeing back the way he came. The cave dragon was enraged, 2 bone spikes still embedded in its shoulder armor. Although they had pierced its scales without injuring its flesh, they still fueled its fury. Seeing Born fleeing, it roared and gave chase. Born, seeing the cave dragon closing in, felt reassured and released 2 more bone spikes behind him. While these failed to harm the dragon, they further enraged it. The cave dragon roared and spat out 2 fireballs that exploded behind Born with deafening booms. The scorching shockwaves pounded on Born's back. No wonder it's a 9th-tier magical beast. It could crush me with a single stomp. Thinking this, Born unconsciously increased his speed. The cave dragon was enormous, and not good at running. That was why Born had chosen to lure it over. Whenever the cave dragon was about to give up, Born would shoot 2 bone spikes at it, provoking the dragon to roar repeatedly, but it could never do anything to Born. After much struggle, they finally returned to the location of the wind-riding Wolf King. The first prince and the others were still dealing with the Wolf King when they suddenly heard a series of explosions behind them. Startled, they quickly looked back and saw Born leading the charge, fire erupting from his feet, followed by a raging cave dragon beast that continuously spewed fireballs. "What is that doing?" The first prince roared angrily. "Damn it!" Sergei's eyes narrowed. This guy is using their momentum to his advantage, making the cave dragon beast and the wind-riding Wolf King fight. And we're caught in the middle? This is terrible. Troy squinted. This guy is caught in the middle himself. Is he courting death? But there was no time to think further. Born quickly reached them, grinning, and pounced into a clump of grass. The first prince, Keenan shouted, "Are you crazy? Do you think you can hide in the bushes, and the monsters won't find you?" He quickly pushed aside the bushes, but there was no sign of Born. What? The first prince and the others were dumbfounded. They had clearly seen Born jump into the bushes and hide. How could he have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Boom! The explosions around them jolted them awake. Now was not the time to look for him. They needed to find a way to escape from these two 9th-tier monsters. The second prince, hiding in the distance, also stared wide-eyed. What happened? Where did Keller go? I'm here. A voice suddenly rang in his ear, startling him. In the blink of an eye, Born was already beside him. How did you get here? The second prince looked like he's seen a ghost. Born chuckled. Of course, I walked over, Your Highness. We have some work to do soon. Are you ready? The second prince nodded. Yes, I'm ready. Just waiting for your instructions. Ahead, the cave dragon beast, having lost track of Born, immediately turned its attention to the first prince's side, while the wind-riding Wolf King also found an opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the first prince. Damn it! The first prince roared repeatedly, cursing Born to the core in his mind. Sergei narrowly dodged a fireball, anxiously saying, Your Highness, we can't waste any more time. Let's give up. Kay also urged, Your Highness, if we don't leave, we all die here. The first prince slashed down a fireball on his left and parried an attack on his right. Though unwilling, he knew the situation was hopeless. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Retreat. When we get back, I tear the brat to pieces. With that, he led the four away. Fortunately, the first prince was strong enough to escape, though outmatched. The cave dragon beast, however, was relentless. Completely enraged by Bon, it was now finding an outlet for its anger, and wasn't about to let him get away so easily. It gave chase. The wind-riding Wolf King, however, didn't pursue. It had indeed been nearly exhausted by the first prince and the others. Although it still had some strength left, it didn't intend to continue fighting. Just as the Wolf King was about to turn back, a torrent of water suddenly surged out from a corner. Caught off guard, the Wolf King was struck head-on by the water, which instantly engulfed him. The Wolf King roared repeatedly and unleashed several slashes, but all failed to break through the water prison. Clap, clap, clap. Born clapped his hands. Anna, your water prison hit rate is getting higher and higher. And gritted her teeth. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. When Annie was at level 4, the power of her water prison could catch the level 8 fleet off guard. Now, at level 5, she could barely control the wind-riding Wolf King. The second prince drew his sword, ready to attack, when Born flashed forward, pulling out a white long sword from somewhere, and slashed at the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King's eyes widened, and it unleashed a flurry of slashes at Born, trying to block his attacks. But Born was fearless, dodging all the slashes with agility. The Wolf King was terrified and covered itself with a wind shield, hoping to defend itself, but Born's longsword seemed unimpeded, slicing across the Wolf King's neck in a flash. At the same time, Annie's magic was exhausted. With a poof, the water prison exploded, the Wolf King's eyes widened, and its head slowly slid off its neck, dying with its eyes wide open. The second prince was stunned. He stared blankly at the two children, 9 years younger than him. Was this really true? Were there really children this powerful? With just their strength, they could easily kill a 9th-tier magical beast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Born calmly took the magic core and talisman from the Wolf King's body, washed away the blood, and handed them to the second prince. The second prince still looked incredulous, somewhat woodenly accepting the magic core and talisman. His eye twitched, and he looked at Born. You 8 years old? Born nodded, raised his hand, and twirled it around. That's right. 8 years old. The second prince exclaimed in amazement, You two are absolutely incredible. killing a 9th-tier magical beast with only 4th-tier strength. Annie waved her hand and laughed. Your Highness, you're mistaken, it's 5th tier. What? The second prince was startled again. You only been enrolled for less than a month, and even 4th tier is already phenomenal. How could you break through to 5th tier so quickly? Born chuckled, we were just lucky. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's find our next target. Seeing that Born was unwilling to answer, the second prince, though still puzzled, didn't press further. After all, Born was on his side, and of course, the stronger the better. Not long after Born and his group left, the first prince and his entourage returned. They had exerted tremendous effort, with Troy and Guy both injured, to finally drive away the cave dragon beast. The first prince, still unwilling to give up, wanted to return and continue to cause trouble for the wind-riding wolf king, only to find a corpse. The first prince roared to the sky, Reiner. I will definitely kill you. Seeing the wind-riding wolf king's corpse, Troy and the others were also ashen-faced. They had fought the wolf king for almost half a day, exhausting not only the wolf king's magic power, but also nearly depleting their own, only to have it all fall into someone else's hands. The first prince grabbed Kinnan by the collar. Do you know that who lured the cave dragon here? What's his name? What's his background? Previously, the first prince hadn't cared about Born and the other man at all, considering them cannon fodder to be eliminated when the time was right. Now it seemed he had been completely outmaneuvered by someone he had looked down upon. Chapter 112. Seeing the first prince's fury, Keenan fell silent, stammering, He's Keller, the young master of the Rambeau family, a water type, 4th tier mage. The Rambeau family? The first prince was taken aback. Could it be that old scoundrel Jonathan actually supported Reiner? He shook his head and released Keenan. No, Jonathan has always been very cautious and has never intended to help Reiner. According to intelligence, there's no evidence that he supports Reiner. Your Highness. At this moment, Troy stepped forward and said, You may not know this, but this Keller has always been frail and sickly, and his relationship with the Marquis of Jinchi and his wife is not good. His choice to join the second prince's team this time was probably his own decision, and has nothing to do with Marquis Jonathan. The first prince nodded. That should be it, no. That brat is truly despicable, daring to play tricks on me. He must be taught a lesson. Sergei's small eyes darted around, and an idea immediately came to him. Your Highness, I have a plan that can turn the tide. The first prince, intrigued, immediately asked, Tell me. Sergei slowly said, We just fought here, expending a lot of strength. We've barely managed to repel the cave dragon beast. Of the 12 magical beasts now, the Wind Wolf King is dead, making the cave dragon beast the easiest to deal with. Since it's so clever, it must have figured this out too. This time, we shouldn't reveal our whereabouts. Instead, we should lie in ambush outside the cave dragon beast's lair, and when they come, we surround them in the valley and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Kenan asked doubtfully, Why not let them fight the cave dragon beast first, and then we can reap the benefits? Sergei nodded. No, they certainly won't fight the cave dragon head-on, otherwise they wouldn't risk stealing our prey. The first prince's eyes narrowed. Fine. Since we're going to fight, let's leave no one alive. When we get out, just tell Uncle that they died at the hands of the monsters. Who would know? He then looked at the others present. You all better keep your mouths shut. If I succeed in seizing the throne, you be heroes. I certainly won't treat you unfairly. The others present were all intelligent, and naturally didn't believe the first prince's words. If he could even kill his own brother, what wouldn't he do? But they didn't show it on their faces, instead respectfully agreeing repeatedly. Meanwhile, the second prince and his entourage found a pile of boulders and prepared to spend the night there. Bon gathered some dry firewood, started a fire, and the group ate dinner around it. The second prince, overjoyed at winning, generously shared some of his finest wine with Bon and his brother. Both refused, saying they were too young to drink, which finally appeased the prince. Bon chuckled, Your Highness, please drink less. The competition isn't over yet. The second prince laughed heartily, Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I never been so happy. Ever since I can remember, my elder brother has always been one step ahead of me, taking everything from me and bullying me all the time. I never cared before, thinking I leave the country and find my own path when I grew up. But things don't always go as planned. Father insists I inherit the throne, but compared to my brother, I have neither the strength nor the support. How can I compete? Until I met you two. I finally beat him once. Ha ha ha. It was clear the second prince was genuinely overjoyed, one wondered how long he had been suppressing his emotions before finally letting it all out. Hearing this, Bourne stopped trying to dissuade him. With him and Annie there, they could handle most magical beasts. The next morning, before dawn, Bourne woke the still sleeping second prince. Luckily, he hadn't brought much wine with him. He finished it the night before, and gone straight to sleep. "Your Highness, wake up! We should set off." The second prince rubbed his sleepy eyes, glanced at the sky, and said, "It's still early. I want to sleep a little longer." He then turned over, and went back to sleep. Bourne didn't let him have his way, pulling him up abruptly. "No, we have to get there early to seize a good position." The second prince looked reluctant. "Going too early probably won't do any good. My brother and the others probably haven't gotten up yet." "It'd be too late once they get up," Bourne exclaimed. "I estimate they definitely attacked the cave dragon beast today, but after yesterday's lesson, they definitely observed the area for a while to avoid us reaping the benefits again." The second prince asked doubtfully, "Then we can't go even earlier?" Bourne smiled slyly. "We're going, and we're going straight to the cave dragon beast's lair." "What?" The second prince was shocked, instantly becoming more alert. "Going straight to the cave dragon beast's lair? Isn't that suicide?" "Of course not. We need to appear where they least expect it, so we can catch them off guard," Bourne said, lifting Annie, who was also sleeping like a log, onto his shoulder and setting off. Although the second prince was puzzled, he quickly followed. When it was broad daylight, the first prince finally appeared in the valley. Troy surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a cliff, saying, "Your Highness, I think that's a good place to ambush." The first prince nodded. "All right, let's go check it out." After several observations, they chose several concealed locations and lay in ambush, quietly waiting for the second prince's arrival. However, they waited until noon without seeing the second prince. The group began to worry. Had they guessed wrong? Sergei hid with the first prince, feeling uneasy. If they had guessed wrong, causing the first prince to miss their opportunity and allowing the second prince to obtain the secret symbol again and expand his lead, he would be the culprit. The first prince frowned deeply. "Should we send someone to check if these guys have come?" Sergei thought for a moment and said, "Troy is the only wind mage among us. Let him scout around. If the second prince hasn't come, we just kill the cave dragon beast." The first prince nodded. "All right. Go tell him." However, just as Sergei was about to leave, a figure approached from afar. The first prince quickly pulled Sergei back. "Who is that? Why is she alone?" the first prince asked. Because of the distance, Sergei couldn't see clearly at first. Only when the person got closer did he realize it was the little girl under the second prince's command. "It's Anna. Where are the second prince and Keller?" And looked around furtively, seemingly there to gather information, glancing around every now and then. The first prince said angrily, "Looks like she's here to gather information too. That Reiner is truly hateful. He even tried to scheme against me." Sergei pondered for a moment. "Your Highness, shouldn't we capture her? Let her send false information back, thus luring the second prince and Keller here." The first prince asked worriedly, "What if she refuses?" Sergei revealed a cruel expression. "She has no choice. We have no other option now. The other side is too cunning. They only sent one person. If we let her gather information like this, we won't see the second prince and Keller." The first prince nodded. "As you wish. Do it." Sergei suddenly jumped out from his hiding place. At the same time, Guy, Troy, and Kenan appeared from different directions, surrounding Anne firmly. Fear flashed across Anne's face. "Ah! You! How did you get here?" The first prince casually stepped out from behind Sergei. "How did we get here?" "Good question. Didn't you come here to find us?" And nervously took 2 steps back. You're lying." I came to find DeLong." "DeLong?" The first prince was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "So it's just a little girl who hasn't even grown her first hair. That guy Reiner is shameless. He didn't come himself, but sent a little girl to take the lead." Troy sidled up to the first prince. "Your Highness, don't underestimate her. If our recruitment exam goes smoothly this year, she'd be number 1. The crown prince was startled. The top student in each year's entrance exam at the Magic Academy always became a renowned and powerful magician. Drew, Jonathan, and Marcelo were all top students that year. The crown prince narrowed his eyes, becoming more wary of Annie. "Where are Reiner and Keller? Where are they?" Annie shook her head. "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." The crown prince's anger flared. A little girl, even if she was the top student in the entrance exam, was only at the 4th level of the origin realm. She was no match for him, an 8th level magician, yet she dared to be so arrogant in front of him. You're asking for trouble. You're tired of living. With that, he drew his sword, ready to attack Annie. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the lair of the cave dragon behind them, a whoo. The crown prince jumped in fright, and turned around to see the cave dragon, as if enraged, bursting out of its cave. Its 2 blood-red eyes fixed on the crown prince and his companions, blazing with hatred. What's going on? The crown prince cried out in alarm. The next moment, a torrent of water suddenly enveloped him. He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free of the water prison. You, what are you doing? Guy, filled with shock and anger, yelled at Annie. Annie stuck out her tongue. Nothing, I was just feeding the dragon. With that, she flicked her arm, and the water prison moved with her movement, throwing the crown prince towards the cave dragon. The crown prince was terrified. Troy and the others quickly flew forward to try and save him. Sergei unleashed a wall of fire, halting the crown prince's advance, while Troy fired a lightning spear, piercing the water prison with a soft whoosh and successfully rescuing the prince. However, the crown prince had barely escaped the water prison when he was met with a frenzied attack from the cave dragon beast. With a deafening boom, the crown prince was slapped away by the cave dragon beast, coughing up blood. Troy and the others were terrified. If anything happened to the crown prince, they would be held responsible. Save the crown prince. We must retreat, Troy shouted. Guy and Kinnan quickly ran over and helped the crown prince to his feet, while the stronger Troy and Sergei stayed behind to cover their retreat. However, they were no match for the enraged cave dragon. It quickly caught up and severely wounded them. Just as they were about to perish, a water prison trapped the cave dragon, and a cold voice rang out beside them. Get out of here, and I spare your lives this time. This person was Annie. This was also the second prince's intention. Even if he desperately wanted the throne, he couldn't bear to see his own brother die like this. Troy, clutching his injured left arm, glanced at Annie with a complex expression, then pulled Sergei away without looking back. Once the first prince and his entourage were far away, Annie could no longer hold on. This cave dragon was no match for the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King had exhausted much of its magic power, allowing Annie to easily control it, but this cave dragon was in a berserk state. It bared its fangs and claws, frantically attacking the water prison, breaking its restraints in an instant. Annie immediately flew backward. Just as the cave dragon was about to give chase, 2 lightning spikes struck its carapace, causing a spray of blood to bloom on its back. The cave dragon roared in pain, turning around to see the second prince and Born standing at the entrance of its lair, Born holding a huge dragon egg. The cave dragon immediately growled, its eyes gradually turning crimson, its breathing becoming rapid, and its body slightly arched, as if gathering strength. Born, however, remained completely calm. He slowly walked towards the cave dragon, egg in hand. You want this? The second prince and Annie unconsciously held their breath. They couldn't understand what Born was up to. This was tantamount to suicide. The cave dragon's eyes were filled with wariness, suspicion, and hatred. It stared intently at Born, as if it would bite him to death at the slightest movement. Born smiled. I know your days are numbered. How about a deal? With that, Born activated the soul fusion technique, gathering the elements of heaven and earth within himself, and infusing some of the collected elements into the dragon egg, causing it to glow a faint reddish hue. The cave dragon's pupils constricted sharply. Though it couldn't understand human speech, it understood Bond's meaning. It was indeed nearing the end of its life. An old dragon by nature, its lifespan nearing its end, it had recently been impregnated by a secret rune injected by the Norma Empire's Grand Mage, damaging its body. It might not live to see the egg hatch. Having witnessed Bond's abilities, it knew that if it entrusted the egg to Bond, it would surely hatch successfully. Understanding this, it slowly relaxed, gently touching the egg with its nose, its eyes filled with sorrow and reluctance, letting out 2 soft whimpers. Born reached out and gently stroked the cave dragon's face. Don't worry, I take good care of it. The cave dragon slowly closed its eyes, lying prone on the ground. A red light slowly emanated from its body, and streams of fire elemental power erupted from it, pouring into the dragon egg. When the fire elemental power was exhausted, the cave dragon's life also came to an end. Chapter 113. Seeing that the cave dragon was dead, the second prince finally mustered his courage and approached. Keller, how did you know this cave dragon was nearing the end of its life? Born scratched his head. I accidentally obtained a secret technique that allows me to judge the lifespan of magical beasts. He couldn't very well say he was an undead, possessing the power of death, and able to judge the life force of living beings. Seeing the second prince's skepticism, Born quickly handed over the dragon egg he was holding. Your Highness, I promised this cave dragon I would take good care of it. This dragon egg, if I'm not mistaken, will hatch in another week. I entrust it to you, Your Highness, hoping you will raise it well. The second prince was taken aback. He hadn't expected Born to entrust the dragon egg to him. He knew that cave dragons were among the gentler and easier to tame of all magical beasts. Therefore, people specialized in searching for cave dragon eggs in wild secret realms for sale. A single dragon egg could be worth thousands of gold coins. And Born had simply handed over the dragon egg so easily. This is too precious, Keller, I can't accept it. Born pursed his lips. He actually didn't want to give it away. His body contained the power of death, and keeping the dragon egg by his side wouldn't do it any good. And he already had Xiaoxue, that troublemaker, so it wasn't suitable to raise another cave dragon. Giving it to the second prince was the most appropriate. Your Highness, please don't refuse. Seeing Born's firm stance, the second prince gritted his teeth. All right, then I accept it. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Born smiled and waved his hand, drawing his soul-severing blade. He dissected the dead cave dragon, taking out its magic core and secret rune. However, the cave dragon had just poured all its magic power into the dragon egg, rendering the magic core useless. Born secretly regretted it, but it didn't matter. The goal of this hunt wasn't the magic core, obtaining the talismans was enough. Currently, the second prince already possessed 2 talismans, while the first prince hadn't obtained any and was severely injured. Under these circumstances, the second prince's victory was practically guaranteed. But Born didn't remain idle. He headed south. He had heard from Katniss that the south was lush with vegetation and contained many rare magical herbs. Since they had come all this way, they might as well gather as many as possible. Furthermore, there was a 9th-tier water-type magical beast in the south. Obtaining its magic core would be extremely beneficial. A 9th-tier magical beast's magic core was far superior to a lower-tier one. Lower-tier magic cores couldn't be used for cultivation, while 9th-tier and higher magic cores could be used by humans, containing pure elemental magic power that could enhance the user's strength. Jonathan had previously given him an 8th-tier water elemental magic core. While that core couldn't increase his or Annie's magic power, it could be used to craft magic stones and inscribe low-level spells. Currently, both he and Annie possess water elemental magic, allowing them to absorb the magic core power of water elemental magical beasts, though the effect wasn't as strong. Undead magical beasts would be even better, but of course, that was impossible. How could undead magical beasts possibly appear in the Noxus Mountains? After traveling for half a day, they finally reached the southern grasslands. Born wasn't in a hurry to find herbs, but instead set up camp to rest. Today, he and the second prince had sneaked into the cave dragon's lair beforehand. After Annie sent a signal through soul communication, they provoked the cave dragon, simultaneously using invisibility to conceal themselves and the second prince. They only emerged after the cave dragon had driven away the first prince's party. Therefore, Born's magic power was largely depleted. After all, taking a 7th-tier mage into invisibility required an enormous amount of magic power. However, this also revealed his secret to the second prince, who looked incredulous but said nothing under the circumstances. Now, resting, he asked curiously, Keller, what you used in the underground dragon's lair today, was it the legendary invisibility spell? Born gave a wry smile and didn't hide anything. Yes, Your Highness, please keep it a secret. The second prince laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret. Such an important matter cannot be known to others, just like my father's precognitive ability. Born was also curious about the old emperor's precognitive ability, so he asked, who knows about His Majesty's precognitive ability? The second prince thought for a moment. Not many people know. Dean Douglas, Uncle Emina, and then my elder brother knows. Oh right, Aunt Mommy knows too. What? Both Born and Annie were taken aback. Are you talking about Mommy, the vice principal of the Magic Academy? The second prince nodded. Don't you know? Mommy is father's cousin. She used to be a princess, but after joining the Magic Academy, she automatically relinquished her princess status. Born suddenly understood. No wonder Vice Principal Mommy was present at the start of the competition, besides Dean Douglas. Then, the second prince added, actually, father's precognitive magic isn't very high level, only intermediate. And limited by his own strength, he can't foresee much, the information is very vague, only a general outline. I heard that advanced precognitive magic can clearly predict the future. That's truly powerful. Born was taken aback. There are different levels for the same type of magic? The second prince exclaimed, of course. Low-level magic can't unleash its full potential, not just precognitive magic, but other magic as well. For example, the lightning chains I'm learning are supposed to be a basic spell, but there's a low-level spell called Enhanced Lightning Chains, which is much more powerful. There's also a mid-level spell called Thunder Chains, which is an advanced version of Enhanced Lightning Chains. I don't know about high-level spells. I see. Born nodded. Looks like I haven't mastered it yet. I have to study harder when I get back. Annie chuckled. It's not that you haven't mastered it, it's that you always doze off in class. Teacher Doran even told me. Huh? Born scratched awkwardly. Annie scratched her head. Are you and Teacher Doran on good terms? Annie nodded. Teacher Doran is the one who rescued us from Misty Canyon. After we successfully enrolled, he came to congratulate us. He said our performance brought him honor, and he even received praise from the headmaster. The second prince said, speaking of Doran, he's also from a noble family. Oh! Annie asked in surprise. I didn't realize that. Which family is he from? The second prince smiled. He's from the DaCosta family, commanding the Imperial Guard. Although his official position isn't high, his power is considerable. But that's no longer relevant to him. Born sighed, alas. Only large families can cultivate more talent. Poor families are lucky to produce even one magician. The second prince looked at Born. Your family also has a professor at the Magic Academy. Born asked curiously, who is it? Do I know her? The second prince looked mysterious. Of course you know her. She's Professor Danica, a water magic professor, your cousin. Born was taken aback. He naturally knew Danica. Wasn't she the professor who let him off the hook in the third assessment, giving him a score of 61? Oh, I see. The second prince then sighed. It's a pity. The Imperial Magic Academy is dedicated to magical research and teaching, never participating in imperial affairs. Even in times of war, they won't intervene. Therefore, all those who join the Magic Academy, everyone must relinquish their noble status. Previously, when the Marco family rebelled, the Empire wanted the Magic Academy to hand over members of the Marco family, but the Magic Academy refused. This caused a rift in the relationship between the Empire and the Magic Academy, but thankfully, thanks to Aunt Mommy's connection, things are much better now. Born asked doubtfully, are there any members of the Marco family in our academy? The second prince nodded. There is one teacher and one professor from the Marco family, and they are the biological children of Marquis Damar. They can only survive under the protection of the Magic Academy now. Why did Marquis Damar rebel? Born asked. The second prince sighed. Isn't it because of my elder brother? This has something to do with the first prince? Annie asked in surprise. Of course, it has to do with him. The second prince said angrily, Marquis Damar was originally very loyal to the Empire, but because my elder brother bullied and cruelly killed Marquis Damar's youngest daughter, he was enraged and sent troops to the capital, where he was later defeated by Marcello. Born and Annie exchanged shocked glances. The second prince continued, that was 3 years ago, in the summer. My brother was on a southern tour and visited the Marco family's territory. Marquis Damar warmly received him. At the time, Irina, only 13 years old, and Gina, 17, were resting at home and joined in entertaining him. My brother, however, was overcome with lust and took a liking to the Marquis's 2 daughters. Taking advantage of his drunken state, he kidnapped Irina and Gina. Gina, being stronger, escaped and returned to her family to inform Marquis Damar. Marquis Damar was furious and immediately led his men to rescue them, but it was too late. Irina had already been violated and died on the spot. My brother had already fled Marco's territory with his men, heading towards the capital. Born tentatively asked, the Gina you mentioned, could she be? The second prince nodded. That's right, the teacher at the Magic Academy. Gina Marco. Annie sighed. No wonder. Back then, my father. Some people nearby said the Marco family was forced into rebellion. The second prince held a wooden stick, gently poking at the fire in front of him. Sigh. This news was strictly suppressed by the imperial city. My father was already seriously ill at the time, and many things were done on my elder brother's orders. It was after this incident that my father began to suspect my elder brother, which is why he demanded that I participate in the competition for the throne. Anne's eyebrows furrowed. Humph. That eldest prince is truly despicable, actually doing such a heinous thing. The second prince said quietly, his bad deeds don't stop there. He also forcibly amassed wealth and allowed his subordinates to sell love potions. These love potions have aphrodisiac effects and are highly addictive. Users eventually cannot escape the control of these love potions. This kind of herb is strictly prohibited in the Empire. Annie asked, why do so many people support him despite his reckless behavior? The second prince gave a bitter smile. It's my fault. I never had any ambition for power. I just wanted to be a prince peacefully. So I didn't build up my own power base before. Father has been seriously ill for many years, and my elder brother has been in charge of the court. Even though father didn't name him crown prince, everyone tacitly accepted it. By the time I realized it, all the important positions in the court were already his people. Born handed the second prince a wild fruit. You're thinking too simply. With your brother's personality, even if you had no ambition for power, he wouldn't let you go. The second prince gave Born a deep look, nodded, took the wild fruit, and took a bite. The next day, they successfully gathered some herbs, many of which Dao Quang had told Born about, which could be used in conjunction with the hide of the light unicorn to help him conceal the aura of death on his body. Afterwards, they found the 9th-tier water-type magical beast, the Clear Lake Crocodile, located on the south bank of the lake, not too far from the foot of the mountain. This Clear Lake Crocodile was actually quite difficult to deal with. Born was only trying his luck. If it didn't work, he'd give up. He first used a small prey he captured to lure the crocodile out of the water, then had Annie trap it in a water prison. However, the crocodile was powerful and, being a water-type magical beast, the water prison was no match for it. It quickly broke free and lashed out at Annie with its tail. Born rushed over, scooped Annie up, and pulled her aside. The second prince seized the opportunity to attack, unleashing a strengthened lightning lock. Fortunately, the lightning magic had some effect on the crocodile. The crocodile paused for a moment, but quickly recovered. A surge of magic shattered the lightning lock, and with a wide-open maw, several water arrows shot towards the second prince. The second prince hurriedly dodged. Keller, this won't do. This thing is too powerful. Born was also helpless. If only he and Annie could use necromancy. After struggling for most of the day, they still couldn't subdue the crocodile. Fortunately, the crocodile was more accustomed to fighting in water, and wasn't very agile on land, allowing the second prince and his companion to easily escape its territory. Born smiled wryly. I'm sorry, your highness. We made you work for nothing. The second prince waved his hand. Haha, it's alright, it's alright. It's been a learning experience. If it weren't for this battle, I wouldn't have had a chance to fight. Thinking about it, it was true. Previously, it was always Annie and Born who killed the magical beasts, while the second prince could only watch from the sidelines. He was, after all, the strongest in the group. How could he remain inactive? Born laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, your highness is too kind. We have another chance to deal with this giant crocodile. All right. The second prince agreed, and the three began their journey back. The first prince and his group, after a day of rest, were simply too exhausted to hunt any more magical beasts, and had no choice but to return early. This surprised Amida, and the others waiting at the east gate. In their view, the first prince had held an absolute advantage in both strength and numbers during the competition. However, now, the first prince and his group were all severely injured, their faces ashen. Clearly, they had suffered a crushing defeat. Chapter 114. Silent. Amida was about to call out to the first prince, but the first prince remained silent, ignoring him completely, and simply passed through the city gate, leaving with his men. The people on the platform exchanged glances. Douglas laughed. It seems the first prince is in a bad mood. Amida shook his head and smiled bitterly. That child, his temper is still so bad. Although the first prince left, Troy and the others remained. Mommy looked at Troy and asked, "How was your team's harvest?" Troy lowered his head and remained silent, but Kinnan beside him said, "This time we didn't hunt a single magical beast." Mommy frowned, wanting to ask more, but then saw 3 more people approaching from afar. It was the second prince's group. Amida stood up and walked towards the second prince. Reiner, how was your harvest? The second prince bowed slightly. Uncle, we killed 2 magical beasts and obtained 2 secret runes. He then took out the runes and handed them to Amida. Amida was stunned. He had assumed the second prince would also suffer a defeat, but he had actually hunted down 2 magical beasts, both 9th-tier magical beasts. How did you do that? Seeing Amida's astonished expression, the second prince chuckled inwardly. Uncle, did we win this time? Douglas walked over laughing. Ha ha, your highness, the second prince is indeed exceptionally intelligent. You truly won this time. After this incident, the royal family rewarded Born and Annie with 3 first-tier magic cores each, and the Magic Academy also rewarded them with 300 academic credits each. Combined with their previous rewards, They now each had 1,500 credits, enough to obtain a magic scroll from the Magic Academy's magical source. Prince Ryder's resounding victory in the hunting competition was reported to the entire empire by Regent Amida, causing some undecided officials to ultimately support him. The regent also publicly endorsed him. Instantly, the prince reversed his fortunes and became a formidable opponent to the first prince in court. The power struggle within the royal family cast a shadow of impending doom over the entire empire. Although the prince still had relatively few supporters, the regent's public backing gave him greater confidence to contend with the first prince. However, Bourne and Annie, at the Magic Academy, were unaffected by the power struggle. Protected by Dean Douglas and other experts, they were able to focus on their magical studies. Using their earned credits, they exchanged them for access to the magic source in the Magic Academy library, each obtaining another magic scroll from it. Both of them now possess water elemental magic, so they received water-based magic scrolls. Annie was luckier, obtaining a low-level water-based attack spell. Enhanced ice spikes, while Bourne wasn't so fortunate, only receiving a basic spell. Water shield, which greatly frustrated him. However, their strength improved rapidly during this time. With the 3 magic cores awarded by the royal family, coupled with the multiplied cultivation speed of the Soul Division and fusion technique, they both broke through to the 6th rank a year later. Angela also progressed rapidly during this period, even surpassing others. Under the special care of the Magic Academy's Dean Douglas, she also broke through to the 6th rank of the fundamental origin level, catching up with the other magic apprentices in her cohort. During this time, Annie and her companions visited Nickel at Canya's place several times, but Nickel remained unconscious. According to Kanya, Nickel had at most a year left. If the 9 Lives grass couldn't be found within that year, he would be consumed by the poison and reduced to ashes. This caused them great anxiety. Annie planned to set off for the Misty Forest after the new year to find the demon poison dragon and collect the 9 Lives grass. Most importantly, Kanya also wanted to go with them. In her view, the demon poison dragon's venom was excellent experimental material that couldn't be missed. Annie naturally welcomed Kanya's companionship. During their interactions, she discovered that Kanya was actually a 7th level Yuan realm expert, far surpassing most professors in strength. She wondered why Kanya was confined to this old teaching building. However, as Bourne's strength grew, Keller's body began to succumb to the strain, and her body was nearing its limit. Bourne didn't want to discard Keller's identity now, so he followed Dao Quang's advice and bought a necromancer-type magic core at a high price in the capital's black market. Using a special method, he further strengthened Keller's body. After the strengthening, according to Dao Quang's prediction, this body could only last for a maximum of 6 months. During this time, Bourne needed to find a way to obtain the hide of a light unicorn to suppress and conceal his own death power while nourishing the body and preventing it from being damaged. However, Angela was only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm and was unable to go to the Divine Beast Mountain in his place. Therefore, Bourne planned to orchestrate an accident 6 months later to truly kill off Keller's identity and find a suitable new body. Time flew by, and Bourne and Annie continued their frantic training, hoping to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Realm as soon as possible. However, the higher they progressed, the more difficult the breakthroughs became, and even with their extraordinary cultivation techniques, Bourne and Annie found it increasingly difficult to achieve further progress. After a day of arduous training, the two dragged their exhausted bodies out of the old teaching building. "Brother Bourne, so much time has passed, and there's still no sign of a breakthrough," Annie complained. Bourne shook his head with a wry smile. "If I were in the netherworld, I probably wouldn't have been able to cultivate this fast. I should be satisfied." Annie, however, clung to his hand and shook it repeatedly. "Not enough, not enough, not enough." Dao Quan laughed at this moment. "I've seen your training. This speed is already quite fast. If you want to break through again, you need to go out and gain some experience." Upon hearing about going out to gain experience, Annie thought of Nicole. If they went out and left Nicole alone, she couldn't bear to leave him alone. However, when they arrived at the campus, they noticed that something was amiss. It was only early evening. The campus should be bustling with people by now. Why were there so few pedestrians, and everyone looked hurried? Something terrible seemed to have happened. Bourne frowned and pulled Annie along quickly. "Something's happened. We have to go." When they arrived at the girls' dormitory, Angela was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing them return, Angela exclaimed with delight, "Miss, you're finally back. What's wrong? What happened?" Bourne asked hastily. Angela looked around. "This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go to the rooftop." The three nodded and went to the rooftop under the cover of night. The rooftop was empty. After Angela closed the rooftop door, she hurriedly said, "Miss, something terrible has happened." Annie grabbed Angela's hand. "What happened?" Angela gathered her thoughts. "News just came from the palace. His Majesty the Emperor has passed away, his illness severe." "What?" Both Bourne and Annie were shocked. Bourne frowned. "I heard the second prince say that although his Majesty was seriously ill, he should have at least another year to live. How could he have died so soon?" Angela shook her head. "I don't know, but now the first prince wants to inherit the throne, but the regent disagrees. He says it requires the approval of all the great nobles. The entire capital is now under martial law, and the palace has sent letters to the 3 marquises, requesting their opinions." Bourne paced to the side, looking west. That was the direction out of the city. A troop of cavalry galloped out under the cover of night, splitting into 3 groups, heading west, south, and north respectively. He frowned deeply and immediately said, "This is terrible. The second prince hasn't truly gained the support of most people yet. Even with the regent's support, he can't win this contest. We're afraid we can't help him now." For the past 3 days, the capital has been in turmoil. The Norma City Guard has completely surrounded the city, allowing entry but not exit. The people in the city are all talking and speculating about the outcome of the succession to the throne. Cutneys received the news in advance and left a letter for Bourne that night, telling him to stay at the Magic Academy before returning to the Limbo family territory. Many noble students also left that night, and the academy suddenly became much emptier. Inside the palace, the second prince's face was full of anger. "Uncle, I think something's fishy about this." The regent, seated beside him, said, "There is indeed something fishy about it, but the doctor and priest both came to examine him, saying it was a sudden worsening of the illness that led to death. We can't say anything more." The second prince slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He invited those doctor and priest. What credibility do they have? Father clearly had a year left. How could it be so soon? The regent shook his head, pulling the agitated second prince back. "It's too late to say more now. What you need to do is quickly bring Jonathan and Drew to your side." The second prince sighed. "I already sent people, but I don't know if they'd be able to deliver the letter successfully, or what their attitude is. If there was any news, it should have arrived today." The regent looked towards the door. At that moment, a guard entered and respectfully said, "Your Highnesses, the letters from the 3 marquises have arrived and are now in the main hall." The second prince's eyes lit up, and he immediately beckoned, "Let's go. Let's go see." The 2 entered the main hall, where the first prince and a group of court officials were already waiting. The eldest prince sneered, "Brother, today we see who among us is most suitable to sit on the throne in the eyes of the 3 marquises." The second prince ignored him, sitting directly to his left, and waved his hand, "Guards, bring forward the letters from the 3 marquises." Upon hearing this, the eldest prince's face turned cold. Wasn't this tantamount to him acting as the one in charge? But the regent stood beside him, waving his hand to his men, who then presented the letters. The regent opened the letters in front of everyone. The first letter was from Marquis Jonathan. After opening it, the regent froze, remaining silent for a long time. The eldest prince couldn't hold back any longer and snorted, "Is uncle asleep? Why don't I read it?" The regent sneered, "Fine. Read it to me." He then handed over the letter. The eldest prince casually accepted the letter, but the next moment, he froze. This must be a mistake." He held the letter up, and everyone craned their necks to look, only to see that it was completely blank, just a blank sheet of paper. The regent shook his head with a wry smile. "That Jonathan is a real old fox." The second prince asked, "Why does uncle say that? What does this blank sheet of paper mean?" The regent said calmly, "It means that the Rambeau family has no opinion. Anyone can be emperor." The eldest prince crumpled the blank sheet of paper in his hand, and casually tossed it aside. "Never mind, let's look at the next one." The regent picked up another letter, and slowly opened it. This one was from Marquis Macero of Jinan, and it was very simple and clear. "The Perrin family fully supports His Highness Prince Saya." The regent hesitated for a moment, but still read the contents of the letter aloud. The eldest prince burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Brother, what do you think? Look, even Marquis Marcello supports me. What can you possibly do against me?" The second prince remained unmoved. Marcello's support for the eldest prince was within his expectations. In recent years, he hadn't been idle. He had gathered some information and knew that Marcello and the eldest prince had maintained a close relationship. "Brother, don't be too happy yet. Isn't there still Marquis Drew?" The eldest prince waved his hand dismissively. "Since you're still not giving up, Let's see what Drew has written. The regent picked up the last letter and slowly read its words aloud. However, as he listened, the first prince's expression changed. His face gradually flushed, then turned pale, then purple, before finally slamming his hand on the table and shattering it. Drew's letter was the longest, spanning 5 or 6 pages. Its gist was that, according to tradition, the first prince should inherit the throne, but his past actions were unconvincing. Therefore, the regent hoped the first prince would do 2 things. First, repent and refrain from actions that harmed the empire and its people. Second, publicly acknowledge that the Marco family was innocent and pardon all Marco family criminals. Otherwise, he would support the second prince. The eldest prince, panting heavily, found the Marco family's affairs the last thing he wanted to discuss. He couldn't possibly admit to such a thing publicly. That old Drew has a death wish. But then, he quickly recovered, his expression softening. Uncle, it seems one marquis supports me, but no one supports my brother. Shouldn't I be the one to inherit the throne? The regent slowly put down the letter in his hand, and uttered 2 words indifferently, no. Why? The eldest prince roared, standing abruptly, demanding, you said you consider the support of the great nobles. Now the situation is crystal clear. What else is there to say? The regent pointed to himself. I am also a great noble. I support His Highness the second prince. The eldest prince was speechless, unable to utter a word for a moment. Furthermore, the regent continued, if you can't do what Drew wrote in his letter, then I can assume Drew supports the second prince, and you lose a vote. The first prince's eyes gleamed with madness. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the second prince and the regent. Fine. Very well, you think you already won? Just wait and see. Chapter 115. Winter was fast approaching, the weather grew increasingly cold, dark clouds filled the sky, and a light drizzle fell, creating an oppressive atmosphere of impending doom. Bourne and Annie walked through the streets of the capital. The city was deserted, every house was tightly shut, and only the occasional galloping royal knight was a stark contrast to when they first arrived a year ago. Brother Bourne, let's go back, Annie whispered. Bourne frowned and nodded. All right, it seems we won't get any news outside. Let's go back to the academy. The Imperial Magic Academy hadn't been affected by the political turmoil, but most of its students were noble children who had left when the unrest began, leaving the academy deserted. Angela spotted them from afar and waved on tiptoe. Annie quickly ran over. Sister Angela. Miss, how is it? Any news? Angela asked expectantly, and shook her head with a bitter face. The streets are under martial law, and the city guards are everywhere. We can't get any information. Angela looked anxious. What should we do? Should we go out of the city to check? Bourne shook his head. No, it's too risky to go out now. Let's think of another way. But Lady Eva, Bourne sighed, took their hands, and walked towards the old teaching building. It turned out that after the letters from the 3 marquises arrived in the capital, the eldest prince launched a coup, ordering the royal knights to blockade the capital and placing the second prince and the regent under house arrest. The regent, however, was powerful enough to escape and organize the city guards to surround the entire capital, demanding that the eldest prince release them and surrender. But the crown prince not only refused to release him, but also ordered Marcello to immediately send troops to attack Drew, citing Drew's insubordination and insult to the emperor. Marcello actually obeyed the crown prince's order, not rushing to the capital immediately, but instead marching north to attack the Gore family's territory. Because the capital remained under blockade, news from the rear couldn't get in. And Angela, worried about Eva's safety, constantly wanted to know the progress of the battle. 2 months passed, and the outcome of the battle remained unknown. As they were walking, a voice suddenly called out to them, Keller. A letter has arrived from home. Bourne paused, turning around to see Rafe standing on the library steps, holding a yellow envelope. The 3 stepped forward. Bourne bowed to Rafe. Vice Dean, thank you. Rafe sighed. I have a long-standing relationship with Marquis Jonathan, so it's only right that I look after you. These letters wouldn't normally get in, but fortunately Marquis Jonathan hasn't expressed his stance yet, so they reached me. He handed the letter to Bourne. Bourne didn't hesitate, and immediately opened it. When he saw the contents, his pupils constricted sharply, and noticed his unusual reaction, and leaned over to look. The first half of the letter instructed Keller to stay at the Magic Academy and not go out. The second half described the current situation. The Gore family's army is suffering repeated defeats. Most of Gore's territory has been occupied by Marcello, and the parent family's army has reached the gates of Gore City, completely surrounding it. The outcome of this battle will soon be decided. How could this be? And covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Rhea shook his head and sighed. Although Marquis Drew is powerful, there has been little warfare in the north for several years, and his army lacks training. Naturally, they are no match for the Perrin family. However, I never expected that in just 2 months, Marcelo would have reached the gates of Gore. And stepped forward and grabbed Rayef's sleeve, saying, "Associate Professor, do you have any way to get us out of the city?" Rayef asked doubtfully, "What would you do if you went out of the city? It's very dangerous outside. You should listen to Marquis Jonathan's advice and stay in the academy." "No." Anne's eyes were firm. "I must get out of the city. Even if you don't help me, I must get out." Rayef looked at Bourne in confusion. Bourne nodded and said, "Her hometown is in the Gore territory. If I go with her to get out of the city." Rafe frowned and pondered for a moment. "The main problem is the Royal Knights in the city. Once we're outside, they're the Regent's men. You two already have a good relationship with the Regent, so they shouldn't make things difficult for you." Bourne thought for a moment. "Associate Professor, if you have a way to get us to the city wall, we can get out of the city smoothly." Rafe quickly waved his hand. "You're not thinking of jumping off the city wall, are you? Do you know how high the wall is? You'd be smashed to pieces if you jumped." After thinking for a moment, Rafe said, "How about this? Our Magic Academy has a special exit. It's a secret. We never told anyone else before. Only the Dean, Mommy, and I know about it. After you use it, you must keep it a secret." Upon hearing about the secret passage, the three were filled with excitement. Rafe shook his head helplessly. "Sigh. If the Dean hadn't asked me to help you with all my might, I wouldn't have done this." "The Dean?" Bourne asked doubtfully. "Did the Dean know we were leaving the city?" Rafe nodded. "He anticipated you wouldn't stay idle, but he didn't want to show himself and insisted I do it." Sigh. With that, Rafe led the three to a herb garden north of the academy. Beneath the floor of a small wooden house, he uncovered a dark entrance. "Here, go in. Keep walking, and you reach the southern foothills of the Noxus Mountains. It's quite far from the capital. No one should find you." The three thanked him and entered the tunnel. They used their magical energy to illuminate the path and walked for about 2 hours before finding the exit. Sure enough, they emerged outside the capital, some distance from the Regent's army, and thus remained undetected. "Wait here for me. I go borrow 3 horses from His Highness the Regent," Bourne said, heading towards the city guard camp. Soon, Bourne arrived outside the camp. The guards at the gate immediately stopped him. "Halt! Who are you?" Bourne raised his hands. "I am Keller Rambeau. I want to see His Highness the Regent." Upon hearing that he was from the Rambeau family, the guards were stunned. They exchanged glances, and quickly went into the camp to report. Soon, the Regent emerged, surrounded by a group of people. Upon seeing Bourne, he quickened his pace. "Keller? What brings you here? Weren't you at the Magic Academy?" Bourne bowed slightly. "Your Highness, I come to ask for your help." The Regent quickly waved his hand. "Just say what you need. Don't be so formal. I need to borrow 3 horses." The Regent was taken aback. "You're returning to Rambeau's territory?" But then, he didn't ask further, and beckoned for 3 horses to be brought over. Bourne was deeply moved. Such trust from the Regent was truly rare. "Thank you, Your Highness. If it works out, I will certainly lead my troops to assist you." The Regent's heart stirred. He nodded. "Very well. I'll be waiting for you." Bourne mounted his horse, and led the other 2 horses northward at breakneck speed. And the other woman rushed to greet Bourne's return. The 3 of them mounted, and set off for Gore's territory. Outside the city of Gore, the Perrin family's hundreds of thousands of troops had the city completely surrounded. At the front of the line stood a burly man, clad in golden armor, riding a tall horse, his imposing figure radiating power and charisma. This was Marquis Marcelo of Genon. His son, Troy, was beside him. "Father," Troy said, "we only need to keep them besieged until their supplies run out, and the city will fall without a fight." Marcelo shook his head. "No. His Highness the Crown Prince is also besieged in the capital. What we need to do now is to achieve a swift victory, to show the world the strength of the Perrin family, and thus leave the Regent powerless." With that, he waved his hand. "All troops, listen to my command. Charge. We must take the city within 3 days." "Break the city." The hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. On the walls of Gore, Drew and Orin stood side by side, both looking down at the army below with worried expressions. "Father, what do we do now?" Orin asked. Drew frowned and sighed. The Perrin family truly lives up to its reputation. "It seems my Gore family is doomed, and the Norma Empire will soon cease to exist. Father! Suddenly, Carter's voice came from behind. He had returned to the territory at the first sign of the riots. Why can't we pledge allegiance to the Crown Prince? If we do, Marcelo will have no reason to continue attacking us. Drew scoffed. Are you confused? Don't you know what kind of person Sai is? What happened to Irina back then? Don't you know either? Carter argued, but that was 3 years ago. What's the point of bringing it up now? Drew shook his head. All the emperors of my Norma Empire have ruled with benevolence, but Sai is tyrannical. Look, I only offered him advice, and he wants to wage war against me. How can you guarantee that such a ruler won't eliminate you in the future? If you trust him, go and serve him yourself. I won't stop you. Reprimanded by Drew, Carter lowered his head and remained silent, but a resolute glint appeared in his eyes. Soon, Macero's army began their siege. They charged towards the city walls with reckless abandon, as if their lives depended on it. Various spells shimmered with multicolored light, and shouts and screams filled the air. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The first soldiers to reach the walls engaged in a chaotic melee, using their bodies as stepping stones to allow those who followed to advance. Olin led an elite squad, charging left and right, killing all the enemy soldiers who rushed up to prevent any breaches. However, at the city gate, the Macero army had already begun to storm the gate. The huge roar was like the footsteps of death, thump, 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 striking the hearts of every soldier in Goer City. Marcelo drew his long sword, pointing it at Drew standing atop the city wall. His eyes flashed with a sharp edge. Drew! Have the guts to fight me! His roar, like a sharp sword, pierced the heavens. Father! Orin looked at Drew with worry, fearing that Drew would actually open the gates to fight, which would play right into their hands. But his worries were unnecessary. Drew remained calm, his expression unreadable, and ignored Marcelo. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Mountains of corpses piled up beneath the walls of Goel, and thick black smoke billowed from all sides. Marcelo's army suffered heavy losses. 100,000 men perished. Goel itself was on its last legs. Inside Gore Castle, Drew looked at his beloved wife and solemnly patted his eldest son, Orin. Orin, you must get Eva out of the city safely. To Misty City, and with Pantisai, organize the final defense. My dear, what about you? Eva asked, tears welling in her eyes, clutching Drew's hand tightly. Drew smiled. It's all right, my dear. I'm strong enough, they can't kill me. I come to Misty City to find you after I escape. Orin's gaze was serious. Father, if I leave, what will happen to the city's defenses? We can hold out for a long time until they... No! Before Orin could finish, Drew interrupted him. We must plan ahead. Macero's attack is well prepared. I can't leave Eva in such a dangerous place. Don't worry, even if you leave, Gore City can hold out for a while. Orin knew Drew was trying to comfort him. If they wanted to break through the northern encirclement, they would have to open the city gates and charge, inevitably losing some troops. How could they defend against a frontal attack then? Drew waved his hand. All right. Stop dawdling and take Carter with you. He then looked around, his brow furrowing. Where's Carter? Where did he go? Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside the castle, shouting, It's terrible, sir. It's terrible. Drew whirled around, grabbed the soldier by the collar, and demanded, What is it? The soldier trembled, his face covered in blood, his eyes filled with terror, and said, Young Master Carter. The enemy has arrived. Help them open the city gates. Marcelo's army has stormed into the city. What? Drew's hair stood on end, his eyes wide like saucers. You wretch. You beasts. But immediately, he turned and pushed Orin and Eva forward. You two hurry. To Misty City. Hurry. Orin was also filled with disbelief. But he knew this wasn't the time to be stunned. He gritted his teeth, helped Eva onto her horse, lashed the horse's rump with his whip, and led 1,000 elite soldiers straight towards the north gate. Seeing Orin and the others far away, Drew clenched his fists and shouted, Give me my sword. 2 soldiers quickly presented Drew with a large sword. Drew gripped the hilt with his right hand, his aura surging. At this moment, he unleashed his full killing intent, a powerful killing intent honed from countless bloody battles that caused the surrounding soldiers to involuntarily take 2 steps back. All generals, heed my command. Fight alongside me to kill the enemy. Kill the enemy! The last elite forces of Goer City had gathered here, totaling no more than 3,000 or 4,000 men. They had no intention of fleeing, they would fight to the death, even if it meant sacrificing their last man, to protect the honor of the Gore family. Chapter 116. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and cold rain lashed against everyone's faces, but they didn't blink, their eyes fixed on the distance. There, a group of black-armored warriors strode forward, the leader wielding a long sword, his killing intent palpable. With a single swing, he killed a Gore City guard who stood in his way. Drew's eyes blazed with hatred as he roared, "Marcelo!" Marcelo paused, raising his right fist. The black-armored warriors behind him stopped in unison. He looked at Drew calmly. "Your son knows this battle is doomed to failure. Why are you still so stubborn?" Drew spat, "Bah! I don't have such a son." Hearing this, Marcelo pulled someone out from behind him. "Carter." Carter's eyes darted around, and in front of Marcelo's towering figure, he looked like a chick being carried. Marcelo slowly pressed his long sword against Carter's neck, his voice chilling as he asked, "Drew, since you don't have a son like this, why don't I help you get rid of him?" Carter was terrified. Marquis, you said you wouldn't kill me? You can't kill me, I'm the first prince's man." "Shut up." Marcelo tightened his grip, the sword piercing Carter's neck, drawing a stream of bright red blood. Carter immediately shut his mouth in fear. Drew's brow furrowed, his hand gripping the longsword clenching so tightly it cracked. Even though Carter had betrayed him, he was still his son. How could he just watch him be killed before his eyes? But he had to make a decision. Behind him were Oren and Eva, fleeing towards Misty City. If he surrendered now, Oren and Eva would be unable to escape their pursuers, and would surely die at Marcelo's hands. "Marcelo, are you going to continue helping Sai run rampant? What's the benefit of doing so?" Marcelo sneered. "Does a king need your reminders to act? Enough nonsense, surrender or not." Drew gritted his teeth, calculated the time. Olin and the others should be far away, and said, "You're supposed to be a strong person. How can you use such despicable methods? How about a duel? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, but you must spare my men's lives." "If you lose?" Marcelo threw Carter aside, interrupting Drew. "I can't possibly lose. If I really lose, I commit suicide on the spot." Drew's pupils contracted, secretly wondering, this Marcelo is my equal in strength. Why is he so confident? But despite his thoughts, he was already quite satisfied to have forced Marcelo to agree to a duel. Marcelo swung his longsword heavily, the uncongealed blood mingling with rainwater and splashing onto the ground, mingling with the soil. Drew raised his long sword, his eyes sharp and piercing. The two slowly walked to the center of the arena, facing each other. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, only the patter of rain could be heard. Suddenly, Drew let out a long howl. He swung his long sword, and with a whoosh, scorching flames erupted from it. Raindrops dripped onto the flames, hissing, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose. He held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, and leaped forward, launching the first attack on Marcelo. Marcelo snorted coldly. A flash of azure light danced on his long sword, and two sharp wind blades slashed through the sky, heading towards the leaping Drew. But Drew neither dodged nor evaded, directly shattering the attack with his blade. The momentum didn't diminish, instead, it spun several times in the air, gathering even greater power, before slashing fiercely towards Marcelo's head. Marcelo roared, stepping sideways with his left foot to block with his sword. A deafening boom echoed as the two weapons clashed, producing a deafening sound that hurt the eardrums. A visible energy wave radiated outwards from the two. However, before Drew could finish his attack, his right foot emerged from beneath his long sword, aiming for Marcelo's chest. Marcelo's eyes narrowed. "Child's play," he muttered, dodging to the side and grabbing Drew's shoulder with his left hand. Drew's right shoulder dipped slightly, his long sword rising from below. Marcelo dared not be careless, parrying with his sword and immediately retreating 2 steps. Unexpectedly, Drew pressed his advantage, landing with a powerful push, thrusting his long sword forward, something Marcelo hadn't anticipated. He whirled around, the longsword grazing his back and piercing a large hole in his cloak. "Father!" Troy cried out in alarm, seeing this from behind. Marcelo glanced at the hole in his cloak, his expression turning serious. He ripped it off with a sharp tug and tossed it aside. Marquis Drew lives up to his reputation, far more interesting than that fellow from the Marco family. Drew's eyes widened. "You dare mention the Marco family? Do you know how wrong they were? If your daughter suffered this, could you stand idly by?" Marcelo twirled his long sword. "Drew, I think you're getting more and more senile. Marco lost, and that's it. But I possess absolute power, I won't let this happen." Enraged, Drew's blade shifted, unleashing a sudden, furious barrage of upward and downward strikes. Marcelo, his feet flashing with azure light, swiftly dodged the attack and thrust his sword towards Drew's heart. Drew immediately parried with his own blade, deflecting the attack, but Marcelo suddenly unleashed a burst of magical power, and the parry failed. Drew was terrified and immediately erected a wall of fire to protect his chest. With a soft thud, the sword struck Drew squarely in the chest, tearing a large chunk of flesh. Fortunately, Drew retreated quickly, otherwise, the sword would have pierced his heart. Marcelo pressed his advantage, kicking Drew in the chest. Drew felt an immense force, his ribs throbbing with pain, his vision blurred, and his ears rang. He was sent flying 4 or 5 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The soldiers of Gore City were horrified and tried to rush forward, but Drew waved them away. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he still managed to stand, leaning on his long sword. Marcelo, remember your word. Marcelo shook the blood from the tip of his sword. When have I, Marcelo, ever gone back on my word? Drew roared to the sky. Fine, then I fight you to the death here. His entire body surged with power, and fire elemental magic erupted forth. Fire! Spirit! Wrath! The fire elemental magic surging from his body coalesced into a massive vortex, which spun wildly, eventually transforming into a colossal fire giant. The guards of Gore City covered their faces in shock. This is Lord Drew's intermediate magic. Marcelo's eyes hardened. He too unleashed wind elemental power, his longsword flashing through the air. Troy's eyes were filled with horror. Father's going to get serious. If he uses that move, Marquis Drew definitely won't be able to withstand it. The fire giant roared, clasped its hands together above its head, and slammed it down on Marcelo with the force of a landslide, flames shooting in all directions. An ordinary person struck by this attack would be reduced to ashes. However, its target was the newly appointed Marquis of Jeannon. Marcelo uttered a low cry. Follow the wind. As if carried by a gust of wind, he vanished from his spot, becoming a streak of azure light that swiftly passed through the fire giant. Drew's eyes narrowed sharply. He tried to swing his long sword again, but missed. Marcelo appeared behind him, like a ghost in an instant. Drew's eyes widened, remaining in his downward slashing stance, as another spray of blood erupted from his chest, splattering Marcelo's face as he turned to look. Marcelo didn't even blink, letting the blood splatter on his face. Drew, you are indeed powerful, but you are no match for me. Drew collapsed to his knees, using his long sword to support himself. Marcelo, you must know, those who seek help from a tiger will ultimately be devoured. The scion you support will ultimately destroy the entire empire. Marcelo's voice was devoid of emotion. It's a pity you won't see this. With that, he slowly walked behind Drew, sword in hand. Lord Drew. The soldiers of Gore City watched this scene with bated breath. They wanted to help, but Drew's gaze stopped them. They knew Drew was protecting them. As long as Drew died, Marcelo wouldn't harm them. Marcelo stopped, slowly raising his long sword, a fierce glint in his eyes. Farewell, Drew. However, just as he was about to swing his sword, a massive bone spear suddenly flew from his left. The spear carried a dense aura of death, accompanied by gusts of wind that sent chills down his spine. Marcelo was startled, but calmly swung his sword, shattering the bone spear into pieces. At the same time, he sensed a killing intent and swung his sword backward to parry. A pale white longsword slashed horizontally, striking his sword heavily. Through this attack, he accurately assessed his opponent's strength, only around the 6th level of the Origin Realm. He sneered, preparing to unleash his magic to obliterate his opponent. However, the next moment, the pale white longsword suddenly increased its force, slicing a nick in his sword. Marcelo was shocked, kicking his opponent in the chest while simultaneously leaping backward. At the same time, a stream of water flew through the air, enveloping the kneeling Drew and pulling him back into the ranks of the Gore City Guard. Marcelo's face turned ashen. Who are you people? How dare you snatch someone from my hands? However, before they could answer, Troy cried out, Keller. Anna! It's you? A strange light flashed in Marcelo's eyes. The Rambo brat? That's right, the newcomers were indeed Born and Annie. Just moments before, Annie had unleashed her bone spear, forcing Marcelo to parry with his sword, while Born had used invisibility to sneak up behind Marcelo, intending to launch a sneak attack, but Marcelo had spotted him first and kicked him away. Born clutched his chest as he got up and ran to Annie's side, while Annie held the badly injured Drew, her eyes filled with complex emotions. At this moment, Drew's shock was no less than anyone else's. His hands trembled as he tried to touch Anne's face. You're Anne? Anne's heart was filled with complex emotions. This man had abandoned her. Perhaps he even wanted her dead, yet he was her father. She grasped Drew's hand and sighed, "Yes, I am in." Tears welled in Drew's eyes. "I thought you were dead." Seeing Drew's expression, and frowned. "Didn't you want to kill me? Now you're playing innocent?" Drew was stunned. When did I want to kill you?" And was also stunned. "Didn't you order Pentisai to ambush me in Misty City?" Drew's eyes widened, anger rising, and he coughed up blood. "That Pentisai. He dared to attack you. I knew something was wrong then. How could you have encountered some bandits?" Then, he looked at Anne with tenderness. "Annie, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. When you were very young, I discovered your talent as a necromancer, but I didn't tell anyone. I was afraid of losing you. So I had someone make a magic stone that could isolate you from the elements, which Carter discovered by accident. Carter then put the magic stone in your room. I thought that with this magic stone's isolation, you wouldn't have any magical talent, right? You should be able to live a normal life, and live a peaceful life." Bourne suddenly understood. No wonder Drew hadn't listened to Oren's advice to trace the magic stone's origin when he threw it out. Drew continued, "Who knew you end up becoming a necromancer? I had to send you to Misty City, but I truly hoped you could live peacefully. I couldn't possibly send Pentisai to kill you, because I love you so much." By the end, Drew was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, and stared wide-eyed at the man before her, incredulous. So all of this was his way of protecting her. Father. Drew shook his head. "It's all my own doing. I deserve to die, but you must live. Not for anyone else, but for yourself." His eyes widened suddenly, and he gripped Annie's hand tightly. "So what if you're a necromancer?" "I understand now. Even as a necromancer, you must become the most powerful necromancer, an invincible being." Annie's tears flowed uncontrollably. She tried her best to suppress her emotions, but the tears flowed like a burst dam, impossible to stop. Drew reached out and wiped away Annie's tears. "Annie, don't be sad for me. Go to Misty City to find your mother and elder brother." However, Marcelo, standing to the side, coldly said, "Isn't this tragic drama about to end?" With that, he unleashed a powerful slash, hurtling towards Annie. Annie's soldiers were prepared. 2 lieutenants at the Transcendent Realm leaped forward to block the attack. "Miss, quickly take Lord Drew away. We cover your retreat." Annie gritted her teeth and prepared to help Drew onto his horse. Marcelo sneered, trying to leave. Then, his figure vanished into the wind, becoming a streak of azure light, shooting towards Annie. Bourne cried out in alarm, but only managed to erect a bone shield behind Annie. The 2 Transcendent Realm lieutenants were no match for Marcelo's attack, instantly sliced in half at the waist. But the azure light's momentum didn't diminish, and Bourne's bone shield shattered like paper. Marcelo's sword flashed, already reaching Annie. Chapter 117. Just as Marcelo, transformed into a streak of blue light, was about to slay Annie, Drew roared, unleashing his full magical power and leaping in front of her. With a soft thud, Marcelo's figure slowly materialized. His long sword had pierced Drew's heart, but Drew's powerful magic had blocked the sword's momentum, ensuring Annie's safety. And stared in shock at this scene, her eyes wide with horror. Father. Drew's face showed no fear or sorrow, but rather a kind smile. He touched Annie's face and, with his last breath, said, "Live on." With a soft thud, Marcelo pulled the sword from Drew's body, blood spurting from his back. Drew lost his last breath and collapsed weakly backward. Annie tried to grab him, but grasped nothing, and could only watch helplessly as he fell to the ground, splashing water. "Father!" "Ah!" Annie screamed, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, her voice filled with deep sorrow and resentment. "Father!" "Ah!" But then, her crimson eyes fixed on Marcelo before her die. "I kill you!" Bourne was startled. Oh no, Annie's mental state was chaotic. He didn't know what she might do, but then, a powerful death energy erupted from Annie, surprising even Bourne. This power was incredibly potent, like countless hellish demons roaring and howling in his ears, like being in a temple of death. Marcelo's brow furrowed deeply. "I heard that Marquis Drew's youngest daughter died tragically, but I never imagined she would become a necromancer." Troy's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe that Anna, who had shone so brightly at the Magic Academy, was actually the youngest daughter of Marquis Drew, and a necromancer at that. She had been a water elementalist at the academy. Anne's body slowly floated up, uttering a few incomprehensible syllables. The death energy before her gradually coalesced into a hideous evil spirit. Bourne, sensing an opportunity, immediately shouted, "Cover your ears." The Gore City guards, trusting Keller, who had come to their rescue unconditionally, immediately covered their ears. Meanwhile, Marcello's army looked at each other, confused. But they soon understood. The evil spirit opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar, striking Marcello head-on. Caught off guard, Marcello was blasted more than 10 meters away by the sonic wave, his mind reeling, his magic surging wildly, and he instinctively covered his head. Meanwhile, Bourne seized the opportunity to lift Annie onto a horse and galloped towards the north gate. The evil spirit's roar ended, and Marcello's army was filled with groans of agony. Many collapsed, writhing in agony, clutching their heads. Those below the 8th rank of the Origin realm were instantly shattered, their minds scattered, their eyes rolling back as they died on the spot. In the chaos, Marcello released a magical shield, protecting Troy and Carter behind him, but even so, the two were crouching on the ground in agony, unable to recover for a long time. The guards of Gore City, though utterly shocked, knew this was a golden opportunity. They charged forward, brandishing their swords and roaring, slaughtering the still recovering Marcello soldiers one by one. However, Marcello's army was no pushover. Not only were they numerous, but they were also incredibly powerful. They quickly reorganized their forces, and suppressed the remaining elite troops of Gore City. After accomplishing this, Marcello looked north, with a complex expression and murmured, "She's only at the 6th level of the Origin realm, yet she possesses such strength. If she grows stronger, won't she become a major threat?" After releasing the evil spirit roar, Annie fell into a daze, her eyes blankly staring ahead, 2 lines of bloody tears still streaming down her face. Bourne supported her with one hand and steered the reins with the other. Escorted by 100 elite Gore City soldiers, they successfully broke through the encirclement and headed towards Misty City. Angela was also outside the city at this time. Seeing the two leave the city, she went to meet them. But upon seeing Anne's condition, he was shocked. "Miss, what happened? Are you injured?" Bourne shook his head. "She's not injured, it's just—" "Never mind. I can't explain it. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here any longer." Angela, though worried, spurred her horse to follow. "What happened? Where is Lord Drew?" Bourne sighed. "Alas, Drew is dead." "What?" Angela was utterly shocked. How could this be? Lord Drew was a late-stage Transcendent Realm expert. How could he be defeated so easily? The opponent's magic was too strange, but now is not the time to talk about that. Eva is in danger. Bourne's eyes were deep as he looked ahead. What danger could the lady be in? Didn't she go to Misty City? Angela asked. Bourne looked at Angela with a complicated expression. It wasn't Drew who ordered Pentesi to kill N. A single sentence contained a wealth of information, leaving Angela stunned. Then, who could it be? Ah! Would Pentesi attack the madam? Bourne nodded. It seems that it couldn't have been Orin who ordered Pentesi, otherwise we would be here with Eva's body. Pentesi truly serves someone else, and whoever that person is, they will take this opportunity to eliminate Eva. Angela's expression turned grave. She knew Bourne was right, and now that Drew was dead, Eva was Annie's last remaining loved one. Eva couldn't be allowed to die. However, Orin and Eva, also on the run, were unaware of this. They reached the outskirts of Misty City in just a day and a half. The gates of Misty City were tightly shut, and numerous soldiers stood atop the walls, crossbows aimed at Orin and Eva. Orin stopped at a safe distance and shouted, "Pentesi, it's me, Orin. Open the city gates." However, there was no response from within the city. Orin frowned deeply. Miss City was clearly under his jurisdiction. How could Pentesi, as the city lord, refuse him entry? "Pentesi, come out now!" Orin continued to shout, but he was met with a volley of arrows, each sharp arrow embedding itself at his feet. "Bastard!" Orin roared, "Pentesi, are you betraying your lord?" On the city wall, Pentesi finally appeared, accompanied by Miss City's sheriff, Plampes. He coldly looked at Orin below. "Lord Orin, this is not my fault. Lord Marcello will inevitably win this battle, and I do not wish to lose control of Miss City." Orin pointed at Pansy and cursed, "You cowardly, shameless scoundrel. My father treated you with great kindness, and this is how you repay him." Pansy shook his head. "I naturally remember Lord Drew's kindness, so I will continue to assist young Master Carter." "Carter?" Orin was slightly taken aback, then his entire face contorted. "So it was him. I've been wondering about that for a while now. He always left the city through the north gate, and would be gone for days at a time. I wondered what he was doing. So he came to Misty City." Pansy no longer concealed it. "Yes, although this territory is yours, young Master Carter has been more considerate of us. He's just younger than you, but in reality, He's more suitable to inherit the title. You shameless scoundrel. You already sided with Carter. The veins on Oren's forehead throbbed, but he dared not make a move. After all, Misty City was heavily fortified, and his 1,000 soldiers couldn't possibly breach it. However, just as he was preparing to leave with Eva, the gates of Misty City slowly opened. Oren's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Run! Head east!" Immediately, a squad of soldiers rushed out of the gate, led by Pentisai and Plampes. "Are you really going to kill us all?" Oren roared in fury. Pentisai swung his sword, unleashing a powerful strike. "If we can get your and your wife's heads, we gain Lord Marcello's trust even more." Oren's strength wasn't much weaker than Pentisai's, so he easily deflected the attack, but the humiliation it brought fueled his rage. He turned Eva's horse around and kicked it hard in the rump. The horse neighed in pain and bolted into a gallop. "Olin!" Eva cried out in alarm. But Olin ignored her, glaring hatefully at Pentesi. "All men, listen to my command. Kill this scoundrel. Cover Lady Eva's escape. Kill!" The 1,000 elite soldiers charged into the enemy ranks without hesitation, following Olin. Eva ran eastward, but before she had gone far, her horse tripped over a stone, and she fell heavily to the ground. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, feeling as if her body was about to shatter. The horse, startled, scrambled to its feet and hurriedly fled. Watching helplessly as the horse rode away, Eva was powerless. She bit her lip, got up, and moved to sit down by a tree. "Drew. Oren," she murmured, her eyes filled with despair. She knew in her heart that these two were probably dead, and that she herself would soon die too. Just then, she heard the sound of hooves again. Startled, she tried to scramble to her feet and run away, but her injured leg caused her to fall back to the ground. The sound of hooves grew closer. She gave up on running, tightly closing her eyes. 2 streams of tears slid down her cheeks. She lay there quietly, awaiting death. Then, a familiar voice rang out, "Lady Eva." Eva jolted awake, struggling to turn around. 2 horses had stopped behind her. On one horse rode a boy, holding a girl in his arms, but the girl's face was covered in blood, obscuring her features. She recognized the girl on the other horse. It was Angela, her mate of many years. Her lips moved slightly. You're Angela." But then, she realized what she was doing and quickly looked around. "Anne, where's Anne?" Angela dismounted, helped Eva up, and pointed to the girl in Bond's arms, saying, "That's Miss Anne." "Anne!" Eva exclaimed, limping to Anne's side and wiping the blood from her face. Anne heard Eva's voice, and some light returned to her eyes. "Mother, mother." Eva choked out, "And you suffered." Anne's eyes immediately filled with tears, and she cried out, "Father is dead. I couldn't save him. I couldn't save him." Although Eva had long suspected this outcome, hearing the news still struck her like a bolt from the blue, and she staggered back 2 steps. He's dead." Angela rushed forward to support her. "Madam, please accept my condolences." But then, a resolute glint flashed in Eva's eyes. "Are you also going to Misty City?" Bourne nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, Pentesi is after you, isn't she?" Eva exclaimed in surprise. How did you know?" Bourne sighed, dismounted, and bowed to Eva. "Madam, I don't know if you still recognize me. I am Bourne." "Bourne?" Eva was stunned, then her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, looking at Annie in astonishment. You succeeded?" "I am very grateful to Madam for concealing my identity, otherwise I would have been annihilated long ago," Bourne said respectfully. "But now is not the time for reminiscing. We must go to rescue Oren." "No!" Eva immediately refused. "How can the 3 of you fight against the entire army of Misty City?" Bourne's eyes were firm. "Madam, you don't need to risk your life with us. We go ourselves. Now that your daughter is a 6th-tier mage, it's time for us to settle things with Pentisai." Eva's eyes were filled with surprise. A little over a year ago, Annie was just an ordinary person, not even a 1st-tier mage, but a year later she had become a 6th-tier mage. What had she gone through during this time? Bourne looked at Angela. "Angela, you take Madam and leave. Leave the rescue of Oren to Annie and me." Law looked at Annie with some concern. "Miss, are you really all right?" Annie, having wiped away her tears and regained her composure, nodded solemnly. "I'm fine. Brother Oren has treated me well. I must rescue him." Eva nodded as well. "It wasn't Oren who ordered Pentesi to intercept you, but Carter. Pentesi said it himself just now." A cold glint flashed in Annie's eyes. She had witnessed Carter's betrayal in Gore City. Now, in her eyes, Carter was no longer her brother, but her father's killer. Bourne mounted his horse and nodded to Angela and Eva. Eva waved, "Come back safely." Annie nodded emphatically, "Definitely." With that, the two mounted together and galloped towards Misty City. After running for a short while, they came upon two groups locked in fierce combat. Orin was clearly at a disadvantage, surrounded by Pentisai and Frampus, and already wounded in several places. Yet, he still roared and frantically swung his long sword, fighting with a reckless abandon. But this was clearly not a sustainable strategy. Pentisai found an opening and unleashed a powerful wind blade. Orin couldn't parry in time, and was struck heavily by the blade. Fortunately, his magical armor blocked most of the attack, but he was still sent flying 4 or 5 meters. Just as Pentisai was about to finish the fight with another strike, a bone spear shot towards him like a cannonball. Caught off guard, he was struck head-on, the bone spear piercing through his left shoulder with a soft thud. Chapter 118. Pentisai cried out in pain, leaping backward to create a safe distance from Orin. It's a necromancer." Orin spat out a mouthful of blood, looking behind him in shock. A boy and a girl rode up to him on horseback, and the girl was none other than his youngest sister, Annie, who should have been dead long ago. "Annie?" Orin exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. A year ago, Pentisai had reported to him that Annie had been killed by bandits on the outskirts of Misty City, leaving no trace of her body. And now, Annie was standing alive before him, and the magic she unleashed could even injure a powerful cultivator at the Transcendent Realm. Even more shocked than Orin was Pentisai. How could he not recognize Annie? Wasn't this Annie Gore, the one he had chased into the misty Grand Canyon a year ago, who had fallen off a cliff and died? He stared wide-eyed at Plampes beside him, his face full of questions. Plampes was stunned. He was the one who retrieved Anne's body from the bottom of the cliff, and he had sworn that it was Anne's corpse. But now, Anne was standing alive and well before him. It was truly unbelievable. Anne dismounted, helped Orin up from the ground, and coldly stared at Pansy and the others. "Lord Pansy, do you remember me?" Pansy swallowed hard. A year ago, Anne was only at the second level of the Origin Realm, barely stronger than an ant in his eyes. But now, a single spell from her could pierce through his defenses. The speed and power of her magic were astonishing to this out-of-Origin Realm expert. "Anne, shouldn't you be dead already?" I found her, and that makes bodies," Plampes exclaimed. However, before Anne could reply, a figure leisurely emerged from behind Plampes. "The ones you found are my people." They both accidentally fell off the cliff. Pansy and Plampes were startled and turned to look at the newcomer. He was dressed in a black tuxedo, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had his hair meticulously combed. It was Farid, the steward of the Misty City Adventurers Guild, and was also shocked. When she saw the two bodies below the cliff, she had found it very strange. Not only were the bodies similar in age to her and Angela, but their times of death were also very close, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. Now she understood, it was the Adventurers Guild that had helped her, but Annie was still puzzled. Why would the Adventurers Guild help her? She didn't have any particularly close relationship with the guild. Pansy was furious. "Farid! How dare your Adventurers Guild interfere in the affairs of the Empire? You have violated the spirit of the contract." Farid quickly waved his hands. "Oh! How can you say that? My two men just accidentally fell off a cliff. I didn't know you were there to ambush Miss Annie. It was all a coincidence." Pansy was so angry he was practically spitting fire, but then he sneered, "Humph! Even if Annie comes back, what can you do? With your strength, can you really turn the tide?" Indeed, Annie's sneak attack had barely succeeded, but she was no match for Pansy. While Orin was powerful, he was now severely injured and unable to fight anymore. These two alone certainly couldn't handle the Mist City army. Just then, an aged voice rang out from the city gate, "I can turn the tide." Hearing this voice, Pance's eyes narrowed sharply. You. A white-haired old man emerged from Misty City, leading hundreds of skilled fighters. Each of them possessed a powerful aura, fierce eyes, and an air of ruthless danger. And quickly recognized him. Wasn't he the one from the underground market who had helped them escape from the East Gate a year ago? But and didn't know their names, only that they were Nickel's friends. The old man had somehow produced a long sword. "Pansy, I, Old Craft, have come to meet you and see if I can turn the tide." Pansy's facial muscles twitched. "Old Craft, do you remember our agreement?" Old Craft didn't care. "Of course I remember, but you should also know that I am not your subordinate. I am forever loyal to young Master Nickel. Now that young Master Nickel is gone, I will inherit his will and protect Miss N." The appearance of the underground market changed the situation. A drastic change had occurred, leaving Pentisai deeply frustrated. The wealthy merchant Mark was not in the city. He had left Misty City with his men when the capital was in turmoil. Now, no one in Misty City could help him. Plampes sidled up to Pentisai. My lord, this is terrible. If Nicole and Annie were dead, Old Craft could indeed be of use to us, but now, Annie is back. What are we going to do? It's all because of you. Pentisai slapped Plampes across the face. You just grabbed 2 corpses from the valley floor without even checking them, and claimed they were Annie and that little maid's. Now you're scared? Why didn't you verify them beforehand? Plampes looked aggrieved. I don't know either, he said, glancing furtively at Farid. Farid shrugged, indicating that it was none of his business. Although Pentesi was furious, he didn't dare do anything to Farid. The Adventurers Guild hadn't directly interfered in their affairs, and if he wanted to harm Farid, the Adventurers Guild could easily wipe him out. Pansy sighed and looked at him. Miss, and how about this? I let you go today, and from now on we keep to ourselves. Orin shouted, and don't listen to him. Kill him, take Miss City. Only then will we have a chance. Otherwise, Marcello's army is right behind us, and we have nowhere to escape. Even without Orin's reminder, and thought the same thing. She looked without hesitation at Farid and Old Koff. Thank you both for your help before. Who among you is willing to help me again this time to take Miss City? I will repay you handsomely in the future. Farid quickly waved his hand. Our Adventurers Guild. I won't get involved in the Empire's internal affairs, so I won't participate. Old Koff bowed. I am willing to follow Miss N's orders. N's eyes narrowed, and she shouted, Good. All warriors of Miss City, listen to my command. I am Ngor, daughter of Lord Drew. I promise you on my lord's orders that if you abandon your support for Pentisai now, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Pentisai's expression changed drastically, and his troops began to murmur amongst themselves. Some immediately dropped their weapons and retreated to the side. Old Koff did not make things difficult for these people, allowing them to slowly withdraw to a safe position. Pansy roared angrily, Are you all insane? I'm the city lord. I'm the one who pays you, not this Lord Drew. Get back here. But his words had no effect. In the end, only a little over 1,000 remained, all of them his own private soldiers. Prampy stammered, City lord, I. Pance's eyes widened. What? You want to walk away too? Don't forget, you were the one who led the attack on Annie that night. Do you really think she let you off? Prampy clenched his fists, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. But Annie said, Lord Prampy, I heard of your upright character and your high prestige in Misty City. I believe you were threatened by Pansy last time you attacked me. I promise you, as long as you don't interfere again, I won't make things difficult for you. I might even let you continue as the sheriff of Misty City. How about it? Prampy was stunned, gritted his teeth, and threw his long sword to the ground. Enraged, Pentesi swung his sword at Plampes. Plampes was no match for Pentesi, and now unarmed, he was terrified, crying out, Miss, save me. Before Ing could react, 3 bone shields appeared before Plampes. Pentesi's strength was immense. His longsword shattered the first 2 shields, but the 3rd shield held firm, preventing his attack. Startled, Plampes scrambled towards and, kneeling before her. Miss N, Lord Orin, I'm sorry. I'm willing to abandon darkness and help you reclaim Miss City. Annie nodded and waved her hand. Attack. Instantly, the 800 elite soldiers brought by Orin, along with several hundred of Old Craft's men, launched a pincer attack on Pentisai's forces, screams echoing throughout the battlefield. Old Craft's men, in particular, were all adventurers, not only exceptionally strong but also incredibly fierce in their fighting style. Seeing the situation turning against him, Pentisai's sinister gaze fixed on Annie. It's you? It's all your fault. You ruined my wonderful plan. I kill you. With that, he charged at Annie, brandishing his sword. But then, 2 long swords slashed down from either side, striking Pentisai squarely in front of him. Startled, Pentisai hastily parried, staggered back 2 or 3 steps, and looked at his attackers in astonishment. These 2 were none other than Old Craft and Bourne. They exchanged a glance, and Old Craft chuckled, Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. To possess such strength at such a young age is truly enviable. Bourne smiled slightly, Senior Craft, you flatter me. My name is Keller, and I'm Annie's friend. I be troubling you this time. Pansy was filled with shock and anger. Craft's strength was originally inferior to his, but this young man, though weak, possessed unpredictable and incredibly powerful attacks, making him wary. The 2 of them working together posed a significant threat to him. Orin wanted to join the battle with his sword, but Annie stopped him. "Brother Warren, you're so badly injured, don't move around. Leave the rest to me." Warren looked at Annie in surprise. "Sigh, I never expected that my youngest sister, the sister I least believed in, would actually save me in the end. What have you been through this past year?" Annie sighed. "This past year, I lost everything, barely escaped death from Misty City, and have lived on with hatred for you and for Father until today. But now I know that you all love me. Do you remember how Father placed a magic stone in my room to isolate me from all the magic power of heaven and earth, so that my necromancy talent wouldn't be exposed?" "What?" Warren exclaimed in surprise. So Father planted that philosopher's stone. No wonder he wouldn't let me investigate." And continued, "Later, you arranged for Brother Rooney to escort me to Misty City, and bought me a property in the residential area. I initially thought it was Father's arrangement, but I later discovered by chance that it was all your doing. You didn't abandon me." Warren lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Annie, I wasn't a good older brother. I failed to protect you, letting you suffer at the hands of that villain, Pentezi," and shook her head. "It's all right, I don't blame you, but I hope you can do me a favor." Warren looked up and said, "Tell me, whatever it is, even if it costs me my life, I agree," and was taken aback. "What would I do with your life?" "Don't talk nonsense. I want you to become the Lord of Misty City after this battle. Organize a defensive force to fight against Marcello." Upon hearing this, Warren was taken aback at first, then shook his head. "Marcello is an 8th level expert. With my strength, I am no match for him at all. Even his subordinates are no match for me." Annie said calmly, "Don't worry, Marcello won't be able to come. We will use this as a base, and wait for the time to take revenge." Warren looked at Annie with some doubt. "Marcello won't be able to come? What does that mean?" Annie didn't explain much. "It means exactly what it says. They will all pay the price." On the battlefield, Pentezi was retreating steadily. It wasn't that the opponent was particularly strong, but rather that the opponent's offensive was too fierce. Old Koff was originally an adventurer, and his attack style was wide open and unrestrained, completely disregarding his own defense. Meanwhile, Bond's soul-severing blade was like a ghost, always able to pierce in unexpected places, leaving Pentezi scrambling to react. Pence's eyes flashed coldly. This couldn't go on. He needed to find a way to break through, and of the two, the blonde boy was clearly weaker and easier to defeat. So he flipped his long sword, forcefully deflecting Old Koff's attack, and thrust it straight at Born's chest. Old Koff was startled. It was too late to help. He shouted, "Get out of the way!" But a smirk played on Born's lips. He didn't dodge, nor did he parry. Instead, he slashed his sword horizontally towards Pencezi's neck. Everyone was stunned. What kind of fighting style was this? Was it a suicide attack? Even Annie frowned, her fists clenched, ready to intervene at any moment. Seeing his opponent's response, Pentezi sneered and erected a wind shield beside him. He was certain his opponent couldn't break through his defense, and that his long sword would pierce him through the heart. The next moment, Pentezi's long sword pierced Born's heart without a doubt, while Born's soul-severing blade struck Pentezi's wind shield, making a hissing sound. Old Koff was shocked. "Boy." The others' faces were also filled with regret. This blonde boy had such high potential. If he had grown up, he would have been a powerful figure, but now he was dead on the spot. Pensezi smiled cruelly. "Kid, you think you can take me down with you? Not so easy. Die." However, before he could finish speaking, a dark light shone from the soul-severing blade. The blade trembled, violently shattering the wind shield. With unstoppable force, the soul-severing blade sliced through Pencezi's neck in a flash, leaving him with a severed head. Chapter 119. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. Old Koff gaped. In his view, even if Bond fought desperately, he could at most injure Pensezi, never completely break through Pencezi's defenses, much less kill him. Reality made him doubt his own eyes. Olin also trembled. That blonde boy, merely a 6th-level primal essence cultivator, had actually killed a 1st-level primal essence expert. Although Pensezi had been injured by Annie's sneak attack beforehand, and although Old Koff, a 10th-level primal essence cultivator at the Great Perfection, had helped, it was all too unbelievable. With a thud, Pencezi's head fell to the ground, pulling everyone back to reality. Seeing their city lord dead, the soldiers of Misty City immediately lost their will to fight, dropping their weapons and surrendering. "Who is this blonde boy?" Olin asked, frowning. Annie sighed. "Big brother, you actually know him." "What?" Warren's eyes narrowed. He thought carefully, but couldn't recall ever seeing such a person. Annie stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "He's the undead I summoned a year ago, during my magic aptitude test. His name is Born. Warren's eyes widened in shock. This news was like a bombshell. It was common knowledge that necromancers summon mindless, wandering undead. Only those who reached the transcendent realm could summon undead lords. But Annie, even before she was a mage, had managed to summon a self-aware undead. How could this not be astonishing? But he quickly realized that this matter absolutely could not be mentioned to outsiders, otherwise Annie would be in big trouble. Little brother Keller. Don't move, I help you. Old Cough rushed to Born's side, wanting to check his injuries. But Born just smiled, reached out, and with a swift motion, pulled the long sword stuck in his chest out, tossing it aside. Old Cough was dumbfounded. Was this even human? Was this some kind of monster? Senior Cough, don't worry, I'm fine. Born grinned. You should hurry and handle the affairs of Misty City. Oren is seriously injured and probably can't handle these matters. Old Cough shook his head. I'm just a rough man. I can manage the underground market, but I can't manage Misty City. Senior Cough. At this moment, Oren, supported by Annie, walked over. I long heard of your great name. If you don't mind, I implore you to help me. Old Cough was taken aback and looked at Annie. And smiled and nodded. Now that Lord Goer is gone, we in Misty City can live our own lives without anyone's constraints. Your underground market can openly operate. Old Calf was overjoyed and bowed slightly. Thank you for your trust, Miss N, but unfortunately, a shadow fell over Old Calf's face. If young Master Nickel were still alive, he would be so happy, and was taken aback. Who told you Uncle Nickel is dead? Before Old Calf could speak, Farid, who had walked over, said, It was me. Nickel's poison has affected his heart. Even if he landed safely, he won't live much longer. Annie shook her head. No! Uncle Nickel is still alive. What? Old Calf exclaimed in surprise, Young Master. Young Master is really alive? Farid was also somewhat surprised, looking at Annie with suspicion. Annie sighed, but he's still unconscious. We hope to enter the Misty Forest to find the 9 Lives Grass, so we can completely remove the poison from his body. 9 Lives Grass? Old Calf's expression froze upon hearing this. This 9 Lives Grass is no ordinary herb. I never seen a real one. Farid added, Yes, the Adventurers Guild hasn't issued a 9 Lives Grass quest for a long time. The difficulty level is too high, no one can complete it. Old Calf steeled his resolve, however. Since it's to save the young master, I'm willing to accompany you to the Misty Forest to find the 9 Lives Grass. Born approached, his chest wound already healed, causing everyone to gasp. He looked at Old Cough and Farid and asked, You two, one the controller of the underground market, the other the administrator of an Adventurers Guild branch, have you ever heard of the pelt of the Light Unicorn? Both were startled. Farid spoke first. This isn't something you can just get easily. The Light Unicorn is a sacred beast of the Holy See. Someone once illegally poached a unicorn, and was hunted by the Holy See for years, finally caught and nailed to a cross. Old Cough remained silent. Annie asked curiously, What do you need the unicorn pelt for? Born then remembered he hadn't told Keller about her condition, so he explained through telepathic communication, Keller's body can no longer support my magic power. It might collapse in a while, and then I have to return to the netherworld. Annie thought for a moment and asked, I don't have the hide of a light unicorn, but I did get a unicorn magic core before. Do you think it would be useful? Dao Quang's voice suddenly rang out, Useful. Of course it's useful. The light unicorn magic core combined with its hide has double the effect. Of course it's useful. However, the magic core alone won't work. Born asked, Where did you get your magic core? Annie truthfully replied, I went with Uncle Nickel to the Misty Forest to hunt sawtooth boars, and it was in the snow leopard's den. Found it. Born frowned and thought for a moment. There's a unicorn's magic core there, which means the snow leopard killed a light unicorn. There must be a unicorn pelt nearby. Thinking this, he quickly asked, Annie, do you remember where that place is? Annie nodded. I remember the general direction. I can try to find it. Then, everyone returned to Miss City. Oren and Old Cough reinforced the city's defenses further. Angela also returned with Eva, and Oren arranged accommodations for them. About 3 days later, Marcello's first wave of troops arrived in front of Miss City, led by a bearded man, a third-tier Yuan-level expert under Marcello. In Marcello's view, Drew was dead, and Miss City was no big deal. Its city lord was only around a first-tier Yuan-level expert, more than enough for this bearded man. Moreover, the bearded man brought Carter along, because Carter claimed he had a way to make Miss City surrender without a fight. Carter stopped at the foot of Misty City, looked at the towering walls, smiled contemptuously, and shouted, Pentasai. I am Carter. Open the gates now. After shouting this, he glanced smugly at the bearded man. He had long coveted Misty City. Although it was remote, its reputation as the adventurer's capital ensured substantial annual tax revenue. However, due to Drew placing Misty City under Oren's jurisdiction, he could only negotiate secretly with the city's lord, Pansy. Over the years, he had bestowed numerous benefits upon Pansy, establishing a close relationship, so he was confident that Pansy would obey him. However, after waiting a long time without a response from Pansy, Carter grew puzzled and shouted again, still receiving no reply. The bearded man grew impatient and shoved Carter aside. Useless. Just take this little city. Carter was still unwilling to give up, but then several figures appeared on the city walls. From afar, it was Oren and his group. Carter's eyes narrowed. A bad premonition filled him. Oren sneered at Carter below. Third brother, are you calling him? He then pulled out Pansy's head. What? Carter was shocked. He never expected Oren to kill Pansy. The bearded man, however, was unfazed, laughing loudly. Ha ha, even better. I was just looking to loosen up my muscles. If they surrendered, it wouldn't be fun. Carter quickly said, My lord, this Misty City is no simple matter. Not only are the walls incredibly sturdy, but there are also many powerful adventurers inside. What's there to fear about adventurers? The bearded man waved his hand, interrupting Carter. Enough talk. All troops, attack. Break through the city gates. Immediately, his troops began their assault on the city gates. Olin remained calm. Misty City was his territory, and he was intimately familiar with its defenses. Known as the adventurer's capital, Misty City sat on the edge of the misty forest, constantly threatened by the forest's magical beasts. Many powerful adventurers had volunteered to reinforce its defenses, making it the most fortified city in the entire Gore territory, second only to Gore City itself. Olin immediately ordered the activation of the defensive magic array and organized his archers to unleash several volleys of fire, inflicting heavy losses on the bearded man's forces. The bearded man roared, charging forward, stepping over the corpses of his soldiers to reach the city wall. He slashed his sword at the defensive array, producing a deafening roar. A dazzling light flashed across the array, and countless ripples spread outwards, but the array held firm, remaining unbroken. The bearded man was sent flying dozens of meters, staring at the array in astonishment. In his mind, Misty City was just a small border town, rarely at war, nothing to worry about. But after that attack, he changed his mind. The magic array was incredibly powerful, its defenses formidable. Even his full-force attack couldn't break through. He roared, Prepare the siege magic cannons. The soldiers behind him obeyed and ran to prepare. On the city wall, Oren watched the bearded man's actions, his brow furrowing slightly. He looked at Born beside him and asked, Are you really all right? Born patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm in full force. Oren nodded. That's good. But there's still a problem. If they deploy siege magic cannons, our defenses probably won't hold for long. We still have to engage in close combat. Born smiled. It's all right. Once they prepared the siege cannons, Annie and I will cause a ruckus. Oren was curious about how Born and his men would damage the magic cannons, but Born just smiled and shook his head, refusing to tell him. Due to the defensive magic array, the bearded man reluctantly ordered a retreat, waiting for the magic cannons to be ready the next day before continuing the siege. The next day, the magic cannons were finally ready. 5 siege magic cannons appeared behind the bearded man, their dark muzzles pointing menacingly at Misty City. Behind each cannon were dozens of soldiers, carrying large bags full of various magic stones, as the source of the cannon's magic power. Born chuckled, Annie, it's our turn. Annie's eyes turned icy. She held no pity for the group before her. She reached into her robes and pulled out a wand, the very same dragon-slaying staff Nicole had forged for her. She hadn't used it since entering the Magic Academy. Olin's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, What a fine wand. Old Calf nodded in agreement. He knew the wand's origins, and now he had recruited Little Card into the Underground Markets management team, specifically overseeing District 5. Born's plan was simple. He had learned from Olin about the operating principles of the siege magic cannons. These cannons were crafted by powerful cultivators at the next level of the Transcendent Realm, and not just one. Most of these cannons were purchased from neighboring countries, and were quite valuable. They contained siege magic arrays, which were activated by absorbing magic power from magic stones to attack the city wall's defenses. Knowing this, Born had an idea. If these magic cannons were purchased from a neighboring country, they wouldn't have used the power of death, since almost every country on the continent avoided necromancers. Therefore, Bourne found several blank magic stones in the city lord's warehouse, and, together with Annie, infused them with potent death energy. This way, if these magic stones were mixed into the enemy's magic cannon fuel, it would disrupt the magic array's operation, potentially causing it to explode. However, even if Bourne used invisibility to sneak in and place the magic stones, the concentrated death energy within them would be detected, causing the plan to fail. Therefore, Bourne still needed Annie's help. Soon, the bearded man had formed his battle formation, aiming the cannons at the walls of Misty City. Carter, standing to the side, looked on with anticipation. He had already betrayed his family, and there was no turning back. Therefore, all members of the Goel family should ideally die. The bearded man was smug. With these 5 siege magic cannons, just 3 volleys would surely breach the enemy's city wall defenses. However, just as he was about to order the firing, a blonde little girl appeared at the gates of Misty City. Carter's eyes narrowed sharply, his expression turning even more ferocious. "It's her! It's Annie! My lord, order her killed immediately." He had always deeply resented this stepmother's younger sister, having bullied her as a child and secretly placed a magic stone capable of shielding her from elemental damage in her room to stifle her growth. Later, he even instructed Lord Pantisai of Misty City to ambush and kill Annie at the opportune moment, eliminating this threat completely. Now, Annie stood unharmed before him, and even more powerful than him. How could he not feel hatred? Chapter 120. The bearded man sneered. He knew this little girl. Wasn't she Drew's youngest daughter, who had just escaped from Gore City? Ignore her. Load the magic cannons and blast her to pieces. Yes. The soldiers behind him responded in unison, preparing to load their magic stones into the magic cannons. And suddenly swung her staff, a string of incantations escaping her lips. A torrent of death energy surged forth, coalescing into the shape of an evil spirit. Carter was startled, crying out, "Ah! She's going to scream again! She's going to scream again!" The bearded man frowned and shouted, "Form a wind shield formation." Instantly, all the wind mages of the 8th rank and above in the ranks rushed forward, standing at the very front, releasing wind shields. The magic between the shields merged, forming an even larger wind shield, protecting the entire ranks behind them. And was unfazed, instead, a smile played on her lips. She slammed her staff into the ground, and the phantom of the evil spirit opened its mouth wide, unleashing a deafening roar. The sound waves crashed against the massive wind shield, sending it back 4 or 5 meters. The evil spirit's roar lasted for 5 seconds, 5 seconds that felt like hell. The wind mages at the front of the group were drenched in sweat, their armor soaked through. Even with the wind shield's protection, the surging death energy still made them tremble. Some of the weaker ones were even knocked unconscious. After the wind shield dissipated, the bearded man breathed a sigh of relief. The air was now thick with the aura of death, demonstrating the immense power of this magic. Bombard her with magic cannons. Upon hearing the bearded man's order, the soldiers reacted quickly, loading their magic stones into the magic cannons. However, none of them noticed that several of these stones contained a strong aura of death. After the cannons were loaded, the bearded man, seeing Annie still standing motionless, sneered and shouted, "Ha ha ha, scared out of your wits, aren't you? Last time you unleashed that bizarre magic when we weren't on guard, causing us huge losses. This time we're prepared, your magic won't work on us. Die!" With that, he swung his hand down, giving the order to fire. The soldiers activated the magic circles inscribed in the cannons, and the circles shone brightly. The bearded man and Carter's eyes gleamed with madness and excitement. They couldn't wait to see Annie's flesh and blood fly everywhere, and the city walls crumble. However, the next moment, all the magic cannons began to shake simultaneously, accompanied by flashes of dark light, and black smoke billowed from the muzzles. "What's going on?" the bearded man asked in shock, staring at the soldier beside him. The soldier stammered, I never seen anything like this before. Could it be the effect of that strange magic from earlier?" The bearded man shoved the soldier aside, and went to the magic cannon to check it, only to find the cannon barrel cracking inch by inch, making a series of creaking sounds as it struggled under the strain. The bearded man was terrified and shouted, "Run!" He turned and fled as if he had wheels of fire, but before he could get far, the 5 siege magic cannons exploded in the middle of the ranks. Each cannon possessed the immense power of a Liyuan realm expert. The terrifying explosive force flattened the ground within a radius of tens of meters. Soldiers nearby were instantly blown to pieces, while those further away were shattered by the massive shockwave and were beyond dead. Those with stronger abilities, like the bearded man, were also severely injured. Carter was blasted away like a dead dog. Fortunately, he noticed something was wrong early on and ran away quickly, so he was far enough away that even though he was seriously injured, his life wasn't in danger. He crashed to the ground, his face smashed beyond recognition. The surrounding soldiers quickly helped him up. Carter coughed up blood, saliva, and blood mixed with broken teeth, his eyes filled with terror as he frantically searched for the bearded man's whereabouts. The bearded man, because he was too close, was hit from behind by the shockwave of the explosion. Although he had cast defensive magic, it was no match for the power of a Liyuan realm explosion. He was also blasted to pieces, his flesh torn apart, becoming a bloody mess. He struggled to his feet and shouted, trembling, retreat. This battle was pointless. Not only was the magic cannon destroyed, but his army had also suffered heavy losses. If the enemy came out of the city to fight, they might not even have any advantage. Soon, the bearded man's army retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a trail of nearly 10,000 corpses. Seeing the bearded man retreat, a cheer erupted from the city walls. Oren's eyes widened. He couldn't understand how Annie and Born had managed to destroy all of the enemy's magic cannons without them noticing. Born and Annie had already returned to the city. Born clapped his hands and laughed. Lord Oren, how was it? I didn't lie to you. Oren exclaimed, Lord Keller is indeed wise and brave. I still don't understand how you did it. Born chuckled inwardly. How I did it, of course I can't tell you. But outwardly, he remained polite. Now that Marcello's troops have retreated, they shouldn't be sending any more troops anytime soon. Lord Oren, you should use this time to prepare. Born didn't reveal his undead identity to everyone, only Eva and Oren knew. Therefore, in public, Oren and the others still referred to Born as Keller. After defeating the bearded man and Carter's group, Oren publicly assumed the position of Lord of Misty City. His title, however, awaited confirmation from the capital. Angela stayed behind to care for Eva and assist Oren with various affairs in Misty City. Plampes completely submitted to Oren and continued as sheriff, but he wasn't without punishment. All his wealth and possessions were confiscated, and he had to start over. Old Kraft, along with Jackson and the others, prepared to head to the Misty Forest. They had promised to help Annie obtain the 9 lives grass, but ultimately, Annie insisted that Jackson and the others stay behind. Although the bearded man and Carter had retreated, it was uncertain whether Marcello's army would return, so having more people in the city was naturally safer. These past few days, Annie had spent some precious time with her mother. But with Drew's death, Eva and Annie were heartbroken and spent their days in tears, thankfully with the company of Angela and others. Mother, I'm sorry, I couldn't bring father back, Annie sobbed softly, her head bowed and clutching Eva's hand. Eva lovingly stroked Annie's head. Child, it's not your fault, it wasn't your responsibility. But I wronged him, I can never forgive myself. No. Eva pulled Annie into her arms. I always believed Drew loved you. When you were tested and found to be suited for the undead, he disregarded everyone's objections and insisted on sending you to Misty City, even asking Oren to take good care of you. Annie buried her face in Eva's arms, remembering the times her father played with her and taught her magic when she was little. Her heart ached, the whole world seemed to darken, her vision blurred, and her heart felt incredibly heavy. Her mind went blank, her body felt weightless, as if she were about to float away. A feeling of falling into a black hole transformed into tears that streamed down her face. Annie suddenly realized that he was gone. She could no longer feel her father's rough, large hands, no longer see his tall, imposing back, no longer lean on his broad arms. Everything would never be the same again. Eva sensed Annie's sorrow and said softly, Annie, your father was a strong-willed man. He spent half his life on the battlefield and loved you, his youngest child, dearly. He must have been so happy to see you one last time before he passed away. Remember, your survival is his greatest wish. Annie stopped crying, looked up, and wiped her tears. Angela, we're going to the Misty Forest in 2 days. Will you stay with my mother? Angela hesitated, struggled for a moment, but finally nodded firmly. Annie smiled and took Angela's hand. Don't worry, I will definitely bring back the 9 lives grass. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Miss Annie, are you there? Annie recognized Old Koff's voice, quickly straightened her clothes, and gestured for Angela to open the door. The door creaked open, and Old Koff greeted Angela before entering. Madam Eva, Miss Annie, I apologize for disturbing you. Eva quickly came over. It's all right. Old Man Koff has been taking care of my brother all these years. Thank you for your hard work. Old Koff waved his hand. I don't deserve it. This old man failed to take good care of the young master and let down the master's trust. I would rather die 100 times than suffer such a fate. Annie also said, Grandpa Cough, don't blame yourself. Uncle is alright now. As long as we can find the 9 lives grass, there's a way to save him. Old Cough nodded and took out a yellowed parchment. This is what I found in young Master Nickel's magic core shop. It should be the treasure map they used when they went to find the demon poison dragon. Them? Annie asked, puzzled. I heard that Uncle is a legendary adventurer from Misty City. What's going on? Old Cough and Eva exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with desolation and sorrow. Finally, Eva sighed, Old Man Calf, just tell her. She has the right to know. Old Calf nodded and slowly said, Young Master Nickel is exceptionally talented. He awakened his wind magic adaptability at the age of 8 and entered the Imperial Magic Academy with the highest score in the Empire, becoming the Academy's most promising student, personally taught by Vice Dean Mommy. Vice Dean Mommy? Annie exclaimed. How come I never heard her mention him? Old Calf smiled wryly. She certainly doesn't want to talk about the young master. When he was 15, the Academy teachers took them on a trip. On the way, he met a girl named Katarina. She had flowing red hair, wore leather armor, and had bright, piercing eyes. More importantly, she was free-spirited and had a wildly imaginative mind. The young master was quickly attracted to her. After returning to the academy, he thought about her day and night, and finally decided to become adventurers with Katarina, wandering the world and living a carefree life. At first, they arrived in Misty City, known as the adventurers' capital. Katarina, straightforward and outspoken, always did things like robbing the rich to help the poor and righting wrongs, offending many powerful figures in the area. The young master always helped her deal with the aftermath. It was during this time that they offended the city lord, Pansy, and the imperial merchant, Markham. Later, the master learned of their presence and wrote to the young master several times, but he wouldn't listen. Left with no other choice, the master sent us to protect the young master. Speaking of which, Katarina is indeed a good girl. To help those poor families, she single-handedly ventured into the black market, wiping out several major black market districts and eventually consolidating them into a single underground market. It provides a place for the poor, who can't afford shops and are always oppressed to trade. Annie suddenly realized, so that's how the underground market came about. Old Cough nodded. Initially, the underground market was jointly managed by the young master and Katarina. Jackson and I just secretly helped out. Then one day, Katarina found a treasure map from somewhere, claiming it was a magical treasure that could attract magical energy. She believed that magical energy shouldn't be monopolized by the Empire, the Church, and the Adventurers Guild, but should be shared by all. She hoped to contribute this treasure so that everyone could use it. Annie explained, Sister Katarina is so kind-hearted, doing so many good deeds. Calf sighed. Yes, they knew this trip was dangerous, so they kept it from us. The two of them went off secretly. We discovered something was wrong and quickly tracked them down, but it was too late. We only brought back a wounded and unconscious young Master Nickel, but Katarina was nowhere to be seen. Later, young Master Nickel refused to talk about what happened in the Misty Forest, and his cultivation plummeted, making him almost unable to release magic. From then on, he became despondent, no longer concerning himself with worldly affairs, drinking himself into a stupor every day, hiding in the magic core shop he and Katarina ran together, and was known as the Old Drunkard. And sighed heavily upon hearing this. So Uncle Nickel. Uncle has such a past. Old Cough looked at Annie and said, I only knew that the young master was poisoned, but I didn't know what kind of poison it was. He himself was unwilling to say. It wasn't until you mentioned the 9 lives grass that I learned they had actually encountered a demon-poisoned dragon in the Misty Forest. It's already quite remarkable that the young master came back alive. Annie's heart skipped a beat. Old Cough said they went to find a treasure that could gather the essence of magic. Could it be the spirit-splitting technique? At this moment, she thought of the seer's adventure diary she had found in the snow leopard's den. Wasn't this adventurer seer also in the Misty Forest looking for the spirit-splitting technique? This meant Katarina had actually succeeded. She had successfully gotten Nickel to bring the treasure out. Chapter 121. Old Cough spoke, tears welling in his eyes, and looked at Anne with gratitude. Miss Anne, we really have to thank you. We thought the young master would forever remain in this despondent state, until one day, you came. You brought him hope. I know the young master gave that to you to cultivate. He also let me cultivate it, but I couldn't cultivate it at all. Only you can fulfill his and Katarina's wish. And naturally understood that what Old Cough was referring to was the spirit-splitting technique. Nickel had told her before that only she could cultivate this technique, others couldn't comprehend its mysteries. But she still didn't understand why all this was happening. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Angela stood up and opened it. This time, it was Farid, the administrator of the Misty City Adventurers Guild, and was somewhat surprised, but quickly welcomed Farid in. "Mr. Farid, please come in." Farid maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, exuding aristocratic air in every gesture, but in reality, he was merely a manager in the Adventurers Guild. He adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. "Miss N, you're too kind. I haven't disturbed you, have I?" And quickly waved her hand. No, I haven't yet expressed my gratitude to you in person. Thank you for saving my life." She then bowed deeply to Farid. Farid smiled warmly, and helped N back to her chair. "No need to thank me. Consider it making friends." Old Calf asked with some doubt, "Farid, while I am very grateful to you for saving Miss N and the others, I remember the Adventurers Guild doesn't allow you to interfere in the internal affairs of the Empire." Farid shrugged. "Yeah, I really didn't interfere. I just threw 2 people down." And asked curiously, "How did you know we weren't dead?" Farid looked at Angela. "Angela's flight magic could at least help one person escape danger. We were thinking that you and Angela would both survive, but Nickel was too poisoned and too heavy. Angela probably couldn't support his weight, so we assumed he was dead too. We didn't expect you to both be alive. You won't blame me, will you?" No. Annie quickly waved her hands. "If it weren't for you, the Misty City soldiers searching the valley would have caught up with us very quickly, and none of us would have escaped." Farid smiled. "Actually, I have a selfish motive too. You and Angela are both geniuses, one in a century. I like to make friends with you both, so we can look out for each other in the future." Old Cough laughed loudly. "Ha, Farid, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You, a third-tier outer yuan expert, actually want to curry favor with 2 young girls." "What?" Annie and Angela were both startled. This Farid, who had always been so refined and seemingly had no aura of strength, was actually a third-tier outer yuan expert, even stronger than the former city lord of Misty City, Pansy. Farid gave a wry smile. "Old Cough flatters me. I'm not anything special." "Oh, right. I almost forgot the important matter." Saying this, he pulled a red mission sheet from his pocket and handed it to Annie. "I issued a special mission in the name of the Adventurers Guild. The objective is to accompany you and help you obtain the 9 lives grass. The reward is 3,000 gold coins, which will be paid by our guild. Due to the recent political turmoil in the Empire, many powerful adventurers have gathered in the city. We now recruited a top-tier adventure team of 5, all of whom are at least at the 8th level of the Origin Realm." Annie jumped to her feet. This won't do. We can't let you spend any more money." Farid waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. Let's be friends. We might need your help sometime in the future." Afterwards, Farid took Annie, Angela, and Old Craft to the Adventurers Guild to meet this top-tier adventure team. This team was called the Fire Phoenix Adventure Team. It consisted of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. The captain was a young man named Johnny, about the same age as Orin, whose strength had already reached the great perfection of the 10th rank of the Origin Realm, possessing exceptional talent. Even more remarkably, the only woman in the team was a light mage, possessing extremely powerful healing and support abilities, making this mission even safer. Annie was very satisfied with the team. However, even so, they still had to be very careful. After all, Nicole was only at the 2nd rank of the Outer Realm, and Katarina had reached the great perfection of the 10th rank of the Origin Realm. The 2 of them had gone to the Demon Poison Dragon's lair together, resulting in one death and the other serious injury, demonstrating the perilous nature of this mission. After 2 more days of preparation, Annie, Born, and Old Calf set off ahead of schedule. They needed to find the Snow Leopard's den to search for the whereabouts of the Light Unicorn pelt, something the Fire Phoenix adventure team shouldn't know. Since that great battle, although everyone knew Annie was a necromancer, the residents still respected her greatly. They knew that if Marcello's legion occupied Misty City, their good days would be over, so Annie was considered their benefactor. At the north gate of Misty City, the entrance to the Misty Forest, the soldiers saluted Annie and her companions respectfully, allowing them to enter the Misty Forest without incident. Upon arriving in the Misty Forest, Annie, relying on her memory of the route and carrying the hand-drawn map of the Misty Forest left by Nickel, led Born and Old Cough through the dense forest. The temperature had dropped again over the past 2 days, and Annie felt as if she were back in the Misty Forest for the first time. Back then, she was just a lowly first-tier mage, and even encountering ordinary magical beasts posed a life-threatening risk. Now, she was a 6th-tier mage, and even facing the Arctic Tiger King, she had encountered before, she was not afraid. They traveled westward at a rapid pace, arriving at the site of Annie's battle with the sawtooth boar in just a day and a half. Traces of that battle were still visible. And felt a pang of emotion. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. Annie quickly determined their direction and continued northward. After about 15 minutes, Bourne suddenly stopped, blocking their path. Annie knew that Bourne's soulfire power could sense strong life force. His stopping meant he had discovered something. Bourne looked ahead warily. There's something there. It's very strong. Old Cough said with some doubt. We're not even deep into the misty forest yet. How strong could a magical beast be? At most, it'd be at the origin realm. I can handle that. No. Bourne took 2 steps back. It should be at the out-of-origin realm. What? Old Cough was shocked. What's an out-of-origin realm magical beast doing here? Bourne sniffed. There's a strong smell of blood here. It's going on a killing spree. I wonder why. Annie said anxiously, but the snow leopard's den is just ahead. How do we get there? This time, when they left the capital, they didn't take Xiaoxue with them, but instead left her in the Noxus Mountains. The area was teeming with low-level magical beasts and vast, perfect for Xiaoxue's survival. Bourne had interacted with Xiaoxue before, and was very familiar with her aura. Now, after carefully sensing the surrounding magical beast, he noticed its aura seemed somewhat similar to Xiaoxue's. Could it also be a snow leopard? But Xiaoxue wasn't there, and there was no way to intrude. It was best to avoid contact for now. Bourne thought for a moment. Annie, Old Man Kraft, you two hide in the back for now. Don't come out. I go scout things out. Old Man Kraft, unaware of Bourne's invisibility ability, said worriedly, How can you go? Let this old man go. Annie knew Bourne inside and out, and trusted him completely. She grabbed Old Man Kraft's hand and pulled him back. Let's go, don't worry. Seeing Annie agree, Old Man Kraft, though still suspicious, could only give in. After Annie and Old Kraft had gone some distance, Bourne took a deep breath and cautiously moved forward. As he advanced, the aura emanating from the other side grew stronger and stronger. He was astonished. This was no aura that a beast at the transcendent realm could release. It was terrifying. A sense of dread began to creep into his heart. What if his invisibility spell didn't work? He was doomed. But it was too late. He had no choice but to take the risk. Sensing the danger of being discovered if he went any further, he immediately used his invisibility spell to completely conceal his form and aura. He continued to tiptoe forward, pushing aside the vegetation, and finally saw what lay ahead. At the entrance of a large tree hollow, a massive white tiger was frantically tearing at something. The creature was grayish-brown, about the size of a small dog, and so mangled and bloody that its nature was unrecognizable. Bourne was secretly astonished. The aura emanating from this white tiger was enough to make even Dean Douglas give it a wide berth. He had heard Annie mention that the snow leopard's den was in a tree hollow. This must be the hollow behind the white tiger. He cautiously emerged from the grass, slowly inching towards the side of the white tiger, intending to go around it and enter the hollow. However, just as he moved, the white tiger suddenly stopped what it was doing, its ferocious eyes fixed on Bourne's position. Bourne's hair stood on end, and he remained frozen in place, too afraid to move. The white tiger violently tossed the carcass of the unidentified creature aside, and slowly strode towards Bourne. Bourne's eyes widened, inwardly screaming, Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Wait, I'm already dead. The white tiger walked right up to Bourne before stopping. Bourne could even feel the hot, pungent stench emanating from its mouth and nose. Looking at the white tiger up close, he truly realized its enormous size. Bourne felt that if this tiger wanted to eat him, it would probably only take one bite. The white tiger brought its nose closer, preparing to sniff Bourne, when suddenly a strange noise came from the nearby bushes, attracting the tiger's attention. The tiger growled, ignoring Bourne, and charged towards the bushes. Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost screamed in fright. Just then, Dao Quang's voice rang out, Go quickly while it's gone. I sense the aura of light. It should be the unicorn hide. Hearing this, Bourne rushed towards the tree hollow. His invisibility had expired, and he revealed himself as he ran. The tiger had barely reached the bushes when it immediately sensed Bourne's presence behind it. It whirled around and, seeing Bourne about to enter the tree hollow, roared and charged at him like a madman. At the same time, it opened its jaws wide, and a bolt of purple lightning crackled and shot towards Bourne's body. My God! Bourne cried out in terror, leaping into the tree hollow with a powerful leap, narrowly avoiding being struck by the lightning. But soon, the tiger rushed to the entrance of the tree hollow, roaring repeatedly. However, the entrance was far too small for it to fit through. It could only reach inside with its claws. Born scrambled and crawled deeper into the hollow. Teacher, what do we do? If it destroys the hollow, I'm doomed. Dao Quang sighed. Alas, I can't help it either. If I'm not mistaken, this is a powerful beast, the Thunder White Tiger, whose strength has reached the Liyuan realm. Such a powerful magical beast, I wonder why it came here. What? Born was shocked. A Liyuan realm magical beast killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. It's over. If I can't get back, Annie and the others will definitely come looking for me. Thinking this, he quickly established a soul connection with Annie. Annie, it's very dangerous here. Please don't come. Annie's voice quickly echoed in his mind. I know, I was the one who made that commotion in the bushes. What's the origin of that big tiger? Born anxiously replied, What are you doing here? This tiger has already reached the Liyuan realm. Even Dean Douglas would have to run away. You all need to get out of here. What about you? What does it matter to me? I can just go back to the netherworld. You can summon me again when you find a good corpse. Annie knew this wasn't the time to hesitate, and gritted her teeth. All right, take care then. Tell me immediately if anything happens. Okay, Born said, severing the connection with Annie, preparing to fight the tiger to the death. That was the only way he could console himself. However, after waiting for a long time, Born didn't see the white tiger destroy the tree hollow. Instead, it roared and howled at the entrance, scratching the ground with its claws. What? What's going on? Born wondered, but this was also a good thing. He could take this opportunity to search for the pelt of the light unicorn in the tree hollow. Born carefully examined the scene inside the tree hollow. Annie and her group had already ransacked the place once. All the valuables had been looted, leaving only broken armor, weapons, backpacks, and the bones of magical beasts. None of what Born was looking for. After searching everywhere, Born found nothing. Teacher, you can't be mistaken, can you? There's no unicorn hide in this tree hollow. Chapter 122. Dao Quang was immediately displeased. What? You doubt my judgment? Born quickly explained, No. How could I dare doubt you? I just searched for ages, and I haven't even seen a single unicorn pelt, let alone a single hair. Dao Quang snorted. Search carefully again, it must be here. Born sighed, resigned to his fate, and could only continue searching. The tree hollow was relatively spacious. Born could see the entire hollow at a glance. Apart from the pile of strange miscellaneous items, there was indeed nowhere to hide anything. Born thought to himself, could the snow leopard have eaten the unicorn pelt? Thinking this, his gaze fell on a pile of hay, which was dented under the hay, clearly where the snow leopard rested. Born went over and searched the hay, finally finding some magical beast pelts underneath. It turned out that the snow leopard had kept the pelts of the magical beasts it hunted for warmth, laying them under the hay. This snow leopard was extremely picky. It only kept the pelts of the fire-type magical beasts, throwing the rest away somewhere. Fortunately, among these pelts, there was one that radiated an astonishingly sacred aura. The fur was as white as snow, each hair soft and delicate, inspiring an involuntary sense of closeness. Of course, for Born, there was also a feeling of wanting to stay far away. That's it. This is it. Dao Quang shouted excitedly, seemingly even happier than Born. Born picked up the unicorn pelt, glanced at the white tiger roaring outside the tree hollow, and said with a wry smile, Teacher, what use is this unicorn pelt even if I get it? One swipe from that tiger, and I'm done for. Then I'm not leaving. What? Born exclaimed. What do you mean, not leaving? Settling down here? Settling down what? Dao Quang teased. I mean, you're just going to refine this unicorn hide here. You can't get out anyway. Born thought about it and agreed. He said to Annie, Annie, you guys go first. I'm blocked by the white tiger, but there's no danger. I refine the unicorn hide here, maybe the white tiger will get tired of it, and leave. Annie said, that won't do. How can I leave you here alone? How about this, I let Grandpa Cough go back first. I wait for you here. If the white tiger leaves, I can protect you. Born was touched. Even though he was a dead man, Annie still cared about him so much. Immediately, Born cleared his mind and took out the Chinese medicinal herbs and a 4th-tier light unicorn magic core he had prepared beforehand from the soul-severing blade, along with a crucible, the most common kind, which Born had found in the underground market over the past few days. Following Dao Quang's instructions, Born first lit a fire under the cauldron. Once the cauldron was hot enough, he tossed different herbs into it one by one. Soon, a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted from the cauldron. Now! Throw in the unicorn hide. Dao Kuang shouted. Without hesitation, Born threw the unicorn hide into the cauldron, simultaneously pulling out a black iron rod and stirring it vigorously. Slowly, the unicorn hide absorbed the medicinal power of the various herbs, its fur emitting a faint green, mysterious glow. Alright. Put the magic core in your mouth and jump in. Okay, huh? Born was stunned. Jump in? Me? Dao Kuang said irritably. Of course you're the one jumping in. Who else would I be? There's a fire down there, Born said with a bitter face. You're already dead. What are you afraid of fire for? That's true. Born thought, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and leaped into the cauldron. Dao Kuang chuckled, suddenly activating his soul power. The flames beneath the cauldron suddenly swelled, and the temperature of the cauldron continued to rise. To be honest, Born was an undead, and had no sense of pain. However, being burned by the flames, a piercing pain shot through his soul, almost making him faint. Ouch! This is terrible! Dao Kuang shouted, don't move. This is to allow your soul to merge with the sacred aura of the light unicorn. If it succeeds, as long as your soul isn't damaged, you can stay in the prime material plane and won't need to go to the netherworld anymore. Is it true? This news was bittersweet for Born. After all, he was still an undead, more skilled in necromancy, and he was somewhat hesitant and unable to unleash his full power in the prime material plane. However, the good thing was that the prime material plane was more suitable for cultivation. Whether absorbing the elements of heaven and earth, or cultivating the soul-splitting and merging technique with Annie, the speed was extremely fast. This allowed him to advance to the 6th level of the primordial essence within a year. In addition, he had absorbed a large amount of life force from the dead soldiers in the previous battle, and now he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But now, he couldn't think any further. The scorching flames below caused the temperature of the crucible to rise sharply. Born could almost hear the sizzling sound of oil in his body. He felt his head was about to explode, and the soul fire was constantly flickering, as if trying to escape his body. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Even more terrifying was that this was just the beginning. The flames gave him no chance to breathe. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably have already fainted. But whether it was because of his status as an undead or the special nature of his cultivation of the soul fusion technique, he remained conscious, forced to endure the scorching heat. The pain lasted for a full 2 hours. The white tiger, exhausted along the way, still refused to give up. It laid down at the entrance of the tree hollow, waiting for Born to emerge. It watched Born's actions with curiosity, as if wondering, why is this human cooking himself? Is he afraid to get diarrhea if he eats him? After such a long period of scorching heat, the moisture on his body gradually evaporated, and his skin cracked, making him look like a dry corpse. A truly terrifying sight. But Born remained conscious. He gritted his teeth and persevered, silently roaring. Countless times he tried to escape the cauldron, but the thought of remaining in the prime material plane, continuing to stay by Annie's side, kept him going. He tried again and again, until finally he was numb, his eyes empty and lifeless, staring at the top of the tree hollow. He no longer struggled, no longer roared. Suddenly, the cauldron shone brightly, and a glimmer of light also emanated from Born's slightly open mouth, mingling with the light from the cauldron. Then, it was all sucked into Born's body in a rush. 2 beams of light suddenly burst from Born's lifeless eyes. The flash of light startled the white tiger resting at the entrance of the tree hollow. It stood up nervously, arching its back, and looked at Born warily inside the tree hollow. Rumbling sounds echoed from Born's body, like a raging tsunami or a landslide with earth-shattering rocks. Born let out a long roar, and the pure elements in the surrounding world seemed to find an outlet, rapidly surging into his body. Born's strength also increased rapidly, quickly breaking through the peak of the 6th rank and reaching the 7th rank, but it didn't stop there, continuing to soar, which greatly alarmed Born. Aya! Born roared repeatedly, feeling his soul fire being infinitely expanded, as if his soul was being torn apart. The surge of magic power once again pushed him beyond his limits, propelling his strength to the peak of the 8th rank before finally subsiding. Born let out a long sigh of relief. Due to the influx of magic power, his body swelled up again, his skin becoming full and elastic. More importantly, the sacred light power from the unicorn hide and the magic core had all merged into this body, even imbuing his soul with a faint divine aura. Now, no one could discern Born's undead identity. With a bang, the cauldron finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered. Born emerged naked from the broken cauldron, taking another garment from the soul-severing blade and putting it on. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the white tiger at the entrance of the tree hollow. The white tiger trembled. It couldn't understand why, despite being at the Liyuan realm, it felt fear towards this tiny human. At this moment, Dao Quang's voice rang out, tinged with weariness and weakness, yet also brimming with excitement. Kid, you succeeded. Congratulations. Born bowed to the void. Thank you for your help, master. I will never forget it. Ha, enough of that. Now I help you scare away this white tiger. You better run. But afterwards, I need to go into a deep sleep for a while. Be careful on your own from here on out. What? Born was startled. He remembered that Dao Quang's last deep sleep was to infuse the soul fusion chapter into his body, a sleep that lasted for several months. If he hadn't absorbed a large amount of soul fire, Dao Quang probably wouldn't have awakened yet. But master, I can't return to the netherworld right now. I can't find enough soul fire to awaken you. Dao Quang chuckled. It's alright. Dealing with a mere kitten isn't that difficult. Besides, I recovered quite a bit during this time. This slumber will only last about 3 months. Before Bon could react, Dao Quang roared in a low voice, channeling his soul power into Bon's body. A powerful aura, like a whirlwind, created eerie howling sounds within the tree hollow. The thunder white tiger also growled. It sensed the powerful magic that made its heart tremble, and looked at Bon with some suspicion. Dao Quang knew that mere aura wouldn't be enough to scare the white tiger away. He forcibly controlled Bon's body, and walked step by step towards the entrance of the tree hollow. The white tiger growled repeatedly, baring its sharp teeth and constantly threatening Bon, but it retreated further and further. Finally, the man and the tiger faced off outside the tree hollow. The white tiger arched its body, pacing around Born as if trying to gauge the human's true strength. Dao Quang snorted, just a little kitten, daring to be arrogant in front of me. He pushed forward with both palms, and a massive surge of soul power condensed into a phantom of an evil spirit. Upon seeing this phantom, the white tiger's pupils constricted, and it howled, turning to flee. But it was too late. The phantom opened its massive maw, unleashing a deafening roar, many times stronger than Annie's evil spirit roar. It acted like a magical cannonball, shattering all the vegetation in front of it, even tearing the ground apart. The white tiger was terrified. A bolt of lightning crackled from its body, forming a lightning armor, but even so, it was blasted more than 10 meters away, crashing into a tree that would take several people to encircle, breaking it in two. But it didn't care about its injuries at all. It got up and fled in a panic, looking extremely disheveled. It probably won't dare to come back here again in its lifetime. After unleashing his evil roar, Born's aura plummeted. The mad blade, unable to utter another word, fell into a deep sleep. Born watched this scene with astonishment. He had never witnessed the mad blade's power before. Even in his soul form, he possessed such might. How powerful would the mad blade be if he were still alive? Before he could ponder further, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Born was startled. Had the white tiger returned? He prepared to use invisibility to escape immediately, but the next moment, a small head popped out of the bushes. It was Annie. Annie furtively looked around, and seeing no trace of the white tiger, she left. She emerged and hugged Born tightly. Brother Born, you're so slow. I was worried sick for the past month. Born was taken aback. What? A month? Annie looked up, puzzled. Yes, a month. Didn't you know? Born rubbed his forehead. He truly hadn't known he spent a month in that hellish heat. Annie sniffed, her brow furrowing slightly. There's an aura about you I don't like. Born smiled wryly. Of course she wouldn't like it. It was the aura of the light element. However, Annie herself cultivated the spirit division technique and absorbed light elements, so while she didn't like it, she didn't reject it either. Oh my god, a whole month has passed. We need to hurry back. Everyone must be getting impatient. Annie nodded. Okay, but have you succeeded yet? Born laughed, of course. Otherwise, wouldn't this past month have been a waste? This body is enough to keep me in the prime material plane. That's great. Annie exclaimed happily. In that case, let's go back and make more preparations. I feel like I'm about to break through. If we can break through before dealing with the demon poison dragon, our chances of winning will be much greater. The journey back was faster. When they arrived in Misty City, they found everyone anxiously waiting for them. Hearing the news of their return, they all flocked to the adventurers' area. Angela rushed forward first, hugging Annie tightly. Miss, why did you take so long to come back? You scared me to death. Old Cough looked at Born with admiration. Little brother Keller, congratulations on your improved strength again. Everyone then noticed that Born's aura seemed to have subtly changed. At this moment, A girl stepped out from the crowd. She looked at Bourne with some surprise, clinging to him and scrutinizing him closely. Bourne, however, looked completely bewildered. Annie exclaimed, "Professor Kanya. What brings you here?" Kanya released Bourne, grinning. "Didn't we agree? I was also going to find the demon poison dragon." Chapter 123. And was naturally overjoyed. With a super strong expert like Kanya present, their journey was much more secure. But then, Bond was used as experimental material by Kanya and dragged away for further research. Taking advantage of Kanya's absence, Oren quickly pulled Annie aside and whispered, "Why did you bring Professor Kanya here? Don't you know she's a real troublemaker? There hasn't been a moment of peace wherever she is these past few days." Annie was speechless. Remembering Kanya's personality and her immense strength, no one in Misty City could handle her. "I'm sorry, big brother, you had a hard time these past few days, but we'll be heading to the Misty Forest soon, so you don't need to worry." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a loud bang was heard, and Bond flew in from afar, trailing a thick plume of smoke, crashing to the ground with a thud. He rolled several times before finally stopping, a plume of black smoke billowing from his mouth. Annie was startled. "Brother Bourne. What happened to you?" She called out Bourne's real name in shock, but in the current situation, no one cared. Kanya casually walked out of the room, clapped his hands, and shook his head. "Sigh, still no use, but it did give me an idea." Bourne struggled to his feet, dusted himself off, and cursed, "You madman. You're pouring all sorts of magic into me. Are you trying to kill me?" Kanya didn't care at all. "Hee, you won't die anyway." Upon hearing this, Bourne was startled and looked at Annie in surprise. Annie shrugged, indicating she knew nothing. Bourne was even more shocked. He had already followed the madman's method, refining the light unicorn's magic core and hide into his body. Even a light mage shouldn't be able to see through his identity now. How did this Kanya manage to do it? What was her background? Afterwards, Annie and Bourne went into seclusion to cultivate. Strangely enough, Bourne's increased strength accelerated Annie's cultivation, and she successfully broke through to the 7th rank in less than 2 days, leaving everyone speechless. After 2 days of simple preparations, this strange 9-person team officially set off. A necromancer, Annie, 2 light mages, Kanya and Letais, members of the Phoenix Adventurer group, an old man, Calf, and a true undead, Bourne. This kind of team would probably be incredibly powerful across the entire continent. According to the map left by Nickel, the treasure location was in the northeast, heading north along the misty Great Rift Valley on the eastern outskirts of Misty City, even further than the polar snow mountains where Annie and her group had reached last time. However, this time, everyone in the team possessed unique skills and high strength. Even the weakest, Annie, was actually at the peak of the Origin realm. No magical beast dared to approach them casually, saving them a lot of trouble. Olkoff had previously traveled this route to rescue Nickel, so he knew it well. The group moved very quickly, and even if they encountered any foolish magical beasts, Kanya would easily eliminate them, using them as food or experimental subjects. The group traveled for 4 or 5 days, crossing the snow-capped mountains where the Polar Tiger King had previously resided, and arrived in the far north. However, they encountered a problem here. Before them lay a bottomless, enormous canyon. This canyon appeared to be a section extending from the Misty Grand Canyon into the depths of the Misty Forest. Spanning nearly 1,000 meters, it seemed impenetrable from above, shrouded in thick fog. At least it was clear that this canyon was much deeper and more dangerous than the one they had encountered on the eastern outskirts of Misty City. Everyone turned their gaze to Old Koff, for he had been here before, and was sure to have a solution. Old Koff shook his head with a wry smile. "I rescued young Master Nickel here before. I don't know what lies beyond that." Annie, lying on the edge of the cliff, looked down. "We can't judge the depth. Perhaps I should go down and check." "No!" Bourne interrupted. "Nobody knows what's down there. There might be danger." "Let me go. I won't die anyway." Everyone looked at him with some confusion, unsure what he meant by "won't die." Only Annie and Kanya understood. Ignoring everyone's agreement, Bourne pulled a rope from his soul-severing blade, tied one end to a tree, gripped it tightly, and leaped off the cliff. Everyone nervously clung to the edge, watching Bourne disappear little by little into the mist. Once Bourne entered the mist, he lost his sight. The fog was incredibly thick, his vision only extended to about a meter around him, and beyond that, he couldn't see anything. He slid down the rope inch by inch. The deeper he went, the more humid the air became, a mixture of various smells, and the rock walls were covered in moss, making them slippery. After descending about 400 or 500 meters, he still hadn't reached the bottom, nor escape the fog. Just how deep is this canyon? Soon, the 1,000-meter-long rope reached the bottom, but Bourne still hadn't reached the valley floor. However, he sensed that the fog around him seemed less dense than before. Perhaps he was close to the bottom. He gritted his teeth, pulled out his soul-severing blade, plunged it into a crevice in the rock, gripped the hilt, released the rope, and continued crawling down. Sure enough, after crawling down about 200 meters, the fog thinned considerably, and his vision was no longer obstructed. He could see clearly into the distance. An ordinary person would have given up long ago climbing this near-vertical cliff face, but Bourne's advantage as an undead was now apparent. The closer he got to the valley floor, the faster he moved, and soon his vision was completely unobstructed, allowing him to see the valley floor clearly. Although the valley floor was pitch black, there were some bioluminescent plants that illuminated it, without affecting visibility. Bourne marveled at this, but he didn't forget his purpose, to determine if this place was safe and whether he could find the 9 lives grass. According to the map left by Nickel, the treasure should be hidden deep within this valley, and perhaps the demonic poison dragon was nearby. Bourne had to be constantly cautious. He stopped moving, gripped the hilt of the soul-severing blade tightly, and hung from the cliff face, gazing into the distance. But apart from the colorful, glowing plants, there was nothing there. Frustrated, Bourne had no choice but to continue downhill since he couldn't find anything here. Estimating the valley floor to be another 400 or 500 meters, Bourne used both hands and feet, crawling along the rock face like a spider, until he finally reached the bottom. Looking at the strange plants he never seen before, Bourne unconsciously asked, "Teacher, what are all these things?" However, no one answered him. He paused, then remembered that Dao Quang had long since fallen asleep. He gave a wry smile. He'd long been accustomed to Dao Quang's presence, and now that Dao Quang was suddenly gone, he felt somewhat uneasy. "Annie! I reached the bottom. I haven't found any danger yet. You can come down now, but it's very deep, about 2,000 meters. The rope isn't long enough, you have to think of a way." Upon receiving Bourne's message, Annie immediately discussed the situation with Old Cough and the others. They decided to descend by using a rope, but their stamina was naturally not as good as Bourne's. It took them about 2 hours to reach the bottom one by one. Bourne didn't wait for them there, but continued scouting ahead. He and Annie had a telepathic connection, so they wouldn't get lost. As far as Bourne knew, the demon poison dragon was a relatively pure branch of the dragon race, possessing about 1/8 dragon blood. It was incredibly powerful, and most importantly, the toxins it released were extremely strange, often causing even those stronger than itself to fall victim and die on the spot. Bourne was very curious. In this world, there were only 6 elements: light, death, wind, fire, water, and lightning. What attribute did the demon poison dragon possess? Poison? Bourne had previously asked Kanya about his doubts. After all, Kanya was known as the Empire's most knowledgeable mage about poisons, but Kanya only smiled and didn't answer Bourne's question. Bourne could only sigh and secretly miss Dao Quang. Walking along the valley, the scenery remained unchanged, and Bourne gradually lowered his guard. However, suddenly, his footing gave way, and he lost his balance, falling into a hole in the ground. The entrance was completely obscured by dense vegetation, preventing Bourne from noticing it until it was too late. Bourne tumbled into the hole, rolling downwards until he finally crashed heavily to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Bourne cried out in pain, though he felt no real pain. Who the hell dug this hole? Bourne got up, brushed the dust off himself, and then properly assessed the situation inside the hole. The cave was strange. It too was filled with bizarre, glowing plants, and the walls bore clear marks of sharp objects, swords, shovels, whatever. It was definitely man-made, not natural, and certainly not dug by a magical beast. What's going on? Bourne scratched his head. Could someone have gotten here first? Seeing that the cave only had one path leading straight ahead, Bourne steeled himself. Since he was already here, what was there to be afraid of? He started walking forward. The deeper he went, the more uneasy Bourne became. This was a unique characteristic of his soul fire. It seemed there was indeed a powerful creature ahead, perhaps even the demon poison dragon. But who dug this tunnel? After walking for a while, Bourne saw the exit ahead. Overjoyed, he cautiously approached, not daring to come out directly, but instead peering out from the entrance. He gasped in shock at what he saw. Outside the cave entrance lay another world, overflowing with gold and silver treasures, practically filling the entire cavern. Annie! I think I found treasure. What? Annie exclaimed, stunned. Where are you? We haven't seen you. I fell into a hole and followed it until I came to another cave. It's full of gold and silver treasures. Is there any 9 lives grass? Bourne was taken aback. Yes, he had come looking for the 9 lives grass. He quickly looked around, but didn't see any decent plants. It's all piled up with gold and silver treasures. I can't see the ground. At least I haven't found any 9 lives grass yet. Be careful. That could very well be the lair of the demon poison dragon. Wait there for us, and don't do anything rash. Bourne nodded. He clearly sensed a powerful aura permeating the area, but he didn't see the demon poison dragon. This unknown fear made him too afraid to move. Annie quickly arrived at Bourne's location. They knew beforehand where he had fallen into the cave, so they weren't in such a sorry state. How was it? Bourne shook his head. Nothing found. It's overflowing with gold, piled high with treasure. The group peered inside, their mouths agape in astonishment at the sight. The members of the Fire Phoenix adventurer group stared wide-eyed. They had never seen so much treasure in their lives. Bourne pulled them back. Hey! Don't look. I can sense a massive aura in the cave, but I just can't find it. Don't make any rash moves. Johnny, the leader of the Phoenix adventurer group, possessed strength at the peak of the 10th level of the Origin realm. He knew that a place with so much treasure must be extremely dangerous. Alright, listen up. You must follow orders, and not act on your own. And don't take any of the treasure. But the next moment, Kanya rushed inside. Bourne couldn't even stop her in time, and could only watch helplessly as Kanya swaggered into the cave, greeting them with a grin. Hey, look, there's nothing here. Bourne's eyes widened, and he angrily shouted, Are you crazy? You kill us. Kanya didn't care at all, instead spinning around twice. See, it's really fine. Come on. Once a demon poison dragon is asleep, no matter how much we shout, we won't wake it. Bourne then remembered that Kanya was a master of poisons, and naturally had a deep understanding of demon poison dragons. Hearing her say this, Bourne also boldly entered, and indeed nothing had happened. Professor Kanya, where is the 9 lives grass? Annie asked. Kanya turned her head and looked around, thinking for a moment. It should be somewhere beneath these treasures, but this place is too crowded. If you search for the 9 lives grass, you inevitably disturb these treasures. However, these treasures are imbued with the breath of the demon poison dragon. On one hand, it will awaken the demon poison dragon, and on the other hand, it's highly poisonous, even stronger than the poison Nickel was poisoned with. Everyone gasped, avoiding the treasures altogether. However, a crisp clink rang out, and everyone looked over. They saw Baylor, one of Johnny's fire magicians, staring at his hands in terror, standing there trembling slightly. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Chapter 124. Are you crazy? Didn't I tell you not to touch it? Johnny roared. But it was too late. Black mist emanated from Baylor's hands, a chilling sight. Bourne drew his soul-severing blade and, without hesitation, severed Baylor's hands. Aya! Baylor screamed as his hands were severed at the root, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Leeti's rushed forward, casting healing magic to stop the bleeding, but this not only triggered the restrictions on the treasure, but also stirred up the magical power of heaven and earth. The earth shook, and the mountain of gold and silver jewels rattled. Bourne knew something was wrong and pulled Annie away. But Annie was adamant. No, I can't leave, Brother Bourne. Can you use your invisibility spell to find the 9 lives grass? Bourne shook his head. The aura of the demonic poison dragon is everywhere here, possessing powerful restrictive forces. My invisibility spell can only conceal my form, not avoid these restrictions. However, just as they were speaking, a deafening roar erupted, and glittering gold and silver treasures were flung into the air, then rained down like rain. One enormous treasure chest landed right at the cave entrance, completely blocking it. Johnny roared, unleashing all his magic power, and pushed the treasure chest with all his might, but the chest, containing something unknown, remained completely still. Damn it! Bourne drew his soul-severing blade and slashed at the treasure chest. With a clang, the soul-severing blade failed to cut through the chest, which greatly surprised Bourne. This was the first time he had ever seen something even the soul-severing blade couldn't cut. Look what that is! Leeti's exclaimed, and everyone followed her gaze. A mountain of gold and silver jewels writhed and clattered, and a dark figure slowly emerged from it. The demonic poison dragon. Kanya's expression turned unusually serious. Bourne quickly went to Kanya's side. Professor, you're the strongest here now. Tell me, is there any way to escape? Kanya glanced at Bourne, then without a word, grabbed Bourne's right foot, swung him around a couple of times, and released him. I must have lost my mind to ask you this. Let me go. Ah! Bourne protested as Kanya tossed him toward the demonic poison dragon. Keller! Old Calf exclaimed in surprise, immediately questioning Kanya angrily. What are you doing? He die? Kanya clapped his hands dismissively. No, I helped him out. At this moment, Annie also realized what was happening. Professor Kanya, even if Keller gets the 9 lives grass, the exit is blocked now. How are we going to get out? Kanya flicked Annie on the forehead. Silly girl, look at how big this demon poison dragon is. Can that small hole even hold it? There must be other exits here. Let's look carefully later. Annie thought about it carefully, and realized he was right. Just then, poor Bourne slammed into the demon poison dragon, but he was far too small. He wasn't even big enough to tickle it. The demon poison dragon finally managed to pull its head out from the pile of gold and jewels. Its long, narrow eyes flashed with ferocity as it scanned everyone present. Then it roared to the sky, Scatter! Annie, you and I draw the demon poison dragon's attention head-on. Old man, you take the Fire Phoenix Adventurer group and find another exit immediately. Old Ka shouted, You two are no match for the demon poison dragon. Kanya said impatiently, If you don't go now, we're all going to die here. Old Cough gritted his teeth, realizing that his strength was practically useless here, and immediately led the Fire Phoenix Adventurer group into action. What do we do now? Annie asked. Kanya tapped his fingers, and a huge pentagram magic circle appeared beneath Annie's feet, radiating dazzling light. Then Kanya softly shouted, Holy Light Armor. A beam of light began to spread upwards from Annie's feet, eventually enveloping her entire body, forming an armor composed of light elements. Ignoring Annie's surprise, Kanya continued, This is intermediate level magic. Go ahead, I support you from behind. Annie's eyes widened, and she pointed to herself. Me? Of course. Kanya said matter-of-factly, I'm not good at fighting, so you're the one to go. Annie was speechless, but before she could react, the demonic dragon had already launched its attack. It raised its right claw and slammed it towards Old Cough and the others. Quickly lure this stupid dragon over, Kanya shouted. Annie gritted her teeth, silently chanting a spell, and a bone spear shot towards the demonic dragon. Sensing the threat from the bone spear, the demonic dragon abandoned Old Cough and the others, slashing its right claw to the side and shattering the bone spear. My God, my bone spear! Annie exclaimed. The bone spear was her foolproof attack spell. No magical beast had ever been able to crush it so easily. Again! Kanya shouted. Annie nodded and released the bone spear again. This time, Kanya lightly tapped her finger, and a trail of light clung to the spear, making it appear mottled and patchy. Annie didn't care anymore and forcefully launched the bone spear. The demonic poison dragon was completely captivated by Annie. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. The bone spear didn't withstand the breath for long before turning to dust. Kanya frowned. This demonic poison dragon is stronger than me, probably around the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. How did Nickel escape back then? In Kanya's view, the poison Nickel hadn't been severe, indicating that the demonic poison dragon Nickel had encountered wasn't very strong. But now it seemed the truth was different. Kanya waved her hand, and instantly hundreds of light arrows appeared before her. Let me show you. The simultaneous firing of hundreds of light arrows was astonishing, leaving Annie speechless. Was this what they call being bad at combat? The demonic poison dragon suddenly spread its wings, enveloping itself. Hundreds of light arrows struck its wings, making a series of poof 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 sounds. Annie's expression brightened. Looks like it worked. However, after the light arrows finished firing, the demonic poison dragon flapped its wings, completely unharmed. It roared, seemingly finding the combat space too small, and unleashed a powerful burst of magic, blasting a large hole in the cave's ceiling. Kanya clapped his hands and laughed. Yo, great, you found the door for us. The demonic poison dragon flapped its wings and took flight, but then quickly folded them back to gain more speed. It then slammed its wings against the air again, unleashing a barrage of dark green blades that swept towards Kanya like a rain of knives. Annie wasn't good at defense. She could only hide behind Kanya. Kanya laughed wildly twice and conjured a barrier. The demonic poison dragon's attacks relentlessly pounded the barrier, forcing even Kanya to retreat step by step. However, just then, a massive bone shield appeared before Kanya. With the shield's help, Kanya easily withstood the demonic poison dragon's attacks and glanced to the side. Bourne glared angrily at Kanya. You bastard. See if you throw me out again next time. Kanya grinned. Hee. Did you get the 9 lives grass? Bourne shook his head. No. I don't know where this guy hid it. Then stop standing there. Hurry up and go find it, Kanya said irritably. Just then, the shadow of the demon-poisoned dragon suddenly appeared, its long, giant claws tearing through the dark green mist like lightning and piercing into the bone shield. The demon-poisoned dragon was undoubtedly very clever. When it realized that its enemy could easily withstand its magical attacks, it quickly changed tactics, using rapidly generated small spells to continuously attack Kanya, forcing it to not have enough time to unleash large-scale attack spells, and then using physical attacks to directly break through the bone shield's defense. For dragons, magical attacks are mostly used against groups or weaker opponents. When facing a powerful opponent, sharp teeth, huge and powerful wings, and long dragon tails are all unimaginably powerful offensive weapons. Especially its sharp claws on its forelimbs. The claws of a purebred adult dragon can reach a meter in length, including the nails, easily slicing through the skin of its prey. Even powerful defensive shields would be torn apart like paper. Not to mention the delicate human body. The demon-poisoned dragon's sharp forelimbs tore through the bone shield like spears, and Kanya's barrier only provided a brief momentary halt. With a whistling sound, the dragon's claws plunged in again. Suddenly, a huge phantom of an evil spirit appeared before Kanya. Kanya looked back at Annie in surprise, only to see Annie with her eyes closed, muttering incantations. The adventures with Nickel had taught Annie the importance of seizing opportunities, so she was always ready to intervene in battle, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. Now, the demon-poisoned dragon was right before her, the perfect opportunity to unleash the demonic roar. The evil spirit opened its massive maw, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave that even the demon-poisoned dragon was instantly struck by its soul. It roared and retreated, its eyes flashing with pain and confusion. After casting the spell, Annie's hand didn't pause. A sharp-boned spear, like a cunning serpent, shot out from the evil spirit's gaping maw, striking the demonic dragon's soft belly with a soft thud. "Awah!" The demonic dragon let out a long, mournful cry. Its belly was its most vulnerable spot, lacking the protection of scales. Combined with the powerful penetrating force of Annie's bone spear, it pierced directly into the demonic dragon's abdominal cavity. But at the same time, Annie also collapsed to her knees. She had never tried casting two spells simultaneously before. This not only instantly depleted her magical power, but also damaged her mental strength. Kanya glanced at Annie with a strange look, thinking to himself, if Nickel saw this, he'd be furious. Even a powerful cultivator at the Transcendent Realm couldn't harm the demon-poisoned dragon in the slightest, yet Annie, a mere 7th-level primal mage, managed to injure it. However, if Annie lost her fighting ability, the situation would be dire. Kanya knew no other offensive magic besides his light arrows, but those arrows were completely ineffective against the demon-poisoned dragon. She grabbed Annie from the ground, preparing to flee, but the wounded demonic poison dragon became even more ferocious, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Kanya defended herself with all her might, shouting, "Keller, you bastard, are you done yet?" Born was currently crawling on the ground, meticulously searching for the 9 lives grass, but to no avail. Nothing. Hold on a little longer. Just as Kanya was about to give up, several magical attacks struck the demonic poison dragon. Painfully, the dragon abandoned its attack on Kanya and turned its ferocious gaze towards Old Calf and the others standing at the cave entrance above. Old Calf gasped. Even wounded, the demonic poison dragon was still beyond his capabilities. He turned and fled with Johnny and the others. The demonic poison dragon flapped its wings again, chasing after Old Calf. Kanya, finally getting a chance to catch her breath, quickly went to Bond's side. "What are you doing? Haven't you found it yet after all this time?" Bond retorted angrily, "Why don't you look for it? I turned this cave floor upside down, and I haven't seen a single plant. Could you be mistaken?" Kanya narrowed her eyes. With her knowledge of poisons, she was absolutely certain she wouldn't be wrong. There should be 9 lives grass where the demon poison dragon dwells. But where exactly could it be? Kanya was completely stumped. Annie, however, suddenly asked, "The ground is covered in gold and jewels. Where could the 9 lives grass possibly survive?" A thought struck Bourne. The ground was covered in gold and jewels. There wasn't even a place for the 9 lives grass to take root. Even if it did, it would be buried and couldn't survive. So, Bourne and Kanya exchanged a glance and immediately looked towards the nearby stone wall. Sure enough, in a hidden corner, there was a very inconspicuous little grass, swaying alone in the breeze. This grass itself looked like any other plant, but it had 9 leaves, each with varying shades of color, making it seem almost alive. Found it. Bourne was overjoyed. He used both hands and feet to begin climbing up the stone wall. the 9 lives grass grew in a very tricky location. Born almost fell several times, but fortunately, as a spirit, he possessed immense strength, and soon he had the 9 lives grass in his hands. Seeing that Born had succeeded, Annie and Kania breathed a sigh of relief. But then, the roar of the demonic poison dragon echoed from the cave entrance again. It had chased after it for a while before realizing that the dragon was merely trying to lure it away, so it hurriedly returned, just in time to witness Born picking the 9 lives grass. Born didn't care about anything else. He stored the 9 lives grass in his soul-severing blade, scrambled up to the cave entrance, and shouted, "You guys go up first. I lure this big guy away, then catch up with you." With that, he took off running. Because the scent of the 9 lives grass still lingered on Born, the demonic poison dragon completely ignored Annie and Kania still inside the cave and chased after him. Chapter 125. Now that they had obtained the 9 lives grass and Born had successfully escaped the cave filled with restrictions, Annie was no longer worried. With the help of Old Cough and the others, she and Kania returned to the ground. The Fire Phoenix Adventurer team lived up to its reputation as a top-tier adventurer team, demonstrating rich experience and great courage in the battle just now. Except for Baylor, who lost both hands, everyone else was unharmed. Annie briefly explained the situation to them, and immediately hurried towards the cliff they had been on. However, before they had run far, they heard a whooshing sound and Born's anxious shout behind them. "Watch out!" Kania frowned and looked back, only to see the demon poison dragon flapping its wings and swooping down towards them. Below, Born was frantically attacking the demon poison dragon with bone spikes, but the spikes were far too weak. They couldn't even penetrate the dragon's surrounding gale, let alone injure it. The demonic poison dragon completely ignored Born's attacks, its target clearly set on Annie and her companions. "What's wrong with this beast? Why is it suddenly ignoring me?" Born was furious. His plan was to lure the demonic poison dragon away so that Annie and the others could escape, and he could then use invisibility to escape easily. But perhaps the demonic poison dragon saw through his plan. It opened its mouth wide, and streams of dragon breath poured forth towards Annie and her group. "Run!" Kania shouted, "I hold it off." Currently, only Kania in the group could withstand the demonic poison dragon's attacks. The others were no match for it. Johnny and Old Craft exchanged a glance, as if reaching a tacit understanding. "We stay too. Leetize, you take Miss Annie and go first." Johnny and Old Craft were both at the peak of the 10th level of the Origin Realm, capable of inflicting some damage on the demonic poison dragon. Leetize and the other two didn't hesitate any longer and quickly fled with Annie, who had exhausted her magic power. Born also ran to Kania's side. "Professor Kania, why is this demonic poison dragon ignoring me?" Kania chuckled. "You don't look very meaty, probably not tasty." Born was exasperated. This Kania was really strange, joking with him at a time like this. However, this group of 4 did attract the demonic poison dragon's attention. It stopped chasing Annie and the others, and instead prepared to kill the 4 people in front of it first. In the demonic poison dragon's eyes, the blonde boy was nothing more than an ant, and the 2 male humans were not worth worrying about. The female mage, however, was quite to its liking. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out several more breaths of dragon fire. The demonic poison dragon's breath contained not only fire, but also its own incredibly strange toxins. Accidentally inhaling them would lead to a tragic end, like Nicole's. None of them dared to be careless. Born cast a bone shield, Old Craft a wind shield, Johnny a fire wall, and Kania a light barrier. Together, the 4 withstood the demonic poison dragon's attack. Seeing its first strike fail, the demonic poison dragon swung its claws down, and the 4 quickly scattered. Kania, not skilled in offense, cast 3 support spells on Old Craft and Johnny. A defensive barrier, a poison avoidance aura, and a speed boost. This immediately boosted the combat power of Old Craft and Johnny. Old Craft, usually unassuming, was actually a very powerful wind mage. His lifelong goal was to master a mid-level offensive spell, and now was the time for him to shine. He pointed a single finger, silently chanting an incantation, his aura surging wildly. Even Kania's eyes flashed with surprise. "This is mastery?" It turns out that there are 5 levels of magical comprehension: beginner, proficient, master, great master, and transcendent. Most people only reach the proficient stage when comprehension of a spell. Very few can reach mastery. Even Kania himself hadn't reached mastery of any spell. But this old man before him had actually reached that level, and it was even a mid-level spell. Old Cough's eyes widened, and he uttered a low shout, "Extreme cold storm." The wind elements between heaven and earth seemed to be stirred up by a giant stick, generating a powerful rotating force that grew faster and faster, eventually forming a massive ice blue storm. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of hundreds upon hundreds of tiny wind blades. If one were to be struck head-on by such a storm, there would probably not even be any dust left. The storm hurtled towards the demon poison dragon, and due to the suction force generated by the storm's rotation, the demon poison dragon was unable to escape its attack range for a moment, and was swept into the center of the storm, letting out bursts of angry roars. The demon poison dragon roared wildly, releasing a peculiar magical fluctuation. It folded its wings, protecting its soft belly. The tiny wind blades crackled and clattered against its wings, but they couldn't penetrate its defenses and couldn't cause it the slightest damage. Born was overjoyed. Such a powerful attack would surely cause trouble for the demon poison dragon. Thinking this, he quickly said, "Quick, let's take this opportunity to leave." The group nodded and turned to leave, but then a loud boom echoed. The demon poison dragon flapped its wings, dispersing the storm. A large amount of dark green gas sprayed out with its breath, spreading towards Born and the others. Kanya laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, it's desperate. It's releasing its poison. What time is it? You still have the mind to laugh." Born felt a chill run down his spine. "What do we do? We can't escape now." Kanya pulled out a small, green bottle from somewhere. The bottle was wide at the bottom and narrow at the mouth. She pointed the bottle at the demon poison dragon and murmured softly. Suddenly, rings of magical runes appeared on the bottle, forming a magic circle. Born watched in astonishment, not knowing what Kanya was doing, but the poisonous mist spewed by the demon poison dragon was about to engulf them. Just then, Kanya gave a soft shout, "Collect it!" The poisonous mist seemed to find an outlet, surging violently into the small bottle, which was only about the size of a palm. Somehow, it managed to cleanse the poisonous mist from an area of several miles around. Is this a divine artifact?" Old Cough asked in surprise. Kanya smiled mysteriously. "This doesn't even meet the standards of a divine artifact. It's just a little trinket." Kanya had too many illogical aspects, which slowly piqued Born's interest in her. But now was not the time for idle chatter. The demon poison dragon had already swooped down on them again. It held the aerial advantage, preventing Born from even using the soul-severing blade. Most of Born's magic was weak. His only intermediate spell was resurrection, which was useless in this situation. The four quickly scattered, each avoiding the demonic poison dragon's attacks. This also helped alleviate the pressure, as the demonic poison dragon couldn't attack multiple people simultaneously. This time, the demonic poison dragon targeted Old Cough, who had just cast an intermediate spell, and was now weakened. However, his speed was exceptional, a wind mage's greatest advantage. However, just when everyone thought the demonic poison dragon would continue its attack on Old Cough, it suddenly flapped its wings, pulling itself up from its dive, and swooping down behind the four. Born's expression changed drastically. "Oh no!" A flicker of surprise crossed Kanya's eyes. "This demon poison dragon is incredibly intelligent. Knowing it couldn't defeat us quickly, it went straight to Annie and the others." Old Cough hurriedly gave chase. "Hurry! We have to catch up with them. We can't let the demon poison dragon get there first." Kanya shook his head. "It's no use. The demon poison dragon has the advantage of the sky. It's many times faster than us. We can only rush over to support them and minimize our losses." At this moment, Annie and the others had reached the edge of the rock face. The rope they had been using was still there, so they began to climb up. As the saying goes, going downhill is easy, but going uphill is hard. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do, especially for 9-year-old Annie. The difficulty level was immense. Moreover, one of them was Baylor, who had lost both hands, which put everyone in a difficult position. "I think we should do this," Amy from the Fire Phoenix Adventurer group said. "Tokotl and I will take Annie up first. Leetize, you stay down here with Baylor. Once we're up, you two tie the rope around your waists, and we pull you both up." Leetize nodded. As a light mage, she was perfectly suited to stay with Baylor. Seeing no one object, Amy carried Annie on his back and began climbing the rope with Tokotl. Both Amy and Tokotl were fire mages, seasoned adventurers with over 10 years of experience. Strong and experienced, carrying Annie didn't slow them down. Every 200 meters or so, they switched places, letting the other carry Annie, allowing them to rest in turn. "Uncle Amy, maybe I can climb a bit myself," Annie called from behind Amy. "No need." Amy shook her head. "We need to get up here as soon as possible, otherwise we'd be in big trouble when the demonic poison dragon catches up. We're stuck in the middle, neither up nor down, and we'd just be sitting ducks." Tokota was even bigger than Amy, with defined muscles, broad, rounded shoulders, and a high, firm chest, as solid as a steel pillar. He agreed with Amy. Yes, little Annie, just stay on our backs. We make sure you get up safely. Annie sighed. Ah, if only I could fly like Angela. Just as they were about to enter the thick fog, a scream suddenly came from the bottom of the valley. The three quickly looked down, and saw that the demonic poison dragon had caught up and snatched Baylor into the air. The 8th level primal realm Baylor was like a toy in its hands, utterly powerless to resist. With a powerful jerk of its jaws, the venomous dragon sliced Baylor in two with its sharp teeth. Blood rained down from the sky, and Baylor, unable to hold on any longer, died instantly. What happened? Captain Johnny and the others. Amy cried out in horror. No! Tokota pointed ahead. Look over there. Captain Johnny and the others are coming too. This venomous dragon is bypassing them and heading straight for us. Following Tokota's finger, Amy and Annie indeed saw 4 small black dots rushing towards them. We need to hurry. Amy quickly continued climbing. What about Sister Leeti's? She's still down there. And said anxiously. Amy gritted her teeth. Even if we go down, we can't help. She wouldn't want us to go down. The most important thing for us now is to get back up alive, so we don't waste the time she and Baylor bought for us. And froze. She seemed to understand why only Uncle Nicole had escaped, why he hadn't gone back to save Katerina. Had Nicole felt the same way she did now, perhaps even more helpless, desperate, and sorrowful, and began to sob involuntarily, while Amy and Anne's faces flushed red. Suppressing their grief, they climbed upwards at full speed. But the demon dragon seemed to have given up its attack on Leeti's. Just as Leeti's was preparing to die, the demon dragon leaped up, skimming the rock face towards Anne and the others. Leeti's immediately shouted, "Watch out!" and looked down immediately, her heart sinking. Kanya and the others were still far away, and couldn't help them. They could only rely on themselves now, or they would die. The demon dragon felt victory was assured. It had suffered minor losses in the previous rounds of battle, which enraged it. Having just devoured one human had greatly improved its mood. It was determined to consume all the humans, leaving no one alive. Its ferocious yellow eyes were fixed on Annie. It vaguely remembered that this human girl had pierced its abdomen. Though not fatal, it had humiliated it. It would torture her, not let her die so easily. Annie carefully sensed her magic power, and took out the dragon-slaying staff from her breastplate. The dragon-slaying staff that my uncle forged for me from the bones of a zombie dragon beast. Today I let you taste its power. With that, she unleashed her full magic power. The ghoul demon core at the top of the staff flashed and then shattered, but the fragments remained, emanating an eerie black aura. Amy felt the powerful magical fluctuations behind him, and was terrified. But he dared not turn around, and scrambled upwards as fast as he could. Annie chanted the incantation again, and the power of death coalesced into a bone spear. However, this time, the spear was shrouded in blue light, and streams of water elemental energy surged forth. Several ice spikes also materialized around the spear, Annie's newly learned low-level spell. Enhanced ice spikes. Kanya was stunned to see Annie cast 2 spells at once, and of different attributes at that. Since arriving in Misty City, she had only seen Annie use necromancy, which was within her expectations. However, seeing Annie wield water magic was a complete shock to her understanding of magic. A trickle of blood escaped Annie's lips, a sign of excessive mana depletion, but she didn't give up. With a low shout, she cried out, "Go!" The dragon-slaying staff in her hand instantly turned to dust. The bone spear, carrying all the magical power of the staff and surrounded by several icy blue enhanced ice spikes, roared towards the head of the demon poison dragon. Chapter 126. A tremendous roar resounded as the bone spear and ice spike simultaneously struck the demon poison dragon's hard armor. The powerful impact slightly slowed the dragon, which roared, unleashing a gust of wind that shattered both the bone spears and ice spikes. Annie's attack was undeniably powerful. An ordinary expert at the Outer Yuan realm would likely have been unable to withstand it. However, the demon poison dragon was strong and possessed a profound cultivation level. Having lived in this valley for an unknown period, it perceived Annie's attack as insufficient to pose a threat, though it effectively blocked it. Amy and Tokota had exerted every ounce of their strength, without resting or slowing down. Amy's palms were bleeding, staining the rope red, but they gritted their teeth and persevered without the slightest slackening. Taking advantage of the moment Annie's attack slowed the poison dragon, the two quickly climbed into the mist. The mist seemed to possess a special magic, completely blocking out surrounding sounds and scents, But Amy and Tokotl dared not slow down. After climbing about 200 meters more, Amy couldn't keep up and almost slipped, but thankfully Tokotl caught her, preventing a fall. "Look, the poison dragon isn't chasing us," Annie exclaimed. Amy and Tokotl looked down, but due to the mist, they couldn't see anything. However, they could at least tell that the poison dragon hadn't caught up. Could it be that the mist is helping us? Tokotl reached out and touched the mist in front of him. Amy frowned, lifted Annie down, and placed her on Tokotl's back. "Never mind that, the fact that the poison dragon isn't chasing us is the best thing. Let's hurry up." Below, just as the demonic poison dragon was about to bite Amy's rear, Born nearly threw his soul-severing blade in desperation. But the next moment, Annie's one and only magical attack successfully halted the demonic poison dragon's pursuit. The demonic poison dragon roared, quickly deflecting Annie's attack, but also losing track of him. Born expected the demonic poison dragon to continue its pursuit into the thick fog, but unexpectedly, after circling and roaring in the air for a while, it turned and charged towards them. Born's eyes lit up, and he shouted, It's afraid to enter the fog." The other three also noticed this, but Old Cough's expression remained very serious. "Even so, we can't possibly enter the fog unscathed." The demonic poison dragon exhaled 3 more breaths, and the 4 hurriedly dodged, running towards the demonic poison dragon's former lair. Born, running and thinking for a moment, asked, "Old Man Calf, did Nickel really not tell you anything about this demon poison dragon?" Old Calf shook his head. "He's very tight-lipped. He just won't say anything, probably afraid we come back and help him find an antidote." "Then besides that cultivation manual, did he bring anything else back?" "Yes." Old Calf said he brought back 2 other things, a breastplate, which is on Miss and now, and a ring, which he gave to me. Both are extremely rare spatial artifacts on the continent. Born narrowed his eyes slightly, looked the other 3 up and down, and nodded. Kania was somewhat confused. "What kind of crazy idea are you thinking of?" Born chuckled and held out his hand to Old Cough, saying, "Old Cough, give me the ring." "Huh?" Old Cough was taken aback, not understanding what Born wanted the ring for. Born didn't bother explaining further. "Just give it to me now, don't worry, I give it back when I'm done." Old Cough didn't hesitate, taking off the ring and tossing it to Born. Born caught the ring, held it above his head, and broke away from the 3, running in another direction. Although the 3 were puzzled, they knew Born must have a plan, so they didn't stop running and continued their frantic run. When the demon poison dragon saw Born break away from the group, a flicker of hesitation crossed its eyes, but upon seeing the glittering ring in Born's hand, it roared and decisively chased after him. "Just as I thought." Born thought to himself, "This guy really did come after me." The 3 of them stopped in surprise, watching Born's fleeing figure with bewilderment. "How did he do that?" Johnny's mouth dropped open. A glint flashed in Kania's eyes, and a knowing smile appeared on his lips. "You don't need to worry about him. The demon poison dragon is distracted by him now. Let's run." "But Keller." Old Cough was still unwilling to leave Born alone. Kania waved his hand. "He'd be fine. Our presence here will only hinder his actions." Old Cough and Johnny were somewhat skeptical, but since Kania, the strongest member of the group, had said so, what was there to worry about? Seeing the 3 escape, Born felt reassured. He rushed into the demon poison dragon's lair. At this moment, due to the demon poison dragon's departure, the lair's restrictions had loosened, giving Born an opportunity. He hastily grabbed some glittering armor and helmets, put them on, and then gathered a pile of gold and silver jewels, scattering them into the air. Seeing Born enter its lair, the demonic poison dragon grew even more enraged. Just as it was about to charge in, it was struck in the face by gold and silver jewels thrown by Born. It roared furiously to the sky, vowing to tear this despicable human to shreds. Born estimated that it would take at least 3 hours for Kania and the others to successfully enter the mist. During this time, he needed to find a way to draw the demonic poison dragon's attention entirely to himself, and he couldn't let it capture him, otherwise he would be forced back to the netherworld. If he lost this physical body, finding the unicorn hide and magic core again would be harder than climbing to heaven. His invisibility magic couldn't last for 3 hours, and during his invisibility, if the demonic poison dragon couldn't find him, it would inevitably target Kania and the others, which was something Born didn't want to see. Born felt he had never been so conflicted. He, a mere 8th level undead, was actually going to fight a terrifying dragon beast a whole realm higher than himself for 3 hours. It was simply an impossible task. Suddenly, Born remembered the enormous treasure chest that had blocked their exit earlier. It still firmly blocked the entrance. "I wonder what material that chest is made of." Even my soul-severing blade couldn't cut it. That demonic poison dragon probably can't do anything about it. Perhaps. Thinking this, Born no longer hesitated and immediately charged towards the chest. The demonic poison dragon snapped out of its daze, and saw Born, his golden fur so conspicuous in the nest, like a moving signal source, constantly emitting mocking signals towards it. If the demonic poison dragon could speak, it would surely be cursing. Because the space inside the nest was rather cramped, the demonic poison dragon folded its wings and returned to the ground, then charged towards Born. This venomous dragon was clearly not fully grown, only about 10 meters long, but even so, it was enormous to Born. Born leaped onto the top of the treasure chest, wiggling his rear end at the dragon. He, you silly dragon, come bite me. Try biting me if you dare. The dragon didn't understand what he was saying, but his actions conveyed enough information. The dragon roared, increasing its speed, and opened its massive jaws to bite Born. Born chuckled, now's the time. He dodged to the side, avoiding the dragon's jaws. The dragon, unable to react in time, bit into the treasure chest with a snapping sound, followed by a pitiful roar, a wh. The dragon roared to the sky, a cloud of blood spraying from its mouth, 2 of its teeth flying out and landing right at Born's feet. My God, what's the origin of this treasure chest? It's so hard. Born was astonished. He had thought the demon poison dragon would bite through the chest and jam its mouth, but unexpectedly, the chest had knocked out 2 of its teeth. Taking advantage of the demon poison dragon's pained cry, Born grabbed the dragon tooth in front of him, got up, and circled around to the back of the demon poison dragon. He had a daring idea, and you could tell how daring it was from his actions. Born gripped the demon poison dragon's tooth tightly with both hands, and while running, he leaped onto the demon poison dragon's back, plunging the tooth down hard. A wh! The poor demon poison dragon never expected to be injured again, especially on its back. It struggled violently, trying to throw Born off, but Born held on tightly to the tooth, refusing to let go. It's important to know that the demon poison dragon's fangs are also highly venomous. Therefore, when the fangs pierced the demon poison dragon's body, it poisoned itself. Anger, anxiety, fear. A multitude of negative emotions overwhelmed the demon poison dragon's mind, driving it to the brink of madness. It flapped its wings and slammed its back against the nearby rock wall. Born's heart skipped a beat. He quickly released the fangs and jumped off the demon poison dragon's back. With a deafening crash, the demon poison dragon slammed heavily against the rock wall, sending rocks flying and dust billowing everywhere. Cough, cough. Born waved his hand. When the dust settled, the demon poison dragon was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Born stared directly into the eyes of the demonic poison dragon, chuckled, and tossed his gleaming golden armor to the ground. Brother dragon, we're not enemies, and I won't take your things. Just let me go, okay? The demonic poison dragon's narrow pupils remained unchanged, its gaze fixed on Born. Born, helpless, could only sit down opposite the demonic poison dragon. The two stared at each other, and soon 3 hours had passed. Born calculated the time, stood up, and the demonic poison dragon watched his movement, its eyes filled with wariness and threat. Born waved his hand. I won't keep you company any longer. Take good care of your injuries. I come find you again next time. With that, he used an invisibility spell and vanished from the spot. The demonic poison dragon's eyes narrowed. It looked around but couldn't find any trace of Born. Born's timing was perfect. After emerging, he returned to the ropes, which were still there, indicating that Annie and the others hadn't left yet. He tied 2 ropes together around himself, then tugged at them. Those above seemed to notice the movement, and immediately a force began to pull him upwards. After about half an hour, Born finally returned to the top of the canyon. The others were there, and they hurriedly pulled Born up. Brother Born. Annie hugged Born tightly. She had even thought he had returned to the netherworld. Fortunately, her soul connection told her that Born was still in the prime material plane, which was why she had waited until now. Kanya sized up Born from head to toe. How did you escape? Did that demonic poison dragon really let you go? Born chuckled. It's a secret. Old Koff said happily, great. We're all back except... He trailed off, glancing apologetically at Johnny and the others. Johnny waved his hand. It's all right. That's how adventurers are. They never know when they die, even top-tier adventurers. It's all fate. Amy nodded. Yes, when we get back, we bring the prize money and the compensation from the Adventurers Guild to Beller's family. Born looked at Leeti's, whose face was ashen. She had been with Beller, protecting him, but the demonic poison dragon was too powerful. It didn't allow her to resist, and devoured Bella right before her eyes, a devastating blow to her, and walked over and gently took Litai's hand. Litai snapped out of her daze, smiled slightly at Anne, and shook her head. I'm fine. Just like Johnny and Amy said, this is the fate of us adventurers. Let's hurry back. All right. Johnny waved. Let's leave here first, and set up camp to rest when we reach a safe place. The rest of the journey went smoothly, just like their journey there, although everyone had sustained some injuries, slowing their pace considerably. Several days passed before they returned to Misty City. More than a month had gone by for the trip, and when they returned, Misty City was exactly as it had been. This relieved everyone. They had been afraid that Marcello would continue his attack on Misty City. It seemed, as Bourne had said, that Marcello wasn't interested in Misty City, but the current situation in the Empire was still unknown. Upon hearing that Annie and the others had returned, Orin and the others immediately went to the Adventurers Guild. Little sister, how did it go? Orin asked anxiously upon seeing Annie. Annie twirled around with a smile. See, I'm perfectly fine, nothing's wrong. Orin breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the others and bowed respectfully. Thank you all for risking your lives to bring my little sister back safely. Angela and Eva also arrived, greeting Annie warmly. Johnny and the others collected their bounty at the service desk, completed the mission on the spot, and then bid farewell to Annie and the others. Miss Annie, Master Keller, Old Man Kraft, Professor Cania, we're leaving. Thank you so much for choosing the Fire Phoenix Adventurer team. We meet again sometime. Parting was somewhat sad, but Annie knew it was inevitable. After Johnny and the others left, Annie asked Orin, Big Brother, do you know what the situation is like in the Imperial capital right now? At the mention of the capital, Orin's face immediately darkened. Chapter 127. In the council hall of the Rambeau family, Jonathan, the Marquis of Ginchy, stared intently at the urgent report before him. Cadence, her eyes filled with worry, anxiously asked, Father, how is the war in the north? Jonathan put down the paper and handed it to Dickel beside him. Dickel took the paper and glanced at it, his eyes widening in shock. Drew is dead? What? Cadence jumped to her feet. How could this be? In just over a month, the Gore territory has been occupied? Dickel swallowed hard, then continued, Drew's youngest daughter, Annie, is a necromancer. Keller is there too. What? Cadence was even more astonished, unable to accept the news. Keller? Why is Keller there? Shouldn't he be at the Magic Academy? Dickel shook his head. I don't know. This is all the information we have. We need some more time to get more details. Father! Cadence exclaimed hastily. I'm going to the Gore territory to bring Keller back, she said. Nonsense. Jonathan slammed his hand on the table. Do you know what the situation is like in the Gore territory right now? There's fighting everywhere. A little girl at the core formation level like you going there is just asking for death. But Keller. Enough. Before Katniss could finish speaking, Jonathan interrupted her. I have my own plans. Dickel's eyes flickered. Father, you wouldn't be thinking of. Jonathan sighed. Keller was frail and sickly before, and we didn't take good care of him. We owe him something. This time he's in danger, and I have no choice but to save him. I plan to talk to Marcello to see if we can enter the Gore territory and bring Keller back. Father, you mustn't. Keller's involvement has already endangered the family. If you rashly enter Gore's territory, what will His Highness the Crown Prince think? He surely settles scores with us after his ascension. I know that, but we don't yet know Keller's role in this. Perhaps things can still turn around. Dickel pondered for a moment, then murmured, Anna. Could that and be Anna? This guess caused Katniss to shudder. She clearly remembered that when she first saw the little girl in the misty forest, she called herself Anne. This is impossible. How could this be? Katniss couldn't believe it. But all the evidence pointed to one thing. Anna was Drew's youngest daughter, Anne. Jonathan frowned. But Anna is a water mage, and she definitely used water magic during the Magic Academy's entrance exam. That can't be faked. But this Anne is a necromancer. Katniss's eyes lit up immediately. Right. Everyone knows that one person can't possess two elemental attributes at the same time. This Anne definitely isn't Anna. Jonathan waved his hand. Let's not speculate here. I already arranged for people to investigate, and detailed information should arrive in a couple of days. 2 days passed, and the entire Rambeau family territory was in a state of high alert. Large numbers of troops were constantly being mobilized, and the entire region was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, a magnificent horse galloped in and crashed into the Rambeau family castle. Dickel, who was tending his beloved ornamental plants in the garden, immediately felt a chill and rushed forward to stop the horse. He saw a soldier on the back, barely alive. It was unclear how he had managed to get through all the checkpoints. When the soldier saw Dickel, his eyes widened, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. He trembled as he pulled an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Dickel. As soon as Dickel took the envelope, the soldier breathed his last. A bad feeling washed over Dickel. He grabbed the envelope and ran frantically towards Jonathan's room. "Father!" Dickel slammed open Jonathan's door, startling him from his work. "What are you doing?" Jonathan said, slightly annoyed. Dickel handed over the envelope. "A soldier risked his life to deliver this letter, and he's now dead downstairs. I think this letter must be very important." Jonathan frowned, then opened the envelope. Inside were 2 sheets of paper filled with writing. The gist of it was, Marcelo killed Drew, Keller and Annie went to his rescue, but were defeated and fled to Miss City. Miss City Lord Pentesi betrayed them, and was beheaded. Oren took his place, and organized the defense of Miss City. Annie alone successfully repelled Marcelo's pursuing army. Currently Marcelo has returned to the vicinity of the capital, and is confronting Regent Amida's army. Because Bourne had used invisibility, his subtle movements went unnoticed by the enemy. Only Annie stood alone in front of the enemy lines, so everyone thought that Annie had single-handedly repelled an army of 100,000. Jonathan sighed deeply. It seems Keller is completely involved. A fierce glint appeared in Dickel's eyes. "Father, I think we shouldn't bother with Keller anymore. He's courting death. If he had stayed at the Magic Academy, none of this would have happened. Now, he's openly opposing Marcelo, which is tantamount to opposing the first prince. This is detrimental to our family." Jonathan's eyes also showed some struggle. He knew that if he abandoned Keller, Katniss would never agree, but given the current situation, the first prince's faction had gained absolute control. The Perrin family controlled the 2 largest territories in the north and south, commanding a 1,000,000-strong army. In the capital, the second prince was under house arrest, and most of the powerful figures in the court had sided with the first prince. The first prince had essentially secured victory. But he also knew very well that the second prince was actually more suitable to be emperor. The first prince was cruel and tyrannical, having personally instigated the infamous Marco family rebellion and committed many unspeakable acts. If he were to become emperor, wouldn't he be even more unrestrained? He looked at Dickel and sighed deeply. "Dickel, although we are a regional lord, we are still loyal to the Empire. The first prince's actions are of no benefit to the Empire. Our Norma Empire has always been struggling to survive in the cracks of the continent. The Austin Empire to the east, and the Harry Empire to the west are countless times stronger than us." Dickel's eyes flickered. "I know, but we are not to be trifled with either. With your strength, father, you are not afraid of him." Jonathan shook his head. "No, I am far from it. Do you know who the most powerful person in our Norma Empire is?" Dickel was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, then guessed, could it be the deceased emperor? Or Marquis Marcelo? It can't be Prince Amida. Jonathan continued to shake his head, none of them. The strongest person in our empire is the Dean of the Imperial Magic Academy, Douglas Vanica. What? Dickel was shocked. He couldn't believe that the seemingly kind and unassuming Dean of the Magic Academy was actually the Empire's #1. Don't be surprised. His strength is only at the great perfection of the 10th stage of the Outer Yuan Realm, not even reaching the departing Yuan Realm. In the Austin and Harry Empires, there are countless departing Yuan Realm experts. They also have powerful dragon knights and experts with the bloodline of ancient berserkers, capable of killing enemies far above their level. Their combat power is astonishing. Dickel was dumbfounded. He had never heard of such things before, especially the departing Yuan Realm, which was legendary in his eyes, but in other countries, it was commonplace. Jonathan's voice was low and somber. Precisely because of our weakness, we need to develop our national strength even more to ensure our survival. The late emperor always strived to navigate between the two great empires, seeking space for survival, providing a peaceful atmosphere within the empire, and cultivating more talent. However, in recent years, we have still failed to break through the bottleneck in cultivation. Not a single person has reached the Li Yuan realm. Therefore, Jonathan paused, a resolute glint in his eyes. I think Drew is right. If the Crown Prince cannot change his current approach, our empire will ultimately perish. As subjects, we cannot stand idly by, we must take action. Dickel's expression changed drastically, and he asked in surprise, Father? You mean? Jonathan nodded, yes. I can't just sit idly by and watch the first prince act like this. Besides, Keller has already offended the first prince, and he certainly won't let it go after he ascends the throne. Even if I go to talk to Marcello now, it's pointless. But father, Dickel said anxiously, we don't need to do this. Since Marcello was able to kill Drew, it means his strength has surpassed yours. We shouldn't fight a losing battle. Now we should side with the first prince and join forces with Marcello to overthrow the region. Kill the king, and His Highness the Crown Prince will surely not pursue the matter further. Jonathan chuckled. Child, you're still too young. If the Crown Prince were so magnanimous, I wouldn't have needed to do this. You know what happened to the Marco family back then, and now Drew's situation is unfolding before our eyes. This speaks volumes. Tomorrow I lead a team to the capital to rescue the second prince. Seeing he couldn't dissuade his father, a ruthless glint flashed in Dickel's eyes, but he showed no outward sign. He excused himself and left Jonathan's room. After Dickel left, Jonathan summoned his most trusted lieutenants. Gather all your forces today. We depart first thing tomorrow morning. We attack Marcello's army from both the east and west, forcing him to abandon his attack on the capital. Genius, Jonathan's foremost knight, was not only powerful but also a distant cousin. My lord, he said, we can only muster about 500,000 troops at present, and we need to leave 100,000 to guard the western border. Compared to Marcello's million-strong army, we're not even in the same league. A map of the empire was spread out before Jonathan. It's all right. Our 400,000 troops, plus the region's 200,000, while slightly outnumbered, far surpass them in the number of skilled warriors. Alas, I should have rescued Drew, but alas. Genius sighed. It's no use saying that now. With Drew dead, the entire Gore territory has fallen into Macero's hands. Fortunately, we're relatively close to the capital. Let's hurry and make preparations, being careful not to cause too much of a commotion, lest Macero find out beforehand. Yes. The other deputies responded in unison and left Jonathan's room. However, just as Neas was about to leave, Jonathan suddenly called out to him, Cousin, please wait. Neas paused, looking at Jonathan with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Is there something else? Jonathan nodded, walked over, and closed the door behind him. There's something I need your help with. Seeing Jonathan's serious expression, Neas patted his chest. Help? What is it? Tell me, and I definitely do it for you. Jonathan said gratefully, thank you. I hope you can take Katniss to Miss City to find Keller. It's far too dangerous here. Neas frowned, but if I'm not there, our forces might be insufficient, and Miss City isn't necessarily safe either. Jonathan sighed. Indeed, if we lose, Miss City won't be safe either. But currently Marcello is focusing all his efforts on the capital. For the time being, a small border town like Miss City is the safest place. Neas thought for a moment, and agreed with Jonathan's reasoning. Then, after I gather the troops? No. Before Neas could finish, Jonathan interrupted. Take her and leave immediately, just the two of you. No matter how she resists, you must take her. Neas hesitated, then nodded solemnly. All right. What about Dickel? He is the next head of the Rambeau family. Loyalty is his duty. Jonathan's tone was resolute. That night, ignoring Katniss's struggles and objections, Neas forcibly tied her to a fast horse, and the two galloped northwards under the cover of darkness towards Misty City in the Gore territory. Jonathan stood by the window, watching News walk away, and sighed deeply. Katniss, I'm sorry, I can't let you go on this adventure with me. Sophie hugged him from behind, whispering, Darling, when will this turmoil end? Jonathan patted Sophie's hand. I believe it will be over soon. The next day, Jonathan donned his armor early, carrying a two-handed great sword, his signature weapon, an ice-blue hilt, and a gleaming blade. He had used this great sword to slay countless powerful bandits and magical beasts. His 3 lieutenants ran to him, shouting in unison, The 1st, 2nd, 4th army is fully assembled. Jonathan frowned slightly. What about the 3rd army? The 3 lieutenants exchanged glances and shook their heads. Jonathan snorted, about to explode in anger, when suddenly someone rushed in to report, My lord, something terrible has happened. Jonathan immediately asked, What's going on? The soldier hurried over and knelt on the ground. I am a centurion of the 3rd army. Young Master Dickel has led the 3rd army to surrender to Marquis Marcello, and now Marcello's army is heading this way. What? Jonathan's eyes widened, his face turning red, and before he could utter a single word, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 128. My lord! My lord! Everyone rushed forward and helped Jonathan up. How could this be? Jonathan, leaning on his great sword, struggled to his feet with the help of the others. What about the 3rd Army's vice-general? Did he defect too? The soldier said angrily. They kidnapped General David and seized control of the entire Third Army. Them? Jonathan keenly caught the information in the soldier's words. Dickel wasn't alone? The soldier nodded. He brought 2 others with him, both necromancers. One of them was incredibly powerful. General David couldn't withstand more than 3 moves before being captured alive. What? A vice-general exclaimed in shock. David's strength was at the 6th level of the Outer Yuan realm. If he could be defeated so easily, the opponent's strength must exceed the 7th level. Does our empire have such a powerful necromancer? Jonathan's brows furrowed deeply. In his youth, he had indeed killed many necromancers, as necromancers were wanted throughout the empire. Whenever he discovered a necromancer within his territory, he would go and eliminate them. But he couldn't understand why his son, Dickel, would associate with a necromancer. Where are they now? Jonathan asked. The soldier replied, I escaped halfway back. They seem to have planned this all along, joining forces with Marcello's army to encircle our Third Army, forcing everyone to surrender. They're now almost 100 kilometers from Rambo. Jonathan's eyes flashed coldly. Humph. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Did they really think I was unprepared? Immediately order the 5th Army to be brought here as well. A lieutenant exclaimed in alarm. No. Sir, the 5th Army is a border defense force. If they are mobilized, the western gates of the Empire will be wide open, and the Hairy Empire's army might. No problem. Jonathan waved his hand dismissively. We are no match for the Hairy Empire to begin with. The reason they haven't attacked us is because they don't want a direct confrontation with the Austin Empire. Whether the 100,000 men of the 5th Army are there or not, it won't make much difference. Go quickly. Yes, sir. The lieutenant replied and went to deliver the message. Report. Suddenly, another soldier reported. Jonathan's heart skipped a beat. Could there be another unexpected turn of events? He thought, quickly stepping forward. What is it? Speak quickly. The soldier, beaming with joy, shouted, 100,000 remnants of the Marco family have come to surrender. Jonathan was shocked. 100,000? He knew, of course, that the Marco family hadn't been completely wiped out. Many had secretly escaped, hiding their identities and mingling among ordinary people. However, these were now scattered and no longer posed a threat to either Marcello or the Empire. The sudden appearance of 100,000 was astonishing. Who is leading them? The soldier reported they claimed to be Iliel Marco, the eldest son of the Marco family. Iliel? The professor from the Imperial Magic Academy? I see. Jonathan explained, realizing, so he used the Magic Academy for survival, secretly maintaining such a large army. Where is he? The soldier pointed behind him. The troops are waiting 3 kilometers away. Lord Iliel is currently outside. Quickly, let him in. Jonathan hurried forward to greet Iliel. Iliel was tall, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. His shiny silver hair was tied in a very distinctive ponytail. His fair face was filled with melancholy, and the deep dark circles under his eyes clashed with his otherwise handsome features. Upon seeing Iliel, Jonathan exclaimed joyfully, Iliel, I never imagined that my own son would abandon me at this crucial moment, while you risked your life to come and offer help. Iliel smiled slightly and bowed deeply. Uncle, I should have gone to your aid when Marquis Drew was in trouble, but the territory of Gore is too far away. I couldn't gather enough manpower in time, and after several months, it was too late. Alas! Jonathan patted his shoulder, his heart also filled with regret. Me too. I thought Drew wouldn't be defeated so easily, but I didn't expect Marcello to be so powerful, breaching Gore City in just over a month. This was truly beyond my expectations. It wasn't just beyond your expectations, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Iliel said, but because of this with more time to prepare, our 2 families together can definitely put up a fight against Marcello. Jonathan nodded. I heard you brought 100,000 men. Is that true? Israel gave a bitter smile. When my father's uprising failed, I thought of accumulating strength to seek revenge. But to my shame, I lacked the ability to gather the remnants of his former army, nor could I train them like a normal army. I could only scatter them in various corners of their original fiefdoms, letting them live normal lives. Now, with the world in chaos and war raging, Marcello has mobilized all his troops to the vicinity of Gore and the capital, leaving his rear vulnerable. This has given me the time and space to gather my old troops. They are my father's most capable lieutenants, many of whom are no less skilled than me. I hope they can lend my uncle a hand. Good. Jonathan cried, tears welling in his eyes. I spent my days thinking about how to protect myself and stay out of the power struggle. Compared to you all, I'm the one who deserves to die. Today, I will atone for my sins, defeat Marcello, and rescue the second prince. Defeat Marcello. Rescue the second prince. Everyone shouted in unison. Jonathan then looked at Iliel. What are your thoughts on this battle? Iliel smiled. Uncle, you are indeed insightful. In fact, I not only hid my old troops in various places, but also planted spies within Marcello's army. That's why I quickly learned of Dickel's betrayal, and came to help you. What? Jonathan was taken aback, but upon reflection, it made sense. After Marcello destroyed the Marco family, he became the new Marco Marquis, occupying the former Marco territories. Naturally, his army absorbed a large number of former Marco soldiers, making it possible for Iliel to plant spies. However, infiltrating under Marcello's nose is no easy feat. It seems many sacrifices were made to achieve this. Iliel continued, according to intelligence, Marcello didn't come personally this time. He's still in the capital confronting Regent Amina. They mobilized approximately 500,000 troops, led by the 6th-tier Transcendent Realm expert, Bick, along with Dickel and 2 necromancers. Jonathan's eyes narrowed. What about those 2 necromancers? Do you know anything about them? Iliel shook his head. I don't know either. I hadn't gathered any information about them before, but I heard one of them has reached the 8th tier of Transcendent Realm, which should be comparable to yours. Jonathan's heart sank. Necromancers are inherently more powerful than other mages of the same level. How could such a powerful necromancer appear within the Empire? I had no idea. Iliel tentatively suggested, actually, I was thinking, if there's a necromancer in the enemy camp, could we ask the Holy See for help? A lieutenant slapped his thigh. Yes, sir. The Holy See has 6 archbishops within the Empire, each with unfathomable power. If they had help. No. Jonathan shook his head. The Holy See can handle necromancers, but they can't handle power struggles. Once a necromancer gets involved, they'd be waiting for the war. Let's finish this fight before we go after them. Jonathan continued, that Bylike isn't a threat, it's that necromancer we need to focus on. Iliel nodded. I think in this situation, we can't just sit and wait for them to come to us. We should take the initiative, ambush them at Moby's Pass, and catch them off guard. That makes sense. Jonathan agreed. Right now, they must think I, Jonathan, have lost my composure and are only daring to defend the city. They're definitely unprepared. This plan is feasible. Jonathan and Iliel then began discussing countermeasures, preparing to intercept the enemy at Moby's Pass, 10 kilometers away. Marcello's army was advancing steadily towards Rambo City. Leading them were 4 men, one clad in golden armor and a knight's helmet, wielding a heavy cavalry lance. This was Bylike, Marcello's knight commander. Beside him were Dickel and 2 grey-robed men. Needless to say, these 2 grey-robed men were necromancers. Bylike glanced warily at the 2 necromancers and asked Dickel, Are you sure Jonathan will be defending the city? Dickel nodded. I know my father best. He's cautious, especially after learning of my betrayal. He must be shaken and unable to attack. That's good. Bylike straightened his armor. In fact, after Dickel arrived but couldn't find Marcello, Bylike sent a message to Marcello reporting Dickel's situation. Marcello immediately ordered Bylike to lead 500,000 troops straight to Rambo City. Bylike wasn't surprised. He had known about one of the necromancers for a long time. This older necromancer had maintained close ties with Marcello. Even before Marcello was a Marquis, Bylike had witnessed Marcello meeting with this older necromancer. This older necromancer was highly skilled and elusive, always appearing and disappearing without a trace, his name unknown. However, with the old necromancer present, Billy felt reassured, knowing that Dickel's surrender wasn't feigned. The army's march was naturally slower than that of fast horses, and by afternoon, they had only reached a point 30 kilometers outside Rambo. Dickel shouted, Sir Knight, once we cross the mountain pass ahead, we be at the gates of Rambo. Should we speed up? Mountain pass? Billy frowned. How much further after the pass? Dickel replied, about 10 kilometers. I doubt they come out of the city. Billy shook his head, gestured, and stopped. The rest of the army halted in unison. My lord, Dirk asked, what's wrong? Billick ignored him and summoned a man, ordering, take a squad and scout the mountain pass ahead to see if there's an ambush. The soldier obeyed, leading about 300 men, who galloped towards the pass. Billick, a seasoned veteran, knew the probability of an ambush was low, but caution was still advised at the mountain pass. This scouting will likely take some time. Perhaps we should set up camp here? A knight suggested. Byrek nodded. This was the only passage east of Rambo City, and he wasn't worried about Jonathan escaping. He immediately ordered the entire army to rest on the spot. As night fell, the scout team returned. The leader reporting, "Sir, there are no ambushes ahead, everything is normal." Dirk laughed, "Ha ha ha, Sir Knight, didn't I tell you? My father would never leave the city to fight." But Billick frowned and asked in a low voice, "Where's Acton? Why isn't he here?" The soldier saluted and said, "Lord Acton is still at the mountain pass. He said he was worried the enemy might make some moves, so he stayed there to keep watch." Billick pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Good. Then let's set off. Tonight, we launch a night raid on Rambo's city." Dickel was overjoyed upon hearing this, and quickly turned to wave and shout, "Get up! Get up! Let's go!" Bilek was somewhat puzzled. "I'm going to kill your father. Why are you so eager?" At this, a ruthless glint appeared in Dickel's eyes. "Humph, he deserved to die. Who told him to have me, and then have that Keller? Keller was supposed to be dead, but who knows how he suddenly came back to life. Now he actually wants Keller to succeed me and inherit the title. Pure nonsense. I will never let that sickly brat take away what is rightfully mine." Bilek was taken aback by these words, then suddenly understood. He realized why Marcello hadn't wanted another child all these years. It was also out of fear of power struggles. The army continued their advance under the cover of night. The two necromancers remained silent, occasionally exchanging a few words, but never speaking to Bilek and the others. Bilek, of course, didn't bother to approach them. Reaching the mountain pass, Bilek still harbored some doubts. "Now that I reached the pass, why hasn't Acton come out yet?" He turned around, intending to ask the soldier who had returned earlier, but he couldn't remember the soldier's name and didn't know where to begin. "Dirk rode up, my lord. What is it now?" Bilek shook his head. "Nothing, let's go." With this command, the army slowly advanced into the mountain pass. Once inside, Bilek could see the situation in the distant city of Rambo. He saw battle flags fluttering on the city walls, and a bustling crowd preparing for battle. This reassured him. It seemed that Marquis Jonathan, as Dirk had said, dared not leave the city to engage in battle. However, after the entire army had entered the pass, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the cliffs on both sides, startling Bilek. "What's going on?" Bilek shouted, looking up to see countless boulders carrying mud and debris tumbling down the cliffs. He was immediately horrified. "Oh no!" Chapter 129. How could this be? "Where's Acton? Where is Acton?" Billy was terrified and fled in panic. Dickel was also dumbfounded. On one hand, he never expected Jonathan to ambush them here. On the other hand, scouts had reported that this place was absolutely safe. But what was going on now? At this moment, the old necromancer finally spoke. "Don't stand there. Get out of the pass." Reminded by the old necromancer, Billy immediately reacted, shouting, "Full speed away." At the same time, he spurred his horse and charged forward. The troops at the rear of the column immediately turned their horses around and retreated along the same route. But even with their quick reaction, they couldn't outrun the speed of the rolling boulders. Soon, the group of soldiers in the middle of the pass suffered annihilation. Huge boulders crashed down, crushing them all into mincemeat. Bilek led nearly 70,000 men out of the mountain pass, while 400,000 troops behind them failed to enter, and were crushed to death or wounded within the pass. A disastrous start. However, Bilek then heard shouts of battle. Large numbers of soldiers emerged from both sides of the pass, charging towards them, shouting, "Capture Dirk alive!" Dirk was terrified. Due to the falling rocks, the main force couldn't provide timely reinforcements, leaving Bilek with his back to the pass, passively facing the attack. Suddenly, a silver-haired knight charged out from the enemy ranks, thrusting his lance directly at Bilek. Bilek was enraged. Although he had fallen into a trap and was now outnumbered, he was still powerful. The enemy's direct attack showed they didn't take him seriously. He grabbed his broadsword and engaged the enemy in battle. But the moment they clashed, he discovered his opponent was equally formidable, and he was secretly astonished. Could this be Neas? He had long heard that Jonathan had a general named Neas, whose strength had reached the terrifying 7th level of the Outer Yuan realm, even surpassing his own. However, upon closer inspection, his opponent's strength didn't seem much greater than his own. It couldn't be Neas. Then who was he? Despite his doubts, his hands didn't stop, slashing down again and again, while simultaneously using magical power, making the attacks even more powerful. The silver-haired knight gradually weakened, but then 3 more powerful figures rushed out, instantly turning the tide of battle once more. Although Dickel possessed some strength, it wasn't enough in a battle of this level. He could only try his best to retreat, all the way to the mountain pass. Also retreating to the mountain pass was the younger, one-armed necromancer. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding each other perfectly. The old necromancer then made his move. With a slight wave of his right hand, a magic circle appeared before him, shimmering with dark light. A surge of death energy erupted, coalescing into a black hole. If Annie were present, she would immediately recognize it as a necromancy summoning spell. A sinister aura emanated from the black hole, and a terrifying monster crawled out. Its face was grotesque, its skin stretched thin as paper, almost revealing the white bones beneath. Its eyes, like the pupils of a wolf in a storm, gleamed with cruelty and cunning. The monster opened its massive maw and let out a chilling roar. Everyone present froze, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the monster. Someone shouted, "Ghoul!" Everyone scurried away from the monster as if it were a plague, even Bylike's own soldiers. The old necromancer let out a sinister cackling laugh. Scared? Good. He patted the ghoul's back, pointed at the Rambeau family's army, and said menacingly, "Go. Have a feast." The ghoul howled excitedly and charged towards the Rambeau family soldiers. One soldier couldn't dodge in time, and was sliced in two by the ghoul's sharp claws, blood gushing into the ghoul's gaping maw. It greedily swallowed the fresh blood, its eyes growing even more frenzied. Just then, a roar rang out, "Evil undead creature! Die!" A great sword slashed through the air. Sensing the powerful water elemental magic contained in the sword strike, the ghoul dared not be careless. It leaped 10 meters away, baring its teeth at the approaching figure. This man was none other than Jonathan Rambeau, the Marquis of Ginchy. Jonathan wielded his two-handed great sword with impenetrable speed, his body glowing with blue light as water elemental power surged wildly, clashing fiercely with his sword strikes towards the ghoul. Upon seeing Jonathan, the old necromancer laughed instead. "Well, you finally come out." Jonathan ignored him, swinging his sword at the ghoul. The ghoul dared not underestimate him, retreating continuously, hissing and spewing a thick stench. The old necromancer snorted, silently chanting an incantation. With a flick of his finger, a sharp green light shot out from his fingertip, aiming directly at Jonathan's brow. Jonathan raised his sword to parry, the green light striking the blade with a hissing sound. "Disintegration ray?" Jonathan exclaimed in surprise, finally looking directly at the old necromancer. The old necromancer cackled. "How about it? Remember me? Want me to help you recall again?" He then unleashed another disintegration ray. Jonathan seemed to remember something, his eyes widening in shock. "Brian! It's you? How could this be? Weren't you dead?" Brian ripped off the black robe covering his face, revealing a terrifying countenance. His entire head was bald, without hair or eyebrows, one eye was blind, and his face was covered in wrinkles, with a horrifying scar running from his left forehead to his right corner of his mouth, then upwards from the back of his head, forming a closed loop, as if his head had been cleaved open and then healed. Brian pointed to the scar on his face. "How about that? You think you can kill me like that? Dream on." Jonathan, after his initial shock, regained his composure. He gripped his greatsword tightly, pushed off with his feet, and charged towards Brian. "Humph! I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second time." Brian leaped aside, and the ghoul launched an attack from the side, forcing Jonathan to abandon his offense and switch to defense. "Jonathan, you might not be my match now. I've been training hard all these years, all for this day." He flicked his fingers, unleashing rays of disintegration that caused Jonathan considerable trouble. However, Jonathan was, after all, an Imperial Marquis. He possessed a considerable amount of magic. His magical power was immense, and with each swing of his great sword, basic spells like ice spikes, ice arrows, and water prisons were unleashed as if they were free. For a time, the two were evenly matched. However, the situation was unfavorable for Brian. With the mountain pass blocked by numerous boulders, the 400,000-strong army behind them could only watch helplessly, unable to cross the pass to provide reinforcements, while the other forces were unable to return to the pass. But Marcello's army was indeed highly skilled. They quickly devised a plan, forcibly crossing the mountain passes on both sides to reach the other side. Seeing the dire situation, Jonathan parried the ghoul with his sword, erected a reinforced ice wall, and ordered the main force to retreat at full speed. Byrek dared not pursue, as his reinforcements had not all arrived, and a hasty pursuit would only increase losses. Dickel! Where's Dickel?" Byrek roared in fury. It was Dickel who had told him that Jonathan would never ambush them here, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Dickel walked over, head down, looking terrified. Byrek grabbed Dickel and slapped him twice across the face, instantly swelling Dickle's cheeks. "Do you know? Because of your erroneous intelligence, we lost tens of thousands of men." Dickle was stunned. He tried to fight back, but he was no match for Billy's massive grip. Just then, a withered hand landed on Billy's. Billy turned around, saw it was Brian, snorted, and released his grip. Dickle clutched his neck, coughing and gasping for breath. Brian said calmly, "Killing him isn't worth it. He's still useful." Billy nodded. He hadn't intended to kill Dickle anyway, he only acted impulsively. He looked at Brian and asked, "What do we do next?" Brian looked towards Rambo City and said, "In this battle, we lost over 50,000 men, but our overall strength still surpasses theirs. If we press on, taking Rambo City shouldn't be a problem." Bialik agreed, "You're right. Even if Jonathan recalls the 100,000 men guarding the border, it won't be enough time. There are at most 300,000 men in the city right now." Bialik then reorganized the troops and set up camp. The previous battle had drained their energy, and the troops behind them had also traversed mountains and valleys, exhausting themselves. Fighting now was disadvantageous, so they decided to attack the city early the next morning. The battle had already reached dawn, with only a few hours until sunrise, so Bialik wasn't in a hurry. The soldiers, still in their armor, rested on the spot, some even using the corpses of enemies as pillows. The battlefield fell silent, filled only with the snores of sleeping soldiers, with only a few hundred soldiers remaining to take turns keeping watch. A short soldier, idly surveying the area, greeted his colleague approaching from the opposite direction. "Brother, it's rotation time soon, we can finally rest." The soldier replied, "Yeah, what a bad start. We got soundly beaten right off the bat. Looks like the Rambo family has some skill, much stronger than the Gore family." The short soldier scoffed, "TCH, what's so great about them? Just a sneak attack? At dawn, our army will raze Rambo City to the ground, leaving them nowhere to run. That's right, we are the invincible Perrin family army." But just then, two sharp arrows, like venomous snakes, shot out from nowhere, silently piercing the throats of both men. They didn't even have time to utter a single word before they died. Soldiers in the distance noticed the commotion and rushed over. Seeing the two men dead, they were horrified and tried to call for help, but their heads were instantly severed and fell to the ground with a thud. The sound wasn't loud, but it was witnessed by other patrolling soldiers, who immediately shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The Lambo family soldiers, now exposed, no longer concealed themselves and charged out. Under the cover of darkness, before the enemy could react, they surged deep into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc. Billy quickly awoke from his sleep. Hearing the fighting outside his tent, his face changed instantly. He grabbed his long sword and rushed out. Seeing the chaos in the camp, he roared to the sky, "Jonathan, you dare to leave the city to attack? Fine. I make sure you don't return." Although Billy's army was hastily engaged in battle, they reacted quickly, soon entering combat readiness and organizing an effective resistance. After a brief charge, a cavalry force of about 30,000 men suddenly charged in from the left flank of the column. Each soldier was highly skilled, and they instantly broke through the formation of Billy's troops, splitting them apart. After several rounds of fighting, Billy had already lost nearly 10,000 men. This greatly surprised Billy. When had the Rambo family acquired such a cavalry force? But he couldn't care less now, as a great sword was slashing down at him. He hastily parried, only to be thrown 4 or 5 meters by the force of the blow, his longsword shattering in the process. He looked up in horror. "Jonathan." Jonathan chuckled, "If you want to take my place, be prepared to die." Prepared to die? With that, he thrust his sword at Billy again. Blake was no match for Jonathan, and was terrified, hastily preparing to flee. But then, a chilling roar rang out, and a ghoul suddenly appeared in front of Blake, blocking the greatsword's attack and simultaneously launching a counterattack against Jonathan. Several strange and cunning disintegration rays were also already aimed at Jonathan. However, Jonathan was prepared. He knew that Brian, hiding in the shadows, would attack. He shook his greatsword, knocking the ghoul away, and used the recoil to take 2 steps back, dodging the disintegration rays. At the same time, he pushed off with both feet, leaping over the ghoul and Blake, raising his greatsword overhead and slashing wildly at Brian. Brian was startled, but reacted quickly, immediately maneuvering his ghoul to defend, while simultaneously flashing to Jonathan's left, erecting a bone shield. The greatsword grazed the bone shield, making a hissing, piercing sound. Jonathan abruptly stopped his sword strike, then swung it horizontally, the blade embedding itself directly into the bone shield. With a little more effort, he could cleave it in two. But the ghoul had already arrived, its sharp claws clawing at Jonathan's head. Jonathan sneered, "Water sprite armor." A surge of water elemental magic instantly enveloped his body, covering his original golden armor with a layer of blue armor. Then, ignoring the ghoul, he swung his greatsword in a blur, slashing the bone shield 3 times before it shattered with a crack. The ghoul attacked Jonathan with claws and bites, but couldn't break through the water sprite armor's defense. This terrified Brian. He dodged, and Jonathan's sword slashed down from his right arm, coming within 4 inches. Chapter 130. Brian was startled and quickly retreated several meters, distancing himself from Jonathan. He said fiercely, "Jonathan, do you think this sneak attack will work? We brought 500,000 men. Even if you're stronger than me, you still fail in the end." Jonathan stood proudly, raising his great sword and pointing it at Brian. "Old man, do you really think I only have 300,000 men? Take another look." Jonathan's reminder made Brian realize something was amiss. He had sensed something was wrong earlier, and now it seemed indeed so. The enemy's forces were simply too strong, and that cavalry unit looked exactly like the fighting style of the Marco cavalry from the south. Jonathan sneered, "That Marcelo fellow doesn't even come to me himself, yet he thinks he can wipe me out? He's seriously underestimating the Rambeau family. Brian, I advise you to surrender immediately. The mountain pass behind you is blocked, you have nowhere to retreat." Brian gritted his teeth. He knew Jonathan was right, but he couldn't bring himself to surrender so easily. Byrick, however, couldn't care less about that. Seeing his forces suffering increasing losses, he immediately shouted, "Retreat! Over the mountain!" Upon receiving this order, all the soldiers immediately abandoned the enemy in front of them. They were already terrified and hurriedly retreated up the mountain. But no matter how desperately they ran, they would be caught by the pursuers. In an instant, Byrick's army was thrown into chaos, abandoning their armor and weapons. Brian gritted his teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at Jonathan. "You just wait, I'll be back." Jonathan waved his hand, unleashing several water arrows. "You think you can escape? Stay here." At the same time, he swung his great sword, hacking wildly at Jonathan again. Brian, while directing the ghouls to help him hold Jonathan off, moved like a ghost, disappearing in the chaos within moments. Jonathan knew that capturing Brian under these circumstances was practically impossible, so he held little hope. However, he was determined to capture this ghoul. This ghoul was around the 7th level of the Outer Yuan realm, a level lower than Brian, but it was still someone Jonathan had likely acquired with considerable effort. Killing it would be a significant loss for Brian. Jonathan fought the ghoul for 2 rounds. Although the ghoul was weaker than Jonathan, its superior agility allowed it to dodge attacks at crucial moments. However, Jonathan had a plan. After one slash, he suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a surge of water element that shot directly at the ghoul as it landed after dodging. The ghoul had no time to react before being struck head-on by the water. The water instantly transformed into a large sphere, trapping the ghoul firmly. A rudimentary form of magic, water prison. Now, the ghoul was completely immobilized. He struggled desperately, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break free of the water prison's hold. Jonathan didn't dare delay. He immediately raised his greatsword and brought it down with all his might towards the ghoul's head. The ghoul could only watch helplessly as the greatsword drew ever closer, without any way to stop it. With a soft splatter, the sharp greatsword, imbued with surging water elemental power, cleaved the ghoul in 2. The gray-black magic core rolled to the ground, emanating a thick aura of death. The ghoul's death also injured the summoner Brian. While desperately fleeing, he suddenly sensed something, coughed up blood, and nearly collapsed, only to be caught by the one-armed young necromancer beside him. "Jonathan! You bastard, you die a horrible death." Brian gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Jonathan to pieces right then and there. However, his own strength was limited, and his planned battle had failed. He could only retreat in humiliation and devise a new strategy later. With Brian around, Jonathan couldn't do anything to the ghoul, but once Brian was gone, the ghoul was no match for Jonathan, and was thus killed in one fell swoop. After the ghoul's death, the momentum of Rambeau's army surged even higher. They pursued the Bylick army all the way up Mount Mobies, slaughtering the Bylick soldiers. Jonathan, having landed a successful blow, didn't rest but continued the pursuit. He spotted the fleeing Billy and immediately gave chase. Seeing Jonathan closing in, Billy was terrified. His strength was inferior to the ghoul. How could he possibly be a match for Jonathan? However, the mountain path was extremely difficult, and having just fought a fierce battle, he was exhausted. Jonathan quickly caught up. "Aya!" Billy cried out in terror. The thought of his imminent death seemed to ignite his will to survive, unleashing a surge of immense power as he turned and attacked relentlessly. Jonathan was startled by this attack. Billy's eyes were bloodshot, his hair and beard bristled, his muscles bulged, and his entire body swelled 2 sizes. His great sword whistled as it slashed relentlessly. Without hesitation, Jonathan gripped his sword with both hands and charged forward. Bilek's greatsword bounced off, but Bilek didn't falter. His greatsword traced a small arc, aiming for Jonathan's shoulder. Jonathan adjusted his greatsword slightly and charged again. The 2 swords clashed, and Bilek slid down Jonathan's greatsword to the ground, instantly springing back up and aiming for his opponent's abdomen. Jonathan's greatsword was already out of reach. He could only use the hilt to forcefully block Bilek's attack. What's going on? Why is Bilek suddenly displaying such power? Jonathan wondered, but his hands didn't stop. He used the long hilt of his greatsword to firmly block Bilek's sword, while simultaneously kicking Bilek in the chest. Bilek, in pain, loosened his grip and flew 2 or 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Jonathan pressed his advantage, thrusting his greatsword straight at Bilek. Terrified, Billy cried out, "Stop! I surrender!" Jonathan abruptly halted his sword thrust. The tip was already pressed against Billy's throat, piercing the skin and drawing a drop of blood. Bilek was deathly pale, his voice trembling with intense fear. I surrender, Your Excellency. Please spare me." Jonathan snorted, then kicked Billy in the chin. Billy felt a wave of dizziness and fainted. Jonathan waved his hand, summoning 2 soldiers. "Take him away. Don't let him die, he'll still be useful." The 2 soldiers responded, lifting Billy, who lay limp on the ground, and carried him away. Jonathan assessed the situation and ordered, "Tell everyone not to pursue too far. Just drive them out of Mount Mobis." The Western Rambo territory differed from other territories. Its main city, Rambo, was located on the easternmost edge, adjacent to 3 citadels outside the capital. Currently, 2 of these citadels had been captured by Marcello, and the third, closest to the capital, was occupied by Regent Amina. Therefore, Jonathan dared not send his army too far, lest they be surrounded and their rears suffer. Moreover, the objective of this battle had already been achieved. Not only had Brian's summoned undead been killed, but Marcello's top warrior, Bilek, had been captured alive, and over 100,000 enemy troops had been annihilated. Afterwards, Jonathan established reconnaissance outposts near Mount Mobis and fortifications on the western side of the mountain pass, publicly declaring his support for the regent and the second prince, demanding Marcello's immediate withdrawal. The news spread rapidly throughout the empire, shocking everyone. Marcello's army, undefeated since its inception, had suffered a crushing defeat, exposing Marcello's collusion with necromancers. This not only shifted public opinion in favor of the Rambo family, but also prompted the Holy See to investigate. Of course, Brian wouldn't sit idly by. He didn't return to Marcello's camp, but disappeared en route, taking Dickel with him. After 2 weeks of investigation, the Holy See found nothing but the ghoul's corpse from Jonathan, and had to give up. However, it had at least served as a deterrent to Marcello. In Lilsberu, the second garrison city of the imperial capital, Marcello slammed his fist on the table, shattering it to pieces. Useless. Blake and Brian are both useless. Despite having superior numbers, they were slaughtered like this. They utterly disgraced the Perrin family's army. A lieutenant knelt before him, a man under Blake who had also participated in the battle against Jonathan. "My lord," he said, they somehow acquired a large force, including a formidable cavalry unit." "Cavalry?" Marcello frowned. "The Rambo territory is located in the northwest, mostly mountainous. Where did they get cavalry?" The lieutenant voiced his guess. Those cavalry excel at surprise attacks, charging back and forth from the center. Their fighting style is quite similar to the Marco family?" Marcello's eyes widened. "So that's it. No wonder Jonathan was so confident." Then he sighed. "Alas! I wasted nearly 10 years of my planning. I planted Brian in the Rambo mansion 9 years ago, allowing him to contact Jonathan's eldest son, Dickel, and use the corpse-raising curse plan to kill him. My youngest son, but I never expected that Keller would miraculously come back to life and grow up so quickly." Troy, listening from the side, was shocked. It was the first time he had heard this secret. "Father, you..." Marcello sneered, "All's fair in war. To achieve victory, one must use any means necessary. Brian was almost killed by Jonathan before, and I saved him. He harbored hatred for Jonathan, so it was most appropriate for him to do this. I originally thought it would weaken Jonathan's strength, but I underestimated him. Troy then realized why Keller had been sickly for the first 8 years. It was because of that corpse-raising curse. If that was the case, how did Keller manage to break the corpse-raising curse cast by a necromancer at the Transcendent Realm? This was unbelievable. Not only was Troy puzzled, but Marcelo was also filled with questions. However, these weren't the main issues. The main issue was that the battle had reached a stalemate again. Marcelo's entire army was currently concentrated in the 2 garrison cities of the capital. To the west was Jonathan's 500,000-strong army, and to the east was Regent Amida's 400,000-strong army. In the capital alone, there were also 100,000 elite royal knights. Jonathan, Marcelo, Amida, and the eldest prince, Saya, formed a layered standoff, with none daring to make the first move. Frustrated, Marcelo had no choice but to temporarily relinquish control of the Gore territory, ordering his army to retreat and maintaining 1,000,000 troops stationed near the capital. Meanwhile, Drew's third son, Carter, controlled the Gore territory, besieging Misty City and keeping Oren and his men on high alert. This situation persisted for a month, until Bourne and Annie returned safely from the Misty Forest. Oren blurted out the recent situation to Bourne and Annie, who were both taken aback, utterly shocked by Dickel's sudden betrayal. That Dickel guy is really unreliable. Bourne punched the wall hard. After all, Dickel was his nominal older brother. How is Katniss? Oren sighed. With Nias's help, she broke through the encirclement and arrived in Misty City, but after hearing of Dickel's betrayal, she was overcome with grief and fell ill. Bourne immediately asked anxiously, "Where is she? Where is she? Take me there quickly." Warren led Bourne and Annie to Katniss's room. Nias, who had been waiting there, was exhausted, but he still refused to rest. The moment he saw Bourne, his eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Young Master! Young Master Keller, you're finally back." Bourne had no recollection of this burly man. It seemed he had remained stationed in the Rambo territory, and hadn't encountered Keller after her soul was swapped. "Nias, Uncle?" Bourne asked tentatively. Nias laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you probably don't recognize me anymore. I held you when you were born, but you left the territory at 3 to seek medical treatment in the capital. If it weren't for the resemblance between you and Marquis Jonathan and Lady Sophie, I wouldn't have recognized you." Bourne smiled awkwardly. "How is my sister?" At the mention of Katniss, Nias's face fell. "She's not doing well. She can't accept Dickel's betrayal, and she's also very worried about you. She heard you went into the Misty Forest to find the demon poison dragon, and she hasn't slept well for days." Bourne felt a warmth in his heart. His nominal sister had been truly good to him, and he couldn't let her down. He exchanged a glance with and nodded, gently pushed open the door, and went inside. The room was simply furnished. On the pristine white bed, Katniss lay quietly, her eyes closed. Hearing someone enter, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she uttered a weak voice, "Uncle Nias, is that you?" Bourne walked to Katniss's side and gently took her hand, saying, "Sister, I'm back." Hearing Bourne's voice, Katniss trembled, opened her eyes, and saw the innocent face of her beloved younger brother, Keller. Overwhelmed with emotion, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. "Keller, Keller, you're finally." "She's back." She struggled to sit up, grabbed Bourne's shoulders, and looked him up and down. Seeing he wasn't injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Really? You went to such a dangerous place by yourself? You're only at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, and you dared to provoke a peak-level magical beast? Are you crazy?" Bourne grinned and said, "I'm not at the 6th level of the Origin Realm anymore. Besides, I couldn't let Annie go alone." Cadence then noticed Annie standing beside her. Her expression was conflicted. She opened her mouth, unsure where to begin. Chapter 131. And broke the silence first, bowing deeply to Katniss. "Sister Katniss, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I am actually Anne, the youngest daughter of Lord Drew of the North. I was being hunted by the Lord of Misty City, and fled to the Misty Grand Canyon, where I was fortunate enough to meet you and be rescued. During my time at the Imperial Magic Academy, I felt both grateful and deeply ashamed." "Enough," Katniss interrupted, taking Anne's hand. "I don't care if you're Anne or Anna. You're my friend. You saved my life in the Polar Mountains, gave me a shoulder to lean on when I was most helpless, and helped me take care of Keller at the Academy. I believe these are not. You're lying to me. Everyone has their own secrets. I don't blame you." Hearing this, Anne's nose stung with tears, and she hugged Katniss tightly, sobbing, "Thank you, Katniss, thank you." Katniss gently stroked Anne's hair, and said softly, "You had a hard life too. I heard everything you've been through, falling from the heights to the depths, being hated, betrayed, and abandoned by your own family. The pain, the suffering, is something most people can't understand. Yet you survived and returned home. You'd done so well. Afterward, Bourne briefly recounted their experiences in the misty forest, omitting some of the more dangerous parts to avoid worrying Katniss. With Bourne and the others by her side, Katniss's spirits lifted considerably. The gloom that had plagued her face vanished, replaced by a long-lost smile. Within a few days, she was able to walk again, and her condition improved significantly. Inside the council hall of the Misty City Lord's mansion, Orin sat at the head of the table, followed by Kania, Old Cough, Bourne, Annie, News, Katniss, Jackson, Plapius, Angela, Farid, and others. Today, they were to discuss their next plans. Orin first briefed them on the latest situation. According to the information brought back by my men, Marquis Jonathan has not engaged in any direct combat with Marcello's army recently. Regent Amida held a pre-battle meeting with Marcello, but failed to reach a reconciliation. Although the first prince has placed the second prince under house arrest, due to serious internal divisions within the court, he dares not act rashly. The papacy's investigation has yielded no concrete leads, and they have now switched to a covert investigation. The papacy? Bourne was taken aback. Have they been to Misty City? Orin nodded. After the Battle of Mount Mobius, the papacy received the news and sent people to Misty City. I suspect the information was leaked from Marcello's side. We let the Vatican people in and told them that Annie had entered the Misty Forest in search of the demon-poisoned dragon, and probably wouldn't be returning. After some investigation, the Vatican people confirmed what I said and concluded that Annie couldn't possibly come back, so they all withdrew. However, if we leave the city, we should still be careful. Bond nodded. Luckily, we didn't clash with the Vatican, otherwise it would have been terrible. Plampes agreed. Yes, among the Vatican's last group was a bishop whose strength was unfathomable, and the other 10 were all around the second level of the Yuan realm. Even if all the experts in Misty City were combined, they wouldn't be a match for them. Oh right, they also went to see Miss Angela. All eyes turned to Angela. Angela nodded. Yes, a bishop came to see me and asked a few simple questions. What was Mrs. Strength? Where did she go? And who was she with? We had already answered these questions beforehand, and we all referred to Miss as a 6th-tier cultivator, saying she went deep into the Misty Forest with Keller, Old Man Cough, and the Fire Phoenix adventure team. After that, they didn't ask anything else. Eva added, yes, that's all they asked. We didn't mention Professor Kania was here, lest they think Annie could have returned alive. Kania frowned. What was the bishop's name? Angela shook her head. I don't know. He didn't say either. But the bishop was quite young, around 30 years old, with a well-proportioned figure, neither fat nor thin. When he spoke, he always mentioned the goddess of light, and kissed the second knuckle of his right index finger. Kania's eyes widened. It's Fabino. Angela was startled. You know him? Kania sneered. He probably knows me too. We members of the Holy See always like to talk about the goddess of light, which is fine, but no one would put on such a show like him, kissing their knuckles. It's disgusting. I doubt only his faction in the entire Holy See would do that. Warren asked, since Professor Kania knows this Bishop Fabino, do you know him? Will he continue to pursue Annie? Kania shook his head. I don't know. Since he came here personally, it means he takes it very seriously. He won't give up until he finds Annie. But based on the evidence, Annie must have died in the Misty Forest. If we all show up one after another, it will arouse his suspicion. We must immediately tell the Fire Phoenix Adventurer group that we must not mention Annie. Farid smiled. Don't worry, I already arranged for someone to handle this. The Fire Phoenix Adventurer group is a top-tier adventurer group. They naturally know the rules, and won't casually reveal their employer's information. Kania nodded. In that case, we absolutely mustn't expose Annie's whereabouts. Let's all say she's dead in the Misty Forest. Orin agreed. Right. Right now, only we know Annie has returned. We already informed the soldiers guarding the Misty Forest border. As long as we stick to one story, the Holy See won't find anything. Annie stood up and bowed to everyone present. Thank you all for thinking of me so much. Old Calf chuckled. It's all right. We're all in the same boat now. If Miss Anne hadn't come to our aid that day, Misty City would probably be gone by now, and most of us wouldn't even have the chance to sit here. Bond laughed. All right. Anne's matter is temporarily settled. The situation is unclear now. I think Marcello will definitely not let this go. He can't do anything to my father in a short time, but he can do something to the regent, defeating him with lightning speed, leaving my father no time to react, just like defeating Uncle Drew. Orin and Anne both lowered their heads, Drew's death was a huge blow to them. Old Calf pondered for a moment and said, "That's not necessarily true. After all, the regent is also very powerful, otherwise, Marcelo wouldn't have waited until now to make a move. He probably hasn't had the opportunity." Warren said, "The situation in the capital is very chaotic right now. If he rashly attacks the regent, Marquis Jonathan will definitely send troops to help, and the first prince in the capital will use the second prince's life as leverage. At that point, the situation will become even more complicated. Even if Marcelo eventually defeats the regent, the capital will likely descend into chaos. The regent's spies planted within the capital might just strike and kill the first prince." Bourne frowned. "So what exactly is Marcelo waiting for? What other force within the empire can influence the course of the war?" Annie's eyes lit up. "That's it." Everyone looked at Annie in surprise, wondering what she had thought of. Annie unfolded a map of the empire and pointed to the territory of the Limbo family. "The Marquis of Jinchi has rejected the Harry Empire. They have withdrawn all their border troops, leaving the border wide open. Normally, the Harry Empire is wary of the Austin Empire to the east and dares not openly interfere in the internal affairs of my Norma Empire. But now that the border is unguarded, they can easily sneak in. Even if they do conquer the entire empire, it will be a fait accompli, and the Austin Empire will be powerless to stop them." Everyone was shocked. Warren slammed his fist heavily on the table. "This Marcelo is utterly shameless. He forced Marquis Jonathan to abandon the border, letting the wolf into the house, and now he wants Marquis Jonathan to bear the infamy." Bourne carefully. After checking the map, he said, "Things aren't as bad as they seem." After Father's victory, he recalled the border troops. "The Harry Empire won't send too many people in, otherwise the Austin Empire will retaliate. The only explanation now is that Marcelo has contacted someone in the Harry Empire. This person must be very powerful and has already entered the empire, preparing to cooperate with Marcelo to kill Regent Amida." Warren nodded. "That makes sense. So what should we do?" Bourne looked at Kania. "I heard that the Imperial Magic Academy never intervenes in political struggles, but if the Empire faces annihilation, the Magic Academy must intervene. Is that right?" Kania nodded. "While I'm not entirely familiar with the rules of the Magic Academy, I think there is such a rule." "That's good." Bourne stood up, took a deep breath. "I set off now for the capital, enter the Magic Academy, report this to Dean Douglas, and have him deal with the people from the Harry Empire. I believe that with the strength of the Imperial Magic Academy, it shouldn't be a problem." "I go with you." Annie stood up and said. Bourne shook his head. "You better not show yourself now. If the Vatican discovers you, it'd be terrible." Annie stubbornly said, "I can switch back to Anna's identity and become a water mage. Now the whole world knows that Annie is Anna, and Anna is Annie." Katniss smiled wryly. "If you want to live in anonymity, you better change your name." But Bourne still insisted, "You can't take the risk. The Vatican's strength is unfathomable, several times more dangerous than Marcelo, the first prince, and others. You should stay here. Besides, there's a mission for you here." "What?" Annie asked. Bourne looked at Orin. "Brother Orin, I need you to launch an immediate attack on the surrounding towns. Annie will assist you secretly." Orin's eyes narrowed slightly. "But Misty City is currently short-handed. We can only defend, not attack." Bourne shook his head. "Do you think the people Uncle Drew left behind are all ungrateful wretch? Do we really have to use force to conquer a city?" Orin's eyes lit up. "You mean I, in the name of the Marquis of Jinbei, can persuade them to return to my command?" Bourne nodded. "Your actions here will help me draw Marcelo's attention, making it easier for me to enter the capital." "In that case, I go back with you," Kania said. "My mission here is complete. It's time to go back and continue my experiments." Bourne gave a wry smile. "You're a professor at the Magic Academy. You can come and go as you please. Who can stop you?" Caden said, "I go with you. It'd be a great help." Bourne refused. "Sister, you and Uncle Nuz must stay here to help Brother Orin. You represent the will of the Rambeau family, and Father is the most prestigious marquis in the Empire. The Rambeau family's support for Brother Orin will be crucial in persuading the other soldiers of the Gore territory." Caden said anxiously, "But this journey is fraught with danger. What if you get captured by Marcelo's men?" She almost cried again. Bourne hugged Katniss tightly, gently patting her back. "Sister, don't worry, I'm all grown up now. If I could come from the capital to Misty City, I can return from Misty City to the capital." Looking at Bourne's resolute eyes, Katniss hesitated, knowing she couldn't stop him. She sighed helplessly. "Then be careful on your journey. Be sure to listen to Professor Kania, and don't do anything reckless." Kania chuckled. Little brother Keller, did you hear that? Your sister told you to listen to me. Bourne shuddered. What kind of prank was Kanya up to now? Farid then said, normally, the Adventurers Guild is not allowed to intervene in the Empire's political disputes, but Miss and is, after all, a member of our guild. With young Master Keller entering the capital, I will send a message to ask those in the capital to help with his reception. Bourne bowed respectfully to Farid. Thank you very much. The Adventurers Guild has helped us many times this time, and we will repay you handsomely in the future. After discussing the battle plan, everyone began their preparations. Olin immediately wrote several letters and arranged for messengers to deliver them to every town in the Gore territory, including Gore City where Carter was located. The letters clearly stated that the Rambeau family now supported Olin as the de facto ruler of the Gore territory and bore the seal of Miss Katniss of the Rambeau family. 3 towns surrendered that very day. These towns had originally been inclined towards Olin, but were forced to surrender after the Marcel army attacked. Upon receiving the letter, Carter flew into a rage and immediately prepared to attack Miss City. However, that very night, a mutiny broke out in Gore City. Drew's troops had deserted, killing many of Marcello's soldiers and retreating back into Miss City. Carter was also wounded in the mutiny, which filled him with shock and fury. He immediately sent for reinforcements from Marcello. However, Marcello ignored him, sending only a token 50,000 men, demanding that Carter hold the current line at all costs. He warned Carter that if Orin attacked, Carter would be killed. Chapter 132. Carter was filled with anxiety, consolidating several towns in the south in preparation for an attack on Miss City, hoping to crush Orin in one fell swoop and prevent him from growing stronger. However, before he could even make a move, Orin attacked first. Orin captured Liechtenstein, the town closest to Gore City, in just 2 days. This was the town originally intended for Carter as part of his territory, which further panicked Carter. The next day, he dispatched a massive army of 50,000 to attack Liechtenstein. But Orin seemed to have planned this all along. He evacuated all the residents of Liechtenstein to nearby towns under his control, then withdrew all defenses, leaving only about 100 people on the city walls to shout and curse before fleeing. By the time Carter finally breached the city gates after a tremendous effort, the city was already deserted. Meanwhile, Orin led his army to capture another city. Carter roared in fury, but dared not make any further rash moves, concentrating his forces in Liechtenstein, ready to respond to any upcoming attacks. However, Orin still didn't grant his wish, occasionally raiding Liechtenstein with magic in the middle of the night, causing panic among the city's inhabitants, yet avoiding direct combat, attacking and then retreating. Carter, having learned his lesson once before, naturally dared not pursue, and could only anxiously watch from within the city. The commotion here finally attracted Marcello's attention, and he once again mobilized 100,000 troops to support Carter, including a 6th-level expert, which gave Carter more confidence. However, no matter how the battle here unfolded, Orin would control the situation, not pushing Carter too far. Otherwise, if Marcello really turned his attention here, it would be disastrous. More importantly, the purpose of this operation was not to seize more territory, but to cover Bond's return to the capital. Both Bourne and Kanya were elusive, easily overlooked by most. Furthermore, Orin's constant provocations drew the attention of Carter, and even the Marcello army, allowing them to easily pass through checkpoints. In less than 10 days, they left Gore's territory and arrived in Marcello's controlled area, the most difficult region to breach. Professor Kanya, I have a way to get there myself. What about you? Bourne asked. Me? Kanya chuckled. I just swagger right past. I'm a professor at the Magic Academy. If they dare stop me, they're openly challenging the Academy. They'd be asking for trouble. Bourne thought about it and agreed. He wasn't worried about Kanya anymore. Alright, let's split up and meet up outside the city gate, okay? Kanya looked at Bourne with a scrutinizing gaze. What's your plan to sneak past? Can you fly? Bourne swallowed hard. He always felt that Kanya seemed to see through his secrets, which made him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Kanya wasn't hostile towards him, otherwise, with such an opponent, he probably wouldn't be able to move an inch. I can burrow underground, okay? Professor, please, don't ask me anything. Kanya didn't care at all, instead bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, you little undead are really interesting. Completely different from what those old fogies say. Bourne gave a wry smile. So you did know I'm undead. But my aura should be well hidden. How did you know? Kanya gave him a sly look and uttered 3 words. Don't ask anything. Bourne, left with no other option, gave up. The two parted ways. Kanya proceeded through the checkpoint using the normal method, while Bourne walked in the shadows, using invisibility spells to blend into the crowd when it was crowded. They only needed to pass through Lilsbury to reach Nobby's, controlled by the Regent, and the rest of the journey would be much easier. However, Lilsbury was not only the most tightly controlled town by Macero's army, but Macero himself was also within its walls, greatly increasing the danger of Bourne's operation. Bourne passed through 3 layers of checkpoints and finally entered the city. It was afternoon, but the streets were deserted. Many soldiers sat idly in taverns, drinking, eating, and chatting. Bourne dared not linger. He had shown his face in gore before, and although he had lightly smeared his face with soot, he still feared being recognized. To reach the capital, one must pass through this city. To detour outside the city would lead to Marcello's military camp, which was many times more difficult to traverse than the town itself. Just as Bourne was hurrying along with his head down, a troop of cavalry galloped towards them. People around him scrambled to get out of the way, but a little boy, only about 2 years old, stumbled along, completely unaware of the impending danger. Bourne frowned. He couldn't worry about anything else. He leaped forward, scooped up the little boy, and rolled him aside. The boy nearly fell to his death on the horse's hooves and burst into tears. The knight reined in his horse, turned, and roared, "Are you blind?" Bourne was furious. Were all Marcello's soldiers this uncivilized? He glared back. At this moment, the boy's mother arrived, thanking Bourne profusely before quickly leaving with her son. The knight, seeing Bourne's gaze, flew into a rage, his whip lashing out at him. "I didn't cause you any trouble, yet you're making trouble for me." Bourne, his anger rising, slightly dodged the whip, and simultaneously slapped his horse's rump hard. The horse, in pain, reared up, throwing its rider flat on his face, then galloped away. The surrounding knights, startled, drew their swords and surrounded Bourne. The knight who had fallen from his horse scrambled to his feet, his face contorted in rage. He snarled, "Fine! Very well. Someone dares to lay a hand on our Marcello army here? Kid, you're already dead." Bourne spat in the knight's face and coldly replied, "If I die, I take 2 of them with me." Enraged, the knight lunged forward, aiming his sword straight for Bourne's chest. Bourne's physical strength was now far greater than before. He twisted his body in a bizarre way, barely dodging the sword, while simultaneously reaching forward with his right hand, grabbing the knight's shoulder and yanking him hard. The knight felt a tremendous force, lost his balance, and fell face first to the ground. Bourne laughed exaggeratedly. "Oh my, does the knight like to lie on the ground so much? Is there gold or silver sand on this ground?" The surrounding residents burst into laughter upon hearing this. Several knights, seeing that things were not going well, immediately drew their swords to help. Bourne dodged and weaved, fighting 4 knights alone, and still held his own, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd. Although Marcello's army was disciplined, they were also known for their fierce and arrogant nature. They were not uncommon in galloping through the city, much to the anger and resentment of the residents. Naturally, they cheered that someone could help them vent their anger. Seeing the knights' agility and immense strength, the knights knew they had met their match. Without pausing, they mounted their horses and shouted, "Hey kid, don't run. Wait till I call my men." With that, they spurred their horses and galloped away. Bourne curled his lip. "Bullshit, I don't listen to you." He vanished in a flash. The surrounding people exchanged bewildered glances, whispering about who this young man was, given his seemingly young age and extraordinary abilities. Shortly afterward, a troop of cavalry charged in, and the residents scattered, instantly creating a vacuum. The leading knight, a commander, was clearly much more imposing, estimated to be around the 2nd level of the transcendent realm. He pointed ahead and said, "Where's that kid you were talking about?" The knight who had been tricked by Bond earlier scratched his head. He was just here. Didn't you send someone to keep an eye on him?" The knight commander shouted. The knight trembled. I forgot for a moment." "Fool!" the knight commander roared. "Is this as simple as you getting beaten up? This is a suspicious person appearing in the city. If this causes a big commotion, and the Marquis blames us, I'd be the first to chop off your head." The knight immediately knelt down. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me. I remember now." He had blonde hair, a face covered in soot, wore a gray robe, and was about 10 years old. There are very few people like that in this city. He couldn't have gone far. "Let's search quickly. We'd definitely find him." The knight commander snorted coldly. "Go find him now. Search thoroughly." In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the city. Most residents were bewildered by the sudden appearance of soldiers on the streets, searching house to house. The culprit, Bourne, however, showed no concern for being discovered. He changed his clothes, donned a hat characteristic of Lilsbury, and whenever he encountered soldiers, he would slip into the shadows, using invisibility magic. Once the soldiers left, he would swagger down the street, unnoticed by anyone who seemed to exist. In the end, Marcello's soldiers found nothing. The Knight Commander did not report the matter to Marcello, as it was his oversight, and he would bear undeniable responsibility if Marcello blamed him. Instead, he further strengthened patrols and security throughout the city to prevent this suspicious figure from causing trouble again. Bourne, showing great respect to the Knight Commander, refrained from causing any further trouble. Instead, he quietly approached the east gate of Lilsbury City. The gate was tightly shut, guarded by Marcello's million-strong army. Normally, it wouldn't open. Bourne could only wait patiently for an opportunity. If someone left through this gate, he could use his invisibility to slip away with them. However, his luck wasn't good that day. The gate remained closed. Left with no other option, he found a stable and spent the night with the horses. Early the next morning, Bourne heard commotion, as if some important figure was arriving. He quickly got up and tiptoed to the city gate. What he saw was astonishing. Marcello himself was leaving the city. Bourne had encountered Marcello once in Gore City, and they had even clashed. A crushing defeat, of course. However, this experience gave him a clear understanding of Marcello's true strength, which, if Bourne had to describe it, would be summed up in 2 words: terrifying. Marcello's publicly stated strength was at the 8th rank of the Transcendent Realm, but judging from his killing of 2 of the Empire's Marquises, Demar Marco and Drew Gore, his strength was undoubtedly far beyond that. Bourne, having fought him, could also confirm this. Marcello's actual combat power was comparable to that of the demon Poison Dragon. However, at this moment, following Marcello's group out of the city would be ideal, but the risks would correspondingly increase. Bourne took a deep breath, made up his mind, and immediately used invisibility to blend in with Marcello's side. However, he dared not get too close. Last time, when he used invisibility to ambush Marcello, Marcello had been discovered. If he were discovered again, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. However, whether it was due to the wind or because Bond's senses had become stronger after his power increased, even at such a distance, he could still faintly hear Marcello talking to someone else. Marcello asked, "Has Segura arrived yet?" A middle-aged man beside him whispered, "Still on his way, taking some time." Marcello frowned. "I don't have that much time to wait for him. If he doesn't come, I attack Amida directly." The middle-aged man's face was expressionless as he calmly said, "Don't worry. Since Lord Segura has agreed to help you, he naturally won't go back on his word. But you must also fulfill your promises to us." Marcello snorted coldly. "I am Marcello. Keep my word. You don't need to worry about that." Bourne narrowed his eyes. "Who is this Segura? I never heard of him before." Judging from Marcello's expression, he seems to want this person to arrive quickly, which means this person must be extremely powerful and capable of effectively controlling the battle. In that case, I need to find out more. After leaving the East Gate, Bourne didn't rush off but continued to follow Marcello, wanting to gather other information. Fortunately, with his increased strength, his invisibility time had greatly increased, easily lasting about 20 minutes. After leaving the city, Marcello went straight to the main camp outside the city, and made a series of military deployments. Bourne was very familiar with this. Just by looking at Marcello's arrangements, he knew that Marcello was preparing to attack Amida, and his combat methods were very sophisticated, arranging his million-strong army perfectly without wasting a single troop. This Marcello is indeed quite capable. Not only is he personally powerful, but his military abilities are also exceptional. Bourne secretly admired him. Then a report came from outside the tent. "Lord, we just received news that Lord Segura and his entourage will arrive in a week." A cold glint flashed in Marcello's eyes. "Good. We fight whenever they arrive. However, once Lord Segura makes his move, it will inevitably alarm those old fogies at the Magic Academy. Will he be able to withstand them then?" The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier said, "Lord Segura's strength has already reached the Liyuan realm. Even if Douglas himself came, he wouldn't be a match for Lord Segura." Bourne was startled. What was the Liyuan realm? Even Douglas, the strongest person in the Norma Empire, hadn't reached it. It seemed they were truly facing a crisis. Bourne calculated the time and, feeling it was about time, quickly and quietly left Marcello's camp. Marcello suddenly sensed some movement at the tent entrance, but upon closer inspection, found nothing unusual. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 133. Upon learning of Marcello's plan, Bourne was frantic. For a powerhouse at the Liyuan realm, killing Amida would be incredibly easy. He had to rush to inform Regent Amida and request the Magic Academy's higher-ups to intervene and resist the experts from the Harry Empire. He slipped into an empty tent, grabbed a piece of armor. It was a bit too big for him, but that didn't matter. He needed to get to Regent Amida as quickly as possible. However, as soon as he lifted the tent flap, he sensed something amiss. He leaped forward, rolling on the ground, and where he had just stood, a deep trench had been cleaved by a single strike. Bourne, hiding behind a tent, frowned, inwardly cursing that Marcelo is a real old fox. I hid so well, and he still found me. Sure enough, Marcelo's voice rang out, Keller. I know it's you. Come out. Within the Empire, you are the only one who can hide under my nose. Bourne knew he was exposed, and there was no point in hiding any longer. He sighed, then I am truly honored to have the Empire's #1 expert, Lord Marcelo, remember the name of a nobody like me. Marcelo looked at the boy before him, who was about the same age as his son, and nodded slightly, saying, You are quite good. Such courage and strength at such a young age. Given time, even I will not be your match. Lord Marcelo, you flatter me. However, I have other matters to attend to today. How about I visit you another day? Bourne said calmly. Marcelo shook his head, and suddenly a circle of soldiers surrounded Bourne. Now that you heard our plan, you can't just leave. Bourne feigned ignorance. Plan? What plan? I don't know what you're talking about. He simultaneously assumed an attack stance. Marcelo waved his hand. Don't be nervous, I won't kill you. As long as you surrender and help me achieve my great goal, I even give you benefits. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Oh? Tell me, how can I help you? What benefits can you give me? Marcelo pointed towards the capital, telling you won't hurt, since you can't escape anyway. The Harry Empire has sent a master who can help me quickly defeat Amida, but Jonathan's side remains a threat. Now that Dickel has surrendered to me, and you are Jonathan's youngest and most valued son, write a letter home and have your father go to support Orin. As soon as his troops move, I will attack the capital as quickly as possible, and my great goal will be achieved. Success is assured. Bourne frowned and asked, My father's strength is comparable to the regent's. Why not take him down first and secure victory step by step? Marcelo laughed. Once the people of the Harry Empire make a move, those old fogies at the Magic Academy won't stand idly by anymore. They inevitably help Amida against me. But once I seize control of the capital, their antics will be useless. Bourne also laughed. So, the benefits you're offering me, are you referring to promotions and titles? Don't you want that? Marcelo continued, although my Norma Empire isn't large, it's quite wealthy. I can offer you the title of First Duke of the Empire, second only to the Emperor. How about it? Bourne was taken aback, shocked. Could it be that Marcelo doesn't want to support the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne, but instead wants to be Emperor himself? However, he remained outwardly calm, glanced around, and said indifferently, The current situation leaves me no choice but to agree. Marcelo stared intently at Bourne and said, You're a smart man, you should know how to choose. Bourne shrugged and slowly walked over. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Bring me paper and pen. Marcelo then smiled and said, All right. Discretion is the better part of valor. Come to my tent. With that, he led Bourne to the commander's tent. He wasn't afraid of any tricks Bourne might play. After all, his strength was undeniable. Even if Bourne was talented, he was no match for him. A moment later, Marcelo's soldiers brought over paper and pen. Bourne picked up the pen and looked up at Marcelo. My lord, you're not going to watch me write, are you? Marcelo smiled. Go ahead and write. I won't bother you, I just watch. Bourne cursed inwardly, that old fox is a real scoundrel, not giving me a single chance. However, the current situation left him no room for objection. Reluctantly, he began to write, My dearest father, I have discussed with my sister our plan to attack the city garrison by Carter soon. Please, father, provide full military support as soon as possible. After defeating Carter first, we will join forces to support the capital. The regent will surely attack Marcelo then. I suggest that father prioritize attacking Handle City, and avoid crossing the Linus River to prevent wasting precious time. Your most beloved son, Keller. After finishing writing, Bourne released his water elemental magic, and stamped the letter with his seal. Marcelo, who had been watching closely, carefully considered Bourne's wording. While slightly odd, it wasn't fundamentally flawed, so he nodded. Good. You're indeed clever, knowing how to assess the situation. I send this letter to Jonathan by express courier. Bourne asked, Can I leave now? Marcelo narrowed his eyes. What do you think? Afterwards, Accompanied by 2 experts at the transcendent realm, Bourne went to rest in a prepared empty tent. Bourne knew, of course, that Marcello wouldn't let him go so easily. Writing this letter wasn't enough to prove his surrender to Marcello. If he guessed correctly, he'd probably have to wait until the entire battle was over before regaining his freedom. He observed that Marcello had deployed 3 Transcendent Realm experts to guard him, 2 in the open and 1 in the shadows, quite a large-scale operation. However, he didn't intend to escape openly. Marcello wasn't making things difficult for him now, but if he ran away and was caught, he'd be in big trouble. He calmed down and thought things through carefully, then formed a plan. He immediately communicated with Annie through telepathy. "Annie, I have something important I need your help with." Annie immediately replied, "What is it? Have you arrived in the capital yet?" Bourne smiled wryly. "I've been captured by Marcello. But I also found out some important information that I need you to deliver 2 people to." Annie was shocked. Then Marcello didn't hurt you, did he?" Bourne shook his head. "It's nothing. He didn't do anything to me. He just asked me to write a letter to Jonathan, instructing him to lead his army to attack Carter. But that's not the point. The point is that Marcello has colluded with the Harry Empire, bringing in a powerful expert at the Liyuan realm to launch a surprise attack on the Regent. You must pass this information to Regent Amida and the Dean of the Magic Academy, Douglas, as soon as possible, so they can prepare in advance." And immediately said, "Okay. I can have Farid use the Adventurers Guild communication system to help me send a message into the capital. These are minor matters, but how will you escape?" Bourne laughed. "Don't you know my abilities? When the war breaks out, I just slip to the side, and they won't be able to find me." And thought about it and agreed. "Alright, be careful. I go back to Misty City to find Farid now." Marcello's soldiers were indeed efficient. They delivered Bourne's letter to Jonathan's camp on the west side of Mount Mobies that same day. When Jonathan received the letter, he felt both excited and somewhat suspicious. After opening it, his brow furrowed deeply. He asked the soldier who brought the letter, "Where did this letter come from?" The soldier replied, "It was shot with an arrow." Jonathan pondered, "This tone is definitely not that of my son Keller, yet it bears his magical mark, indicating it must have been written by him. There must be something fishy going on." A lieutenant beside him asked, "Sir, why do you say that? This letter seems quite ordinary to me." Jonathan shook his head. "Keller has been frail and sickly since childhood. I haven't been a good father. I haven't fulfilled my duty of care for him, and he's always held a grudge, never wanting to say much to me. But look at the beginning of this letter, using such intimate terms like dear and darling. This is very strange, as if he's saying the opposite." Upon hearing this, Jonathan and his lieutenant exchanged a sharp glance. "Yes, it's sarcasm." They then carefully reread the letter. Jonathan's heart sank. Damn it! Keller must have been captured by Marcello and forced to write this letter. The lieutenant asked, "Then what does the young master mean? What are we supposed to do?" Jonathan put down the letter, went to the map, and pointed to a city. "This is the city of Handel mentioned in the letter, located in the northwest of the Gore territory." He then pointed to a river. "This river is the Linus River, located to the north of our army, and it flows through the west and north of Lillsbury." The lieutenant's eyes lit up. "The young master said to prioritize attacking Handel, which means we shouldn't go to Handel. The young master said not to cross the Linus River. The river, it means we must cross the Linus River." Jonathan shook his head. "It's not that we won't go, it's a feint. I suspect he wants us to mobilize a large army to attack Handel City, creating the illusion of a full-scale attack, while the main force crosses the Linus River halfway, heading straight for Lillsbury City." The lieutenant asked worriedly, "But what if the eldest prince in the city finds out about our actions and attacks the second prince? Besides, we might not be a match for Marcello." Jonathan took a deep breath. "My youngest son has never asked me for anything. Since he wrote a letter, it means he already has a plan. Let's do as he says." The lieutenant clasped his hands and said, "Yes. I arrange it now." Early the next morning, Jonathan set off with his army, heading straight for the territory controlled by Carter to the north. This greatly surprised Carter, who immediately sent someone to seek help from Marcello. After receiving Carter's request for help, Marcello nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, it seems Jonathan still trusts his youngest son quite a bit." A soldier asked, "Should we send troops to help?" Marcello scoffed, "Help? Help my ass. Tell the troops that went there earlier to proceed cautiously and avoid unnecessary losses." "Won't this discourage Carter?" the soldier said. Marcello waved his hand. "He was just a pawn anyway. It's time to discard him. And how are our preparations going? The soldier replied, reporting to you, sir, our forces are fully deployed. We're just waiting for Lord Segura and his party to arrive. Then we can wipe out the regent's army in one fell swoop. Good. A glint flashed in Marcelo's eyes. How's Keller doing lately? Any moves? The soldier shook his head. No moves. He just cultivates every day, doesn't speak, and shows no sign of running away. Marcelo stroked his chin. That kid is very clever, and he has a very strange method of concealment. Don't let your guard down. We absolutely cannot let him ruin our grand plan. The soldier's eyes darted around, and he leaned closer and whispered, Sir, perhaps we should. He made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. Marcelo waved his hand. No rush. This kid still has value. We can use him to threaten that old man Jonathan. The soldier nodded. I'm foolish, sir. You have far-sighted vision. Jonathan's army marched for 2 days, then split into 2 groups on the west bank of the Linus River. One group continued north to feign an attack on Handel City, while the other group, led by Jonathan himself, crossed the Linus River and bypassed the city from the north. Because everyone's attention was drawn to the battle for Handel City and the situation in the capital, Jonathan's actions went unnoticed. They split into several small forces, traveling swiftly under the cover of night and resting in the mountains during the day. After 2 days, they arrived near the city of Lillsbury. Jonathan stood on the riverbank, looking at the river channel, about 100 meters wide, and ordered, Iliel, lead a group of men across the river ahead of time, eliminate all the sentries along the banks, and then send a signal with fire. Iliel obeyed, selected 1,000 men from his own troops, and quickly swam to the other side. As dusk fell, just as dinner time approached, wisps of smoke rose from the parent families cooking fires. Small groups of soldiers sat together, relaxed and at ease. One soldier complained, Our main force has all gone to fight in the east. What are we guys doing here guarding the city? Another soldier took a sip of his drink. Yeah, I heard the Rambeau family has gone to attack Handel City. We're just putting on a show here. Once things are settled in the capital, we can go and enjoy ourselves. Exactly. Come on, let's drink. Just as the men tilted their heads back to drink, several sharp arrows whistled through the air, instantly piercing the throats of several sentries. The sentries clutched their bleeding throats, looking in terror towards the riverbank, trying to scream, but no sound came out. They could only watch helplessly as a group of people rushed up, slaying them one by one. Iliel acted swiftly and decisively, eliminating all the sentries on the riverbank in less than an hour without making a sound. He then stood by the river, lit a torch with fire magic, and waved it towards the opposite bank. The firelight reflected on his face, revealing a resolute and determined expression. Chapter 134. Upon seeing Iliel's signal, Jonathan was thrilled. He succeeded. All troops charge. With a whoosh, nearly 400,000 soldiers moved at the command. They had been itching to get going, leaping into the water and swimming towards the opposite bank. Some soldiers pushed hastily constructed rafts into the water to transport weapons and supplies. The early summer night still carried a slight chill. The soldiers on the walls of Lillsbury were rather bored, but they dared not slacken their guard. After all, several lieutenants remained in the city, and if they were discovered, it would be disastrous. However, they shared the same thought as the sentries on the riverbank. They didn't believe there would be any battle at this time. A soldier, having just finished his shift and preparing to hand over duty, yawned widely, and said to the soldier coming off duty, Good job. Let's go for a drink after this night shift. The soldier who came off duty scoffed, Drink? Probably not. The Marquis is probably going to start attacking the regent in the next few days. Jonathan's side will definitely come to support us once they get the news. We be busy then. You're right. The soldier coming off duty stretched his limbs, and was about to leave, when he glanced casually to the north, then suddenly stopped speaking. He rubbed his eyes hard, and suddenly leaned against the city wall, looking into the distance. You see that? The soldier coming off duty was a little puzzled, but he walked over to him, and followed his gaze. However, it was late at night, and the vegetation ahead was lush, so he couldn't see anything. There's nothing there. No. This soldier's eyesight was clearly better. Look at that dark mass. Is it an army? His reminder made the soldier on duty realize that what he had seen at first glance was all one color, which he thought was normal. But the shadowy figures in the woods were actually people. The two soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Marcelo had already mobilized all his forces to the east side of the city, preparing for a swift attack on the regent. At this moment, Lillsbury only had a few thousand soldiers, but judging from the enemy's posture, there were at least hundreds of thousands. The soldier on duty immediately reacted, turning and running while shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The other soldiers, hearing the shouts, were stunned. Enemy attack? What enemy? Where did the enemy come from? But despite their confusion, they immediately organized their defenses. When they saw the densely packed army below the city, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Jonathan gave them no chance to react, organizing his army for the first assault on Lillsborough. He himself led the charge, charging up the city walls and slaughtering his way through the enemy ranks with unstoppable force. Ailill followed closely behind, his hatred for the Perrin family fueled by a fierce and ruthless attack, leaving no survivors. The battle raged all night. Marcello quickly received news of the attack on Lillsborough. However, the messenger, unaware of the attackers' identities or actual strength, left Marcello filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Where did this army come from? A cold glint flashed in Marcello's eyes as he looked towards Bond's tent. Humph! It must be that brat's doing again. A lieutenant anxiously asked, "Sir, what do we do now?" Marcello took a deep breath. "Take a detachment to reinforce the garrison. If they can't hold out, so be it. What's wrong with surrendering Lillsborough to them? Segura is almost here. Our plan cannot fail." The lieutenant acknowledged and hurriedly left the tent. However, even Marcello hadn't expected that the main force attacking Lillsborough would be the Rambeau families. By the time the Perrin family's army arrived in Lillsborough, Jonathan had already occupied the entire city. All the garrison was either killed or captured, not a single one escaped. Faced with overwhelming superiority, the city's defenders were utterly powerless. Their morale collapsed from the very beginning of the battle, and they offered no effective resistance. The Rambeau family took over Lillsborough with remarkable ease, suffering almost no casualties. This greatly surprised the arriving lieutenant, who immediately set up camp and sent a messenger to urgently report to Marcello. Meanwhile, Marcello arrived at Bourne's tent. Bourne was still cultivating when he heard someone approaching. A thought struck him. Looks like Jonathan has made a move. In that case, I need to act quickly. Marcello lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Seeing Bourne sitting leisurely in place, his suspicions deepened. "Boy, what have you been up to now?" Bourne opened his eyes, clear and untainted. What? What could I be up to? Don't you know how many days I've been under house arrest here?" Marcello's eye twitched. "An army has attacked Lillsborough's city. Was that your doing?" Bourne sighed deeply, feigning seriousness. "Alas! Lord Marcello, do I look like someone capable of attacking Lillsborough's city now?" Marcello snorted coldly. "Even if you have some schemes, it's useless. Today I'm going to take action against Amida. Once I'm in charge of the capital, let's see what you can do then." Bourne frowned. "Today? That from the Harry Empire can arrive here today?" "That's right." And, however, before Marcello could finish speaking, another urgent shout came from outside the door. "Report. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened." "What is it?" Marcello shouted, his face turning very pale from being interrupted. If it wasn't something important, this soldier was definitely in big trouble. The soldier, his face filled with terror, stammered, "Report from the front lines. Regent Amida launched a surprise attack on the capital last night, and his army has already stormed Norma's city." "What?" Marcello's face paled. "How is this possible? Norma's city still has 100,000 royal knights, all highly skilled warriors. How could Amida have broken through the defenses so easily?" The soldier replied, It's that some of the royal knights betrayed us, secretly opening the city gates, and they rescued the second prince and sent him to the Magic Academy for protection." "The Magic Academy has intervened too?" Marcello was even more astonished. The Magic Academy never intervened in imperial politics. Whoever was in power made no difference to them, a rule established by the first dean of the Magic Academy. This time, the Magic Academy had openly intervened in the struggle between the two princes, something unprecedented. Marcello whirled around, glaring at Bond, who was still sitting on the ground. "It was you? This is your doing again?" Bourne feigned innocence. "Lord Marcello, you can't just falsely accuse someone. I'm sitting here without moving an inch. How could I possibly attack both Lillsborough and the capital?" Marcello looked suspicious, but this wasn't the time to cause trouble for Bourne. He snorted heavily. "This is all fuel resistance. Even if you've done this, it won't change the inevitable defeat." With that, he turned and left Bourne's tent, summoning all his lieutenants. "Launch an attack on the capital immediately. Don't wait any longer. Segura is coming." They joined the battle later. Troy arrived at this moment. Father, news just came that Jonathan is the one attacking Lillsbury from the rear. What should we do? Marcello's face was extremely grim. He glanced at Troy. I'm giving you a task. Take 300,000 troops and do everything in your power to resist their attack. Troy was taken aback. His strength had only just broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Realm. He was no match for Jonathan. However, Marcello still assigned him 4 experts at the 4th level of the Outer Realm, but even that would be difficult to withstand a top-tier expert like Jonathan. After making the arrangements, Marcello immediately organized a large army to launch an attack on the capital. Amida's troops, who had been left behind to make a show of force, saw the situation was dire, and quickly fled back to the capital to hide. After the capital's defenses were occupied by the city's garrison, their defensive strength more than doubled. Regent Amida stood atop the city wall, watching the densely packed Perrin family soldiers surging towards them below. He said worriedly, Dean, according to Annie, they also have a powerful expert at the Liyuan realm. We need your help then. Standing beside him was Douglas, the dean of the Imperial Magic Academy. Amida's successful invasion of the capital and the rescue of the second prince unharmed was largely due to the Magic Academy's assistance, specifically the vice dean, Mommy, the former imperial princess. Although Mommy had stepped away from the center of imperial politics, her influence within the political circles hadn't completely vanished, especially regarding the old emperor's former confidants. Most of these men held positions in the Royal Knights, and at Mommy's urging, they agreed to the rescue of the second prince and the surprise attack to open the city gates. Douglas didn't intervene in this incident, instead conserving his strength and awaiting a formidable enemy, an enemy even he himself wasn't confident he could defeat. Your Majesty, you overestimate me. I spent my entire life trying to break through to the Liyuan realm, but I failed every time. This opponent is a Liyuan expert. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Amida nodded. Indeed, but together with Mommy and Rafe, we definitely find a way to defeat him. Douglas shook his head. The Liyuan realm is worlds apart from ours. I experienced this firsthand during my studies in the Austin Empire. Those at the Liyuan realm possess boundless magical power. Releasing magic is like tossing beans. They never run out of mana. Moreover, in battle, they can even project their magic power outwards, enveloping their entire bodies for defense. Ordinary low-level spells can't even harm a hair on their head. Amida frowned slightly. A Liyuan expert is really that powerful? What will we do then? Douglas said, there is a way. Do you remember the magic cannons? Those were imported at a high price from other countries, forged by Liyuan experts. They possess immense power, and can be used not only for sieges, but also for combat. Amida's eyes lit up. You mean we attack him with magic cannons? But magic cannons are very troublesome to load, have a long warm-up time, and are rather inaccurate. They're good for sieges, but a bit difficult to use against individuals. So we need to use a disguise. Douglas stroked his white beard. Then we fight and retreat, lure him into a trap, concentrate our forces to surround him, and then bombard him simultaneously with 5 magic cannons. Even with poor accuracy, we should be able to hit him once or twice. Amida nodded. That's a good idea. I go arrange it now. No need. Douglas waved his hand. I already had Rafe do it. The location is chosen at the entrance of the Magic Academy. It's convenient to act there. Amida's eyes flashed coldly. Good. This time, we make sure those guys from the Hairy Empire don't leave alive. At this moment, Marcello's army had already arrived. They were clearly well prepared, possessing various siege weapons. Amida, however, remained unfazed. He calmly commanded his army to resist, utilizing the advantage of the capital's walls to inflict heavy losses on Marcello's forces. Marcello quickly brought in 30 magic cannons, preparing to bombard the capital's walls. Amida immediately organized a group of powerful warriors to reinforce the wall's defensive array. However, the magic cannon's attack was simply too powerful. After about 30 rounds of continuous bombardment, Marcello's army was nearly exhausted of magic stones, and more than 10 magic cannons were rendered unusable. Ultimately, the capital's defensive array was breached. At Marcello's command, he charged ahead, leading his army straight towards the walls. Soldiers quickly erected siege ladders, and fearlessly climbed the walls. At the city gate, hundreds of strong soldiers carried massive battering rams, slamming them heavily against the gate with dull thuds. Marcello charged onto the city wall first, like a wolf among sheep, his blade flashing in a spray of blood. Amida quickly noticed Marcello, drawing his scimitar, a mist rising from his sides, and lunged at Marcello, aiming a direct strike at his face. Marcello's eyes flashed coldly, his longsword rising to block, and he launched a flying kick at Amanda's abdomen. Amanda let out a long howl, dodging the kick, his scimitar slicing in a half circle, aiming for Marcelo's side. If this strike landed, Marcelo would surely be cut in two. However, Marcelo seemed to have anticipated this. He pushed off the ground with one foot, his body flashing with blue light, and he briefly levitated, spinning twice in midair before kicking Amanda in the head. Caught off guard, Amanda hastily raised his hands to block, but was still forced back 2 steps. After landing, Marcelo coldly looked at Amanda and said, "Your regent, you become too pampered, your strength has declined." Amanda snorted, "Marcelo, we were students in the same year at the Magic Academy. You swore you'd be loyal to the royal family back then. Is this how you show loyalty now?" Marcelo frowned. "Isn't my loyalty to the first prince also loyalty? Don't play dumb. We already know about your collusion with the Harry Empire," Amanda said angrily. Marcelo was stunned, his facial muscles twitching. Sure enough, it was that brat Keller who leaked the information. It's no wonder he always suspected Bourne. After all, only a handful of people knew the Harry Empire was sending people, and of those, Bourne was the most unreliable. Chapter 135. Marcelo sneered, "The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. Once the war is over, who will care about such trivial matters?" "You call this trivial?" Amanda shouted sharply. "Do you know that letting other countries interfere in our internal affairs is an act of treason? No matter how we fight, we're still on the same side. Whether the first prince or the second prince ascends the throne, it's the Norma Empire's business, not the Harry Empire's." Marcelo's sword tip dipped. Further words are useless. Let's settle this today. He tried to rush forward, but a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, its target Marcelo. Marcelo was startled, his figure flashing repeatedly. The lightning followed him like a shadow, as if it had eyes, relentlessly pursuing him. Marcelo gritted his teeth, swung a wind blade in a backhand motion, and simultaneously released a wind shield for defense. With a crack, lightning shattered the wind blade, which then slammed heavily into the wind shield, but ultimately failed to break through it. A cold glint flashed in Marcelo's eyes, as he forced out the words through clenched teeth, "Douglas." Douglas, clad in a white mage's robe, slowly approached. Though aged, his figure was upright and powerful, his voice deep and resonant. "Marcelo, if you were merely supporting the crown prince, my Magic Academy would naturally not interfere. But your mistake lies in colluding with the Harry Empire, something my Magic Academy cannot tolerate." A flash of fire swept a group of Marcelo's soldiers to the foot of the city wall, revealing a burly, wild figure, the vice dean of the Magic Academy, Rafe. His hair and beard bristled, his face flushed, his eyes wide with rage as he roared, "Marcelo, you bastard! You actually colluded with the people of the Harry Empire. Do you know what kind of people the Harry Empire is? They're all beasts. If you're with them, you're a beast too." Mommy emerged from a cloud of mist, her face still stern, but her brows furrowed even deeper. "Marcelo, you shouldn't have colluded with the Harrys. We may have no choice but to kill you here." Marcelo looked at the group of powerful figures before him, and suddenly laughed. "You think you can kill me? What a joke." He pulled a magic stone from his robes, crushed it with his left hand, and a surge of azure magic flowed into his body. His eyes widened, and he roared, "Aya!" Douglas frowned. "This is a buff spell, it should be intermediate level." Sure enough, Marcelo's aura surged, breaking through the 8th level of the Outer Yuan realm and reaching the 9th level. Veins bulged on his forehead, his long hair billowed in the wind, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was contorted, making him look like a madman. "How about it? Can you still kill me?" "Ha ha ha." Marcelo laughed maniacally. Douglas snorted, and with a flick of his wand, another bolt of lightning struck. This time, Marcelo was unfazed, using a wind shield to deflect the lightning and charging towards Amanda, the nearest opponent, wielding his long sword. Although Amanda was no match for Marcelo, Rafe reacted swiftly, arriving immediately to her aid. Marcelo exchanged 2 blows with the two, then abruptly retreated, using the opportunity to push off with his feet, charging towards Mommy. At this moment, Mommy was unprotected, and her own strength was not particularly great. She quickly released a water prison, but Marcelo channeled his wind elemental magic, his movements unpredictable, and he dodged the water prison's attack, slashing towards Mommy's face. Suddenly, a great sword, surging with terrifying water elemental power, slashed down towards Marcelo's waist. Sensing the power of the sword, Marcelo dared not be careless, and had to abandon his attack on Mommy, dodging the blow with a few quick steps. When he looked up, his blood-red eyes narrowed sharply, and he cried out in alarm, "Jonathan? Indeed, the newcomer was Jonathan, and besides Jonathan, there was another person, Bourne. It turned out that, in order to rescue Bourne, Jonathan personally led 300 elite soldiers, bypassing the Trojan army and taking advantage of the chaos of war to arrive first at Marcello's camp. He found Bourne imprisoned, and after Bourne explained the situation, Jonathan, without hesitation, took Bourne directly to the capital, where they witnessed the scene just now and intervened to rescue Mommy. Mommy glanced gratefully at Jonathan, who waved his hand and pointed at Douglas, saying, "Even without my intervention, the Dean already has a plan." Mommy nodded. "Then I still have to thank you, Marquis Jonathan." Marcello was currently surrounded by 5 powerful experts. Even with the enhancement of the magic stone, which had boosted his strength to the 9th rank, he was no match for them, and the situation suddenly began to turn against him. "You can be arrogant all you want, but when Segura arrives, none of you will escape." Rafe's eyes narrowed. You mean Segura is here?" Jonathan looked at Rafe suspiciously. "You know Segura?" Rafe's eyes were filled with hatred. "Of course I do, Marquis Jonathan. Do you remember? I was born in a small village on the westernmost edge of the Rambo territory. I was just a child then, and some soldiers from the Hari Empire's border guards, drunk, stormed into our village, burning, killing, and looting. But they were too strong, our soldiers were no match for them, and were all killed, including my father. In the end, they destroyed the village. If it weren't for their fear of the Austin Empire, they would have gone even further. I survived, but my mother died of grief. I was rescued by the Rambo family. I still remember that the leader of those soldiers was named Segura." Jonathan shook his head. "I was still young then. My father saved you, so I don't remember the name well. But that at least shows that this Segura is an old man." Rafe gritted his teeth and said, "I always wanted revenge, but I know that with my strength, I'd never be able to go to the Hari Empire, let alone take revenge. So, all these years, I never mentioned it, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten. Today he's coming, and I'm determined to settle things with him." Marcello laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, your 7th level Yuan realm strength is even weaker than mine, and you still want to seek revenge on Segura? What a pipe dream," Douglas said calmly. "Even if he's a transcendent realm expert, so what? There are so many of us, we're not necessarily going to lose," said Dan. Marcello laughed. "You're all so naive. You're about to die, so let yourself be numb." "Ha ha ha." Mommy whispered, "Dean, we can't waste time. If that transcendent realm expert really arrives, adding Marcello will make things even more difficult." Douglas nodded. "Yes, let's attack." The 5 attacked Marcello simultaneously. Marcello, as expected of the top nobleman in the Empire, held his own against all 5. If it weren't for Douglas, a top-tier transcendent realm expert, the other 4 probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Marcello possessed a unique wind magic that allowed him to transform, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Even Douglas couldn't harm him, and the battle reached a stalemate. Bourne watched anxiously. He wondered how long this fight would last, and if the transcendent realm expert arrived, the situation would become passive again. His eyes darted around, and he gritted his teeth. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. How will I know if I don't try? Thinking this, he channeled his magic, and his figure slowly vanished. At this moment, everyone around him was engrossed in their battle. No one would notice a living person suddenly disappearing. Douglas and the others' attacks rained down like a storm. Marcello dared not be careless, fighting and retreating, occasionally launching attacks on the relatively weaker Mommy and Rafe. However, Jonathan and Amida knew their weaknesses, and calmly deflected each attack. Marcello grew increasingly anxious as the fight progressed. His magical enhancements were time-limited. If the time ran out, he wouldn't be able to maintain his 9th-tier Yuan level strength. A decline in power would only worsen the situation. When will this Segura arrive? No, I must avoid his attacks and fight later. Thinking this, he parried Amida's attack with a slash, unleashing several wind blades that flew towards Mommy and Rafe. Jonathan and Douglas rushed to their aid. A cold smile played on Marcello's lips as he turned to flee, but a sensitive string in his mind seemed to be touched. His raised foot fell back, his body leaving a fleeting afterimage as he swiftly dodged to the left. But he was still a step too slow. Bourne emerged from the void. He had been hiding for a long time, waiting for this moment. Marcello's attention was completely drawn to the 5, and it was the perfect opportunity for him to quietly approach and unleash his deadly attack. The soul-severing blade, simple and unadorned, plunged towards Marcello's waist. With a soft thud, Marcello, unable to dodge in time, was stabbed in the side. The sharp blade sliced through his armor and pierced his flesh. Ah! Enraged, Marcelo knew that while the blow wasn't fatal, very few opponents in his many battles had managed to injure him. Even Douglas couldn't have done it, only Bourne had. But Bourne was also within Marcelo's attack range. Enraged, Marcelo raised his long sword and slashed fiercely at Bourne's neck. Douglas reacted quickly, a lightning lock binding Marcelo's wrist, rendering him immobile. Amina leaped forward, swiftly rescuing Bourne, while Jonathan raised his greatsword overhead and brought it crashing down on Marcelo. At this moment, Marcelo was truly terrified. He had no chance of breaking free from Douglas's control magic in a short time, and simply dodging wasn't enough. He could only watch helplessly as the greatsword descended. Just as Marcelo was preparing for a desperate fight, a wall of fire suddenly appeared before him. Jonathan's greatsword struck the wall, unleashing a powerful shockwave from the magical collision. Even so, Jonathan couldn't break through the wall, and he himself was thrown 4 or 5 meters, nearly falling off the city wall. Everyone, including Douglas, paled. After a moment of stunned silence, Marcelo burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lord Segura, you finally arrived. 5 people had appeared on the city wall, dressed in smart black robes, wielding long swords, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. Each of them exuded an imposing aura, clearly a formidable expert. Douglas narrowed his eyes. Are you from the Hairy Empire? The leader, around 50 years old, with slightly graying temples, couldn't conceal his powerful presence. You must be Douglas, the dean of the Norma Empire's Magic Academy, known as the Empire's strongest. Douglas ignored his slightly mocking words. Do you know that if you openly attack my Norma Empire, the Austin Empire will absolutely not stand idly by, and the balance of power between our 3 kingdoms for centuries will be broken? Ha! So what if it's broken? Said a green-eyed youth. Don't even mention your Norma Empire, we're not afraid of the Austin Empire either. If they dare to come, we make them pay. Douglas sneered. Humph. Ignorant brat. He then attacked first, a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. The youth neither dodged nor evaded, swinging his sword to block the attack. However, he clearly underestimated Douglas's strength. The lightning, with an uncanny aura, bypassed the youth's blade and struck him directly. Although his companion quickly cast a defensive spell on him, he was still charred black, his body crackling with electricity, his hair standing on end, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The leader snorted. Douglas, don't think you're so great just because you're at the great perfection of the origin realm. Today, I, Segura, will show you that there are always higher levels. With that, he charged towards Douglas. Behind him, the other 3 charged towards Jonathan, Amina, Mommy, and Rafe respectively. Although Rafe was already seething with rage, he only realized after actually fighting the people before him that they were all also 8th level Origin Realm experts. He and Mommy were finding it difficult to handle even one of them. Bourne had been sidelined and was completely unable to help. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Brother Bourne. Bourne turned around and saw Aeneas appear on the city wall with Annie. Annie! What brings you here? Annie smiled and said, How could I be worried about you? I heard you were captured by Marcelo, and I couldn't sit still for a moment. Aeneas frowned as he looked at the battle before him. What's going on? Bourne briefly explained what had happened. Uncle Aeneas, you're also a 7th level expert. Could you please help Mommy and Vice Dean Rafe? Aeneas hesitated. And what about you two? Annie shook her head. Don't worry about us. We're not kids anymore. We can take care of ourselves. Aeneas was exasperated, thinking, you two are only 10 years old. How can you not be kids anymore? But then he thought, they're already 8th tier mages, surely they won't have any problems. He nodded and flew into the fray. Mommy and Rafe were delighted to see Aeneas arrive. Rafe whispered to Aeneas, Aeneas, you and Mommy hold him off for a bit. I'm going to help the headmaster. Although Aeneas was puzzled, he nodded. Go ahead. Chapter 136. Segura, a fire mage, had flames swirling around his long sword. His fighting style was wide-ranging and powerful. Combined with his strength at the Liyuan realm, he quickly suppressed Douglas. However, Douglas showed no panic. He shouted sharply, Segura, you will pay the price for your actions. Segura scoffed, heh. Once you're all dead, no one will know we were here. The entire Norma Empire will become a vassal of our hairy empire. By then, even if the Austin Empire discovers something, it will be too late. Douglas brandished his staff, unleashing bolts of lightning at Segura. But once the balance is broken, there will be endless war, widespread suffering and misery. Is that what your hairy empire wants? Segura casually cleaved a wall of fire with his long sword, blocking all the lightning. Wasted lives? Misery? What do I care? As long as I gain the approval of the Harry Empire's higher-ups, I can have whatever I want. Also, your Magic Academy seems to have a treasure. Could I borrow it? Me use it? Douglas's eyes narrowed sharply. You, how could you? Ha ha ha. Segura laughed loudly. You want to ask me how I knew? Then go ask that Marcelo. At this moment, the magical enhancement on Marcelo had disappeared, and the stab wound from Bourne had somewhat affected him, preventing him from joining the battle for the time being. Douglas snorted. Don't even think about it. That's the national treasure of my Norma Empire. Even if the king of your Harry Empire came, he wouldn't lend it out. Segura swung his sword down fiercely. That's not up to you. Douglas dodged, glancing out of the corner of his eye to see that Rafe had disengaged from the fight, and was heading towards the Magic Academy. A thought struck him, and he shouted, the item is on me. Come and get it if you dare. With that, he turned and walked away. Segura's eyes lit up, and he laughed as he chased after him. Bourne and Annie exchanged a glance, then, as if on cue, followed. Bourne asked, how's things going with Orin? Annie replied, the situation is clear now. While Jonathan attacked Lilsbury, Orin launched a full-scale attack on Carter. However, Carter has the support of Marcelo's army, so we can't defeat them immediately. But I'm worried about the situation here, so I asked Uncle News to come with me to help. Bourne nodded. News's timely arrival is good, but Marcelo is always a threat. Although I injured him earlier, once he recovers, he'd definitely become even more aggressive. We don't have much time left. I wonder what countermeasures the Dean has. And asked worriedly. Bond also had some doubts in his eyes. Along the way, he realized that this was the road to the Magic Academy. Could it be that Douglas had set up some kind of ambush at the Magic Academy? But leading Segura to the Magic Academy so openly would surely make Segura wary. Even if there was an ambush, it might not be effective. Segura was indeed a powerful expert at the Liyuan realm. Douglas, as the strongest person in the Norma Empire, was repeatedly defeated by him, and his magic could not harm him in the slightest. Soon, the two fought their way to the entrance of the Magic Academy. Segura narrowed her eyes. Douglas, you lured me here. Is there some kind of ambush? Douglas, though already wounded, still maintained his imposing aura. Segura, as a powerful cultivator at the Transcendent Realm, are you afraid of my ambush? Segura sneered. It's not that I'm afraid of you, but your Norma Empire has existed for 100 years. You must have some trump cards. I know that. Douglas smiled. Indeed, since you know, I bring them out. With that, he waved his hand, and a group of people suddenly rushed out from behind him. Bourne, watching from a distance, shook his head. These are all associate professors and teachers from the Magic Academy, their strength around the second or third level of the Transcendent Realm. How could they be a match for Segura? Doran, Danica, Gina, and the other professors and teachers of the Magic Academy formed a semicircle surrounding Douglas. All of them shone with magical light, and streams of magic converged on Douglas. Douglas grabbed a handful of magic stones and scattered them on the ground. A magic circle suddenly lit up beneath his feet. Segura's face also turned serious. You actually possess such an ancient magic circle? No wonder it's the Norma Empire Magic Academy. But do you think I just stand by and watch you complete the array? With that, he arched his back, pushed off with his feet, and charged towards Douglas. Douglas's eyes widened. Well done. He unleashed a vast amount of lightning magic power, and bolts of electricity crackled and popped in the air, sending a tingling sensation through those around him. Segura slashed at Douglas's neck. Douglas, not daring to underestimate his opponent, raised his staff to block the attack. When Segura's second strike came, Douglas retaliated with his staff. Segura thrust his long sword forward, the tip flashing horizontally, a low-level spell, Enhanced Fire Blade. Douglas saw that this attack was even more ferocious, but he couldn't dodge, otherwise, the magic circle wouldn't be completed, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. He gritted his teeth, slightly shifted his body, and thrust the tip of his staff straight at Segura's eyes. This was a desperate, self-destructive tactic, damaging both himself and the enemy. Segura frowned, snorted, and parried with his sword, simultaneously kicking Douglas in the chest. Douglas endured the pain without taking a step back, but blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The magic circle beneath their feet shone even brighter, seemingly about to complete. Segura snorted, "You old bastard, since I can't handle you, I kill the person next to me." With that, he flashed to Gina's side. Gina's strength hadn't even reached the Transcendent Realm. How could she possibly be a match for Segura? Segura swung his sword, but Gina had already closed her eyes. She refused to retreat even in death. Douglas swung his staff with all his might, casting a lightning armor on Gina. Simultaneously, a wall of fire rose in front of her, but none of this could stop Segura. He shattered the fire wall with a powerful strike, his blade cutting through the lightning armor, shattering it into pieces. Gina was also thrown more than 10 meters by the powerful impact, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. "Gina!" Danica cried out in anguish. She had been Gina's teacher, and seeing Gina so severely injured and her life hanging in the balance, she was filled with immense anxiety. Segura chuckled, "What's the rush? I send you to see her right now." With that, he swung his sword at Danica again. Douglas, enraged, disregarded the magic circle and rushed to Danica, blocking Segura's attack. "Segura, you, a powerful cultivator at the Transcendent Realm, are bullying someone at the Core Realm? Don't you feel ashamed?" Segura laughed, "Ha ha ha, ashamed? Are you joking?" After Douglas left the magic circle's core, the light from the magic circle on the ground gradually faded, finally disappearing completely. Segura watched this scene, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. "Without the magic circle, let's see what you can do against me." "Is that so?" Douglas suddenly hurled his wand, roaring, 10,000 thunderbolts. The wand exploded in midair, thunder rumbling and deafening. Segura was shocked and tried to retreat, but a bolt of lightning swiftly bound one of his legs, causing him to freeze in place. "Damn it!" Immediately afterward, a series of booming sounds rang out, countless bolts of lightning flashing, all targeting the same person, Segura. Enveloped in the lightning, Segura let out a piercing scream, "Aya!" When the lightning subsided, Segura was found completely wrapped up in the lightning, like a giant dumpling, unable to break free from its bindings no matter how much he struggled. "Damn it! Douglas, I really underestimated you. You can actually cast advanced magic," Segura roared. Douglas swayed. Clearly, the lightning spell had been extremely draining, and he was now completely exhausted. A smile appeared on his weary face as he shouted, "Rafe!" Rafe acted immediately upon receiving the order. He had been waiting patiently, anticipating this moment. It turned out the magic circle was a fake, a mere illusion designed to deceive Segura into believing it was the Magic Academy's greatest asset. In reality, the 10,000 thunderbolts and the 5 magic cannons were the true trump cards. When Rafe and his men pushed out the 5 magic cannons, Segura's face instantly paled. He knew the power of magic cannons all too well. Even someone of his strength wasn't qualified to participate in their creation, only a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the Liyuan realm could do so. This demonstrated the cannon's immense power. "Douglas! Stop! We need to talk," Segura cried out hastily. "Talk? What's there to talk about? You invaded my home. And you expect me to talk to you?" Douglas said coldly. "No, no, no," Segura cried, fearing Douglas would immediately order his execution. "I am the captain of the 5th Battalion of the Harry Empire's Border Guard. If I die in the Norma Empire, you will be held responsible." Douglas scoffed. "Humph. We be held responsible? I go ask the Harry Empire what they really mean. You're forcing us to submit to the Austin Empire. I tell your king that it was you, Segura, who forced us." Segura's face darkened further. If this operation failed, and was reported to the king, his family might suffer. "How about this? Release me, and I join you. After all, it doesn't matter who I support, I just want to make friends. Even your eloquence won't help. The Norma Empire's Magic Academy doesn't participate in any political struggles, but anyone who directly threatens our empire's security will be punished. You will die today." With that, Douglas waved his hand, signaling Rafe to fire. Rafe's eyes were filled with hatred and rage. He was only one step away from revenge. Just as he was about to ignite the cannons, a streak of blue light flashed like a ghost, slashing through the lightning surrounding Segura with a series of crackling sounds. Douglas shouted, "Not good. Fire!" Rafe also noticed the anomaly, and quickly activated the magic cannons. 5 magic cannons fired almost simultaneously, the deafening roar echoing throughout the capital. A huge crater was blasted into the spot where Segura had stood, billowing smoke and flying debris, obscuring the view. And waved away the dust, squinting as she asked, Did it work?" Bourne frowned, remaining silent. Everything had happened too fast. If the 5 magic cannons had actually hit Segura, he would be dead for sure. But if the blue light had severed Douglas's lightning, giving Segura time to escape, then everything would have been different. As the smoke cleared, everyone craned their necks, eyes wide, staring at the epicenter of the explosion, eager to know the outcome. However, there was nothing there. Douglas's eyes narrowed sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, Not far away, Segura clutched his severed left arm, blood trickling from his mouth, disheveled and filthy, looking extremely wretched, but clearly not in mortal danger. Beside him stood Marquis Marcelo of Gendon. Born sighed, "What a pity." Marcelo arrived at the perfect time. "What do we do now?" Annie asked. Born shook his head. "The two of us are too weak. We're utterly useless in this kind of battle. Going there would only be suicide. Let's hold back for now, and see what other tricks the Dean and the others have up their sleeves." But Bond's plan failed. Douglas had run out of tricks. When he saw that Segura was still alive, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, evacuate. Rafe and I will cover your retreat." "Dean!" Doran and Danica wanted to say something, but Douglas stopped them. "Go. Don't dawdle, or you won't be able to leave." Everyone was reluctant to leave, but they couldn't disobey the Dean's orders. Danica and Doran carried the unconscious Gina to their feet, glanced at Douglas and Rafe's retreating figures one last time, and left dejectedly. Segura didn't stop them. He was seriously injured at this moment, and these people were of no value to him. Killing them or letting them escape didn't matter, as long as Douglas was here. "Heh! Douglas, you're very clever, knowing to let them leave first. So shouldn't you surrender?" "Surrender?" Douglas's wand had been destroyed, but he still raised his hands, silently chanting an incantation. A bolt of lightning crackled and struck Segura. Segura snorted, "Stubborn fool." He waved his hand, dispersing the lightning, and leaped into the air, wielding his sword in one hand, slashing down. Douglas, knowing he was no match, pulled Rafe back with him. "Humph! Trying to run?" Segura, having failed in his attack, saw the two running towards the academy, and gave them a wink. Marcelo understood and, together with Segura, gave chase. Chapter 137. The four chased and fought each other, the roar of battle echoing throughout the Magic Academy. The magical elements in the air trembled, and the entire academy was shrouded in dust. "Douglas, you can't escape. I must get that thing you have," Segura shouted frantically. Douglas ignored him, simply dodging left and right, retreating continuously, occasionally unleashing a basic attack spell to counterattack. Before long, the group had reached the deepest part of the Magic Academy. Here, apart from a dilapidated teaching building, there were no other buildings, there was no path ahead. Douglas and Segura stopped at the dilapidated teaching building and exchanged a glance. "Dean," Rafe said, "Doran and the others should have escaped." Douglas nodded, turned around, and faced Segura and Marcelo, who were chasing after him. "Let's fight to the death here. Rafe, you can go first, don't worry about me." Rafe's eyes were resolute. "I won't leave. Segura is my enemy. Even if I can't kill him, I take a piece of his flesh." Segura and Marcelo stopped. Segura laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha, run. Keep running. Weren't you so arrogant just now? You didn't want to talk to me, now even if you wanted to, you wouldn't have the chance." Douglas said calmly, "When did I say I wanted to talk to you? Stop talking nonsense, didn't you want this? Come and get it if you dare." As he spoke, he pulled out a key from his pocket. The key was golden, and had magical fluctuations on it, but that was all. Bourne, watching from a distance, didn't notice anything different about the key. Segura's eyes lit up at the sight of the key. "The key to the secret realm. There really is one in the Norma Empire." Douglas sneered. "This thing you've been so obsessed with isn't really that useful. Otherwise, my Norma Empire wouldn't be bullied by a mere squad leader like you." Segura laughed. "That's because you're stupid. You haven't figured out the true use of this treasure. Why not give it to me?" Douglas stuffed the key back into his pocket. "If you want it, come and take it." "Humph. Then don't blame me for being impolite." With that, Segura sprang into action again, wielding his sword in one hand, drawing a half circle as he slashed directly at Douglas. His arm was already crippled, which somewhat affected his fighting ability. Marcelo was also injured in the abdomen and had just fought a major battle, leaving him somewhat exhausted. However, seeing victory in sight, they both unleashed their last bit of magic power. Douglas and Rafe fought desperately, showing no restraint in their battle, fighting with reckless abandon, which initially put Segura and Marcelo at a disadvantage. Bourne pointed to the abandoned school building and asked, "Is Nickel still in there?" He had accompanied Annie and Angela to visit Nickel before, and they had practiced the soul separation and fusion technique together almost every day in the abandoned classrooms downstairs. Annie's expression was somewhat grim. "Yes, I don't know if the academy has moved him." Bourne glanced at the battle ahead. "Let's go in and take a look." Annie nodded, grabbed Bourne's hand, and Bourne channeled his magic, casting an invisibility spell, quietly circling around to the side, arriving at the abandoned school building, and going up to Kanya's room on the second floor. To be honest, after Bourne and Kanya parted ways, he never saw her again. Before they separated, Bourne gave Kanya the 9 lives herb, asking her to help Nicole as soon as she returned. At this moment, Kanya's room door was tightly closed, and there was no sound from inside. Annie took a deep breath, reached out, and pushed the door open. The door wasn't locked and opened easily. The two exchanged a glance, nodded, and stepped inside. The room was dark. As was Kanya's usual style, she preferred a completely dark environment. Annie looked around and saw Nicole still lying in the same spot, his eyes closed. But now, Kanya was sitting cross-legged beside him, both radiating a faint green light. Kanya's light possessed a luminous aura that felt warm and comfortable. Annie was about to step forward when Bourne stopped her. "Don't go. Kanya is helping him with his treatment, and it seems to be at a critical moment. We must stay here and guard them. We can't let anything outside disturb them." Annie nodded, closed the door, and waited quietly in the room. Outside, Douglas and Rafe, being weaker than their opponents, were gradually becoming exhausted and had retreated to the edge of the old teaching building. A resolute glint flashed in Rafe's eyes. He roared and grabbed Segura with a desperate embrace. "You bastard! I kill you! I kill you!" Segura was startled, but then enraged. With a burst of magic, he knocked Rafe's arm away and punched him in the chest. Rafe coughed up blood and flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall of the old teaching building. "You madman! Are you really that desperate to die?" Douglas rushed over and helped Rafe up. "How are you?" Rafe struggled to support himself, his face covered in blood, his hateful eyes fixed on Segura. "Segura, I will never forget what you did to our Fana village. You demon, you shameless bastard." Segura narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're from Fana village? The village I massacred 30 years ago?" "Yes." Rafe's eyes widened. "You actually remember? Do you know how I lived all these years? I have nothing but hatred." Segura remained expressionless, saying calmly, "No. I forgot. If you hadn't brought it up, I probably wouldn't have remembered something from so long ago." Rafe spat out another mouthful of blood. You bastard," Segura said with amusement. "Back then, I was just a lowly soldier, a mere third-tier cultivator, spending my days separated from thick city walls. Watching you ants living carefree lives, I felt incredibly envious. Why couldn't I? Why did I have to do this boring work here?" One day, the border guards rotated shifts, and it happened to be my turn. I gathered a group of friends, and under cover of night, we slipped across the border to your so-called Fana village, killed everyone there, and took all the treasure for ourselves. When the first wave of soldiers from the Rambeau family arrived, we wiped them all out. They were too weak, they were no match for us. By the time their second wave arrived, we had already returned. Although this was a very interesting story, I was still punished by the border general and imprisoned for a year. But it didn't matter. I quickly cultivated to the 9th level of the Outer Yuan realm, successfully passed numerous tests, and rose through the ranks to become a squad leader, then a company commander. Finally, I come before you. How about that? Exciting, isn't it? Unexpected, isn't it? Rafe gritted his teeth. "So you killed them just for fun?" Segura shrugged. "Yeah, what else? Your so-called Fana village is dirt poor. We didn't even get anything." Rafe shouted angrily, "Shut up." Cough, cough, cough. And coughed up blood twice more. Segura approached slowly. "You were supposed to die long ago. I'm sorry for letting you live so long. Today, I send you to reunite with your family." With that, he swung his sword again. Douglas leaped forward to block. "Don't even think about it." But he was no match for Segura and Marcelo combined. Segura quickly found an opening, punching him in the left shoulder, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters. Marcelo immediately followed with his sword, thrusting it towards Douglas's chest. Douglas had no way to dodge. But the next moment, a figure blocked Douglas's path. It was the dying Rafe. Marcelo's sword pierced Rafe's chest, but was held firmly by his shoulder blade. Rafe roared, grabbed Marcelo, pushed him back 2 steps, and his body emitted a fiery red light. Segura's expression changed. "No! He's trying to self-destruct." Marcelo naturally sensed the danger immediately, but he was held tightly by Rafe and couldn't break free. Segura swung his sword, severing Rafe's arm, and pulled Marcelo away. They had only taken 2 steps when a deafening roar erupted, and fire elements surged violently. The immense impact sent Segura and Marcelo flying more than 10 meters. Both men were powerful, and although injured, their injuries were not fatal. When the explosion subsided, Rafe was nowhere to be seen. Douglas felt his throat dry, and his wrinkled eyes were brimming with tears. Back then, the 10-year-old Rafe was brought to the Magic Academy by Jonathan's father, the previous patriarch of the Rambeau family. Douglas, then the vice dean of the academy, immediately took notice of the red-haired boy. He seemed arrogant and unrestrained, but in reality, he was very perceptive and diligent in his training. In a short time, he had risen from an ordinary person to a fifth-tier mage, causing quite a stir within the academy. At the time, Rafe was on par with Mommy, the daughter of the previous regent. Although she didn't study at the Magic Academy, her talent was already renowned throughout the empire. During his time with Rafe, Douglas always felt that he harbored some unresolved inner conflict. He appeared carefree and simple-minded, but this was actually a way of masking his inner turmoil. Later, during a conversation with Jonathan, Douglas learned of Rafe's past and became even more concerned about him. Nearly 30 years have passed. The once strong, brave, arrogant, and unruly boy has become a large, strapping man, unmarried, dedicating his life to the teaching of the Magic Academy, but the wish in his heart has remained unfulfilled. Until today. Until today, he met his enemy, the terrifying, hateful, and despicable enemy who appeared in his dreams day and night. Segura? He failed to fulfill his wish, failed to kill Segura, but he inflicted severe damage on Segura. Rafe, what a foolish child. Douglas sighed deeply, a tear sliding down his cheek and landing on the ground with a soft thud. Then, his eyes sharpened, and with a long howl, he unleashed several bolts of lightning, channeling his magic. Segura gritted his teeth, parrying with his sword. You're all madmen, all madmen. Marcelo adjusted his breathing, unleashing his strange technique once more. His figure slowly merged with the surrounding breeze, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Douglas. Douglas was familiar with this move, releasing 2 bolts of lightning to block Marcelo's attack. But this time, the spell left a large opening, which Segura seized upon, swinging his sword. Douglas was now unarmed. He dared not take the blow head-on, leaping to dodge, but Segura gave him no chance, kicking him in the chest and sending him flying into the old school building. With a thunderous crash, Douglas was sent flying, crashing into a pile of discarded teaching aids. Clutching his chest, he lay amidst the rubble, coughing up blood. Just as Douglas tried to struggle to his feet, a sword and a knife were pressed against his neck. Segura sneered, "See? What's the point of this futile resistance? You still die in the end. Hand over the key, or I just kill you and take it from your corpse." Douglas, his mouth full of blood, was barely speaking. "You think killing me will get you the key to the secret realm? Let me tell you, this one's fake." He pulled the key from his pocket and tossed it to Segura. Segura's expression changed. He snatched the key, examined it closely, and roared, "It really is fake. Tell me, where's the real one?" "Heh! You never get the real thing." Douglas chuckled, spitting blood onto Segura's face. Segura was enraged. He wiped the blood from his face, raised his blade, his eyes filled with rage and cruelty, and swung it to kill Douglas. "Die!" Just then, the ceiling above them suddenly cracked open, and a blade of wind whistled through the air, slashing towards Segura and Marcelo. The two were startled and quickly retreated, fleeing the old school building. They exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment and fear in each other's eyes. The wind blade missed its target, carving a deep trench where they had stood. Douglas's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at what had just happened. At that moment, 4 figures appeared before him, 1 large and 3 small. He recognized the 3 children very well, which made him exclaim in surprise, "Kania, Anna, Keller, it's you?" Bourne bent down and grasped Douglas's hand. "Dean, I'm sorry we're late, but don't worry, leave the rest to us." Douglas's lips moved, and he sighed, "You shouldn't have come." Bourne patted the back of Douglas's hand. "Dean, it's all right, we have him." He pointed to the tall, imposing figure ahead. But when Douglas looked up at the strong, upright figure in white, he trembled violently, as if witnessing something unbelievable. His voice, filled with excitement, joy, sadness, and affection, hoarsely cried out, You are Nickel." Chapter 138. That's right. This man is none other than Annie's uncle, Douglas's favorite student, the Norma Empire's top genius, a legendary adventurer whose fame flashed like a comet. Nickel Polyvia. Nicole turned around, looking at Douglas with a hint of apology. "Dean, it's me, I'm back." Douglas's lips trembled, tears streaming down his face, his wrinkled face a mixture of joy and sorrow. "Back. Back is good, back is good." But then, his expression changed again. "No, your strength is insufficient to deal with them. You must take Kania and the others and leave quickly. I can still buy you some time. Saying this, he struggled to his feet. Bourne pressed his shoulder and shook his head, saying, Dean, don't worry, Nickel can handle it. Kanya also smiled and said, Dean, you should know about Nickel's poisoning, right? Douglas nodded and said to Nickel, I know. Actually, after you went to Misty City, I sent people to investigate. We knew you were poisoned and your magic was completely depleted, but we didn't know what kind of poison it was. Kanya said, actually, it was poison from the demon poison dragon, but his poisoning was mild and not life-threatening. Some time ago, we retrieved the 9 lives grass from the misty forest to help him detoxify. Unexpectedly, after so many years of the magic and poison fighting each other, after the detoxification, his strength broke through the bottleneck of the outer origin realm and reached the departure origin realm. Douglas was stunned. This is unbelievable. You really reached the departure origin realm? Nickel nodded. Indeed. Douglas's eyes welled with tears of excitement. Good. Good. Mommy will be so happy to know. Nickel bowed deeply. Dean, I deal with those 2 bastards first, then I come back to catch up with you later. With that, he formed a sword shape with his fingers, unleashing a low-level wind blade magic, and in a flash, he was outside the building. Segura and Marcelo were both astonished, especially Segura. In his view, there was no one stronger than him in the entire Norma Empire, unless the Austin Empire intervened. However, the Austin Empire clearly hadn't yet become involved in the Norma Empire's political turmoil. So who was this person standing before him? Segura shouted, Who are you? Why are you helping the Norma Empire? Nisel sneered, You ask who I am? I'm from the Norma Empire. Impossible. The Norma Empire doesn't have any experts at the Transcendent Realm. You can't be from the Norma Empire. Marcelo shook his head. Impossible? Nickel raised the wind blade in his right hand. You're ignorant. Let me tell you, my name is Nickel Bolivia. What? Marcelo looked up in astonishment, staring blankly at Nickel. You're that young genius from the Bolivia family? You actually broke through to the Liyuan realm? Nicole raised an eyebrow. Oh! Your Excellency knows about my family. That's quite surprising. Marcelo stammered. I wouldn't normally pay attention to a Viscount, but your appearance was just too dazzling. At the time, I even thought you would be my future #1 rival. But then you disappeared without a trace. It turns out you've been hiding in the Magic Academy all this time. Nickel was taken aback, realizing Marcelo had misunderstood, but he didn't intend to expose him. Instead, he pointed his wind blade at the 2 men. I give you a chance. It's not too late to surrender now. Segura swallowed hard. He had already realized that his opponent was a wind mage. Skilled in agility and speed, he had no chance of escape. However, in his current state, he was no match for his opponent either, and he was unwilling to surrender so easily. Marcelo gave a bitter laugh. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. I, Marcelo, have fought on the battlefield for decades and have never suffered a defeat. Only one person has made me fail, and twice at that. His eyes passed over Nickel, looking at Bond behind him. Keller, you're quite good, much better than my son Troy. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been ambushed and had Lilsbury City seized by Jonathan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been besieged by the Magic Academy. But don't be too happy yet. This world always fears the strong. The strong can only continue to gain respect by becoming stronger. Your nightmare has only just begun. Bourne smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder, but don't compare me to you. We are not on the same path. You pursue supreme power and strength, while I am only here to protect those around me. He exchanged a glance with Annie. Nicole took 2 steps forward and shouted, Fight or surrender? The choice is yours. Marcelo shook his head. Surrender is impossible. I, Marcelo, would rather die on the battlefield than in prison. Let's fight. A surge of heroic spirit rose within him, and the powerful magic of the 8th rank of the Yuan realm surged forth, ready for a desperate battle. Segura hesitated, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He had come with a winning mentality, and didn't want to lose his life in a country he looked down upon. Well, if I surrender, can I return to the Hari Empire? I am, after all, the captain of the Hari Empire's border guards. If you kill me, there will be trouble. Nickel sneered. Trouble? Haven't you caused enough trouble already? You must accept our empire's punishment. If you survive, we send you back. Segura swallowed hard. Accept the Norma Empire's punishment? What a joke. He had committed countless murders in the Norma Empire. He was certainly guilty of a capital offense and had no chance of survival. Thinking this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly unleashed a faint attack at Nickel, Whoosh! Whoosh! Nickel was prepared. A gust of wind rose around him, and the wind blade in his hand flashed a blue light, accurately striking the tip of Segura's blade and forcefully deflecting his attack. At the same time, Nickel flashed forward, appearing before Segura and slashing at his face with his sword. However, with a crisp clang, Marcelo also attacked. He blocked Nickel's attack with his long sword and reached out with his left hand, trying to grab Nickel's right shoulder. But Nickel slightly lowered his right shoulder and turned, simultaneously unleashing 3 consecutive wind blade strikes. Marcelo's expression changed drastically. He was suddenly sent flying, and upon landing, his long sword snapped into pieces with a crack, the fragments falling to the ground. Marcelo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Truly worthy of being a Li Yuan realm expert. Marcelo gritted his teeth. But he didn't give up. Instead, he raised his hand again, firing several wind arrows at Nickel. Nickel shook his head and smiled bitterly. This level of magic is useless against me. With a swift movement, he was already beside Marcelo, his right hand raised above his left shoulder, drawing a semicircular arc with his other hand. Marcelo knew he had to defend, but he was now unarmed. He gave a bitter laugh, raised his head, and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Bourne sighed softly. Marcelo, farewell. Douglas also turned his head away. He couldn't bear to see the scene. After all, Marcelo was also his student, a distinguished graduate of the Magic Academy. With a whoosh, the wind blade accurately sliced across Marcelo's neck, producing the crisp sound of scissors cutting paper. A second later, a line of blood spurted from Marcelo's neck, and his head slowly slid off, falling to the ground with a thud. His body fell straight backward, marking the fall of a once powerful figure, but Marcelo's face wore a smile, the wrinkles on his brow smoothing out, as if he had found some kind of relief. Marcelo came from humble beginnings. His father was merely a minor viscount working for the Marco family. From a young age, he displayed exceptional magical talent, tying Amida for first place in the Magic Academy's entrance exam with Amida, who entered the academy that year, achieving first place in 3 subjects and becoming a key student for the academy's development. However, within the academy, he, as the son of a viscount, could never compare to Amida, a prince. No matter how hard he tried, how diligent he was, the teachers and classmates preferred to associate with Amida, which greatly puzzled and bewildered him. Until he grew stronger and stronger, while Amida, because of his princely status, dropped out of the Magic Academy in his 3rd year and returned to the royal family to study. It was during this time that he met the eldest prince, Saya. At that time, Sion was just a newborn child, yet he received the utmost attention, with everyone revolving around him and eagerly trying to get close to him. At that moment, Marcelo harbored a desire. He would make everyone revolve around him. He would gain supreme status and power. From then on, he trained even harder, graduating from the Magic Academy with honors and returning to his family's territory. However, his father was mediocre and incompetent, which enraged him, leading him to join the Marco family's army. With his formidable strength and unwavering character, he quickly rose through the ranks, being promoted to squad leader. Afterwards, he led his troops in numerous battles, always leading from the front, repeatedly escaping death, dancing with the Grim Reaper. He not only earned the trust of the Marco family, but also the recognition and support of his many soldiers. His strength grew steadily through battle, breaking through barriers one after another to become the Empire's youngest 8th-tier cultivator, attracting widespread attention. However, his father passed away due to illness. The imperial family not only granted him the title of Viscount, but also elevated it to Earl. But Marcelo was not content with this. He secretly established contact with the eldest prince, Saya, and, under the prince's instigation, launched a rebellion against the Marco family. With unstoppable momentum, they swept through the entire Marco territory in just 3 months. In the final battle, Marcelo Perrin engaged in an epic battle with the former Marquis of Jinan, Dima Marco. The battle lasted nearly 10 days, leaving rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and cries of agony echoing across the land. Both Marcelo and Damar fought with their last ounce of strength, but Damar, being old and no longer as powerful, was no match for Marcelo, who was nearly 10 years younger. Ultimately, consumed by hatred and resentment, Damar was slain by Marcelo beneath the city walls. With Damar's death, the Marco family was leaderless. Marcelo seized the opportunity to take control of the Marco territory. With the support of the Crown Prince, he defied all opposition and became the 3rd Marquis of the Empire, the youngest Marquis in history to rise through the ranks. He brought all the Marco family's former territory and army under his command, reaching the pinnacle of power in the entire empire. However, he was still not satisfied. The stronger he became, the emptier he felt inside, a feeling that drove him almost mad. He always wore a cold and ruthless expression in front of others, as if everything else was insignificant to him. But in private, he suffered sleepless nights, Damar's dying face repeatedly flashing before his eyes. He dreaded, that one day he would become like Damar. Become someone else's prey. Eliminated from the annals of history, he still needed power, still sought authority, so he set his sights on the throne. The old emperor's death gave him this opportunity. He outwardly supported the eldest prince, but in reality, his aim was to control most of the empire's territory, seize the capital in the final battle, install the eldest prince as the new emperor, and replace Amina as the new regent, essentially holding the emperor hostage to command the other princes. When the time was truly ripe, he would seize power. However, the initial plans had proceeded smoothly. He killed Drew, occupied most of the Gore territory, and then launched a surprise attack on the Rambo territory, deterring the Rambo family from any rash actions. He also sent envoys to the Hari Empire, gaining their support. Only this final step remained. But at this final step, he encountered his greatest nemesis. Keller Rambo, a mere 8th-tier mage, a 10-year-old genius, had all his plans destroyed. In his dying moments, he understood. What had he been pursuing in the short span of his life? He thought of playing with his father as a child, the warmth of his mother's arms, the joy of Troy's birth, and so on. But all of this would be fleeting. The once powerful figure of the Norma Empire, the epitome of success that all young people adored, met his end tragically at the Imperial Magic Academy. Even in death, he couldn't understand what he had been pursuing all his life. Seeing Marcello killed, Segura lost all will to fight and turned to flee. But he was no match for Nickel. Within moments, Nickel had caught up. Nickel's wind blade pierced Segura's back. Segura's soul seemed to leave his body. He frantically turned to parry, but was sent flying by the sword, losing his footing and falling heavily backward. Nickel pressed his advantage, using a swift wind blade to deflect the long sword from Segura's hand. He then straddled Segura and swung his fist at his face. With a muffled thud, Nickel's fist struck Segura's face. This punch, imbued with wind magic, shattered Segura's fire magic defense, twisting half his face to the side. Segura spat out 2 teeth, his face filled with terror, and stammered, "Don't hit me, I surrender, I." Thud, another muffled thud, his other cheek had taken another punch. Chapter 139. Nickel ignored him, raining blows on Segura's face. Soon, Segura was on the verge of death, his face completely mangled, unrecognizable. Nickel finally stopped, spitting fiercely. "Serves you right for being so stubborn, for launching a sneak attack, for lacking any martial ethics." Bourne walked over and said, "Nickel, that's enough. Let the dean and the others handle this guy. Go to the city gate and provide support. There are 4 experts from the Hari Empire there." Nickel nodded and flew away. Bourne then bound the limp Segura tightly with chains and, guided by Douglas, had the Imperial Royal Knights take Segura to the dungeon. After doing all this, they arrived at the city gate. The battle there had ended. Nickel's arrival had completely reversed the tide of the war. Mommy and Nias, who had been gradually weakened, were instantly killed by Nickel's arrival. Everyone was stunned, especially Mommy, Nickel's teacher, who recognized him immediately. Nickel? What are you doing here?" Nickel turned around and gave Mommy a bright smile. "Teacher Mommy, I'm back." These words, "I'm back," instantly brought tears to Mommy's eyes. Despite her usual aloof demeanor, as if the whole world owed her a fortune, she was actually very sensitive and sentimental. It was precisely because of this that Nickel's secret skipping of school to become an adventurer had filled her with both anger and deep sadness. Afterward, she continued to follow Nickel's growth, learning that he had already established a remarkable reputation in Misty City at a young age, earning the title of legendary adventurer. While she outwardly scoffed, she was secretly delighted and genuinely happy for Nickel. However, she later heard that Nickel had been severely injured, all his magic power gone, rendering him unable to use magic. This pained her deeply, and she sent people to Misty City to inquire about his situation. But Nickel had already hidden himself in the underground market, and she could no longer obtain any news of him. Now, Nickel appeared before her unharmed, and his strength had broken through to the Liyuan realm. This filled her with joy mixed with a touch of sadness. The knot in her heart that had been there for so many years had finally been untied. "Teacher Mommy, I'm sorry. I was young and impetuous, and I have failed your guidance." Nickel bowed deeply to Mommy. Mommy choked back tears as she helped Nickel up, gently stroking his face. "It's all right. It's good that you're alive." She couldn't speak further. Amida chuckled. My usually icy cousin Mommy actually sheds tears? That's quite an eye-opener. Mommy glared at him, but Amida's meddling instantly shattered the somber atmosphere. Meanwhile, the other two members of the Hairy Empire reacted, exchanging glances. Ignoring their companion still lying on the ground, knocked unconscious by Douglas, they fled in opposite directions. Nicole snorted, Your Highness, Regent, Marquis Jonathan, please help me chase one while I deal with the other. Amida and Jonathan nodded in unison, Leave it to us. They then chased after the one heading north. Meanwhile, Nickel darted south in pursuit. The man's strength was vastly inferior to Nickel's, and Nickel quickly caught up. Giving him no chance, Nickel unleashed a flurry of wind blade attacks, instantly slaying him beneath the city walls. He then pressed on, catching up with Jonathan and his group. The situation there seemed slightly better. Their opponents, realizing escape was impossible, immediately knelt and surrendered. When the Perrin family army received news of Marcello's death, everyone was incredulous, especially Troy. In his heart, his father Marcello was invincible, but the reality was staring him in the face. Marcello's corpse lay displayed on the capital's walls, visible to all. Troy felt a wave of dizziness. He gritted his teeth. With Marcello dead, the entire army should be under his command, but he was only a 10-year-old child, his strength merely around the 6th level of the Origin realm. How could he possibly command a 1,000,000-strong army? Fortunately, Marcello had many loyal followers who, after his death, did not abandon him but instead supported Troy as the new leader of the army. Troy finally ordered a full retreat, returning to his southern territories. Jonathan's army, joining forces with the Imperial Army, pursued the Perrin family's army all the way to the city of Perrin in the south before stopping. By the time Troy retreated back to Perrin, his army had dwindled to less than 500,000 men. 300,000 had been captured or surrendered, and another 200,000 had died in battle. Meanwhile, in the north, Oren launched a full-scale attack on Carter. Jonathan diverted some of his forces to support Carter, who offered almost no resistance, and was reduced to only the city of Gore within a month. Carter sat in the hall of Gore Castle, listening to the deafening battle cries outside the city. His eyes were empty and lifeless, his hands rubbing the armrests of his chair. This was the position he had always dreamed of, the position his father Drew had held. Now he had indeed taken it, but soon he would lose it again. With a deafening crash, the gates of Gore Castle were flung open, the two doors falling to Carter's feet. But Carter didn't even glance at them, his face expressionless. Olin led the way, entering the castle, followed by Bourne, Annie, Angela, and others. After days of fierce fighting, they had finally defeated Carter's army and reached Gore Castle, the place where they had lived since childhood. A glint of light appeared in Carter's eyes, as he looked at the familiar faces before him. These were once his family, especially Oren, his brother from both parents. You come. Oren frowned and shouted, Carter. Surrender? I don't want to kill you. Ha! Carter chuckled. Surrender? Brother, do you think I still have a chance to turn back? I betrayed the family, betrayed the Empire, betrayed all of you. I can't live. Then, he looked at Annie. Little sister, it's a miracle you're still alive. My biggest mistake was not killing you. And asked, Third brother, you never done anything to wrong me. Why do you hate me so much and want to kill me? Carter took a deep breath. Yes, you haven't done anything to wrong me, but your very existence is a mistake. Or inside, you've gone too far. It's all too late. Carter stood up, arms outstretched. Father is dead, we can never go back to the way things were. Two soldiers rushed forward and tied Carter up. Carter didn't struggle or resist, appearing very calm, but soon tears welled in his eyes, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Oren one last time, and collapsed to the ground. Oren was shocked and rushed forward, Carter. You? But Carter could no longer respond. Black liquid was constantly gushing from Carter's mouth and nose. His once fair face was now flushed red. His bloodshot eyes were still slightly open, but had lost their light. Bourne went forward to check and found that Carter was no longer breathing, alas. He must have committed suicide by poison. Oren held Carter, his heart filled with sorrow. Silly brother, why did you do this? How could I possibly kill you? He reached out and closed Carter's slightly open eyes. Thinking of his dead parents, grief overwhelmed him, and he cried out to the heavens. Ultimately, Oren buried Drew and Carter next to his mother's grave. While Carter's actions were unforgivable, they couldn't erase the fact that he was a member of the Gore family. Currently, although Oren had just won and regained control of the Gore territory, his face showed no joy, only dejection and sorrow. And sighed, Brother, don't be too sad. From now on, You are the patriarch of the Gore family, the core of millions of people in the entire territory. You must continue Father's unfinished work and build the richest and most powerful Gore territory. Oren nodded, then suddenly said, I wonder how my second and fourth sisters are doing. Annie's expression darkened. Second sister. We haven't found her yet. Bourne nodded. The latest news from the Magic Academy is that Alice has disappeared. No one knows where she is. According to her roommate, the last time they saw her was 3 months ago, right after His Highness the Regent conquered the capital and rescued the second prince. She left in a hurry that night and never came back. Annie continued. Grievous, the eldest daughter of the Sloane family, also disappeared with her. Angela exclaimed in surprise. Grievous? She was with Adair in the polar snow mountains. They were there together. That guy? And nodded. Yes, Uncle Nickel helped look for them, but to no avail. I wonder what happened to them. Then she looked at Bourne. You went to the Vatican earlier. Did you see my fourth sister, Margot? Bourne shook his head. According to the Vatican, before the political turmoil, Margot was sent to the Austin Empire to study, and she hasn't returned yet. Warren said, she's protected by the Vatican, so she should be fine. It's just Alice. Sigh. At that moment, a soldier came over and said, reporting, Sir, Lord Nickel has arrived. Uncle! Anne's face lit up with joy. Warren nodded. Let's go greet him. The group walked out of the cemetery, and happened to meet Nickel walking towards them. Uncle! Anne ran over quickly, hugged Nickel tightly, and spun him around. Nicole laughed loudly, ha ha ha, and you grown taller again. Then, he looked at his sister Eva and bowed his head, saying, I'm sorry, sister, I let you down. Eva covered her mouth, looking at the now-grown Nickel, her heart overflowing with emotion. Nicole embraced Eva. I was young and arrogant, thinking I could handle anything, but because of that, I lost my beloved Katerina. Time has passed, and I haven't grown at all. You entrusted Annie to me, and I led her into perilous situations time and time again, encountering all sorts of dangers. My experience is all built on a foundation of strength. Without that strength, I'm nothing. Annie shook her head. No, Uncle, I found adventuring with you really fun, and I learned so much. If it weren't for you, I might just be an ordinary person now, and all these troubles would be irrelevant to me. I would either have died at the hands of Lord Pantisai of Misty City, or perished in the chaos of war. You saved my life. Eva wiped away Nickel's tears. It's all right. It's good that you're back safe and sound. If Father were still alive, he would be so happy to see you become a Liyuan realm expert. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh came from behind. Regent Amida had arrived. Everyone bowed to him, but Amida waved his hand. You are all heroes of the Empire. You don't need to bow to me anymore. My contributions are not as great as yours. He patted Nickel on the shoulder and said to Eva, he is now not only a Liyuan realm expert, but also the Grand Mage Protector of my Norma Empire. Dean Douglas has decided that Nickel will inherit the Magic Academy and become the next dean. Everyone was both surprised and delighted. Annie asked with a grin, Uncle Amida, how's the situation in the capital now? Among these people, perhaps only Annie dared to address the regent as such. However, Amida didn't seem to care at all, instead enjoying himself. He slowly said, since the parent family withdrew their troops, I joined forces with Jonathan to launch an attack on the capital. The eldest prince, Saya, was isolated and quickly gave up resistance. The royal knights were disbanded and reorganized, and their commander was killed. The second prince, Reiner, has re-entered the palace and seized imperial power, though he hasn't officially ascended the throne yet. He has already issued a decree, bestowing upon Nickel the title of Grand Mage Protector and recognizing Oren's title of Marquis of the North. As for Keller and Annie, they will be rewarded after the new emperor's ascension. But don't worry, you two have made invaluable contributions in this battle. No, Reiner won't treat you unfairly. Bourne and Annie exchanged a glance and laughed. Annie said, we don't want any rewards. After this incident, we only hope that the Empire will no longer be in turmoil, and that the people can have a peaceful life. Amida was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, ha ha ha, as expected of those Reiner has chosen. Their thinking and vision are indeed extraordinary. Then, Amida addressed the group, the situation in the capital is now stable. I come here partly to see you all, and partly to invite you to the capital to attend the new emperor's enthronement ceremony. Naturally, everyone should attend the new emperor's enthronement, especially the newly promoted Marquis Olin and Bourne and Annie, who are close friends with the second prince. They absolutely had to go, otherwise, the second prince, Reiner, might have to come and invite them personally. Oren then asked, so, are we just going to leave the situation in the south alone for now? Nicole replied, Marquis Jonathan is currently leading his troops in a standoff with the parent family and won't launch an attack for the time being. Once the new emperor ascends the throne, they will join forces, led by the new emperor himself, to quell the rebels. This will also help establish the new emperor's authority more quickly. Bourne smiled slightly. This move must be His Highness the Regent's doing. Amida simply smiled and remained silent. Chapter 140. The group stayed in Goal City for several days. Nickel also visited some old friends in Misty City, such as Old Cough and Jackson, and did some simple tidying up of his magic core shop, transferring it to Aurora and Little Cade. Both of them knew Nickel, and with Nickel's mediation, they finally reconciled and agreed to run the blacksmith shop together, hoping to revive Old Cade's reputation. Little Cade expressed his willingness to work with Aurora to forge a new weapon for Nickel as a token of gratitude, which Nickel gladly accepted. Afterwards, Amina and Nickel, along with Orin, Bourne, Annie, and Angela, headed to the Imperial capital. In the recent battle, Orin successfully broke through to the second tier of the Outer Yuan realm, and Annie and Angela also broke through subsequently. However, although Bourne had long since reached the peak of the 8th tier of the original Yuan realm, he hadn't felt any signs of breaking through. 3 kilometers north of the capital, Second Prince Reiner, Dean Douglas of the Magic Academy, and a host of other prominent figures of the Empire stood solemnly, silently awaiting Amida and his group's arrival. Reiner exhaled a puff of white mist. The weather's gotten colder again. This political vortex has lasted a whole year. Douglas chuckled. It's all thanks to these Imperial heroes, otherwise, it might have taken even longer. Mommy nodded. We lost many people this time. Marquis Drew is dead, Rafe is dead. Mentioning these fallen heroes, everyone's face was filled with sorrow. Douglas sighed. If Nickel hadn't suddenly appeared, you and I probably wouldn't be standing here. Reiner's eyes flickered. Speaking of which, it all started with that competition. It seems Father was right. Those two are indeed the ones who can change the fate of the Empire. Douglas's eyes flashed with doubt, while Mamie sighed softly. Indeed, before my brother passed away, he foresaw something and told you about it. I found it strange at the time. That competition was clearly disadvantageous to you, so why did it still take place? Now everything is clear. Douglas scratched his head. Are you talking about that hunting competition in the Noxus Mountains? Reiner nodded. Exactly. You know about Father's precognitive magic, but what he foresaw was very vague. He only said that 2 people would choose me, a man and a woman, both people abandoned by the world. Mamie frowned. It seems he had something he didn't tell you. Reiner sighed. Since Father. My connection with Keller, and it is not without reason. You see, at the beginning of this political turmoil, it was Keller and Anne's assistance that prevented the complete fall of the Gore territory, allowing Orin to launch a counterattack from Misty City. Afterwards, Anne secretly relayed news of the Harry Empire's invasion to Dean Douglas, while Keller infiltrated enemy territory, gathering intelligence right under Marcello's nose, enabling Marquis Jonathan to lead the Rambeau family across the Linus River a second time, launching a surprise attack on Lilsbury City, catching Marcello completely off guard and disrupting the parent family's army's deployment. Simultaneously, Keller and Anne risked their lives to venture into the misty forest, obtaining the precious 9 lives grass, which Professor Cania brought back to the Magic Academy to cure Nicole of the poison, allowing him to break through to the Liyuan realm at the crucial moment and turn the tide. Tell me, in which of these events was their presence absent? Douglas and Mommy, upon reflection, were both utterly shocked. Reiner was absolutely right. Many things, seemingly not Keller and Annie's doing, were actually orchestrated by them. Throughout the year-long political turmoil, the first prince, Saya, allied with Marcello, went from holding an overwhelming advantage to being unexpectedly turned around by Keller and Annie, ultimately suffering a crushing defeat. But Keller and Annie were only 11 years old. When they entered the Magic Academy, they were merely 4th-tier cultivators. Now they were 8th-tier experts. Yet, even so, facing Marcello, an 8th-tier cultivator, and even the stronger demon poison dragon, they showed no fear, turning defeat into victory. Reiner gave a wry smile. With their achievements, even giving them the entire empire wouldn't be too much. So I have no idea how to reward them. Douglas laughed. Your Highness, don't worry. Keller and Anne are kind-hearted, passionate, and don't have a strong desire for money or power. Whatever you reward them with, they'd be very happy. Reiner nodded. That's true, but I can't let the world think I'm stingy. Mommy tapped Reiner's forehead. You be emperor soon, so whatever you say goes. Don't hesitate or overthink things. Reiner rubbed his forehead and laughed. Haha, now only Auntie can discipline me. I'm not afraid of anyone but you. Mommy rolled her eyes at him. Hey, let's get down to business. What did my brother mean when he predicted that Keller and Anne were abandoned by the world? Reiner shrugged. I don't know either. When I told them, they looked very surprised, as if they guessed right. Douglas thought for a moment and said, could it be like this? Look, Annie is a necromancer. She was expelled from the Goel family at the age of 8 and exiled to Mist City. Later, she was even hunted down by the Mist City Lord, Pentisai, which is why she entered the Magic Academy under an assumed name. Keller's situation was even worse. He was frail and sickly from childhood, and was considered an outsider by the Rambeau family. Before entering the Magic Academy, Jonathan even held a funeral for him. It seems their experiences are similar. They were both abandoned by their families. Reiner nodded. That makes sense. Just then, Mamie suddenly shouted, Look, aren't they coming? Reiner and Douglas quickly looked forward and saw Amina and Nicole leading the way, rushing towards them, followed by Bourne, Annie, and the others. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, and Reiner immediately shouted, Welcome back, hero. Behind him, the court officials and the 100,000 newly appointed royal knights of the capital roared in unison, Welcome back, hero. Welcome back, hero. Welcome back, hero. Their voices shook the heavens, resounding for miles, and millions rejoiced. When everyone arrived before the second prince, they dismounted and bowed to him. The second prince laughed heartily. You are all heroes of the Empire. Without you, there would be no Norma Empire today. From now on, you don't need to bow like this to me. Annie smiled and shook her head, saying, That won't do. Your Highness is about to become the new emperor. In this empire, only your Highness is supreme. We, as your subjects, must bow. This is not something your Highness can decide. Your Highness, Bourne said, you didn't come here specifically to wait for us, did you? Douglas stepped forward. Of course. His Highness just praised you highly, showing you great importance. The second prince waved his hand. Rather than importance, it's more like gratitude. On behalf of the Norma family, the Norma Empire's royal family, and hundreds of millions of people in the Empire, I express my gratitude. He bowed deeply to Bourne and the others. Douglas, Mommy, the court officials, and tens of thousands of knights behind him also bowed deeply, even the regent Amina. Bourne was deeply moved. Back then, he had chosen to help Reiner, and precisely because of Reiner's character. Now, it seemed he hadn't made the wrong choice. Your Highness, you need not thank us. It is your kindness and courage that led the Empire to choose you. Having a monarch like you is a great blessing for the people of the Empire. Then, surrounded by their entourage, they proceeded into the imperial capital. The entire capital was brightly decorated and filled with joy, showing no signs of the desolation following the great battle. It was clear that everyone's smile was genuine. Even ordinary citizens knew that Reiner becoming the new emperor was a great thing for them. After resting in the capital for 2 days, the Norma Empire welcomed a heavyweight figure, Pope Leo V of the Heavenly Continent's Grand Papacy. The Pope's entourage was naturally grand. The papacy dispatched 2 dragon knights and 1,000 unicorn knights as escorts, along with 2 of the papacy's 12 guardians. Peter and John! When this group sped in from the northeast of the Noxian Mountains, the entire empire was shocked. Only Regent Amida and Dean Douglas of the Magic Academy remained relatively calm. They had witnessed similar scenes during the previous emperor's ascension, but back then only the Grand Guardian Peter had come. This time, the Pope himself had arrived. As the Pope's procession approached, everyone hurriedly bowed to him. The Pope rode in a gleaming golden chariot, driven by a giant dragon and 8 unicorns. The chariot stopped before them, and 2 unicorn riders opened the door. An elderly man with white hair and beard, yet composed and upright, stepped out. He smiled, his long white beard almost reaching his chest. He wore a white papal robe with gold stripes on the collar and cuffs, an image of the goddess of light on his chest, and a large golden hat on his head, also bearing the image of the goddess of light. At the goddess's feet flanked 2 unicorns, and 2 ribbons embroidered with the papacy's insignia hung from the back of the hat. The Pope's appearance instantly captivated everyone present. This mere 1,000-strong contingent gave the impression of a massive army, especially the 2 dragon knights, whose purebred dragons caused many of the Norma Empire's horses to foam at the mouth and collapse. Rainer Norma. Congratulations. The Pope announced. The second prince bowed deeply. Thank you for traveling so far to my Norma Empire. The ceremony will begin soon. After it concludes, please stay a few more days. I will certainly do my utmost to be a good host. The Pope smiled and waved his hand. No need for formalities. I have other matters to attend to. Besides presiding over the ceremony, I also have some things to investigate. The second prince's heart skipped a beat. Could it be about Annie? In truth, few knew that Annie was still alive. Everyone had kept her a secret to prevent the papacy from finding out. This time when Annie came to the capital, she never had any direct contact with the people of the Vatican. Moreover, given the special nature of Annie's divided soul, even if she encountered people from the Vatican, she would be able to slip through their fingers. However, the second prince remained outwardly polite, leading the Pope and his entourage into the capital. The coronation ceremony was extremely grand. The second prince, Rainer, knelt on one knee facing the Pope. Pope Leo V gently placed the tip of the scepter, a symbol of power, on Rainer's shoulder, murmuring, "In the name of the goddess of light, I now crown you, Rainer Norma, as the 12th emperor of the Norma Empire. May the goddess of light forever bless you." After the Pope finished speaking, Regent Amata presented the crown, which the Pope accepted and gently placed on Rainer's head. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Rainer stood up and bowed again to the Pope, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Rainer turned to face the crowd. "I, Rainer Norma, have successfully ascended the throne today with everyone's support, becoming the 12th emperor of the Norma Empire. I am deeply grateful for everyone's contributions and efforts. In this battle, we lost many people, some of whom were our relatives and friends, and some of our preachers. Hereby, I posthumously confer upon Drew Gore the title of Honorary Duke of the Nation, upon Ray Fana the title of Honorary Duke of Valor, restore the Marco family status, with Ilio Marco inheriting the title of Marquis of Genan, posthumously confer upon Beller Ford the title of Honorary Viscount of the Empire, and posthumously confer upon." After the posthumous conferments were completed, Rainer began to reward those who had rendered meritorious service in the battle. Hundreds of people received rewards, but notably, Born and were not among them. After all, in this situation, Born and dared not step forward, and had therefore informed Rainer beforehand. However, at the last moment, Rainer couldn't help but say, "Besides the aforementioned heroes of the Empire, I also want to thank two people who stepped forward in the Empire's time of crisis, refusing to shrink back because of their meager strength. It was thanks to them that the battle took a turn for the better, and it was thanks to them that the Hairy Empire's conspiracy failed. They are Keller Rambeau and Gore." Regent Amata was the first to applaud, followed by cheers from the crowd. After speaking, Rainer glanced furtively at the papacy members, especially Pope Leo V, but they showed no unusual reaction, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. As the applause subsided, Rainer continued, "Unfortunately, Gore entered the misty forest and perished in the jaws of the demonic poison dragon, never to return. Keller Rambeau, burdened with an important mission entrusted to him by the Empire, was also unable to attend this ceremony. I will announce their rewards upon Keller's return." Rainer's purpose in saying this was clear, to make the papacy believe that, and was dead, that this threatening and evil necromancer no longer existed, and therefore there was no need to search for her. However, Rainer's little scheme had no effect. Even Pope Leo V, smiling broadly, led the applause, saying, "Your Majesty Rainer is indeed grateful. I believe you will certainly become an excellent and beloved monarch." Rainer's lips twitched, and he forced a smile and nodded. At this moment, Amata stepped to the front of the stage, waved his hand, and shouted loudly, "The coronation ceremony has been successfully completed. The new Norma Empire is born." A deafening roar of cheers erupted from below the stage, and the entire Norma Empire was plunged into a frenzy of celebration. Chapter 141. After the ceremony, Rainer asked the Pope, "Your Majesty, thank you again for coming to personally crown me. Is there anything else you need that our Norma Empire can assist you with?" The Pope smiled and waved his hand. "Ha, no problem, no problem. We in the papacy can handle our own affairs." Rainer nodded. "All right, please let me know if you need anything." Afterwards, the Pope led his entourage away from the capital in a grand procession, heading southwest towards the Norma Empire's Divine Beast Mountain. After the ceremony, Jonathan returned home to the capital with his family, where Born was also present. When Jonathan saw Born, his face flashed with a complex mix of emotions: pride, joy, sorrow, and regret. Born sighed. Keller was dead, and he felt no affection for this nominal father, but seeing him like this, he couldn't bear it. Father, are you all right?" Jonathan paused slightly, then nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. Troy can no longer organize an effective defense, and the parent family is also divided. Even if we don't send troops, they will eventually be destroyed." Katniss, standing to the side, noticed Jonathan and Born's embarrassment and laughed. "Keller, look at you. You finished dealing with matters in the capital, and haven't even returned to your territory. Instead, you've gone to help the Gore family. Do you have some designs on the Gore family's young lady?" Born gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, of course, a dead man should follow his master. But he dared not reveal his identity now. If everyone knew that he wasn't Keller, but a skeleton, it would probably cause another uproar. Seeing Bourne remain silent, Jonathan assumed there was something between him and Annie and chuckled, "No problem. You and Annie are the same age, and have been through so much together, you could develop a relationship." Bourne was speechless. Annie was only 11, and this old rogue was already thinking about these things. Jonathan continued, "After you grow up a bit more and graduate from Magic Academy, I pass the title to you. You be a marquis then, and it be a perfect match for marriage." Bourne quickly interrupted him, "Wait. You mean you want me to inherit the title?" Jonathan was taken aback. "Yes, you're my only son now. Who else would I give it to?" Catines added, "Your elder brother betrayed the family and is currently missing. Besides, your talent and achievements are more than enough for a marquisate." Bourne shook his head. "Father, sister, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." Jonathan and Catines both were startled. Bourne continued, "I have no desire to become a nobleman. Compared to being constantly bound, I yearn for a free life. I think my sister is more suitable to be a marquis than I am. She has been famous for a long time, and is well known in the imperial noble circles. She is kind and generous, the best candidate to become the family head and inherit the marquisate." Katniss was stunned. "Keller, this?" Jonathan's face also fell. "Keller, I know you have a problem with me. I'm sorry, that's true, but I also want to ask you to give me a chance to make amends." Bourne quickly waved his hands. No, father, you misunderstand. I'm not holding a grudge against you. What I just said was my true feeling. Of course, even if I don't inherit the marquisate, I am still a member of the Rambeau family, and the affairs of the Rambeau family are my affairs. But I yearn for a higher stage, a wider world, and I hope you can understand." Jonathan and Katniss exchanged a glance, then nodded. "All right, we respect your choice." The next day, Jonathan led Katniss and the others back to the front lines. Most of the others, including Iliel and Orin, returned to their territories to regroup and prepare for the final battle. Afterwards, Reiner hosted a banquet specifically for Bourne and Annie. The attendees were all key figures from the royal family and the Magic Academy, and old friends of Bourne and Annie. At the banquet, Reiner once again thanked Bourne and Annie and asked them to name their desired rewards. Bourne smiled. "Your Majesty, we don't really want anything. If you truly wish to reward us, then let us be good emperors, making the Norma Empire stronger, no longer constrained by the Austen and Harry empires, and becoming a truly independent and powerful nation." Upon hearing this, Reiner felt his blood boil. "All right. I promise you. Our royal family will fully support the Magic Academy's research, breaking through the blockade of the Austen and Harry empires, and cultivating more powerful beings at the Transcendent Realm, or even stronger ones." Bourne raised his glass. "May you succeed?" Everyone raised their glasses. Long live the Norma Empire. A few days later, according to news from the Lumbo territory, Pope Leo V and his entourage had left Divine Beast Mountain for the Harry Empire. This relieved Reiner greatly. If the Vatican truly intended to investigate Annie's death, his lies would surely be exposed. Bourne looked at Reiner and asked, "What is the Pope's strength?" Reiner shook his head. "This is the first time I've seen him. I can't tell, but he certainly gives me the creeps." Bourne thought to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't attend the ceremony. I wondered if my unicorn skin disguise could have fooled the Pope's detection. But even Cania easily saw through my disguise, so the Pope shouldn't be a problem at all." Amida said, "I was previously an envoy to the Austen Empire, and heard some legends about the papacy and the Pope. While I don't know if they're true, it's said that the Pope has reached the level of a demigod, and few on the entire Skywalker continent can rival him. The papacy's power is even greater. It has branches in various countries, sending bishops to preach there, but its headquarters are located at the true Divine Beast Mountain. That place doesn't belong to any country, but is solely under the papacy's jurisdiction. There, countless powerful papacy armies reside. The strength of the 12 guardians alone is unfathomable. They are not people that ordinary people can defeat." Bourne frowned. With Blade Madman still unconscious, these things completely touched upon his blind spots, and Annie knew even less. Even if Amida mentioned demigods, Bourne had no concept of it, only knowing that they were extremely powerful. Bond secretly transmitted his voice to Anne, and "We inevitably have to deal with the Holy See in the future, so it's better to learn more about it." And nodded, "Indeed, but it's difficult for us to obtain useful information in the Norma Empire." "No problem. We also have a branch of the Holy See in our Norma Empire. Didn't you mention before that you saw people from the Holy See on the polar snow mountains in the misty forest? If we can find a way to contact them, we can get information about the Holy See. And frowned, but the Holy See is extremely powerful. It's said that several bishops preaching in the Norma Empire have reached the Liyuan realm. We're not going to cause trouble directly, let's try to approach him indirectly. Just then, Douglas strode in from outside. Oh, your majesty, have you seen Nicole? Reiner was startled. Nicole? No, he's gone. Douglas, furious, grabbed a cup from the table and gulped down the tea in one go. That guy hasn't changed at all. I told him a few days ago there was a school assembly today, and he's vanished. I'm so angry. Annie's mind raced. She timidly said, headmaster, Uncle Mike. Maybe what? Douglas asked. Annie swallowed hard, then continued, he might be on a date. What? Everyone present, except for Bourne and Annie, gasped. On a date? Who's he on a date with? Douglas roared. Annie scratched her head. Maybe. It's Angela. Angela? Douglas exclaimed in surprise, then stroked his beard and nodded. Angela is quite talented, obedient, and hard-working. She has a bright future. But she can't go on a date during a school-wide assembly. Amanda laughed. It's rare to see the dean so angry. It seems you really are grooming Nicole as your successor. Douglas smiled wryly. I'm willing but unable. Do you think this kid will listen? Everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Nicole had completely forgotten everything else. His eyes were only on the person before him. Angela, this beautiful, strong, hard-working, and loyal girl who had risked her life for him, completely melted the ice in his heart. When Katerina died, Nicole fell into endless despair and self-blame, spending his days drinking and his life in chaos. The arrival of Angela and Annie completely changed his life, rekindling his dream of adventure. However, all his previous experience and achievements were built on his immense strength and talent. After being poisoned by the demon dragon, he could only unleash about 30% of his power, making his adventures with Annie and Angela fraught with danger. He was filled with self-blame and regret, but with Angela and the others' encouragement, he regained his confidence time and time again. Especially during the battle in Misty Canyon, Angela disregarded her own safety, shielding him from Pentesi's attack. Even when severely wounded and falling off a cliff, Angela did not abandon him, revealing her love for him when her life hung in the balance. Without Angela, Nicole might be dead by now, and he would no longer exist in this world. Now, reunited, their emotions overflowed. Looking at Angela, now a 7th-tier expert, Nicole felt as if he had lived through a lifetime. Angela, I never imagined you progressed so quickly. In just over 2 years, you reached this level of strength. Angela proudly raised her chin. Of course. While you were unconscious, we were all training desperately, hoping one day to retrieve the 9 lives grass from the misty forest for you. It wasn't for nothing that you took care of us for those months. Nicole gave a wry smile. I'm such an idiot, always putting you in danger. Perhaps you'd be safer without me. Angela quickly shook her head. No, you taught us meditation and cultivation, enabling us to use magic. You've done everything in your power for our growth. Besides, how can we avoid danger on an adventure? Heh, you're just trying to comfort me. Nicole playfully pinched Angela's nose. Let's go take a look over there. The two ate, drank, and played until late at night before returning to the Magic Academy. Nicole naturally received a scolding from Douglas and Mommy, and could only lower his head and repeatedly agree. The next day, Nicole was summoned by Reiner, along with Bourne and Annie. The three rushed to the palace, where only 3 people were in the council hall, Reiner, Amina, and Douglas. Reiner skipped the pleasantries, and got straight to the point. Segura's interrogation is over. He says the invasion was ordered by his superiors, but he doesn't know the specifics. Nicole nodded, that was expected. As a captain in the Hairy Empire's border guards, Segura has very few connections to the core of power. At most, they reach the border general. Bourne asked, so, what does His Majesty intend to do? Reiner shrugged, that's why I came here to ask you. Bourne thought for a moment and said, actually, we don't need to know the Hairy Empire's true intentions. Segura's operation failed, and the Austin Empire is aware of it. They don't want a direct war, so the Hairy Empire will likely restrain itself. However, we can't remain completely inactive. I think we can send envoys to escort Segura and the others back to the Hairy Empire, while simultaneously testing the Hairy Empire's attitude. Reiner nodded. What you say makes a lot of sense, but this mission is extremely dangerous. Who do you think would be best to go? The envoy doesn't necessarily need to be incredibly powerful, but they must hold a high position and be utterly loyal to the Empire. Reiner pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I really can't think of anyone. Amida then said, I'm not very strong, but I'm willing to go. Reiner was taken aback. But uncle, this journey is extremely dangerous, you. Amida chuckled. Your Majesty, are you worried about me? It's all right. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I brave it. For the Empire, I have no choice but to go. Born nodded. His Highness the Regent is indeed the best choice. Seeing that Born said so, Reiner hesitated but could only agree. I leave this matter to you, uncle. You must be careful. If there is any danger, please send word immediately, and we will do our best to rescue you. Amida laughed. Good. I also want to see what the Hairy Empire is like. By the way, Reiner said, there's another matter I invited you here today. Seeing Reiner's seriousness, everyone sat up straight. Reiner took a deep breath. From now on, our empire needs to cultivate more magical geniuses. But for the past few hundred years, we have been attacked from both sides by the Austin Empire and the Hairy Empire, completely blockaded, preventing us from obtaining any advanced magical knowledge. This has resulted in a shortage of magical talent. In the past 100 years, only a handful of people have broken through to the Liyuan realm, and Nickel is the only Liyuan realm expert in the last 200 years. How can we break the current stalemate? Chapter 142. Douglas was the most qualified to speak on this matter. I've been researching this for nearly a century. I considered learning from other countries, but they imposed too much of a blockade on the Norma Empire. I haven't been able to obtain any valuable information. Even after staying at the peak of the Transcendent Realm for decades, I haven't found a way to break through. Everyone looked at Nickel, who shrugged. To be honest, I don't know how I broke through either. Kanya helped me detoxify, and when I woke up, my strength skyrocketed, directly reaching the first level of the Transcendent Realm. This feeling is truly mysterious. Casting magic is like using my own arm, without any sluggishness. Born frowned, thinking to himself, the experts I've seen in the underworld haven't even reached the Transcendent Realm. It seems cultivation in the underworld is indeed extremely slow. Reiner said, yes, that's why we need to discuss this today. How can we cultivate more magical talents? And, who had been silent until now, spoke up, I have an idea. Everyone looked at her. And smiled slightly, we can't let this prisoner of the Hairy Empire go. Segura? Reiner shook his head, he'd rather die than tell us, it's the Hairy Empire's top secret. And waved her hand, not make him talk, but use him to talk. Since this is the Hairy Empire's top secret, not everyone can know it. This means they don't have many top-tier experts. So we can use Segura's name to inquire about information from others in the Hairy Empire. Amida's eyes lit up, yes. It seems I have to do this too. When I escort Segura to the Hairy Empire, I can use him as a cover to find out the real secrets of their cultivation. Reiner frowned. But that makes your trip even more dangerous. If they find out your purpose, it will definitely be detrimental to you. And continued, there's another side to this. Besides the Hairy Empire, we could also ask the Austin Empire for help. Tell them that the Hairy Empire is eyeing us covetously, and we need their technical support. Reiner shook his head. No, they can send troops to support us, but they will absolutely not tell us the cultivation method. Born sighed. He was also very helpless. Dao Quang was still unconscious, and he couldn't ask Dao Quang for relevant information. Otherwise, with Dao Quang's knowledge, this small matter could be resolved quickly. But for some reason, Dao Quang still hadn't woken up. And pondered for a moment, then solemnly said, Your Majesty, I believe that if we are to break the blockade of the two great empires and allow our Norma Empire to develop, we must submit to one of them. This is an inevitable choice. The Hairy Empire harbors ulterior motives against us, and is not very trustworthy. The Austin Empire is a good choice. If your Majesty is willing, please write a letter to the Austin Empire's royal family expressing your intention to submit. An's words silenced everyone. Bond continued, Your Majesty, I know this decision is extremely difficult for you, but it must be made. 100 years from now, the people of the Norma Empire will remember you, remember your foresight, and remember your forbearance. Reiner gritted his teeth, all right. It's settled then. We still need to send someone to the Austin Empire again. Who should we send? And said, there's no rush. I suggest we wait until things are settled in the Hairy Empire. If His Highness the Regent succeeds, we won't need to take this step. Bond nodded, if we really have to go to the Austin Empire, then let Anne and me go. We like to see the world. Reiner nodded, good. It's a great fortune for our empire to have you. On behalf of the royal family, and the people of the empire, I thank you. And smiled, Your Majesty is too kind. When do you plan to personally lead the expedition? Reiner said self-deprecatingly. What personal expedition? It's just for show. My uncle insists I do it. I have no choice. I listened to the front lines. Reporting in, it seems everything is ready. I plan to depart tomorrow, so I summon you all here today to discuss matters. Bourne stood up with a smile. Then I wish His Majesty a resounding victory and a triumphant return. Afterwards, Emperor Reiner of the Norma Empire personally led his army to a great victory on the southern battlefield, capturing the rebel Troy Perrin alive, annihilating the Perrin family's army, and reclaiming all of the Empire's southern territory, which was then bestowed upon Iliel. Several days later, the Imperial Regent Amida was sent as an envoy to the Western Hari Empire, but aside from an initial letter, there was no further news. During this time, Reiner tried many methods to contact the Hari Empire, but they completely ignored him. Due to the disparity in national strength, Reiner had to temporarily give up, but he worked diligently to govern and care for his people, building the empire into a more harmonious and prosperous one. The territories of the three great lords gradually regained their former glory. Although the previous Great War was still vivid in their minds, people were willing to forget the past and strive for a better future. During this time, Annie and Bourne focused on their studies at the Magic Academy, personally tutored by Douglas and Mommy. With the Empire's most abundant resources and the powerful assistance of the soul separation and fusion technique, their strength advanced by leaps and bounds, leaving their classmates far behind and even skipping a grade. Douglas also entrusted Nickel with the Empire's most precious treasure, the key to the secret realm. According to him, this key to the secret realm is an ancient relic possessing unknowable and extraordinary power, which they are currently unable to decipher. During this time, Annie also went to the Noxus Mountains and found Xiaoxue, whom she hadn't seen for many years. Xiaoxue had transformed into a massive white tiger. Both Bourne and Annie were shocked when they saw it. Wasn't Xiaoxue a snow leopard? How did it become a tiger? Even tigers aren't this big. What shocked them even more was that Xiaoxue's strength had reached the terrifyingly Yuan realm. However, Xiaoxue was still the same Xiaoxue, incredibly affectionate towards Annie. Upon seeing Annie, it jumped and pounced on her, knocking her to the ground and licking her incessantly, making Annie giggle. A sudden thought struck Bourne. Hey Annie, haven't you noticed that Xiaoxue looks a bit like the thunder white tiger we saw in the misty forest? Annie struggled to lift Xiaoxue's large head and examined it closely. Now that you mention it, it does look a bit like it. Bourne suddenly realized. I see. No wonder the white tiger lingered in the tree hollow and didn't want to damage it. Maybe it was Xiaoxue's father. So, Xiaoxue is a combination of the thunder white tiger and the snow leopard? Bourne nodded. Look, judging from its previous performance, it can cast both water and lightning magic, so it must be a hybrid of two magical beasts. Annie smiled and patted Xiaoxue's head. Hee Xiaoxue, so you have this other identity. You're so clever. Xiaoxue didn't know what they were talking about, only that Annie was happy, so it buried its head in Annie's arms and rubbed against her. Bourne pouted. Xiaoxue, how old are you? Still acting like this, aren't you ashamed? Xiaoxue whimpered twice in dissatisfaction, glared at Bourne, and ignored him. Annie said, Brother Bourne, let's take Xiaoxue with us from now on. It's grown up now, and it's stronger, it can protect itself. Bourne nodded. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Angela and Nicole haven't seen Xiaoxue in a long time, have they? Let's go, we give them a surprise. Xiaoxue was now over 2 meters long, with strong, powerful limbs. With a nudge of its head, it tossed Annie and Bourne onto its back one by one, and then ran towards the capital. At the east gate of the capital, the two guards at the gate saw a huge white creature charging towards them from afar. They were instantly jolted awake from their drowsy state, and were about to shout, when one of them pointed ahead and said, Hey! You look! Isn't that Keller and Anna? The other squinted. Now that you mention it, it does look like them. When Xiaoxue got closer, the two confirmed that the two people on the white tiger's back were indeed the two they were thinking of. Bourne hopped off Xiaoxue's back and walked towards the guards. Brothers, I'm Keller, I like to. Before he could finish speaking, he exclaimed, his eyes wide, Adair? Fatty? Indeed, these two were the same Magic Academy students, who had studied with Katniss and Grievous in the polar snow mountains years ago. They had graduated before Annie. Seeing them, Annie quickly ran over. What are you doing here? Adair scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. We joined the city guard, starting as lowly soldiers. Today it's our turn to guard the east gate. Fatty Werner lowered his head to his chest, seemingly hoping Annie wouldn't see him. After all, he had never been kind to Annie and Angela before, and they had even clashed. However, Annie didn't care about those things now, and naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. Adair and Werner were quite talented, both reaching the 9th level of the Origin Realm upon graduation. It was estimated that being lowly soldiers was only temporary. They would soon be promoted to squad leaders. Annie smiled. Congratulations. Not just anyone can join the city guard. You two have a bright future ahead of you. Adair quickly waved his hand. Just a lowly soldier, nothing like you two, already heroes of the Empire. That tiger is? Annie then remembered. Oh! This is my friend, Xiuxue. I want to bring him into the city. Adair and Werner exchanged a surprised glance, but Adair still opened the city gate for them. Domesticated magical beasts can indeed enter the city, but they must be managed well and not harm anyone. Annie smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I kept it in the Academy's dormitory before. Adair, I'm afraid only you would dare to do that. 5 years later, Bourne and Annie successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the Yuan Transformation Realm, graduating early from the Magic Academy as outstanding graduates. Angela, however, rose to the 4th level of the Yuan Transformation Realm at an astonishing speed, surpassing Bourne and Annie. This greatly surprised the two, who marveled at the boundless power of love. After their successful graduation, Reiner urgently summoned them to the palace. Also summoned were Nicole, Angela, and Douglas. In the palace council hall, the 7 sat together. Reiner cut to the chase. Gentlemen, I have summoned you here today to discuss important matters. As you all know, Uncle Amida has been in the Harry Empire for 5 years, but apart from the letter from the first year, there has been no further news. Recently Marquis Jonathan sent word that there has been some unusual activity on the border of the Harry Empire. I am worried that they may have some ulterior motive. If the Harry Empire really goes to war with the Austin Empire, we will inevitably be caught in the middle. They're the first to suffer. So I'd like to ask you all, is there any way to save the Empire from this calamity? Nicole frowned. The Harry Empire and the Austin Empire are roughly equal in strength. Where do they get the confidence to start a war? Reiner sighed. We don't know. Maybe they have some secret weapon, or some other advantage. And pondered for a moment and said, the gap in strength between us and the Harry Empire is too great. We can't fight them head on. I suggest we seek help from the Austin Empire first. Since the Harry Empire has repeatedly provoked us, they can't blame us for siding with the Austin Empire. Reiner nodded. That's what I thought too, but the messenger I sent to the Austin Empire sent word back that there's internal strife within the Austin Empire, and they're unwilling to send troops to help us. The royal family isn't very interested in our alliance either. Douglas sighed. Maybe this internal strife was caused by the Harry Empire. Rather than relying on others, we should rely on ourselves. We need to find a way to obtain cultivation methods and increase our strength. Reiner shook his head. The Austin Empire doesn't want to get involved in our affairs now, let alone teach us cultivation methods. We really don't know what to do. At this moment, Angela suddenly said, we have some connections with the Adventurers Guild. I wonder if we can get help from the Adventurers Guild. And sighed. We do have some connections with the Adventurers Guild, but we already troubled them many times. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The Adventurers Guild must have something they want from us to help us. Now, if we go to them again, we don't know if they still be willing to help us, and we don't know what their conditions will be. Bourne, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I have an idea. Why don't Annie and I sneak into the Austin Empire? They're in chaos right now, making it easy to infiltrate. If we can successfully infiltrate them, we have a way to get reinforcements. Chapter 143. Douglas said, but this mission is even more arduous. What if the Harry Empire launches an attack during this time? Reiner waved his hand. Although the Harry Empire has shown signs of activity, I don't think it's likely to launch a large-scale invasion in the short term. If Marquis Jonathan's estimate is correct, this war will take at least 2 years to prepare. Nicole looked at Annie with some worry. Your strength isn't enough. It will be extremely dangerous over there. Why don't I go instead? Annie shook her head. Uncle, it's not suitable for you to go. The Empire needs a strong person like you to oversee things. Keller, Xiaoxue, and I will go together. Yes, and Xiaoxue too, but wouldn't she be too conspicuous? Angela said. Douglas pondered for a moment. When I last went to the Austin Empire, I saw that they also kept magical beasts in their cities, of various shapes and sizes, including this tiger-like magical beast. It shouldn't be a problem. Nicole nodded. Xiaoxue is already at the 3rd level of the Yuan realm, stronger than me. With her around, I have nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Bourne thought of something. If he could awaken Dao Quang before heading to the Austin Empire and obtain the secrets of magical cultivation, he could help the Norma Empire develop. So he changed the subject. However, before going to the Austin Empire, we need to go to a place. We need your help. Reiner asked curiously, what place? What exactly do we need to do? Bourne glanced at Annie, who understood immediately and took a deep breath. It's the cave by the Clearwater Lake in Noxus. Douglas's expression changed. Are you talking about the cave where you were trapped during the entrance exam? Annie nodded. Exactly. Upon hearing this, Angela also immediately realized what was happening, asking in surprise, You're going to the Broken Earth Palace? The Broken Earth Palace? Everyone looked puzzled. Even Douglas from the Academy Empire didn't know what the Broken Earth Palace was. Bourne gave a wry smile. Yes. We have to go there and meet that giant spider again. Douglas frowned. Tell us in detail, what exactly is there, and what do we need to do? Annie explained, the depths of that cave lead directly to the Broken Earth Palace. There are many undead magical beasts called cave spiders in the cave. The strongest one is in the Broken Earth Palace, but its exact strength is unknown. We hope Uncle Nickel and Dean Douglas can help us enter the Broken Earth Palace and retrieve something from within. That thing is crucial to us. The Broken Earth Palace. Cave spiders? Reiner gasped. How could such evil creatures exist in the Noxian Mountains? Nickel patted his chest. No problem, just a few spiders. I crushed them with one stomp. Bourne shook his head and smiled wryly. It's not that simple. Last time we entered, we discovered that the cave spider's strength had already surpassed the Liyuan realm, but we don't know just how strong they are. Over the past 5 years, Bourne had tried many methods to awaken Dao Quang, but all had failed. After all, in the prime material plane, there was no soul fire to devour, keeping Dao Quang in a constant state of slumber. Bourne's other purpose in entering the Broken Earth Palace this time was to kill the cave spiders and obtain their soul fire to help Dao Quang recover. However, he couldn't reveal this purpose aloud. After the encounter with the Thunder White Tiger in the Misty Forest, Dao Quang fell into a deep slumber. He awoke once 2 years later when Bourne had just broken through to the Transcendent Realm. Dao Quang only gave him a few simple instructions, helping him learn the magic scrolls from the soul-severing blade, before falling asleep again. This left Bourne both touched and worried, hoping to awaken Dao Quang as soon as possible. Nickel and Douglas were both shocked. A super-powerful death beast, stronger than the Transcendent Realm, existed so close to the Imperial capital. How could anyone not be terrified? Reiner also felt a chill run down his spine. Then, are we confident we can kill it? Bourne shook his head. Our strength alone is definitely not enough, but I have other methods. You just need to help me hold off the giant spider. Alright. When do we set off? Nickel asked. Bourne glanced at Reiner, who understood. Go ahead. I fully support you. Alright. Bourne said to everyone, we set off early tomorrow morning. Everyone, prepare yourselves today. The next day, Nickel, Douglas, Bourne, Annie, Angela, and Xiaoxiu arrived early at the east gate. Following Annie's directions, they found the hidden cave by Clearwater Lake. The cave entrance was once again covered in weeds, making it difficult to spot even up close. Fortunately, Bourne and Annie had explored the area before and left a mark. Is this the cave? Nickel asked. Angela nodded. Yes, we nearly died in that cave. If it weren't for Bourne, Keller, we probably wouldn't have made it back. Bourne and Annie took the lead, entering the cave first, followed closely by the others. Having been here before, they knew the way well and arrived at the fork in the road. Looking at the 3 caves ahead, Bourne said, Why don't we go to the middle one first? Angela looked puzzled. Why not just go to the Broken Earth Palace? And grinned mischievously. He was scared half to death by that giant spider last time. He wants to get revenge this time. Angela smiled knowingly. Bourne pursed his lips. He actually just wanted the soul fire of the cave spider. The group entered the middle passage. It was a familiar scene. Bones littered the ground, emitting a stench, and many spiderwebs, all easily destroyed by Nickel's wind blades. After walking for a while, the familiar clattering sound returned. Hearing that sound again after so many years still sent chills down Annie and Angela's spines. They're here. Bourne's eyes narrowed slightly, his soul-severing blade already drawn. Nickel drew a cyan long sword, forged for him by Little Card and Aurora themselves. It was still called the Bluebird Sword, but far superior to the previous one. With Douglas present, his lightning magic provided excellent illumination, allowing them to see quite far. Slowly, a gigantic spider appeared before them, its 8 large eyes flashing with ferocious light, staring intently at the group. Everyone gasped. It truly was a cave spider. Its powerful aura of death, even without close inspection, sent a chill down their spines. Before his opponent could react, Born charged forward, his soul-severing blade slashing down at Born's head. The cave spider roared, spitting out a ball of silk towards Born. Born twisted his body in midair, dodging the silk's entanglement, and slashed at the cave spider's head. The cave spider swung its massive pincers, blocking Born's attack with a clang, while simultaneously spitting out another ball of silk, attempting to trap Born. Born leaped back, severing the silk with his blade. This spider has broken through too. Annie exclaimed, it wasn't this powerful before. Born chuckled, so what if it broke through? This time, I take revenge myself. He stretched out one hand, and a torrent of water gushed forth, a water prison. The cave spider remained unfazed, its body surging with black energy, breaking free of the water prison, and simultaneously unleashing two black slashes with its pincers. Born lowered his body, deflecting the slash with his sword, and simultaneously moved quickly towards the cave spider's abdomen, preparing to open an opening from below. The cave spider seemed to anticipate his intention, stomping its forelegs hard on the ground, causing 4 or 5 spikes to erupt from the earth without warning. Had Born not reacted quickly, he would have been impaled through the heart. Born patted his chest. Wow, that was close. What's wrong with this guy? He's so troublesome. Annie giggled. Do you need my help? Just then, the clattering sounds from all around increased. Born gave a wry smile. You guys help me deal with these little guys. Hundreds, even thousands of cave spiders surged in from all directions, some large, some small, some strong, some weak, but none were a match for Annie and her companions. Nicole moved like a gentle breeze, slaying dozens of cave spiders in a few flashes. Annie and Douglas cast spells from a distance, Angela provided protection, and Xiaoxua played around with the cave spiders, amusing herself. Born took a deep breath. Based on his assessment, this cave spider had also broken through to around the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, making it roughly equal to his strength. However, he was confident he could kill it. The cave spider launched another attack. This time, Born changed tactics, no longer engaging in direct combat, but instead using maneuvering and dodging. Under the cave spider's relentless onslaught, Born dodged left and right, avoiding attacks for about 30 moves before suddenly unleashing an invisibility spell. This caught the cave spider off guard, but it quickly sensed the danger and retreated, but it was too late. Born's soul-severing blade flashed, severing one of the cave spider's legs with a snap. After landing, Born sighed, you dodged that fast. I almost chopped off its head. The cave spider, in pain, instantly flew into a rage, letting out a piercing shriek. Born covered his ears and cursed, what's all that noise? It's awful. Taking advantage of the deathly aura filling the cave, he unleashed the necromancy soul stealing. This was something Born obtained after breaking through to the Yuan realm and opening the 2nd level of the soul-severing blade's internal space. He hadn't expected the 2nd level to contain another magic scroll. This scroll looked very ancient and also emitted a dense black aura of death. However, this magic scroll only had the name of the spell, not its rank, so it was unclear whether it was a low-level or mid-level spell. Even after learning this spell, Born hadn't tried it out yet. This was the first time he had released it. A surge of violent death energy erupted, forming giant hands that firmly gripped the cave spider. The cave spider's eyes showed fear, and it let out a terrified scream. But Born didn't stop. He felt a strange sensation. With a sudden burst of strength, the giant hand formed from the power of death plunged into the cave spider's brain. The cave spider struggled for a moment, then suddenly collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, its 8 long legs giving way. Born didn't hesitate. A glint flashed in his eyes, and with a powerful leap, he swung his soul-severing blade, cleaving the limp cave spider in two. Foul-smelling green sap sprayed everywhere. The cave spider was utterly dead. With the giant spider dead, the other smaller spiders immediately lost their will to fight and fled. Born skillfully collected the soul fire from all the cave spiders and extracted their magic cores, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Of all those present, only Annie noticed that Born had used necromancy. She was also very curious about what the spell was, so she asked through telepathic communication, Brother Born, was that the new spell you just learned, soul stealing? Born nodded. Yes, I finally know the effect of this spell. It can separate the opponent's soul from their body. However, I'm too weak right now, and my proficiency with the spell isn't high enough. Against an opponent of equal strength, I can't directly separate them, I can only temporarily affect their spirit, making them unable to control their body. Annie's face showed shock. That's powerful. What would it be like if I were strong enough, and this spell reached a high level of mastery? Born thought for a moment and said, It might directly pull the opponent's soul out of their body. Annie was shocked. Then you'd be invincible back in the underworld? Born smiled wryly. How could that be? This magic is fine against opponents of my level, but against higher level opponents, it might even backfire. Never mind that. Let's hurry to the broken temple. The group returned to the original fork in the road and entered the leftmost passage. Nicole praised Born. Not bad, kid. The cave spider is a very difficult undead monster to deal with, and you managed to kill it with a single strike. Born chuckled. It's all thanks to Dean Douglas's excellent guidance. Douglas smiled wryly. What excellent guidance? You barely used any magic, relying entirely on that treasured sword. After so many years of interaction, everyone knew that Born possessed an indestructible treasured sword, but he rarely took it out, and they didn't know where he kept it. Born, of course, wouldn't tell them about the soul-severing blade. It was one of his biggest secrets, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Angela teased, Keller's combat strength is strong, but his magic is truly awful. I wonder how much of a headache the dean must be giving him. Born scratched his head. That was true. He usually only displayed water elemental magic, but almost all of that water elemental magic came from Annie, making his water elemental magic less powerful. This had always puzzled Douglas. Soon, the space opened up before them. The enormous cave left everyone speechless. Only Born, Annie, and Angela, who had been there before, weren't as surprised. Douglas, being the most knowledgeable, frowned when he saw the massive stone steps. Such large stone steps can't be for ordinary people. Could this be giants? Giants? The others were stunned. They had never heard of this race. Douglas explained, giants are a race that only exists in mythology. I never seen one myself, only occasionally mentioned in some ancient books. They are enormous, with a single hand the size of an average person. They are incredibly strong, ferocious, and one of the earliest races in the world. Chapter 144. Born was taken aback. Come to think of it, since arriving in the prime material plane, he hadn't seen any races other than humans and magical beasts. However, in the netherworld, he had indeed seen many different races. Did that mean this world wasn't just a human world? Douglas continued, giants are a very mysterious race, but our country's books record very little about them. This is all I know. Also, it's said that before the founding of the Norma Empire, someone discovered the skeleton of a giant north of the Noxus Mountains, but it's too ancient to verify. Annie nodded. If these stone steps were designed for giants, then it makes sense. Born then asked, Dean, besides humans, what other races are there in this world besides magical beasts? Besides giants, are there other races? Douglas shrugged. I don't know. All my knowledge comes from books passed down through the history of the Norma Empire. That's all I know. Born sighed. This was understandable. After all, a small country like the Norma Empire could only possess a very limited amount of knowledge. It seemed he still needed to go out and see the world. He couldn't remain a frog in a well. Angela pointed ahead and said, that largest building is our target. The Broken Earth Palace. Inside, there's a cave spider of unknown strength. We all work together to hold it off, and Keller, you go find what you're looking for. Is that all right? Born said seriously, that's true, but I don't think you can necessarily hold it off. So I have a plan. The group moved quickly, traversing hundreds of massive stone steps to reach the entrance of the Broken Earth Palace. Looking at the palace up close, its grandeur and awe-inspiring presence were even more palpable. An ancient, weathered aura washed over them, as if it had stood for millennia, isolated from the world. Born frowned, staring into the depths of the Broken Earth Palace. The palace was dimly lit, but he knew that a colossal beast lurked within. Furthermore, the ground was protected by a restriction. Any step they took would awaken the guardian beast of the earth-breaking heavenly soul. At the top of the palace, there was a clearing about 100 meters high, beyond which stretched countless dense cocoons, the prey captured by the cave demon spiders. Born pulled a rope from his robes and handed it to Angela. Angela, it's up to you. Angela nodded, took the rope, and wings sprouted from her back. With a slight flap, she took flight. Angela no longer worried about whether she could use offensive magic. The systematic teaching at the Magic Academy had made her fully understand how difficult it was to master any spell. If she could cultivate all the spells she had learned to a high level, even reaching a state of perfection, her combat power would be second to none. Angela, holding one end of a rope, flew towards the top of the dilapidated temple. The temple had an ancient and simple design, with only a pointed protrusion at the top, perfect for hanging the rope. Angela tied one end of the rope to that protrusion and beckoned downwards. Bourne understood, nodded to the others, and was the first to climb the rope and begin ascending. The others were in no hurry, waiting for Bourne's next instructions. Bourne climbed to the top and peered through the hall's entrance. The ceiling was smooth and clean, offering no foothold. Undeterred, Bourne took a deep breath, drew his soul-severing blade, and plunged it into the ceiling. The rock used to build the ruined hall was incredibly hard. The soul-severing blade only sank in slightly before giving up. Bourne frowned, took another deep breath, and gave Angela a signal. Angela understood and pulled him up. He slid down about 100 meters, and once Angela reached the highest point, she accelerated and shoved Bourne inside. Bourne swung into the ruined hall at incredible speed, but due to the excessive speed, he crashed into the ceiling with a loud thud. Ouch! Bourne cried out, but reacted quickly, releasing the rope and leaping out to grab a large cocoon. The cocoon looked quite old, grayish-black in color, and emitted a foul stench. Ugh! That giant spider certainly has a unique taste. Bourne turned and gestured to the people outside the hall, signaling them to wait. Seeing Bourne's success, Annie's heart relaxed. This method was probably only possible for an undead with Bourne's immense strength. An ordinary person would have been badly injured by that collision with the ceiling. Using the large cocoons, Bourne continued deeper into the ruined hall. Soon, he reached the innermost part, where he could clearly see a huge black object lying beneath him, its body rising and falling as if breathing. Bourne swallowed hard. Last time, he was powerless against that giant spider. He didn't want to be wrapped up in a cocoon again this time. However, along the way, Bourne hadn't found any clues about the earth-shattering soul. Puzzled, he recalled the map he found on the corpse in the passageway and took it out to examine it. The earth-shattering soul, where is it? This is a small spider, I already killed it. This is a large spider, in the Broken Earth Palace. This is the earth-shattering soul, also in the Broken Earth Palace, but where exactly is it? This place is empty. Where is the earth-shattering soul? Just as Bourne was at his wit's end, he remembered the murals in the Broken Earth Palace, depicting the god sealing the earth-shattering soul. He'd been enveloped by the large spider when he saw the last mural. Thinking of this, he moved closer to the wall, wanting to see the murals more clearly. He already seen the previous murals, so he didn't need to look at them again, he only needed to look at the last one. Soon, he found the mural he'd seen before, depicting the 7 celestial gods sealing the earth-shattering soul underground. After that, there were no more images. Bourne stared at the mural for a long time. Teacher said that along with the earth-shattering heavenly soul, its master was also sealed away, which means the earth-shattering heavenly soul is currently inside a person's body. But there's no one in the entire hall right now. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Bourne's mind. He looked sharply in the direction of the cave spider. He had been wondering earlier that the cave spider's position seemed slightly higher than normal. Now, looking again, he noticed that through the gap beneath the cave spider, he could vaguely see an outline. Wasn't that a person? However, the outline was so large that Bourne hadn't initially noticed anything wrong with the patterns. What am I going to do? This giant spider has that humanoid silhouette pinned down. I can't reach it. Bourne racked his brains without success. His eyes darted around, and he decided to try a diversionary tactic. He established a connection with Annie through telepathic communication. Annie, go inside and release your magic, make a little noise. As soon as this giant spider appears, quickly escape outside. Don't confront it head-on. Annie readily agreed, okay. She immediately stepped into the ruined palace, and the restrictions were instantly triggered. The giant spider shuddered, its 8 large, blood-red eyes twitching, but ultimately remained closed. It seemed the stimulation wasn't enough to awaken it. Annie's magic surged, and she stretched out her hands. A phantom of an evil spirit materialized before her, its massive mouth opening to unleash a deafening roar that shook the entire ruined palace. Bourne, clutching the wobbly cocoon, was speechless. I told you to make a scene, not to tear down this temple. The commotion naturally awakened the cave spider. Its 8 eyes snapped open, a bloodthirsty red light flashed, and a terrifying aura erupted, instantly dissipating the sonic waves of the evil spirit's roar. Bourne held his breath. The aura released by this cave spider was even stronger than the thunder-white tiger he had seen in the misty forest, unfathomable. Annie also noticed the awakened cave spider. 8 large red eyes shone from the dark hall, quite frightening. However, she wasn't in a hurry to retreat. Instead, to everyone's astonishment, she stuck out her rear end and wriggled. Stupid spider, stinky spider, come on. Come bite me. No one else heard the telepathic conversation between Bourne and Annie, so they naturally didn't know the reason for Annie's actions. They all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. "Annie! Come back!" Nicole shouted. Annie ignored him, continuing to provoke the cave spider. The cave spider, showing no mercy, immediately charged towards Annie with its 8 long legs, its 2 fangs scraping together with a clattering sound. Bourne's eyes lit up. It worked. But as soon as the cave spider left the humanoid silhouette, Bourne was completely dumbfounded. This is actually a door? Indeed, what came into view was a door, and the humanoid silhouette was the edge of the door. At the heart of the humanoid door was a keyhole, presumably requiring some kind of key to open it. Damn it! Bourne gave a bitter laugh, never expecting that obtaining the earth-shattering soul would require a key. However, Bourne quickly recovered and pulled out the map again, studying it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He turned the map upside down, looking at the location of the 2 spiders, one large and one small, and his gaze swept sharply to the right. "Annie! Go back to the fork in the road, to the right-hand passage, and find a key," Bourne said through telepathic communication. At this moment, the cave spider had already rushed to the entrance of the Broken Earth Palace. Annie quickly retreated from the hall, leading everyone far away. Upon hearing Bourne's voice, she immediately informed Nicole and the others. Nicole's face was now grave. When the cave spider charged, he even felt a sense of suffocation. Now a second-tier expert of the Liyuan realm, he was the strongest in the group, second only to Xiao Shui, but even so, he still felt a chill when facing this cave spider. Xiao Shui, too, arched her back, constantly growling at the cave spider. Nicole spoke first. "Let's go. Let's do as Annie said and get the key first." The group nodded, quickly traversing the massive stone steps back to the fork in the road. The passage on the right was clearly larger than the other 2 entrances, which was why they hadn't run this way before. The larger space would make it easier for the cave spider to pursue them. Without hesitation, the group immediately entered the passage. This passage was spacious and much cleaner, which made Nicole more wary. His adventurer's intuition told him there was some danger inside. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared beneath Annie's feet. Nicole's heart skipped a beat. He quickly pulled Annie behind him, simultaneously raising a wind shield. 2 clangs rang out as 2 stone spikes struck the wind shield, the powerful impact numbing Nicole's arm. Everyone was startled. "What's going on?" Angela exclaimed. Nicole frowned. "Everyone be careful. There are traps and mechanisms in this passage. Don't wander off." "Xiao Shui, we go first." Xiao Shui nodded and leaped forward, shielding Annie and the others behind her. Douglas brought up the rear, protecting Annie and Angela in the middle. The group moved cautiously forward in this formation. Nicole tried his best to avoid triggering the traps, but he was still attacked nonetheless. Fortunately, Nicole spotted them in advance and, together with Shishua, intercepted the attacks, preventing any harm. After much effort, spending more than twice as long as usual, they finally reached the deepest part of the passageway, only to be met with a startling sight. A semi-transparent sphere brimming with magical energy had various strange characters floating on its surface. This sphere, like a giant magical bubble, firmly enveloped a treasure chest in its center. Annie tried to touch the bubble, but Nicole stopped her. "Wait! We don't even know what this is. But the key might be inside," Annie exclaimed. Nicole frowned. This giant bubble had completely crossed his line of knowledge. Just then, Douglas stepped forward, exclaiming in surprise, This is ancient script." "What?" Nicole was stunned. "Dean, can you understand these characters?" Douglas shook his head. "I can only recognize that it's ancient script, but I can't decipher its meaning." Even the erudite Dean Douglas couldn't decipher its meaning, leaving Nicole somewhat helpless. The key was right there. What could he do? Suddenly, a blue light shone from the side. Nicole turned his head and saw Angela. At that moment, the pendant around Angela's neck shone brightly, floating in the air. A blue light flashed in Angela's eyes as she murmured, "We stand tall and mighty, omnipotent, capable of shattering mountains with our hands and treading rivers with our feet." "Who are we? Who are we?" Douglas exclaimed. You can actually understand ancient writing?" Angela rubbed her eyes and shook her head. "No, I don't understand it either, but this pendant seems to help me translate these words into meanings I can understand." Nicole asked, "Then what do these words mean? How do we get the key?" Chapter 145. Angela shook her head. "The words on it are exactly what they say. They don't explain how to get the key, but..." As she spoke, she reached out and pressed her hand against the large bubble. Nicole was startled and tried to stop her, but it was too late. However, when Angela's hand touched the bubble, nothing dangerous happened. Ripples spread across the bubble, but Angela's hand couldn't pass through it. Angela channeled her magic, waving her hand across the bubble, and the ancient writing moved in sync with her movements. Nicole's eyes lit up. That's it. This might be a riddle. If we can solve it, maybe we can open this bubble. Annie asked, what's the answer? What's standing tall and firm? What's a hand that can destroy mountains? I don't understand any of it. Giants? Douglas said. It must be giants. Everyone looked at Angela. Angela nodded, waving her hand continuously. The strange characters were separating and recombining, eventually forming 5 characters. We are giants. The magic bubble flashed brighter and brighter. Everyone took several steps back, raising their arms to shield their eyes. With a pop, the bubble completely burst, and the surrounding light dimmed. Nicole was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Sure enough, inside was a golden key. Great! We found it! Annie exclaimed happily. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The treasure chest containing the key shook, and dozens of jagged, extremely sharp teeth sprouted from its edge. 4 legs also grew from the bottom of the chest, wobbling as they lunged toward Nicole. Nicole was startled and unleashed a wind blade, swiftly slashing at the treasure chest. However, the wind blade shattered the moment it touched the chest, transforming back into magical energy. Little Snow reacted quickly, slashing out with her claw just as the chest was about to bite Nicole, sending it flying and crashing into a rock wall. What is that? Nicole exclaimed as he retreated. Douglas's eyes were filled with disbelief. This is a magical creature. Legend has it that high-level god-level mages create magical creatures to protect important objects. Nicole asked, why did my wind blade shatter upon contact with it? This has never happened before. It must be some kind of magic cast by the creator of this magical creature. I have no idea. Douglas said, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The lightning struck the treasure chest monster, shattering instantly like the wind blade. It seems to be a kind of magic immunity, Annie said. Nicole nodded. Looks like we have to fight hand to hand. He drew his sword and, together with Xiaoxue, launched an attack on the treasure chest monster. The treasure chest monster appeared unsteady, but its movements were actually incredibly fast and precise. It held its own against Nicole and Xiaoxue, 2 powerful cultivators at the Liyuan realm. Douglas, Annie, and Angela were not skilled in close combat, and magic had little effect on this monster. Therefore, after taking the key from Nicole, they turned and ran, leaving Nicole and Xiaoxue to hold the treasure chest monster back. Uncle, you should be able to handle it, right? Annie asked worriedly. Nicole chuckled. It's all right. This guy's just a bit thick-skinned, not very strong. We can handle him. You guys hurry and take the key to Keller. Annie didn't hesitate any longer and immediately turned and ran away. The treasure chest monster tried to stop her, but was slapped away by Xiaoxue. Douglas led Annie and Angela back to the outside of the broken temple, but they encountered another problem. Brother Born, we found the key, but how do we give it to you? Annie asked through telepathic communication. Born scratched his head. That's a problem. The cave spider has been awakened and is pacing back and forth in the hall. I don't dare move. Just then, the cave spider took 2 large cocoons from the ceiling, used its sharp fangs to cut through the outer silk, and inserted its mouthparts to suck up the corpse of an unknown creature that had already corroded into liquid. The sight made Born feel nauseous. Annie said, how about I go in and lure the cave spider over, let it wrap me up in a giant cocoon, and then come back to rescue me after you successfully retrieve the heavenly soul? Born shook his head. No, we can't risk it. The cave spider seems to be in a bad mood. Last time we escaped, which really annoyed it. This time it might just kill you, and then wrap you up. He pondered for a moment and asked, how about letting Nicole and Xiaoxue try? They're both strong, maybe they can hold off this big guy together. Annie smiled wryly. They're currently tied down by a treasure chest. Then Annie recounted what they had seen and encountered in the right-hand passageway. Born was speechless. Just then, after consuming 4 large cocoons, the cave spider unleashed a powerful death aura, its momentum astonishing, and began moving rapidly through the hall. Born was startled. It's too late, Annie. Use the bone spear to shoot the key in. Annie knew Born was going to gamble everything. But if you can't obtain the earth-shattering soul in a short time, you'd be killed by the cave spider. At worst we just go back to the netherworld. What's there to be afraid of? Just shoot towards the center of that humanoid silhouette. Born's eyes gleamed. Okay. Annie gritted her teeth, gripped the key in her hand, released her death power, condensed bone essence, and enveloped the key, slowly transforming it into a bone spear. The cave spider seemed to sense the magical fluctuations here, emitting a clattering sound, and charged towards the hall entrance, roaring and howling at Annie and the others outside. Annie scoffed, "Humph, you stinky spider, take this." The bone spear moved instantly, shooting towards the cave spider with a gust of wind. The cave spider ducked, easily dodging the spear's attack. In its eyes, this level of attack posed no threat whatsoever. It didn't even bother to retaliate. Annie's lips curled into a smile. She hopped and skipped to the cave spider's maximum range, making a face and saying, "Stinky spider, come and bite me. You're too scared to come out, are you? Ha ha, stinky spider." The cave spider tried to attack several times, spitting out spider silk imbued with deathly power, but each time it was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Annie. This greatly displeased the cave spider, which paced back and forth at the entrance of the hall, hissing repeatedly. Inside the hall, Bourne watched the bone spear fly towards him, but Annie's aim was as poor as ever, missing quite a distance. The bone spear landed on the left hand of the humanoid silhouette, more than 10 meters from the keyhole. 10 meters wasn't far, but for Bourne, it felt like an insurmountable distance. He had to, in a very short time, before the cave spider returned, insert the key into the keyhole and successfully open the passage to enter the space where the earth-shattering soul was stored. Seeing Annie putting on a show to attract the cave spider's attention, Bourne took a deep breath and thought to himself, "I risk it all." With a resolute heart, he launched himself vertically, simultaneously drawing his soul-severing blade downwards, shattering the bone spear, grabbing the key, and rushing towards the keyhole. The moment Bourne landed, the restrictions within the main hall were immediately triggered. The cave spiders, still howling and pacing at the entrance of the ruined hall, sensed this immediately. Their 8 eyes flashed with ferocity, ignoring Annie's taunts and curses, and they turned and charged at Bourne. Bourne didn't dare look back. He ran at his fastest speed ever, getting closer and closer to the keyhole, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. However, the cave spiders had already reached him. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun them. The cave spiders opened their massive jaws and lunged at Bourne. Bourne let out a long howl, "Ah!" He leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the spider's bite. He raised his hands high above his head, his body almost parallel to the ground, and forcefully inserted the key into the keyhole. Rumble. The entire hall began to tremble. Bourne didn't stop for a moment. With all his might, he turned the key, successfully opening the humanoid structure. An ancient and weathered aura surged out. The cave spider was preparing to attack again, but upon seeing this aura, it trembled violently, fear flashing in its eyes. Its movements involuntarily faltered, but it quickly charged forward, trying to stop Bourne's next move. Bourne wouldn't give it the chance. In the instant it faltered, he darted into the humanoid silhouette. As he entered, the silhouette returned to its original state, the key inserted into it vanishing into thin air, as if nothing had happened. The cave spider missed again, its eyes filled with doubt and uncertainty, pacing uneasily beside the humanoid silhouette. Annie and the others had also witnessed the terrifying scene, their palms sweating. If Bourne had been even a step slower, no, even an inch slower, he might have been dead. Now, however, with Bourne inside the humanoid silhouette, they didn't know what would happen next. Fortunately, through soul communication, Annie discovered that Bourne was safe and hadn't returned to the netherworld. After Bourne entered the humanoid silhouette, he lost his footing and tumbled into a dark space, pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Could the earth-shattering soul be here? Bourne muttered. He wandered around, reaching out haphazardly in the air, but touched nothing. Suddenly, his foot slipped again, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! What's going on? There are holes everywhere. He rubbed his backside, deciding not to get up, and began cautiously groping around on all fours. After circling around for a while without finding anything, he grew impatient and wanted to use magic to illuminate the area. He stood up, channeling his death power and releasing his magic into a black flame. The flame instantly emitted a dark light, illuminating the surroundings. Upon seeing his surroundings, Bourne stared in disbelief. This is a skeleton? Yes, it was a skeleton, a gigantic human skeleton. This must be the giant Dean Douglas spoke of. My teacher also mentioned that the previous master of the earth-shattering soul was sealed here. Could it be him? Thinking this, he looked around. The skeleton lay flat on its back. Bourne must have landed on top of it before slipping and falling below. If this giant is the previous master of the earth-shattering soul, then the earth-shattering soul should be nearby. Where exactly is it? Seeing that his magical fire hadn't caused any disturbance, Born became bolder, maximizing the amount of magic he channeled, significantly increasing its range. But the next moment, a terrifying pressure appeared, and countless blue flames burst forth from the giant skeleton, illuminating the entire area brightly, making Born's magical fire unnecessary. Born stared in disbelief at this scene. The blue flames gradually increased, and specks of blue light flew from the flames, slowly condensing into a gigantic head in the void. This head was the same size as the skull on the skeleton, but it appeared to have flesh and blood, lifelike and vivid. Just as Born was somewhat stunned, the gigantic phantom head opened its eyes. These eyes seemed to be able to see through everything and pierce through the river of time, causing Born to be utterly shaken, almost collapsing to the ground. The phantom's gaze fell upon Born, and it sighed. So many years have passed, and only a little fellow like you has appeared. Its voice was filled with vicissitude and loneliness, and without waiting for Born's reply, it continued, an undead, wearing human skin, having refined a unicorn's hide. Born was startled. This phantom had seen through his identity in an instant. But then the illusory figure shook its head, sigh too weak. Why you? Why you? Born, somewhat curious, mustered his courage and asked, Senior, may I ask who you are? The illusory figure chuckled, who I am is unimportant. Fine. Since you come here, and my soul power is about to run out, let's make a deal. Born's heart stirred. What deal? A sharp glint flashed in the illusory figure's eyes. If you're willing to avenge me, I give you the earth-shattering heavenly soul. Although you're weak, since you come here, you must know what the earth-shattering heavenly soul is. The earth-shattering heavenly soul is indeed here. Born was overjoyed, but thinking about revenge, he still felt uncertain. May I ask, Senior, who are your enemies? Can I defeat them? The phantom chuckled. You're no match for it now, and you might not be in the future. So think carefully. Accepting the earth-shattering soul means accepting our contract. If you can't fulfill the contract, you lose everything, your soul will be scattered. Born fell silent, thinking to himself, my teacher said that 7 celestial gods joined forces to seal the earth-shattering soul here. This giant's enemy must be those 7 celestial gods. How could a mere undead like me be a match for them? The phantom seemed to see through his thoughts. You should already know who the opponent is. I won't force you. If you refuse, then stay here with me forever. That earth demon spider outside has already reached the Supreme Realm. You probably don't even know what the Supreme Realm is. It's alright, you know someday. Chapter 146. Born, of course, didn't know what the Supreme Origin was, but he knew it was beyond his current capabilities. Born was conflicted. If I agree, and fail to complete my revenge mission, I'd be utterly destroyed, dead beyond any hope of survival. But if I don't agree, I'd be trapped here. The only way out is to abandon this body, and return to the netherworld. The phantom seemed to read his mind, seeing through Born's thoughts once more. Don't even think about returning to the netherworld. This space is very special. You can't go anywhere except for the exit above. Born swallowed hard. Then if I obtain the earth-shattering heavenly soul, can I get out? I still can't defeat that cave demon spider. The phantom smiled. The earth-shattering heavenly soul possesses earth-shattering power. Once you tame it, you can use its characteristics to defeat that cave demon spider. The demonic spider bursts out of the broken earth palace. The restrictions within the palace will automatically determine its mission failure and kill it directly. That way, you can escape successfully. Born was somewhat tempted. My teacher once said that if I could obtain a heavenly soul while cultivating the soul fusion technique, my strength would greatly increase, and I might even be able to fight against a god. If I don't agree to his conditions, I might be trapped here forever. Thinking this, Born gritted his teeth and said loudly, Fine. I agree to your request, but you must also promise me one thing. A hint of joy flashed in the phantom's eyes. It wasn't angry about Born's condition and asked, What is it? Born took a deep breath. Besides handing over the earth-breaking heavenly soul to me, you must also do your utmost to help me improve my cultivation. The phantom laughed loudly, Ha ha ha, I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, as long as you successfully gain the approval of the earth-shattering heavenly soul, I will do my best to help you improve your strength. However, don't have too high hopes. This wisp of my remnant soul doesn't have much power left. At most, I can only give you some guidance. Born nodded, that's enough. Before we begin, can you tell me who you are? The phantom paused slightly, then smiled. My name is Burger Mir, a giant. That's all you need to know. As for my enemies, the earth-shattering heavenly soul will guide you to them. Bermir. Bourne memorized the name. All right, let's begin. Bergermere opened his massive mouth, spitting out a ball of black light. It was both real and illusory, its appearance constantly changing, radiating a terrifyingly powerful force. Bourne felt his breath catch in his throat. This is the celestial soul, the most mysterious and powerful substance in the world, according to legend. Bergermere spoke again. Touch it slowly, and be careful to guard your mind. Don't let it devour you, or you will become a walking corpse, losing your true self. Bourne's heart tightened. He knew obtaining the celestial soul was no easy feat, but now he had no other choice. He exhaled deeply, his eyes gradually hardening. He slowly raised his right hand, reaching towards the celestial soul suspended in midair. However, before he could even touch it, a crushing force nearly shredded his arm. Bourne suppressed his fear, gritted his teeth, and pressed his hand heavily onto the celestial soul. A deafening boom reverberated in Bourne's mind. The crushing power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul began to spread from his right hand, instantly engulfing his entire body and penetrating deep into his soul. Bourne gritted his teeth. A mere heavenly soul? You think I can't handle you? He immediately activated the soul fusion technique. Miraculously, once the soul fusion technique was activated, the crushing power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul was instantly dissipated. The point where his right hand had touched the heavenly soul began to slowly merge, and a peculiar sensation spread throughout his body. Bergermere let out a soft exclamation, a flicker of horror in his eyes. This kid actually knows the soul division and soul fusion technique? No. No soul division, only soul fusion. And it's incomplete. Could it be related to that person? Thinking this, Bergermere's eyes widened in horror. If this kid really is related to that person, he might actually be able to help me get revenge. But he needs to get past this hurdle first. At this moment, Bourne's soul had already come into contact with the earth-shattering heavenly soul, but the earth-shattering heavenly soul emitted a powerful repulsive force, as if rejecting Bourne. This earth-shattering heavenly soul, born of nature and possessing extraordinary intelligence, seemed to have discovered Bourne's unusual nature and began to resist the soul fusion technique. However, the soul fusion technique that Bourne possessed was only a fragment, incomplete. The slight resistance from the earth-shattering heavenly soul immediately increased the pressure on Bourne. The earth-shattering heavenly soul slowly suppressed Bourne's soul fire, countless tentacles probing into the soul fire, stirring Bourne's soul. Bourne let out a blood-curdling scream, Aya, before sinking into a dreamlike state. The scenery before him shifted. A blood-red sky, crimson earth, an endless wasteland. Wasn't this the netherworld? Bourne looked around blankly when suddenly a hand patted him on the shoulder. Hey, what are you looking at? We're about to attack the Earth Bear's stronghold. We need to hurry. What? Bourne was completely bewildered. He turned to look at the person and was immediately shocked. You're Jack? Jack looked equally puzzled. Are you possessed? If I'm not Jack, who am I? Bourne then saw the 10-man squad behind him. Besides Jack, there was Tony, Bruno, and even Jacob. Bourne was dumbfounded. What was going on? Had he traveled back in time again? Wasn't Jacob already killed? Wasn't this battle already over? This battle was the first time Bourne had displayed his intelligence and skill. In this battle, Robert, the vice-captain of the 17th Advanced Team, had placed immense trust in him. It could be said that Robert had even staked everything on Bourne. We're with the 17th Advanced Team? Going to attack the Earth Bear's stronghold with Captain Robert today? Bourne confirmed again. Of course, Tony said. Didn't you just revise the battle plan? We need to hurry, or Captain Robert's side will be fighting. Although Bourne had doubts, he still ordered, all right. Full speed ahead. Following the plan, Jacob went forward alone to provoke the enemy, while the others carried the skulls of the dead, creating the illusion of a large army approaching. Just like before, the enemy quickly fell for the trap, moving all their forces from the stronghold to the front. But Bourne knew that Jacob would soon reveal the secret to them. This time, however, Bourne had already confirmed Jacob was the traitor, and no further verification was needed. So, as his squad leader at the Earth Bear stronghold went into battle, he leaped forward and, with lightning speed, slashed at Jacob. If I can quickly kill Jacob this time and draw the enemy forces from the stronghold ahead, Captain Robert should be able to easily breach the stronghold. That way, we won't need to retreat, and we won't be ambushed by Zack halfway. Thinking this, the soul-severing blade was already at the back of Jacob's head, but the next moment, Jacob turned his head, and his face became Robert's. Bourne was shocked, but the momentum of the soul-severing blade was unstoppable. With a crisp crack, Robert's neck snapped. The surrounding scenery changed again. Harry, with a group of men, surrounded them. Jack and Tony were controlled by Harry's men, glaring at them with hatred. Bourne, you ungrateful bastard. Captain Robert trusted you so much, and you betrayed him. Tony roared. Bourne stared blankly at Robert's severed head lying on the ground before him. I didn't. Harry laughed as he approached. Ha ha ha, good. You little skeleton, you did a great job killing this traitor. Lord Jose will surely reward you handsomely. He's not a traitor. Bourne roared. Harry was taken aback, then flew into a rage. What did you say? How dare you yell at me? Are you looking for death? He waved his hand, and the surrounding undead soldiers all pointed their weapons at Bourne. Bourne's eyes blazed with fury. Robert was a deep, unforgettable pain in his heart. While he was happily cultivating in seclusion, Robert had been framed by a villain and forced into a tragic escape. Now, standing before him, he realized he himself had killed Robert. This left him momentarily disoriented, unable to believe what he was seeing. Regret, guilt, helplessness, pain. A torrent of negative emotions surged forth, overwhelming him. Ah! It's all because of me. Because of my selfishness, Robert was forced to flee. He must be dead. Caught between the Earth Bear and the Windfire Wolf Legion, he had no way out. He must be dead, all because of me. A vast darkness enveloped him. Harry, Jack, Tony, Bruno, Jose, Poker, Akeem. Familiar faces flashed before his eyes, cursing him. You're a liar. You die a horrible death. We trusted you so much. I should have pierced your head with a bone spike. Bourne clutched his head, kneeling on the ground and screaming incessantly, Ah! I didn't. I didn't. Ah! Bergermere looked at Bourne, who was kneeling on the ground howling in pain, with pity inside. Alas! It seems that even with the soul-splitting and merging technique, one cannot conquer the earth-shattering soul with such weak strength. Just as Bergermere was about to lose hope and prepare to continue sleeping, he suddenly felt a wisp of soul power pass through the restrictions above and enter Bourne's body. Soul communication. Is this little undead's contract summoner? Bergermere looked at Bourne with some doubt. How interesting. Bourne was in darkness, curled up, his ears filled with vicious curses. Suddenly, a ray of light shone on him, and a voice rang in his mind without warning, Brother Bourne. Bourne's eyes widened, his mind instantly clearing. Annie! Annie's voice, like a clear stream, pierced through the darkness, dispelling the bitterness in Bourne's heart and cleansing his soul. Right. Annie is still waiting for me. I must get out. I must get out. The soul fusion technique suddenly accelerated. Caught off guard, the earth-shattering heavenly soul, which had been poised to devour Bourne's soul fire, was suddenly overtaken. Boundless power erupted from its soul fire, fusing the heavenly soul's tentacles, which had penetrated deep within it, with its own. The earth-shattering heavenly soul writhed wildly, filled with fear. It wanted to escape, but the soul fusion technique had it firmly under control, rendering it immobile. In Bourne's mind, images shattered one by one. Now that things have come to this, all I can do is protect those around me. Try my best to make amends, instead of wallowing in self-pity. When the last image shattered, it was Robert. Robert looked quietly at Bourne. Little skeleton, you're amazing, I didn't misjudge you. Bourne's eyes welled up with tears. Robert, where are you? With a sharp crack, Robert's image shattered, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. But this time, the darkness belonged to the earth-shattering heavenly soul. Rumble. Rumble. The sounds of explosions echoed in Bourne's mind. The soul fusion technique had refined the power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul, causing his soul fire to constantly shift. This fusion wasn't just a simple combination of two, but a true acquisition of the earth-shattering heavenly soul's power. The earth-shattering heavenly soul was a super-divine object that could change the very fabric of the world. Even if Bourne could use only a tenth of its power, it would be terrifying. The fusion of the heavenly soul was a long process, but fortunately everything went smoothly. 3 months later, the last bit of power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul was completely refined by Bourne. He let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. Bergermere smiled at him. Hee, I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Bourne bowed slightly. Thank you, Senior. You must have suppressed a lot of the earth-shattering heavenly soul's power. Bergermere raised an eyebrow. Although I suppressed it, this power is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Your success in refining the earth-shattering heavenly soul was still beyond my expectations. Bergermere continued, a lot of time has passed, and my remaining soul power is almost gone. Now I will teach you a spell called 10,000 Miles of Ice Seal. Just one spell? Are you going to give me a scroll? Bourne was somewhat disappointed. Bergermere gave a wry smile. Don't underestimate this magic. And I don't have the scroll for you. I can only forcibly merge my consciousness into your soul. The process will be painful, so bear with it. After that, I will truly die. The rest is up to you. Born was stunned. The magic the other party was trying to teach him, exhausting his soul power, was certainly no ordinary thing. However, this method was very similar to, or rather, the same method that Dao Quang had initially used to teach him the soul fusion technique. Bergermere sighed, looking at Born, and said, Little guy, my revenge depends on you. With that, the phantom image suddenly dissipated, turning into specks of blue light that rushed into Born's body. Born felt a sharp pain in his head. Ah! This familiar feeling. Countless pieces of information were forcibly poured into his mind, making him unable to think, breathe, or move. This state lasted for an hour, with all the blue light entering Born's soul fire. He closed his eyes, and carefully sensed this vast and boundless new knowledge. Chapter 147. Time passed slowly. The information contained in this 10,000-mile eye-sealing magic was simply too vast. Born couldn't digest it in a short time, and had to temporarily abandon it. I never encountered a spell I couldn't learn before. This is the first time. Speaking of which, this should be a water-based spell, but I wonder what its rank is. Born thought of Bergermere inside. Bergermere, rest in peace. I will definitely fulfill our promise and avenge you. Next, Born needed to find a way out. Now that he possessed the power of the earth-shattering heaven soul, opening the restrictions above shouldn't be a problem. The key was the earth demon spider at the supreme origin realm. After fusing with the earth-shattering heaven soul, Born's strength soared, directly reaching the 10th level of the outer origin realm. This was something even he hadn't expected, and his actual combat power was far greater than that. But even so, he was no match for that earth demon spider at the supreme origin realm. He remembered Bergermere saying that they needed to find a way to lure the earth demon spider outside the earth-shattering palace, letting the restrictions on the earth-shattering palace kill it. Immediately, he unleashed the power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul, attacking the barrier above. The deafening roar was sure to alert the cave spider. Born didn't intend to rush out immediately. Instead, he first contacted Annie through soul communication. Annie, can you hear me? Previously, the barrier had been too powerful, blocking out all external information. Although Born could sense Annie's presence, he couldn't receive any further information. Now, thanks to the earth-shattering heavenly soul, the barrier had loosened slightly, giving his soul power an opportunity. Soon, Annie's voice rang in Born's mind. Brother Born. You finally responded. We were so worried about you. Born gave a wry smile. I didn't know fusing with the earth-shattering soul would take so long, but thankfully it was successful. Where are you now? Annie replied. Dean Douglas had some academy affairs to attend to, so he went back first. I sent Angela out to check on my mother's condition, and put her mind at ease. Now it's just me, Uncle Nicole, and Xiaoxua here. Nicole and Xiaoxua had been fighting the treasure chest monster, but when Born successfully opened the humanoid outline and entered the underground space, a golden light flashed, and the treasure chest monster stopped attacking, slowly crawling back to its original position. At the same time, the magic aura returned to normal, and everything was back to how it was at the beginning. Nicole and Xiaoxua were both confused, but as long as they didn't have to continue fighting, that was good. They didn't know what material the treasure chest was made of. It was indestructible. If this continued, even though they were both experts at the Liyuan realm, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Upon returning to the broken temple, they learned that Born had successfully entered the underground realm, and the group waited. They waited for nearly 2 weeks, during which Angela made several trips back and forth, bringing back water and food. A month later, Douglas had to return due to academy matters. Born told Annie his entire plan, and Annie nodded, saying, Okay. Let's do it your way. Let's get started now. Annie stepped into the broken temple, pinpointing the location of the cave spider. The cave spider, startled by the commotion underground, was nervously looking around, but Annie's entry immediately triggered a restriction, allowing it to sense the intruder. But it hesitated. Its duty was to protect the barrier from damage, preventing anyone from obtaining the earth-shattering heavenly soul and escaping. Someone had already entered the underground, and the tremors earlier must have been caused by the earth-shattering heavenly soul. Therefore, it dared not leave the area of the humanoid silhouette. Annie waved her hands, sending several reinforced ice spikes towards the cave spider. The cave spider roared angrily, swinging its forelegs to shatter the ice spikes. Annie's action completely enraged it. The cave spider suddenly spat out a ball of spider silk, trying to entangle Annie. Knowing the cave spider's power, Annie naturally dared not confront it head-on and turned to run away. Nicole and Shushua simultaneously charged into the hall from the left and right sides. Just as it was about to chase after Annie's cave spider, it discovered two more intruders and was momentarily confused, unsure which to pursue. However, it quickly made its decision. It suddenly raised its four long legs and with a soft thud, pulled up a huge spiderweb from the floor. Little Snow, unable to dodge in time, crashed headfirst into the web. Nicole reacted slightly faster, turning and retreating swiftly, avoiding the web's grasp. In moments, the entire dilapidated hall was filled with a dense web, and the cave spider climbed onto it, launching its attack on Little Snow first. Faced with this cave spider, Little Snow was utterly powerless. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape the web's grasp. Seeing the situation was dire, Nicole unleashed a wind blade in midair, but the blade couldn't even penetrate the cave spider's body before being blocked by the web, unable to advance an inch. Just as the cave spider was about to attack Xiaoxua, a loud rumble resounded, and the humanoid outline inside the hall burst open, from which a figure leaped out. It was Born. He exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine, instantly attracting the attention of the cave spider. The cave spider's eyes were filled with rage and fear. It used its silk to suspend Xiaoxua, then ignored her and charged towards Born. Born took a deep breath. In this situation, he couldn't use invisibility to escape. He could only draw his soul-severing blade, instantly severing the surrounding spiderwebs, and run towards Nicole. Nicole understood. With a flick of his finger, he cast a speed-boosting spell on Born. Born, like a streak of light, leaving a long, azure shadow, dodged the cave spider's slashing claws, shouting, "Annie! Quick!" Annie stood outside the hall, her hands outstretched. A stream of water surged forth, quickly enveloping Born and Nicole, and she pulled them back forcefully. Crack! 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 With each swing of the soul-severing blade in Born's hand, the spiderwebs in front of them were cut down piece by piece, posing no obstacle whatsoever. Seeing this, the cave spider panicked instantly. If Born escaped, its mission would be a failure, and it would be forever left alone, never to see the light of day. It roared and chased after Born from the depths of the hall. Thanks to its web, it quickly caught up and lunged at him. Born was prepared. He unleashed the power of his earth-shattering soul, causing the ground to shake violently. Several stone walls suddenly rose from the hall's floor, the first even knocking the cave spider over, sending it tumbling head over heels. The cave spider seemed stunned by the impact, lying on its back for a moment, unable to react. After a short while, it suddenly rolled over, letting out a piercing roar. Its two fangs, like sharp blades, sliced through the stone walls in front of it, charging towards Born with all its might, determined to keep him trapped in the ruined hall, but Born didn't give it that chance. He swung his hands rapidly, and the stone walls seemed to come alive, transforming into spikes, hammers, smashing, piercing, and pressing, causing endless trouble for the cave spider. This is the power of the earth-shattering soul. It can manipulate the earth and stone at will. Born was astonished by what he saw. However, the cave spider was, after all, a super magical beast of the supreme realm. Upon discovering that this peculiar magic couldn't harm it, it disregarded everything and mobilized all the surrounding spiderwebs to envelop Born. Born was startled. He took a deep breath, channeled all his magical power into the soul-severing blade, which shone with a pale blue light. His resolute eyes were fixed on the approaching spiderweb, and with all his might, he swung the soul-severing blade, slashing fiercely at the spiderweb, producing a metallic clang. The soul-severing blade shone brightly, and white smoke even rose from where the blade touched the spiderweb. Born roared, adding more force to his grip. Aya! Break! With a ripping sound, the soul-severing blade finally severed the spiderweb, and Born successfully broke through the web's blockade, just one step away from escaping the broken earth palace. However, at that moment, the cave spider arrived, brandishing its fangs and launching a final, frenzied attack on Born. Seeing this, Nickel gritted his teeth, leaping forward. His wind blade struck the cave spider's fangs, instantly sending him flying, coughing up blood in midair. Annie quickly released the water prison again, catching Nickel as he flew out and gently placing him on the ground. With Nickel's help, the cave spider's speed was momentarily halted. In that brief instant, Born swiftly escaped the cave spider's attack range, while the cave spider chased it to the entrance of the broken temple, where it abruptly stopped. But this was the moment Born had been waiting for. He whirled around, slamming his hands into the ground. Suddenly, a massive stone pillar erupted from behind the cave spider, propelling its barely stopped body forward again, so that half of its body was already outside the broken temple. The cave spider was terrified. It raised its upper limbs high, not daring to step outside the broken temple, maintaining a very uncomfortable and strange posture, desperately resisting the force of the stone pillar behind it. Holy crap, it can even withstand that. Bourne had underestimated the cave spider's strength. Under the cave spider's resistance, the stone pillar crumbled bit by bit, and its body struggled to squeeze into the broken temple. Bourne frowned. This wouldn't do. His original goal was to kill the cave spider, and Xiaoxue was still in the broken temple. If the cave spider didn't die, Xiaoxue would become its food. Annie stepped forward and took Bourne's hand. Bourne was taken aback and turned to look at Annie. Do you have any ideas? Annie nodded. I have ideas, but I need your help. What do you need me to do? Bourne asked. On my command, add another pillar. Bourne frowned. The cave spider is prepared now. Even if I add another pillar, it won't be able to move it. Annie shook her head and stretched out a hand. Pale blue water elemental energy surged forth. Bourne's eyes lit up. He nodded. Good. This method works. The two prepared themselves, and Annie shouted, enhance the ice spikes. With a whoosh, 4 ice spikes shot towards the cave spider, which completely ignored this level of attack and didn't even consider defending. However, the 4 ice spikes didn't pierce the cave spider's body. Instead, they shot directly at its feet. Now! Annie yelled. Bourne was already prepared, using the power of earth-shattering soul again, causing another stone pillar to protrude from behind the cave spider, slamming heavily into its back. At the same time, the 4 ice spikes had already reached the feet of the cave spider's 4 long legs, which supported its body, and burrowed into the gaps between the spider's legs and the ground. Caught off guard, the cave spider slipped, and a tremendous force from behind sent it flying backward, crashing flat on its back outside the broken earth palace with a loud thud. Success? Bourne pulled Annie back quickly. Although the cave spider had left the ruined temple, he still didn't know if the temple's restrictions would work on it. It was better to stay away. The cave spider's 8 long legs flailing in the air, emitting shrill cries. The ruined temple began to tremble, and the murals on the walls emitted a dazzling light, converging into a beam that shot out from the temple, striking the cave spider lying on the ground. Awoo! 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 The cave spider howled again, sending chills down Annie's spine. Sizzle. Strange sounds emanated from the cave spider, wisps of green smoke rising as its body slowly began to melt, enveloped in light. First, its 8 long legs, then its huge, round abdomen, and finally its 8 enormous eyes and fangs, ultimately turning into a pool of green liquid, leaving nothing behind. Bourne stamped his foot in anger. Oh dear, what a pity! The magic core and soul fire of a supreme realm magical beast, nothing was left. Annie covered her mouth and chuckled. You should be content. You got the earth-shattering heaven soul, and you were still greedy for other things. It's already good enough that you came back alive. At this moment, Nickel also sat up from the ground. He had suffered a minor injury, but it wasn't fatal. He needed to rest for a while. Hurry up and get Xiaoxue out, lest she turn into a puddle of water too. Bourne scratched his head, wielding the soul-severing blade, and re-entered the earth-shattering palace. However, as soon as he entered, the entire palace began to tremble, and the large cocoons and rubble on the ceiling fell down. Bourne's heart sank. He immediately quickened his pace, rushing to Xiaoxue's side, and using the soul-severing blade to cut through the layers of spider silk binding her. Xiaoxue struggled to break free from the spider web. Bourne leaped onto Xiaoxue's back. Xiaoxue, run. This place is collapsing. Xiaoxue understood and immediately ran off. After rushing out of the hall, they found the same situation outside. Seeing Xiaoxue emerge unharmed, Nickel grabbed Annie's hand and ran outside. The 3 of them and their beast ran non-stop. Nickel and Bourne cast defensive spells to fend off falling rocks, and soon they emerged from the cave and returned to the surface. At the same time, 2 loud rumbles echoed as the ground collapsed hundreds of meters deep, creating a huge crater that flooded the nearby Clearwater Lake, forming an even larger lake. Chapter 148. After escaping the cave, the group quickly returned to the capital, Norma City, and went directly to the palace to report to Emperor Reiner. Reiner was overjoyed at the return of Bourne and the others, personally greeting them in the conference room. Ha ha ha, Keller, Annie, Nicole, you're finally back. Bourne smiled and bowed. Your Majesty, have you been well these past few days? Reiner shook his head. Nothing much, but I always felt uneasy without you. Douglas also rushed over upon hearing the news, and when he saw Bourne, he was astonished Keller. You? What level have you reached? Bourne gave a wry smile. It seemed the old headmaster's judgment was as sharp as ever. As expected, I have successfully broken through to the 10th level of the Outer Yuan realm. A collective gasp swept through the room. What terrifying cultivation speed! Before entering the cave, Bourne was only around the 3rd level of the Outer Yuan realm. After emerging, he had jumped 7 levels in a row. This wasn't entirely Bourne's fault. After all, the earth-shattering heavenly soul was a rare treasure, containing boundless magical power. Combined with Bergermer's help, the benefits it brought Bourne were immense, far exceeding just his cultivation level. However, everyone roughly guessed that Bourne possessed some secret. They didn't reveal it, nor did they want to ask further. If this secret could be revealed, Bourne would have told them long ago. Douglas laughed loudly. Ha ha, as expected of you, the Empire's #1 genius. Even Annie doesn't have your cultivation speed. Bourne gave Annie a strange look. He and Annie cultivated the spirit-splitting and soul-merging technique together, and they had a contractual relationship. His strength was great, which could help Annie quickly improve her strength. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Annie's strength caught up. Reiner added, yes. With your strength, I can feel more at ease sending you to the Austin Empire. Bourne nodded. Yes, we're ready and can leave at any time. Annie and I can go together, we don't need anyone else. Reiner stepped forward and patted Bourne's shoulder heavily. The Empire's heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. After leaving the palace, Bourne's first action was to find a quiet place and stuff all the harvested soulfire into his mouth. His mind exploded with pure soul power, permeating his limbs and bones, most of it absorbed by the soul-severing blade and replenishing the blade maniac's soul. After some time, a familiar voice echoed in Bourne's mind, "Little guy, you do have some conscience." "Teacher," Bourne exclaimed excitedly, "didn't you say it would only take a few months to awaken? 5 years have passed." "Ha ha ha." Dao Quang laughed loudly. "What? Are you scared?" Bourne muttered, "It's not that I'm scared, I'm just worried about whether you be in any danger." Dao Quang felt a pang of emotion. The situation was dire at the time. "I didn't want you to worry about me. Actually, forcibly releasing magic through soul form is very damaging to the soul, but the situation at that time didn't allow me to hesitate. That Thunder White Tiger was simply too strong. I had no choice but to forcibly release magic to scare it away." Bourne asked in surprise, "Did you know all along that you would be asleep for so long?" "Sigh, it was a last resort. If it weren't for me, would you have been able to escape so easily?" Bourne smiled wryly. That was indeed the truth. Without Dao Quang, he probably would have been stuck hiding in the tree hollow forever. Afterwards, Bourne recounted the events of the past few years to Dao Quang, who marveled, "You actually did it. You fused with the heavenly soul through the soul fusion chapter. This has never happened before since ancient times." Bourne asked doubtfully, "Since ancient times?" "Teacher, didn't anyone in ancient times cultivate the soul fusion manual?" "Yes," Dao Quang said decisively, "but none of them succeeded. You are the only one. Or rather, you and Annie are unique in this world." Bourne scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed by Dao Quang's words. "But teacher, after I fused with the heavenly soul, I felt that its power was just SOSO, not powerful enough to be omnipotent. But the murals in the broken earth palace depicted the heavenly soul destroying the heavens and earth, possessing supreme power. That's clearly an exaggeration." Dao Quang was speechless. "What are you thinking? With your current cultivation level, you were able to fuse with the heavenly soul entirely thanks to the soul fusion manual. Without it, it would be the heavenly soul refining. You can't even unleash 1% of the power of the earth-shattering heaven soul right now. You should focus on solid cultivation. Don't dream of instant success." Bourne, after being lectured, repeatedly agreed, then asked, "I also saw a soul in the broken earth palace. He said his name was Bergermer. Who is he?" Dao Quang sighed, his voice filled with vicissitudes and sorrow. "So it really is him." Bourne was taken aback. "Teacher, you know him?" Dao Quang slowly said, "He was a forest giant, a powerful figure among the giants, extremely strong. He fused with the earth-shattering heaven soul, or rather, gained its approval. But later, he was sealed away for tens of thousands of years." "Are there really giants in this world?" Bourne asked, stunned, after hearing Dao Quang's words. Dao Quang chuckled softly. "Of course. This world not only has giants, but also dwarves, elves, orcs, half-orcs, and so on. It's just that for some reason, only humans remain in the main plane now. Or maybe not, perhaps this is just a human settlement." Bourne stared in disbelief. "What? Elves? Orcs? What are those? I never seen them before." Dao Quang wanted to kick Born. How could you not have seen them? The Earth Bear and the Windfire Wolf in the Netherworld are orcs, aren't they? Born paused, then suddenly realized. Right. I was wondering how these hairy zombies were formed. So that's how it is. Thinking of the strange and wonderful undead creatures in the Netherworld, Born's doubts were finally resolved. It seemed this world wasn't just home to humans. There were many other wondrous races. It was just that his current location didn't have them. Then, Born asked the crucial question, Teacher, I have another question. Why can't the people of the Norma Empire break through to the Liyuan realm? Dao Quang was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Alas, the reason is very complicated. Simply put, the Norma Empire is lacking something. I suspect this thing exists in your so-called Austin Empire and Harry Empire. Born smiled wryly. It seems my trip to the Austin Empire is inevitable. In the following days, Born accompanied Annie in her cultivation. As expected, a month later, Annie also successfully broke through to the 5th level of the Liyuan realm. Although she was still not as advanced as Born, they awakened another element. The wind element. At the moment Annie broke through to the 5th level of the Liyuan realm, a wisp of azure magic separated from the heavens and earth, slowly flowing into Annie's body and through the soul channel to Born, condensing again into azure magic light within both Annie and Born's bodies. Just like when they first cultivated water magic, both of them possessed only a small amount of wind elemental magic, especially Born, whose wind and water elemental magic both came from Annie. Not only was the quantity small, but its power was also insufficient. With the help of Douglas and Nicole, the two re-entered the fragment of the magical source, each gaining a wind elemental spell. Annie obtained the low-level spell Wind Walk, a speed-enhancing spell, while Born obtained the basic spell Wind Shield. After everything was prepared, Born and Annie arrived at the East Gate. Only Reiner, Douglas, Nicole, and Mommy came to see them off. They didn't tell anyone about their plan to avoid causing them worry. Annie glanced around, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Nicole smiled wryly. You're looking for Angela, aren't you? She's probably just being stubborn. It turned out that after Angela learned of their plans, she insisted on going to the Austin Empire with Annie, but both Annie and Nicole objected. Since that day, Angela had been sulking and locking herself in her room, refusing to see anyone. Born held Annie's hand. It's all right. Angela might be secretly watching you from somewhere. She's worried about your safety. That's why she wants to go with you. And nodded. Yes, I know, but Angela and I have relied on each other for years, and it's so hard to part ways now. Not seeing her makes me feel empty. Then Annie shook her head vigorously and smiled. But it's okay, we definitely come back. Born laughed. Yes. We definitely complete the mission and return safely. Douglas earnestly told them about the precautions they needed to take in the Austin Empire. Remember, don't reveal your identities as necromancers. The Austin Empire is the main base of the papacy, and it's full of clergy. Don't clash with them, and try to avoid contact with them. Also, the Austin Empire has 2 duchies, and the people there speak different languages, and have different cultures than us, so you need to be extra careful. Annie and Born both nodded. Okay, we understand, we be careful. Reiner said, crossing over the Noxus Mountains is the border of the Austin Empire. It's heavily guarded, and only hunters or adventurers with hunting permits can move around on the eastern side of the Noxus Mountains. Born patted Xiaoxua beside him. Don't worry. With Xiaoxua here, we put on a big show, ha ha ha. Xiaoxua also cooperated by howling a woo. Everyone laughed, and the sadness of parting was somewhat dispelled. It's getting late, we should get going, Born said, waving to everyone. Annie also mounted Xiaoxua, and turned to slowly walk into the depths of the Noxus Mountains. Once Born and Annie were out of sight, Douglas sighed softly. These 2 children are the hope of our Norma Empire. I wish them a safe return. Reiner added, they are also my friends, heroes of our Norma Empire. The people of the Empire will never forget them. It was winter, and after Annie and her companion circled Clearwater Lake and crossed the Crimson Canyon, snowflakes began to fall. Annie looked up at the white snowflakes and sighed softly. Brother Born, look at these snowflakes. Don't they look like the shimmering light that Sister Angela scattered when she flew? Born gave a wry smile. Now everything looks like Angela to you. He pointed to a large bird flying in the sky. Look, doesn't that look like Angela too? Annie froze, then punched Born's shoulder repeatedly. I teach you to laugh at me. I teach you to laugh at me. But her punches were too weak for Born's back massage. He just laughed, but his laughter stopped abruptly. The large bird in the sky slowly approached them. It emitted a faint blue light, and its blue wings fluttered gently, occasionally releasing blue specks of light that blended into the falling snowflakes. Seeing Bourne's expression, Annie also looked up at the sky curiously. When she saw what was before her, she was instantly stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "Angela." "Sister Angela?" Indeed, the big bird was Angela. Angela landed steadily in front of the two, and seeing their surprised expressions, she was quite pleased with herself. She gently pinched Annie's chubby cheeks. "Humph. You want to leave me behind? That's impossible. I swore that I would follow Miss for life. Wherever Miss goes, I go." Annie's eyes reddened, and she jumped off Shishua's back, rushed into Angela's arms, and hugged her tightly. "Sister Angela," sob. Angela gently stroked Anne's hair. "Miss Anne, I will always be your maid. I never want to be separated from you." Bourne sighed. "What about Nickel? You didn't sneak up on us, did you?" Angela winked playfully. "He doesn't know, but it's all right, he understand." Bourne could only feel sorry for Nickel for a second. "But our journey is fraught with danger. It's inconvenient for you to come with us." Angela laughed. "It's fine. One more person won't make a difference. One less person won't make a difference either. Miss and I have been through so many dangers, haven't we? What's there to worry about? Besides, I have flight magic. It'd be easier for me to infiltrate than you." Bourne thought about it, and realized she made sense. His original plan was to use invisibility to take Shushua and sneak into the Austin Empire with the returning hunters, while Angela could use her flight magic, wind wings, to fly directly across the Austin Empire's border under the cover of night. "Alright then. From now on, the three of us will travel together. That way we can look out for each other. After all, I'm not a very good cook." Bourne laughed. Annie wiped the tears from her face. "Well, let's embark on another adventure together. The Noxus Mountains are vast, and snow leopards roam the northern regions. Therefore, according to Douglas, the probability of encountering snow leopards in northern cities is higher, making the three of them, along with Xiaoxua, less conspicuous." After traveling for 3 days, they finally arrived near the northern defense line of the Austin Empire. From a high point, they could even see soldiers standing atop the city walls and flags fluttering in the wind. The Austin Empire is a very martial and cultured nation, home to two major ethnic groups, the Elmar and the Dom. The Elmar live in the north, while the Dom live in the south. The military defense line Annie and her companions were observing was primarily composed of Elmar, but it didn't seem very strong. There was only one sentry every 300 meters or so. After all, this border hadn't seen war for centuries, so weak defenses were understandable. Chapter 149. The weak border defenses were a good thing for Annie and her group. In fact, the Austin Empire's defenses on the Noxus Mountain side were primarily to prevent illegal entry by people from the Norma Empire, so they didn't require a large military force. As planned, Bon, Annie, and Xiaoxua found a secluded spot near the city gate entrance to lie in wait for the hunting party to return at dusk. Angela, on the other hand, found a high point and planned to fly in under cover of darkness. As dusk fell, sure enough, a large group of people emerged from the depths of the Noxus Mountains, accompanied by 2 enormous carts covered in white canvas, pulled by a cave dragon. Bourne was taken aback. The group numbered about 10, each possessing astonishing auras. All were late-stage Transcendent Realm experts. Even the 2 cave dragons, both at the Transcendent Realm, were reduced to serving as beasts of burden, absolutely impossible in the Norma Empire. Judging by their attire, they were likely adventurers, and the cart carrying their prey was probably their prey. Bourne gave Annie a wink. Annie nodded, hopped onto Shishua's back, and Bourne followed, casting an invisibility spell. Instantly, the two of them and the beast vanished. Shushua stealthily emerged from their hiding place, slowly approaching the adventurer group, and followed them to the city walled guard post. A guard blocked their path, chuckling. "Bakarlov, you had a great haul this time." The burly leader of the adventurer group frowned. "Zlop, what are you doing? Didn't we already verify our identities and pay the toll?" The guard nodded. "Yes, but you need to be checked before you return. Don't bring anything strange into the city." This guard was clearly looking for trouble to gain something in return. Bakarlov understood. He had no choice but to splurge. He pulled a bag of gold coins from his pocket and handed it to the soldier named Zlop. Zlop took the bag, weighed it in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad." He then gave their group a perfunctory check. During the check, a young man glared at him, but he ignored it. Finding that the adventurers all matched and there was nothing suspicious, Zlop let them into the city. And Bourne didn't dare breathe loudly as they followed him into the city. "Boss, that Zlop is really awful. He always rips us off. We finally earn a little money, and he steals it all. A young man said bitterly. Bakarlov sighed. What can you do? They control the city's defenses. Oral, you need to be careful in the future. Don't provoke these people, or you get into trouble. Oral didn't care. What difference would it make if I did? He's just a lowly guard captain. He might not even be as strong as me. In a one-on-one fight, I could kill him with a single strike. Bakarlov scoffed. Fool. Do you think he's alone? He has the border guards behind him, and the nobles of Antioch City backing him up. Do you think you're a match for them? Oral immediately lowered his head and remained silent. Bakarlov patted him on the shoulder. It's good that young people have drive, but you also need to learn to assess the situation. Keep it up, I believe in you. After crossing the border, the nearest town was about 3 kilometers away. The population had increased, and there were many captive magical beasts, including snow leopards. Under Born's instructions, Xiao Shui separated from the group and removed her camouflage in a secluded corner, revealing her true form. Brother Born, what do we do next? Annie asked. Born thought for a moment. Let's follow those adventurers. They definitely go to the nearest adventurers guild after completing their mission. Maybe we can get official status there. Annie nodded. Okay. The 2 people and 1 beast walked out openly without attracting much attention. After all, this place was located on the northwestern border of the Austin Empire, and further north lay the misty forest, where many snow leopards lived. Xiao Shui's appearance wasn't unusual. As night deepened, they used the same trick again, successfully blending into the nearest city, Antioch. Angela quickly caught up with them, landing in a small alley to meet them. The 3, along with Xiu Xue, followed Bakarlov and his group to the Adventurers Guild in Antioch City. Since they weren't registered in the Austin Empire, they couldn't enter the guild hall. Along the way, they had observed that the Austin Empire's currency differed somewhat from their Norma Empires, mainly in the designs on the gold coins. If they rashly used Norma Empire gold coins, their identities might be exposed. Therefore, after discussion, they decided to sell some items first to earn enough gold coins before registering at the Adventurers Guild. Fortunately, Born had quite a few valuable items. With Angela's quick wit, she quickly found the most prestigious Lion King auction house nearby, making it the perfect place to sell their goods. The 3 people and 1 beast walked towards the auction house's entrance. A tall, well-dressed middle-aged man at the door frowned slightly upon seeing their attire, but still politely asked, "What brings you 3 adventurers here?" The attire of the Alma adventurers was somewhat similar to that of the Norma Empire, so Born and his companions' clothing wasn't inappropriate. However, their language was different. Annie and Angela dared not speak, fearing they would be discovered. Born, however, was unfazed. Being an undead, language was simply a form of manifesting soul power for the dead. Therefore, upon hearing the Alma language, Born successfully imitated it using his soulfire power. "Hello, we have some items we wish to auction at your esteemed auction house," Born said with a smile. The middle-aged man was taken aback, sizing up the 3 men. They were all young and unfamiliar faces, unlikely to be from Antioch City. He doubted they could offer anything worth auctioning. However, being in business, he wouldn't turn away customers immediately, so he asked, "What items do you 3 wish to auction?" Born took a long sword from his soul-severing blade. This sword belonged to Segura, a platoon leader in the Harry Empire's border guards. After Segura was captured, Nickel gave the sword to Annie, who then gave it to Born. It was a fine sword, but neither Born nor Annie needed it, so selling it wasn't a loss. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw the sword. "It's a fine sword, but not good enough for our auction. If you're willing, could you sell it to me directly?" Born was taken aback. "That's possible, but what are the requirements for it to be included in your auction?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Our Lion King auction house has a history of several hundred years, and is the best auction house in the entire Northwest 8 cities. Therefore, the entry requirements are very high. You must be here for the first time, and don't know this yet. Actually, our auction house only accepts items priced at 50,000 gold coins or more. We don't accept anything below 50,000. 50,000? Born was shocked. He only had about 50,000 gold coins on him. Then, how much is my sword worth? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. I offer 5,000 gold coins. This price is already very reasonable. If you don't believe me, you can go to the nearby martial arts. Let's ask at the equipment shop. Born's eyes darted around, and he readily agreed, all right. I sell it to you. Consider it a gift to a friend. Uncle, what's your name? The middle-aged man was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're quite something, kid. My name is Eric, don't call me uncle. Bourne chuckled and handed over the knife. Next time I definitely bring something that can get into the auction house. Eric took the long sword, pulled a bag of gold coins from his pocket, and tossed it to Bourne. Then I looked forward to it. Ha ha ha. Bourne took the gold coins, said goodbye to Eric, and returned to the Adventurers Guild. Each of them paid 1 gold coin to register. Bourne used the name Bone, Annie used Anna, and Angela used Angelia. The 3 of them started as the lowest-ranking bronze adventurers, forming an adventure team called the Anna Adventure Team. Having learned from their previous experience, the adventurer registration process was quick this time, and they smoothly entered the Adventurers Guild's hall. The hall was bustling with people, all adventurers, and these adventurers possessed powerful auras, some even having reached the Liyuan realm, which greatly surprised Bourne and the others. It seems our strength is still insufficient, Bourne said. Annie nodded. They must have some special cultivation methods. As long as we obtain their secrets, we can make the Norma Empire stronger. Seeing Bourne and his companions enter, the noise in the hall gradually subsided, and curious glances were cast at the 3 young people. A bald, scarred man suddenly stood up from his seat, blocking Angela's path, and teased, "Hee, little sister, you're quite pretty, come have a drink with me." Angela's face turned cold. "Get out of my way." After some time getting acquainted, and with Bourne's help, Angela could speak simple words without any problem. The bald, scarred man flew into a rage. "Humph, you're asking for it. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" With that, he reached out and grabbed Angela's shoulder. Angela's eyes flashed coldly. She slightly shifted her body, dodging the bald, scarred man's hand. At the same time, her right hand flicked, and a sharp dagger was pressed against the bald, scarred man's Adam's apple. This all happened in the blink of an eye. No one saw what happened. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the bald, scarred man's forehead. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the dagger in Angela's hand. The men beside him reacted instantly, jumping to their feet and drawing their weapons, aiming them at Angela. Angela sneered, "You few aren't enough. You wanted to drink with me? Come on, all of you come at me, you pay for the drinks." Angela sheathed her dagger, and straddled the other man's table with an air of superiority. The bald, scarred man swallowed hard, gave his men a wink, and they all put away their weapons and sat down. "I'm Lorenzo, the vice-captain of the Babic Adventurers team." "Who are you?" the bald, scarred man asked. Angela rolled her eyes at him. "Stop talking nonsense, are you going to drink or not?" With that, she picked up the wine jug on the table and downed the wine in one gulp. "My name is Angelia, from Anna's adventure team." Lorenzo laughed heartily. "Good. Straightforward. I like straightforward people." Bourne tugged at Annie's sleeve. "Is Angela all right?" Annie smiled. "Sister Angela has a great capacity for alcohol. Even Uncle Nicole couldn't outdrink her before. These guys are in for it." Sure enough, the group drank until dawn. Lorenzo and the others were all passed out, while Angela was still full of energy. She kicked the limp Lorenzo and yelled, "Get up! Keep drinking." Everyone in the hall remained silent, staring at Angela as if she were a monster. Whenever Angela looked at them, they would avert their eyes, avoiding eye contact. Bourne smiled wryly and, together with Annie, lifted Angela up and headed for the door. Just then, a group of people walked in through the door. It was Barkerlov's group, who had followed Bourne and his companions earlier. When they saw Lorenzo and the others passed out drunk on the ground, they all frowned deeply. They bypassed Annie and the others, quickly walked to Lorenzo's side, and grabbed him. "Lorenzo, what are you doing? How did you get so drunk?" Hearing Barkerlov's voice, Lorenzo sobered up considerably, squinting as he stammered, I. "Enough," Barkerlov snapped. "Take them back. Tomorrow they be cleaning the toilets." Lorenzo struggled to his feet, pointing at Angela by the door. It's her." Barkerlov looked at the 3 at the door, also startled. They seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he'd seen them before. Bourne quickly said, "Excuse me, everyone from the Babic Adventurers team, my friend and Lorenzo are drunk. We need to go back and rest." Barkerlov narrowed his eyes. "You are? They're from Anna's Adventurers team? They're really good." Lorenzo stammered. "Anna's Adventurers team?" Barkerlov searched his memory, but didn't recall such a team. It seemed this team was of average strength, not well known, or perhaps not even from Antrock City. Barkerlov nodded to Bourne, saying, "Lorenzo has caused you trouble, I'm sorry." Bourne felt a slight liking for Barkerlov and smiled. "You're welcome. We should thank Uncle Lorenzo for treating us to dinner." After saying this, they helped Angela leave the Adventurers Guild. After Annie and the others left, Oral asked suspiciously, Lorenzo, you can't even outdrink a girl, can you? That's embarrassing. Lorenzo sobered up a bit, and said seriously, this girl is no ordinary person, her strength is no less than ours. Oral frowned, but I never seen them before, nor have I heard of Anna's adventure team. Barkerlov waved his hand, saying, don't overthink it. Maybe they came from another territory. Go and rest. Chapter 150. The next day, Annie and her two companions slept until dawn. It wasn't until noon, when Annie's stomach was growling with hunger, that she got up and bought some food downstairs at the inn. 5,000 gold coins wasn't a huge amount, but it wasn't a small sum either. It was enough for them to live on in Antioch City for a while, but it wasn't a long-term solution. They needed to find a way to gain the approval of the nobles of the Austin Empire, and thus find an opportunity to enter the noble circles. After eating and drinking their fill, the three went out again, intending to visit the Adventurers Guild. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they saw the streets bustling with people. Bourne was very curious and asked the innkeeper, Sir, what's going on? What happened? The innkeeper, an old man in his 60s or 70s, chuckled and said, the city lord's mansion has posted a bounty on the Adventurers Guild. I heard the rewards are very generous. I see you're adventurers too, why don't you go take a look? A bounty? Bourne looked puzzled, glancing at Annie. Annie nodded, we're short on cash anyway, why don't we go check it out? Maybe we can even get in touch with the city lord. Angela chimed in, yeah, the rewards for missions issued by the city lord's mansion can't be bad. Even if we can't take it, it'd be good to join in the fun. Seeing that both agreed, Bourne waved his hand, let's go. Let's go take a look. The three followed the crowd to the Adventurers Guild, while Xiaoxua stayed alone at the inn. The Adventurers Guild was packed with adventurers. The three of them finally managed to squeeze into the lobby. On the task board, a huge red task sheet occupied almost a third of the space, indicating that the city lord's mansion had indeed spared no expense. Bourne read the task sheet aloud. Special task: exterminate the Bullnose Mountain bandits. Can be completed cooperatively. Total reward: 100,000 gold coins. 5 City Lord Antrock recommendations for the magic competition, and 5 qualifications to enter the magic origin fragment are also awarded. Furthermore, after eliminating the Bullnose Mountain bandits, half of the looted treasure must be returned, the rest can be freely distributed. Annie, somewhat puzzled, unconsciously asked, what are the Bullnose Mountain bandits? A burly man beside her scoffed, so ignorant. What are you doing here? However, after recognizing Annie and Angela's faces, the burly man trembled and stammered, It's you? Annie also recognized the burly man. It was Lorenzo, whom Angela had gotten completely drunk the previous night. Lorenzo touched his nose sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't see clearly just now. Angela teased, how are you? Sober now? Lorenzo nodded quickly. Yes, Miss Angelia, I never drink with you again. I can't outdrink you. I really can't. Annie covered her mouth and chuckled, finding it quite amusing to watch the nearly 2-meter-tall bald giant waving fearfully at the petite Angela. Bourne then asked, Uncle Lorenzo, do you know anything about the Ox-Nose Mountain bandits? Lorenzo replied seriously, these Ox-Nose Mountain bandits are notorious far and wide. They've suddenly risen to power in the last 2 years, robbing many nearby villages, and even passing merchants have suffered greatly, affecting the trade of our Antioch City. The city lord's mansion sent troops to wipe them out, but they suffered a crushing defeat. This mission is not easy to take on. Annie was taken aback. Even the city lord's mansion can't handle these bandits. How can adventurers possibly manage? Lorenzo shook his head. Perhaps. We adventurers do have some strong ones, but the strongest adventure teams aren't in the city right now, so this mission is probably going to fall through. It shouldn't fall through. Suddenly, Barkerlov stepped forward from behind. The mission description states that multiple adventure teams can work together. I bet someone will suggest forming a team soon. Sure enough, no sooner had Barkerlov finished speaking than someone in the hall suggested forming a team, inviting strong adventure teams to join. The call to action came from a burly man with a red beard, dressed in a black bearskin coat, and carrying a giant axe on his back. Brothers, he shouted, let's team up to wipe out the bandits of Ox-Nose Mountain. Those who succeed will be rewarded. What do you say? Someone asked, what constitutes success? The red-bearded man laughed loudly, it's based on the number of enemies killed. Besides, the Ox-Nose Mountain bandits have 1 leader and 4 deputy leaders, 5 high-ranking members. Whoever can kill them will receive 5 recommendations for the magic competition and a spot to enter the magic source, plus a lot more gold. Hearing this, Everyone buzzed with discussion, and soon several adventure teams were willing to join. Oral was eager to try. Captain, should we participate too? Bakarlov thought for a moment. This is a good approach. If we're outmatched, we can retreat, and at worst, we forego the reward. Lorenzo, however, said boldly, Captain, I heard that the bandit leader is only at the Liyuan realm, roughly equivalent to you. If we can team up with other Liyuan realm experts, maybe we can actually get a spot. Bakarlov slapped Lorenzo hard. Don't brag. The city lord's mansion isn't lacking in experts at the Liyuan realm, yet they still suffered defeat. This shows the opponent's strength is definitely formidable. We can't let our guard down. Lorenzo readily agreed. Seeing Bakarlov's agreement, Oral ran forward. Our Babic adventurer team is also signing up. Angela whispered, Miss, should we join too? Annie and Bort exchanged a glance and nodded. Bakarlov is right. Even if we're outmatched, we can retreat beforehand. It's good to see what happens. We just don't know if that Redbeard will even look down on us. Annie squeezed through the crowd and stood before Redbeard, saying, Our Anna adventurer team is also participating. Redbeard glanced at Annie disdainfully. Little girl, you're still wet behind the ears. What are you doing here? Get out of here. He waved his hand impatiently. Angela, enraged by his rudeness, leaped forward and slapped Redbeard across the face. Redbeard was startled. As a fire mage, he had no time to react to Angela's speed and took a solid slap. Angela retreated immediately, standing still and coldly saying, Insult our captain again, and I tear your filthy mouth apart. Redbeard was stunned by the slap. When he came to his senses, his large face turned bright red, and he roared angrily, You bitch, you're asking for death. He drew his great axe from behind and swung it down at Angela's head. The surrounding people scattered in panic. They all recognized Redbeard and knew he was very strong. They secretly shook their heads and sighed at Angela's impulsiveness, thinking that such a beautiful young girl was now going to lose her life. The next moment, however, a dagger appeared in Angela's hand. The dagger, carrying a bluish-green light, grazed the oncoming giant axe and was instantly pressed against Redbeard's throat. Redbeard's axe froze in midair. He stared in disbelief at the dagger before him, and not only him, but everyone present was utterly incredulous. Lorenzo slapped his forehead. What the hell? Isn't that me from yesterday? Angela's cold voice rang out again, Take back what you just said. Redbeard's face was almost purple with rage. His eyes, like copper bells, glared as if he wanted to devour Angela alive. Just as he was about to refuse, a slender female mage appeared behind him. With a gentle flick of her finger, Angela felt a soft force push her back half a step, and the dagger was removed from Redbeard's neck. Subtle, you really need to work on your temper, the female mage said. If this young lady hadn't shown mercy, you'd be dead. Subtle bowed slightly upon seeing the newcomer. Captain Lisa, I understand. Before this female mage named Lisa, the raging Subtle instantly became a lamb. Even with his burning rage, he dared not be disrespectful to this woman. Lisa walked up to Angela and chuckled softly, Little sister, you're quite strong. You can subdue someone a level higher with a single blow at the 7th level of the Yuan realm. Bakarlov also stepped forward and greeted Lisa. Lisa, long time no see. Lisa was slightly taken aback. Seeing that it was Bakarlov, her expression changed. You returned from the Noxian Mountains? Bakarlov nodded. Yes. He then introduced her to Lisa. This is our new friend, Angela, a member of Anna's adventure team. Lisa smiled and extended her hand to Angela. Nice to meet you, Angela. I'm Lisa, the captain of the Fire Lion adventure team. Angela stepped aside slightly, making way for Anne. This is our adventure team's captain, Anna. Seeing Anna, who was even younger than Angela, Lisa was clearly taken aback. Bakarlov was equally surprised. He had assumed Angela was the captain, never expecting this girl, who looked only 15 or 16, to be the real leader. However, Lisa was experienced and quickly regained her composure. Anna, hello. And smiled and shook hands with Lisa. We also joined this expedition. We hope Captain Lisa will take good care of us. Seeing the situation had eased, the surrounding people gathered around and continued registering. Ultimately, this expedition was led by 5 silver-ranked adventurer teams, including the Fire Lion adventurer team, with over 30 bronze-ranked teams participating. Unfortunately, the only 2 gold-ranked adventurer teams in Antarok City were not in the city at the time. Otherwise, they would certainly be leading the expedition. However, even without the gold-ranked teams, the expeditionary force already numbered around 400 people, and every single one of them was a highly skilled individual. and also learned from Barkerlov that the adventurer ranking system in the Austin Empire was more stringent than that of the Norma Empire, possibly related to the overall strength within the empire. Silver-ranked adventurers here were generally at the Li Yuan realm, while gold-ranked adventurers had reached the even higher Qi Yuan realm. Those who hadn't reached the Qi Yuan realm couldn't even become adventurers. According to intelligence from the City Lord's mansion, the Nyobi Mountain Bandit gang numbered just over 500, a relatively small force. Previously, the City Lord's mansion had deployed approximately 1,000 troops to besiege Nyobi Mountain, but on one hand, the City Lord's soldiers were relatively weak, and on the other hand, the bandits utilized Nyobi Mountain's geographical advantage, employing small, dispersed attacks. After several days and nights of fighting, the City Lord's mansion ultimately left behind 300 corpses, with the rest slinking back to Amtrok City. Adventurers, however, are different. An ordinary adventurer team typically consists of about 10 people, with a maximum of 50. They train, live, and adventure together, possessing extensive combat experience and excellent teamwork. Such small teams make operations in Nyobi Mountain much easier, and their strength is generally superior to that of the city's garrison. The 5 silver medal adventurer teams are Bavik, Fire Lion, Chuxing, Bai Zi, and Yorker. Their captains are all experts at the Li Yuan realm, with Lisa, the captain of the Fire Lion adventurer team, being a 5th-level Li Yuan realm expert and the strongest member of the team. In comparison, Annie and her group seemed rather weak. Their team consisted of only 3 people and 1 beast, Xiaoxua, a snow leopard, who had been overlooked from the start, Born, a peak-stage Yuan-level cultivator, Annie, a 5th-stage Yuan-level cultivator, and Angela, a 7th-stage Yuan-level cultivator. Their strength was barely a fraction of Born's. However, both Barkerlov and Lisa favored Angela, so no one in the group underestimated this strange Anna adventure team. Next, all the adventure teams sent their captains to a pre-battle meeting in a conference room in the City Lord's mansion. Annie, naturally, attended alone as a representative. Although Angela was extremely worried, Born seemed unconcerned. After all, Annie had weathered many storms and seen all sorts of situations. However, Bond still sent Angela to the City Lord's mansion with Annie to wait outside the conference room, while he himself continued to gather intelligence in the city with Xiaoxua. In the City Lord's mansion conference room, Noctis, the City Lord of Amtrok City, sat on the main seat, flanked by the captains of more than 30 adventure teams. He glanced around and said loudly, "Thank you all for accepting this mission. On behalf of the people of Amtrok City, I express my gratitude. I believe you are already aware of the current situation. The bandits of Nyobi Mountain have been entrenched for many years, and are quite powerful. My City Lord's mansion previously sent troops to suppress them, but failed. We have no choice but to ask for your help, brave warriors." A sinister-looking young man laughed. "City Lord, you don't need to be so polite. We adventurers are only after profit. We're all going together just to get a bounty, ha ha ha." Everyone looked somewhat embarrassed, but the City Lord. He burst into laughter. "Jeffrey, you're still so frank. Ha ha ha, yes, you are indeed profit-driven, but for our Amtrok City, you are saviors. As long as you successfully complete the quest, you will not only receive the bounty and rewards, but whoever kills the bandit leader Loren will gain the friendship of my City Lord's mansion. I, Noctis, am willing to grant him one request within my power." Hearing this, Annie sighed inwardly. This City Lord Noctis is indeed a good City Lord who cares for his people. You know, these adventurers are a mixed bag. To get them to make a request, the City Lord's mansion would be skinned alive.